Twin brothers West Potter and Harry Potter enrolled at Hogwarts, one sorted into Slytherin and the other into Gryffindor. Due to his resemblance to their mother, West garnered a modicum of attention from the potion's master, and he yearned to monopolize that attention to safeguard the ones he cherished. Chapter 1. The Letter from Hogwarts. West had just risen from slumber. As he dressed, his brother Harry remained ensconced in a deep sleep. Seated neatly on the edge of the bed, West gazed at a tattered clock on the wall, silently counting down in his mind 3, 2, 1. Wake up, both of you. Harry was jolted awake, quickly soothed by West's gentle pat on his back. Their Aunt Petunia was once again rapping at their bedroom door. Harry sprang up, hastily donning his clothes while West opened the door and made his way down the corridor to the kitchen. The dining table was laden with an array of gifts for their cousin Dudley, and Aunt Petunia was conspicuously absent. Uncle Vernon lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Upon hearing the commotion, he glanced up at West, then promptly lowered his gaze in silence. This was his manner of dealing with West. He might muster the audacity to berate Harry for his tousled hair, but with West, after a few pranks, he had nearly ceased to roar at him, often opting to ignore him altogether. West was certain that Aunt Petunia was busy rousing her plump son, who resembled a pig skillfully. He picked up a spatula to fry eggs, preparing breakfast. Harry entered, his hair a chaotic mess. Though they were twins, their facial features bore little resemblance aside from their striking green eyes. The most notable difference between them was their hair. West's flaming red locks contrasted sharply with Harry's raven black. Aunt Petunia always regarded West with a look of indignation and panic, while her expression toward Harry was one of disdain and annoyance. It was evident that neither boy was particularly welcomed by the Dursleys. West, let me handle it. You made breakfast yesterday, Harry said, moving to West's side. West served the fried eggs and replied softly, all right, you can fry the bacon. As West and Harry set the eggs and bacon on the table, Dudley and Aunt Petunia finally descended from upstairs. While Dudley vented his frustration to his mother about receiving fewer gifts than last year, Harry envied the assortment of game discs and toys Dudley was unwrapping. West meanwhile whispered to Harry, don't worry brother, I'll buy you all of these later. Harry shot West a weary glance. Although they were born moments apart, West relished the role of the older brother. After breakfast, the Dursleys planned to take Dudley and his friends to the zoo for his birthday. Despite their reservations about leaving the Potter brothers home alone, the Dursleys had been deterred from taking them along after a series of bizarre incidents, including a car that levitated and nearly collided with a tree. West led Harry back upstairs to their room. After informing their teachers about how the Dursleys relegated them to living in a cupboard, the couple had faced several official home visits and inspections. Consequently, West and Harry had been granted a bright room. Though not as spacious as Dudley's, it was ample enough for the two of them. Harry, your hair has grown again. Let me give you a trim, West said, fetching scissors and beginning to untangle Harry's unruly locks. In just a week, Harry's hair had grown to shoulder length once more. This was unusual. 11-year-old West and Harry were keenly aware of that no other boy's hair could grow to waist length after a month without a trim. This was West's logical deduction based on their hair growth rate. Before their hair could reach such lengths, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia would undoubtedly scream at them, labeling them as monsters and either cutting their hair short or giving them a buzz cut. West, irritated by the way the Dursleys regarded them as freaks, had taught himself to cut hair, taking on the responsibility of managing their hairstyles. Yet they were not ordinary children, West often pondered. He had never encountered another child capable of levitating cars. He had even overheard Harry conversing with a snake that had inadvertently wandered into the school, with Harry claiming to understand its language. When Harry communicated with the snake, his words transformed from human speech into the hissing sounds of serpents. West had grown accustomed to the peculiar occurrences surrounding them, yet he implored Harry to keep his ability to converse with snakes a secret, lest they be captured for dissection and research. However, West could not resist a bit of mischief. He commanded the snake to slither into Dudley's drawer. After scaring Dudley into a fit of tears, wetting his pants, West leaned close to his ear and chuckled, if you bully me and Harry again, there will be more than one snake next time. True to his expectations, Dudley proved to be a coward, not daring to inform his parents of the incident and refraining from tormenting West and Harry thereafter. The Dursleys were notably reticent about the boys' oddities, as if their existence was a source of immense shame for the family. This was quite satisfactory, West mused, for at least he need not worry about the Dursleys divulging their secrets to anyone else. Days passed uneventfully, and summer arrived. Aside from preparing meals and doing chores, West and Harry spent their time holed up in their room reading or aimlessly wandering outside. There was no other reason. They simply wished to avoid Dudley and his oafish friends, who came over daily to play, their raucous laughter echoing throughout the house. Even after several pranks from West, Dudley's friends had ceased their pursuits of the Potter brothers, yet their raucous antics continued to disrupt the peace. On a certain day in July, Aunt Petunia was dyeing Dudley's old clothes for the brothers to wear, while Dudley paraded around the living room in a brand new russet tailcoat. reveling in his own grandeur. Look at him, doesn't he resemble a pig in a wig? Harry and West whispered to each other. West could not suppress a laugh. Accidentally turning his head, he caught sight of two owls perched on the railing outside. Seizing the moment when the Dursleys were distracted, he tugged Harry outside. What's the matter, West? Harry inquired, puzzled. Shoo, follow me. West led Harry to where the two owls awaited, their heads tilting curiously as they regarded the brothers. Two letters nestled at their feet. West picked up the letters, clearly discerning the address inscribed upon them. Surrey County. Little Whinging. 4 Privet Drive. Room on the 2nd floor. 4 West Potter/Harry Potter. West's hands trembled slightly as he handed one of the letters to Harry. Goodness. Who could be writing to us, West? Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The brothers simultaneously tore open their letters and began to read with utmost seriousness. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 30th. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We have never heard of such an institution. Harry lifted his gaze, his emerald green eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed, it was unfamiliar territory. However, Magic, West and Harry simultaneously recalled the myriad of peculiar incidents that had transpired in their lives, along with the inexplicable scars that adorned their bodies. On Harry's forehead lay a lightning-shaped scar, while West bore a crescent-shaped scar on his arm. Aunt Petunia had dismissed these marks as mere birthmarks, shameful imprints bestowed upon them at birth, yet both he and Harry occasionally sensed something beyond and ineffable essence intertwined with those scars. They exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending one another's thoughts. Stay here, Harry. West stealthily ascended to the 2nd floor, where in the living room below, Dudley paraded around like a peacock, showcasing his new school uniform, while the Dursleys applauded and praised him. Entirely oblivious to West's presence, he retrieved a pen and a roll of paper, pondering alongside Harry as they composed a letter in response. Dear Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Harry had initially intended to address only McGonagall, but West suggested he include Dumbledore as well. That we are delighted to have been accepted to your esteemed school. However, we regret to inform you that we do not know where to procure the necessary books and equipment. Our uncle and aunt would not permit us to attend your school, leaving us at a loss as to what to do. We eagerly await your guidance and assistance. Best wishes. West Potter/Harry Potter. Once the letter was complete, West carefully placed it in a handmade envelope he had fashioned from paper and tentatively presented it to the owl. The owl grasped the letter in its beak and took flight, flapping its wings as it soared into the sky. 2 pairs of emerald eyes watched the owl ascend, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. They silently prayed for the owl to return with good news. Chapter 2. Severus Snape. The owl did not deliver a return letter, but instead brought a brooding professor. It was a tempestuous day. Rain, as small as glass beads, pattered against the window, while fierce winds howled, threatening to tear the roof from its moorings. West sat at the edge of the bed engrossed in a book, while Harry reclined on the mattress, flipping through a discarded comic book of Dudley S. Suddenly, a gust of icy wind surged through the window, creeping up West's spine and along his neck. Sensing something amiss, he turned to glance outside, where the glass panes were already adorned with frost. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Harry exclaimed. Get up, Harry. West realized something and tugged Harry to his feet. A piercing scream echoed from downstairs, prompting West and Harry to dash down the stairs. Aunt Petunia was pressed against the wall, shrieking in terror, while Uncle Vernon, holding a newspaper, had his jowls quivering in fear, and Dudley stood trembling, unable to articulate his terror as he pointed towards the fireplace. The Potter brothers squinted to see that flames in the hearth were soaring high, nearly reaching outside and singeing Uncle Vernon's eyebrows. The fire had transformed into a sinister shade of emerald green, flickering ominously. As West mentally counted to 7, the door of number 4 Privet Drive burst open with a resounding bang. A figure clad in a billowing black robe appeared, swirling like a living shadow in the tumultuous wind. The man stood in the doorway, casting a tower-like shadow. Oily black hair fell over his pale face, and his prominent nose cast a sharp silhouette in the lightning. As he raised his gaze, Harry felt a chilling shiver crawl down his spine. A serpent-like gaze swept over the room, locking onto the two boys standing stiffly. In an instant, Snape's wand slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. His pale lips parted slightly, and his throat convulsed as if swallowing a silent tremor. The boy before him had a shock of short red hair, pale skin, and piercing green eyes, with a smattering of freckles across his nose. All details burned into his retina. The hand hidden beneath the black robe coiled spasmodically, inching forward as if to grasp the red-haired woman who had vanished 11 years prior in a flash of green light. West narrowed his eyes, subtly positioning himself in front of Harry, contemplating the man's peculiar demeanor. The standoff was abruptly interrupted by Uncle Vernon's bellowing voice. Somewhere along the line, Uncle Vernon had seized a shotgun, pointing it at Snape while shouting furiously, "Get out of my house! You freak!" Snape snapped back to reality, his long fingers curling as the wand that lay on the ground slithered back into his palm like a black serpent. He did not even glance at Uncle Vernon, but merely waved his wand dismissively, twisting the barrel of the shotgun into a pretzel shape. "I suggest you conserve your energy, Dudley. After all, it is no easy feat for your barren mind to sustain such a massive frame." Snape's dark voice resonated with an unsettling echo reminiscent of a snake dragging its wet form across stone. Amid Dudley's sobs, Aunt Petunia suddenly shrieked, "It's you? You filthy monster! Get out of my house!" Ah, it seems Aunt Petunia recognizes this man. West and Harry mused as they observed. Snape, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, pointed his wand at West. "Come with me." "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire who you are?" West feigned composure and inquired. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Aunt Petunia's body trembling uncontrollably. After her outburst, her pearl necklace suddenly shattered, beads rolling across the floor with a cacophony of sound. "Regrettably, before your simple minds are crushed beneath the weight of a troll, I shall be the potions master you must endure at Hogwarts, Severus Snape." Indeed, he was from Hogwarts. West and Harry thought simultaneously. Curiosity ignited within Harry as he peered from behind West, his large green eyes scrutinizing Snape. The professor's expression darkened even further. It was no wonder. This face, aside from those striking green eyes, bore an uncanny resemblance to James Potter. "Very well, Professor Snape," West murmured, lowering his gaze. In that brief exchange, he discerned Snape's undeniable disdain, disgust, and regret towards the two of them, though lacking malice, particularly when his gaze lingered on the brothers. There was an unmistakable glint of reminiscence in the man's expression, an inexplicable complexity of emotion, but not a matter of great concern. West thought to himself that as long as he and Harry's safety was assured, he would have ample opportunity to unravel the reasons behind it all at Hogwarts. The hapless Dursleys huddled together in the corner, completely disregarded by Snape. He inclined his head slightly, signaling for West and Harry to follow him. His strides were long and purposeful, showing no regard for the two children trailing behind. West and Harry had no choice but to jog to keep pace with Snape. "You will kill them," Aunt Petunia suddenly cried out, her hair askew, hanging down beside her ear. Her voice was shrill and nearly broke as she shouted, "Just like you killed Lily." Snape's form stiffened for a moment, yet he did not turn back. Lily, their mother? West furrowed his brow. Had not their mother perished in a car accident? What had the Dursleys concealed? It seemed that going to Hogwarts was indeed the right choice. They appeared poised to unravel long-held mysteries, such as the fate of their deceased parents and their curious powers. Outside, the torrential rain had mysteriously ceased. West and Harry carefully sidestepped the puddles beneath their feet, striving to appear composed, though their washed-out canvas shoes inevitably acquired some mud. Snape abruptly halted at a corner, and West, unable to stop in time, collided with Snape, followed closely by Harry crashing into West. "Ouch!" Harry yelped, clutching his head and staggering against West's shoulder. West, nearly losing his balance from the sudden jolt, instinctively grasped Snape's sleeve. Snape whirled around, the gust of air lifting the curls from West's forehead. "I apologize, Professor," West stammered, releasing his grip and feigning nonchalance. Snape's gaze swept over West's emerald eyes, which narrowed in a familiar manner, the faint brown mark beneath his right eye trembling with each breath. The potions master's pallid fingertips rapped against the boy's slender shoulder. "Steady yourself, Potter." The low warning carried the musty scent of old pages and wormwood. "Yes, Professor," West replied, guiding Harry, who was still rubbing his forehead. "Your head is too hard, West," Harry muttered quietly. The brothers conversed in hushed tones, entirely unfazed by Snape's oppressive presence. Occasionally, when Harry lifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of Snape's grim countenance, he would involuntarily shiver, his voice growing softer. Yet encouraged by West's calm demeanor, he persisted in speaking. Before long, a towering purple double-decker bus came barreling down the road from a distance, arriving at their feet in the blink of an eye. The windshield bore bold golden letters, "Night Bus." Harry and West gasped in unison. "Welcome aboard the night bus, where we shall reach your desired destination within half an hour," announced the conductor, Stan Shunpike, as he stood at the door welcoming the guests. West and Harry climbed aboard instinctively, finding their seats and settling in. To Diagon Alley, They heard Snape instruct. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Amidst the jarring screech of brakes, the night bus came to a sudden halt. Wes sprang to his feet in alarm, his fingers pale as they clutched the railing. Harry, lost in a daze, sank deeper into the plush seat. Oh dear God. Had the brakes been applied just a moment later, their breakfast would have been sacrificed to the train's carpet. The two vowed never to board this enchanted bus again, unless they wished to expel their stomachs. The scenery outside the window continued to twist grotesquely under the influence of inertia. Snape's robes billowed as he was the first to alight. Harry hastily supported the feeble Weasley, nearly stumbling down the steps. Weasley leaned against Harry, surveying their surroundings. They stood on a bustling yet ordinary street, where the throngs of people passed by, occasionally casting puzzled glances at the oddly garbed Snape. Snape's expression darkened as he shot a warning look at the Potter brothers, his voice low and laced with menace. "Stay close behind me, Potter gentlemen." Weasley and Harry trailed closely behind Snape. Weasley surmised that Snape was leading them to procure their books and supplies for Hogwarts, but where exactly could they make such purchases? Everything appeared rather mundane, indistinguishable from the streets they were accustomed to. "Perhaps we shall enter a subterranean passage to reach the magical world," Harry murmured. Snape halted before a dilapidated, grimy pub. The entrance loomed dark and foreboding, somewhat unsettling. After a few steps, Snape turned to regard the hesitating brothers and remarked, "If you intend to present yourselves to Muggles in such a foolish manner," his voice dripped with disdain, "I suggest you make your way directly to St. Mungo's emergency room." The boys were oblivious to the meanings of Muggles and St. Mungo's, yet they grasped Snape's underlying impatience. They exchanged reluctant glances before steeling themselves to enter. The interior was enveloped in darkness. They closely followed Snape, navigating past the bar counter and sidestepping patrons enjoying bottled drinks and smoking long pipes, until they arrived at a small courtyard. Snape tapped his wand against one of the stone bricks, and the wall began to shift, revealing a large opening leading to a street through which they could pass. Weasley gasped in astonishment. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Potter." Harry's round eyes widened as he beheld the astonishing array of unfamiliar shops surrounding them. Weasley suddenly seemed to recall something, chuckling awkwardly. "But Professor, can we buy anything now? You must be aware that Harry and I have no money." He looked up at Snape, whose reflection appeared in his bright green eyes. It was intentional. He was feigning pity. He and Harry truly had no funds. Could there be any financial aid from the school to assist them? Weasley pondered. Harry recognized the familiar ploy of Weasley, recalling the time they had told their teacher, Uncle Vernon, about being made to live in a cupboard. Weasley had worn a similar expression then. As Harry, being Weasley's closest ally, had learned this tactic well, he quietly positioned himself behind Weasley, opting not to disrupt his brother's impromptu performance. Snape turned his head aside, avoiding Weasley's beseeching gaze, and muttered, "Two foolish giants. Do you truly believe your mother left you nothing?" They arrived at a towering white building, where a goblin stood beside the bronze door. Weasley and Harry could not help but observe this unfamiliar creature. Shorter than they, with a dark face, pointed ears, and notably long hands and feet. Upon their entrance, the goblin bowed and ushered them into a marble hall. Snape addressed a lounging goblin at the counter. "Excuse me, Mr. Weasley Potter and Mr. Harry Potter wished to withdraw some funds." He placed a golden key and a letter on the counter. "Additionally, I have come to collect items from Professor Dumbledore's vault, number 713. The goblin meticulously examined the items and summoned another goblin named Griphook to escort them to the underground vault. They boarded a small cart and traversed a labyrinthine path underground for quite some time, during which Weasley even glimpsed a locked dragon, until they arrived at a small door. Griphook opened it, revealing piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins. Weasley and Harry gasped in awe, their emerald eyes widening. "Is all of this truly ours? It's unbelievable." Under Snape's guidance, they quickly filled 2 bags with enough money for an entire year of school. "Wait here," Snape instructed before boarding the cart with Griphook, descending deeper into the vaults. When he returned, Weasley and Harry were eager to see what Snape had acquired, but saw nothing. The trio exited Gringotts. Weasley retrieved the list of items they needed to purchase. "First, we require 3 sets of robes." Snape pointed his wand towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, stating, "If you 2 giants can read the labels, you should manage the absurdity of selecting your own robes." He shot a glare at Harry and added to Weasley, "Do not keep me waiting. I assume you do not wish to discover the consequences, do you?" Harry observed Snape's retreating figure, puzzled. "Why does it feel like he dislikes me even more than you, Weasley?" Weasley chuckled as he pulled Harry into the store. The short, plump Madame Malkin greeted them warmly, directing them to stand on 2 footstools while 2 witches approached to drape robes over them, pinning them to fit their heights. On the other footstool stood a pale, slender, blonde boy who spoke first. Hey, are you also first years at Hogwarts? He glanced at Weasley's red curls and freckles, frowning. You wouldn't happen to be from the Weasley family, would you? The boy's pompous demeanor reminded them of Dudley, the only difference being that he was considerably more attractive. Weasley raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, yes. We're off to Hogwarts. I am Harry Potter, and this is my brother, Weasley Potter. He is not a Weasley. Harry, displeased that Weasley was mistaken for a Weasley and even differentiated by surname, quickly introduced himself. What? Harry Potter and Weasley Potter. The boy's gray-blue eyes suddenly sparkled, and his pale face flushed. He leapt from his stool, extending his hand. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Pleased to meet you. Hello, Draco. Weasley and Harry shook Draco's hand in turn. Noticing their calm demeanor, Draco seemed surprised that they were unfazed by his surname. You don't know the Malfoys? Apologies, Draco. Should we? Harry inquired, his tone gentle yet icy. Weasley struggled to suppress laughter, feeling his stomach ache. You. Draco's expression soured slightly, his pale face tinged with faint pink. Regardless, remember this. If you wish to make friends, Malfoy is undoubtedly your best choice. Oh, very well, Draco. Harry nodded earnestly. You are our first friend in the magical world. Draco, satisfied with the response, nodded contentedly. What are you three foolish giants doing? Snape's low voice echoed behind them. Harry and Weasley steadied themselves, already accustomed to Snape's stealthy presence, and calmly turned. Professor, we are ready. Ah. Draco was startled, convinced he was hallucinating. How could he hear the voice of his potions professor, who was supposed to be tutoring him during the holidays? Draco? Where are your parents? Draco turned stiffly, and Snape was gazing at him with a sinister intensity. Professor, my father is buying me books, and my mother has gone out to find a wand, he exclaimed, startled, resembling a wilted flower. Go find your parents, quickly. All right, Professor. Draco responded while mouthing to the Potter brothers, see you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried away. Subsequently, the two, accompanied by Snape, procured other necessities. West bought a black-furred, green-eyed cat, while Harry acquired a splendid snowy owl. At last, only the wands remained. This was the part they were most curious about. Snape led the Potter brothers to a dilapidated little shop. Upon entering, an elderly gentleman stood behind the counter, warmly welcoming them. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, West and Harry replied in unison. Ah, the Potter brothers, you have finally arrived. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, and you look just like your mother. You both possess eyes akin to hers, Mr. Ollivander chattered, even daring to lift Harry's fringe to caress the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Harry was taken aback, struggling to resist the urge to pull away. A flicker of guilt crossed Ollivander's eyes as he opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something. That will suffice. I did not bring them here for a trip down memory lane, Snape interjected, his face dark and his icy tone causing the air to thicken abruptly. West seized the moment to speak. Mr. Ollivander, could you please select wands for us? Ollivander hastily withdrew his hands. Ah yes, let us see what wands suit you. Ultimately, Harry received a wand made of holly with a phoenix feather, while West acquired one crafted from thunderwood with the hair of a thestral. Ollivander exclaimed, this is truly remarkable. He first looked at Harry. This wand, it was the brother of its previous owner that left you this scar. Is this fate? His silvery eyes shifted to the shadowy figure of Snape. After a moment of stunned silence, he turned to West. This wand is a creation of my great-grandfather. Resting in the shop for centuries. You are the first to be chosen. I believe you both will achieve great things. Chapter 4, Platform 9. West and Harry stumbled out of the wand shop, their minds buzzing as if a swarm of bees were flitting about within. The names Ollivander mentioned, Thunderwood, Thestral, and so forth, were like phantoms in a fog, hazy and enigmatic. However, with Snape present, they could only suppress their myriad of questions deep within their hearts. With some time before school commenced, they returned to the Dursleys to continue their brief sojourn. West adamantly refused to ride the night bus, and thus purchased train tickets back to Privet Drive alongside Harry. Upon their return, night had fallen, and countless stars twinkled overhead. As they entered, the Dursleys feigned ignorance of their presence. The moment Dudley spotted them, he scurried away like a mouse evading a cat, and Uncle Vernon no longer bellowed at them as he usually did, while Aunt Petunia ceased her insistence on them performing household chores. West still helped Aunt Petunia with cooking, while the rest of the time, he and Harry curled up in their room, poring over books for the upcoming term. Everything felt infinitely novel to them. The magical world was an uncharted territory they had yet to explore. Harry read through a history of magic and named his snowy owl Hedwig. West named his little cat Alora. While grooming Alora in his arms, he studied the book on charms and countercharms, which contained many curious and mischievous spells. As their understanding of the magical world deepened, The Potter brothers began to eagerly anticipate the start of school. On September 1st, Aunt Petunia voluntarily drove them to the train station. Judging by his pale complexion, he seemed eager to dispatch them swiftly, lest peculiar individuals come seeking trouble. King's Cross Station did not possess a platform 9. He dropped West and Harry off, grinning in a manner that suggested ill intentions. Good luck finding it. He laughed heartily and turned to leave. West and Harry pushed their luggage-laden cart to the space between platforms 9 and 10. Their peculiar assortment of belongings attracted many curious gazes, making them stand out even more as they hesitated in the crowd. Harry nervously fidgeted with his hands, while West casually surveyed the surroundings, searching for someone who might assist them. Their luck proved fortuitous. A group passed by, among them 4 red-haired boys pushing suitcases similar to theirs, accompanied by an owl. A stout woman was speaking to them, presumably their mother. West and Harry followed closely behind. The eldest boy suddenly walked toward the gap between platforms 9 and 10, and walked straight through the wall. West and Harry held their breath, wide-eyed, as they witnessed this enchanting and surreal spectacle. "West, I'm feeling a bit anxious," Harry admitted, throat tightening as he watched the 4 boys disappear one by one. West gently grasped Harry's hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid, just follow them." They stepped forward with determined strides, eyes tightly shut, and plunged into the wall. Yet, they felt no unusual sensation. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves at a platform they had never seen before, with a sign prominently displaying, Platform 9. Following the children with similar luggage, they boarded a deep red steam engine, the sign on the train gleaming with the words, Hogwarts Express. West and Harry navigated through the bustling crowd, and found an empty compartment. They settled into their seats, gazing out at the throngs of people. The woman and her 4 children waved goodbye, pulling a little girl close, standing on the platform. The train began to move. The compartment door swung open, and the red-haired boy they had seen on the platform stepped inside. "May I sit here?" he asked, pointing to the seat opposite West and Harry. "Of course," Harry replied, glancing at West, who showed no objection and nodded. The boy settled down and introduced himself, Ron Weasley. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter, and this is my twin brother, West Potter." "Ah, you're the Potter brothers," Ron exclaimed, bouncing up again after a brief moment of sitting. "You're Harry Potter." Harry looked utterly bewildered. It seemed that children from wizarding families were all aware of him and Harry. This presented a splendid opportunity to gather information. A smile suddenly crept across West's lips. "Then what about your forehead?" Harry lifted his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. "Are you referring to this?" "Merlin." Ron's eyes widened. "This is the scar left by you-know-who?" "Who is you-know-who?" West seized upon this frequently mentioned term, finally daring to inquire. Under the astonished gaze of the two, Ron became increasingly animated. "What?" he exclaimed. "You don't know him?" His voice shrank suddenly, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. "You know who?" Harry shook his head and explained. "We lived with our aunt and uncle. They never spoke to us about the magical world. It seems your aunt and uncle are muggles. I can hardly believe it." Subsequently, Ron elucidated to them various terms such as the Dark Lord, Merlin, and muggles, which they found perplexing. West pondered over the information Ron had provided, and arrived at the following conclusion. The Dark Lord was a malevolent sorcerer, whose existence cast a long shadow of fear over the wizarding world, to the extent that wizards dared not utter his name. Driven by a prophecy, the Dark Lord believed that the 2 brothers would ultimately be his downfall, leading him to murder their parents in an attempt to eliminate them. However, after attacking Harry, he mysteriously vanished and has yet to reappear. West and Harry remained silent for a considerable time, their hearts heavy with both anger and sorrow. It was astonishing that a mere rumor, the veracity of which was uncertain, could have incited Voldemort to enact such cruelty against them, resulting in the tragic loss of their parents. "But why does only Harry bear a scar on his forehead?" West inquired. He himself possessed a scar, albeit on his arm, shaped like a crescent moon, though he chose not to disclose this. "Who knows?" Ron mused. "The grown-ups say Harry defeated the Dark Lord. Perhaps the Dark Lord intended to eliminate Harry first and was gravely injured in the process." After Ron's lengthy explanation, he was slightly out of breath. At that moment, a woman pushed open the compartment door and inquired, "Would anyone like to purchase some refreshments?" Ron's ears suddenly turned crimson as he replied, "No thank you, I've brought my own." Harry leapt up, exclaiming, "West, I'm famished. Hand over some money." Reluctantly, West fished out some coins. Under Ron's guidance, Harry purchased a bit of everything, for he was indeed hungry and had never tasted wizarding delicacies before. Once Harry had finished his selections, West handed the vendor 2 silver sickles. "Ron, let us share our food," West called to Ron, who was staring intently at Harry. "Or perhaps we could trade." Ron produced a bulging paper box filled with sandwiches. You might not enjoy these, he remarked. Who says? Harry retorted. West and I both like them. He exchanged some pies and snacks for 2 sandwiches, offering one to West. With their appetites sated, the trio felt elated. Harry opened a chocolate frog, revealing a collectible card. It's Dumbledore. I have so many of these already, Ron stated. On the card, Dumbledore smiled benevolently, waving at them, and upon flipping the card he vanished, an experience both West and Harry found quite novel. Is there a card of Professor Snape? West asked, picking up another chocolate frog, eager to see. What? Snape? The potions master? Yes, hardly worthy, Ron replied dismissively. I overheard my twin brothers say that Snape plays favorites with his own house's students, frequently deducting points from others. Finding this conversation dull, West tossed the chocolate frog to Harry. What a lack of discernment. Just then, a young witch entered their compartment, followed by a tearful boy with a round face. Have you seen Neville's toad? She asked, her tone haughty and dismissive, her thick brown curls bouncing as she spoke. Hermione Granger, this is Neville Longbottom. Hermione showed little reaction to Harry's introduction, but she recognized his name, having read all the textbooks and some supplementary materials during the holidays, several of which mentioned the Potter brothers. West and Harry were taken aback, feeling incredulous. Hermione rambled on about her ambitions, declaring, I've already inquired, and Gryffindor is the best house. I'm certain I will be sorted there. But for now, I must help Neville find his toad. With that, she departed with Neville. She's rather annoying, Ron muttered, but all my brothers are in Gryffindor, so I suppose I will be too, as long as I'm not in Slytherin. Why is that? Harry asked curiously. That's where the Dark Lord once resided. Slytherin, Ron whispered, as if afraid of being overheard. All the dark wizards hail from Slytherin. As they chatted, the train gradually came to a halt. Students jostled one another, eager to disembark. Hogwarts, the magnificent realm of magic, had finally arrived. Chapter 5. The Sorting Ceremony. Upon alighting from the train, they beheld a giant holding a lantern, awaiting them on the platform. First years. Follow me, the giant bellowed, his gaze falling upon the Potter brothers. Oh, Harry, West. Long time no see. Harry and West exchanged glances. Excuse me, sir, have we met? Harry inquired. Oh, indeed. But you were just 2 little infants back then, Hagrid replied with a hearty laugh, his bushy beard quivering as he gestured animatedly. I was the one who brought you to the Dursleys, you know. His expression turned somber as he continued, I've heard the Haven Tea treated you well. Merlin, whenever you have the chance, feel free to visit me at my hut by the Forbidden Forest. We can catch up. After he finished speaking, he turned and called out again, First years. Follow along. They followed Hagrid along a narrow path that led to a dark lake, where they boarded a boat. West and Harry climbed aboard, with Ron following suit. The tiny vessel traversed the darkness for a considerable distance before arriving at an underground dock. They disembarked, ascending a flight of stone steps, and beheld a magnificent castle. Hagrid rapped 3 times on the oak door, which swung open immediately. A stern-looking witch clad in emerald green robes stood there, her brow furrowed. They heard Hagrid greet her as Professor McGonagall. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, they followed Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall. They had never encountered such a wondrous place. The hall was resplendent, with 4 long tables set in the center, adorned with exquisite golden plates and goblets. Upper-year students were already gathered around the tables. The most astonishing feature was the ceiling. Looking up revealed a dazzling expanse of stars twinkling against the inky night sky. Harry and Ron gasped in awe, while Hermione quietly remarked, It's enchanted. I read about it in the history of the school. Professor McGonagall led them to the front of the 4 long tables, where a row of additional tables was occupied by Hogwarts professors. West noticed Snape seated in a corner, his expression dark and brooding, occasionally exchanging words with a diminutive professor, presumably a goblin. Noticing West's gaze, Snape shot him a glare before turning away nonchalantly. West chuckled softly. Harry glanced at him, puzzled. Silence, please, McGonagall announced, her voice magically resonating throughout the hall. Sonorous charm, Ron whispered to the Potter brothers. Now we shall conduct the sorting ceremony for the first years. McGonagall produced a tattered pointed hat. The hat twitched and split open, bursting into song before their astonished eyes. It seems we merely need to don this hat to be sorted, Ron quipped to the Potter brothers. Damn Fred. Tricking me into thinking I would have to battle a troll. Harry felt extremely anxious, uncertain of which house he would be placed in, especially since he had yet to master any spells, and while his academic performance was decent, it paled in comparison to West's. West squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly. One by one, the new students approached for their sorting. It appeared straightforward enough, simply needing to wear the sorting hat, which would determine their fate. Each time a student was assigned to a house, applause or cheers erupted from their respective table. Hermione's wish was fulfilled as she was sorted into Gryffindor. The round-faced boy, Neville, was also placed in Gryffindor. Harry's attention was drawn to Draco Malfoy, the striking blonde boy whose hair barely brushed the sorting hat before it proclaimed him a Slytherin. A look of triumph immediately crossed Draco's face as he swaggered towards the Slytherin table. When it was Harry's turn, the hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into a buzz of discussion. "Go on, Harry," West whispered, giving Harry a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped forward. The sorting hat settled upon his head, obscuring much of his vision. He heard the hat murmur, "You possess great courage, and your heart is not unkind. I see your determination to protect your loved ones. Excellent, Gryffindor." Harry heard the hat declare loudly. His limbs felt weak, but relief washed over him as he removed the hat and wobbled towards the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindors welcomed him warmly, clapping and shouting, "Merlin, we have a Potter." Next, it was West's turn. He ascended calmly. The sorting hat rested upon his head. You present quite the conundrum, young man. You possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge, composed and steady, yet you harbor a strong desire for power and glory. Ravenclaw or Slytherin? Upon hearing this, West made his choice without hesitation. Slytherin then. Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin, is he not? Perhaps I could gather more information there. Very well, Slytherin. West removed the hat and walked towards the Slytherin table. The Slytherin students nodded regally in welcome. At Draco's beckoning, West took a seat beside him and looked up to see Professor Snape at the staff table. Snape was observing him, his usually placid black eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. West smiled back, causing Snape to avert his gaze immediately. "Well done, West," Draco chirped. Leaning closer, Harry went to Gryffindor. "I should have expected that." Mentioning Harry prompted West to glance at him, only to find Harry staring back, a look of longing on his face. Next was Ron, who was sorted into Gryffindor, and visibly sighed in relief as he excitedly approached Harry. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Albus Dumbledore stood up. "Welcome," he proclaimed. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. I must say, fools, crybabies, riffraff, twists." West overheard Draco muttering nearby. "What is this madman talking about?" He nodded in agreement. After Dumbledore finished, thunderous applause erupted. Various delectable dishes appeared on the golden plates of the long tables. Roasted meats, fried chicken, baked potatoes, and more. As everyone began to eat and chat, Harry stealthily made his way to West's side. "West, what are we going to do?" Harry exclaimed in discontent. "We're not in the same house." Draco snickered beside them. "What's wrong, Harry baby? Can't walk without West?" Harry shot Draco a glare, his patience thin with the blonde troublemaker. West sighed. "Harry, it's not a big deal, alright? We can still see each other." Just then, Dumbledore stood again, restoring silence to the hall. He warned the new students about the Forbidden Forest, and advised them to steer clear of the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, before allowing the heads of houses to escort the students back to their dormitories. Harry wanted to say something, but Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor, had already started gathering them. "See you tomorrow, Harry," West gently nudged him. "Go on." "All right, see you tomorrow, West," Harry replied resignedly as he returned to the Gryffindor line. Meanwhile, Gemma Farley, the head of Slytherin, began ushering the new students to assemble. West followed the other newcomers out of the hall and up the marble staircase. On their way back to the dormitory, Gemma, expressionless, addressed them. "Welcome, new members of Slytherin. You are here because you possess unique qualities. Slytherin values ambition, cunning, and a steadfast adherence to tradition. I hope you will uphold Slytherin's honor and contribute to the greatness of the house. Remember, Slytherin students never back down. Forge ahead and realize your potential to become the most exceptional wizards." They reached the end of the corridor where a concealed stone door lay within the wall, adorned with a serpent carving. "Honor," Gemma stated. The serpent flicked its tail, and the door swung open with a resounding thud. The Slytherin common room was located at the bottom of the Black Lake, predominantly in shades of silver and green, with a warm fireplace blazing at its center, ensuring it was anything but cold. The windows of the common room overlooked the Black Lake, where one could occasionally glimpse peculiar magical creatures swimming by. Wes was not inclined to linger. He headed straight to his dormitory. Slytherin accommodations were arranged in groups of 4, and by a stroke of luck, he found himself sharing a room with Draco and his 2 minions, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. Wes changed into his pajamas and gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. A Clash of Wits. The first class of the new term was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration, attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin. The bright morning light streamed through the hall's stained glass windows, illuminating the young boy's silver and green ties. Wes had risen early and, while having breakfast, glanced at the Gryffindor table, only to find Harry and Ron absent. Hermione Granger entered the hall, clutching a stack of books taller than her head. After a hasty breakfast, she rushed off to class, her brown curls bouncing with each swift step. As expected, the bell rang, yet Harry and Ron were still nowhere to be seen. When West and Draco arrived at the classroom just in time, Hermione was already seated, diligently reviewing her textbooks. A cat sat regally on the podium, its sharp, commanding eyes surveying the gathered students. A few Gryffindor girls, oblivious, whispered to each other, "What a cute little cat. I can touch it, can't I?" West and Draco took their seats together. Draco whispered to West, "That's actually Professor McGonagall's animagus form." It was only when the second bell tolled that Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom, panting. Not seeing Professor McGonagall, they relaxed momentarily until the tabby cat leaped down from the podium and, in a shimmer of transformation magic, unfolded into Professor McGonagall, startling everyone. "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. We got lost," Harry quickly blurted out. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, should it happen again, I wouldn't hesitate to turn you into a compass so you won't lose your way," McGonagall replied sternly. "Now sit down immediately. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall wasted no time in establishing her authority, warning that if anyone dared to disrupt her class, they would be sent out and never allowed to return. As the lesson commenced, Wes noticed Harry in the front row, absent-mindedly doodling with a quill on his parchment, a clear sign of his agitation. Following that, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. Wes made a few notes, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the art of transfiguration. He closed his eyes, recalling several evenings spent at the Dursleys, where he sat by the window, illuminated by the moonlight, clumsily mending clothes for Harry and himself that had been torn by Dudley or damaged due to their magical mishaps. Harry lay beside him, drowsy. With a gentle flick of his wand, West transformed the match in his hand into a cool needle. "West, how did you do that so quickly?" Draco exclaimed, drawing the attention of Professor McGonagall. A rare smile of appreciation appeared on her stern face, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Magnificent transformation. Impeccable control of magic. Mr. Potter, in light of your exemplary performance, Slytherin earns 5 points." As the class drew to a close, aside from West, only Hermione managed to alter her match in any meaningful way. After class, West intended to have a word with Harry, and casually hand him the breakfast he had prepared. "Harry, did you oversleep?" Harry cast a forlorn glance at him, though his mood brightened considerably at the sight of the warm breakfast. "Oh, you finally remembered me." West chuckled. It was the first time he had laughed so sincerely since arriving at Hogwarts, spurred by Harry's long-missed sulk. "Come now, don't be upset. Look, we're still attending class together. It doesn't make much of a difference," West said softly, grasping Harry's sleeve. "It's not the same. We're no longer in the same dormitory," Harry retorted, irked. "I couldn't sleep last night. After all, we've never been apart since birth. That's unfortunate. But you'll need to adapt. We must learn to be independent. We are growing up, Harry," West consoled him. Harry recognized the truth in West's words. Although he still felt a twinge of sadness, he could only respond, "All right, if you teach me how to turn a match into a needle, I won't be angry anymore." West sighed with relief, his spirits lifted, an easy bargain. The second class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, a subject West looked forward to. He and Harry sat together, their contrasting green and red attire creating a harmonious blend in the vividly decorated classroom. To be frank, the overwhelming scent of garlic emanating from Quirrell ruined all anticipation. Not to mention, his teaching was abysmal. West furrowed his brow throughout the lesson. Had it not been impolite, he might have considered covering his nose and leaving the classroom altogether. Recalling Ron's earlier comment about Professor Snape's apparent desire for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, West thought it would be wise for Quirrell to vacate the role and hand it over to Snape. Although he had yet to experience Snape's class, West was confident in Snape's capabilities, given his earlier display of exceptional silent spellwork at the Dursleys. Days passed in this manner, and they also attended Professor Flitwick's charms class, where he taught the levitation charm. When West successfully levitated a feather, Flitwick nearly swooned with excitement. Hermione followed suit shortly after. And then Harry and Draco succeeded under West's guidance. A boy named Seamus Finnegan, however, inexplicably caused an explosion when attempting the charm, resulting in chaos throughout the classroom. Friday arrived, a significant day for Harry, as he and Ron finally managed to navigate their way to the Great Hall without getting lost. Wes was enjoying breakfast when he noticed Harry boldly darting over to the Slytherin side, wedging himself between him and Draco, his Gryffindor colors starkly contrasting with their surroundings. "Good morning, West Draco," Harry beamed. "Can we sit together?" West resignedly pushed the pumpkin juice and honey muffins towards Harry. Draco, feeling squeezed out, angrily punched Harry's arm. "Harry, you know our two houses have a contentious relationship, right? What does it matter? West and I are brothers. What's wrong with sharing breakfast? Besides, aren't we friends, Draco?" Harry insisted, his round green eyes fixed intently on Draco. Upon hearing Harry declare their friendship, Draco's demeanor shifted, momentarily forgetting his irritation. West tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Hurry and eat. We have Professor Snape's potions class soon." "Oh." Harry feigned agony, clutching his head. Just as a sinister voice interrupted from nearby. "A Gryffindor lion? How dare you come to our den of snakes?" In an instant, West's expression hardened as he turned to face the intruder. Marcus Flint, a fifth-year student and a typical blood supremacist, had never been kind to West since he learned of his half-blood status, but West had never cared much, given that Flint posed no real threat. However, it was audacious for him to provoke Harry in front of West. Draco's expression soured as well. Though younger, he was still a Malfoy and hardly expected anyone to dare offend him or his friends. Harry suddenly stood, his face darkening, ready to retort fiercely. But West grasped his arm to restrain him. Marcus appeared even more smug. "What savior? Just a fool, nothing more." Before Marcus could finish his taunt, he suddenly found himself unable to speak, his mouth tightly sealed. West lowered his wand, observing Marcus, who was now under the silencing charm, and squinted with a feigned smile. "Senior, if you cannot speak, perhaps you should keep quiet." Harry stood behind his brother, laughing heartily. Merlin's beard, a Slytherin upperclassman bullying a first year. How utterly disgraceful. "West is doing you a favor, Senior." Furious, Marcus grabbed his wand but found himself incapable of casting any spells. The Slytherin long table fell into a hush, with students who wished to avoid trouble discreetly slipping away. "What's going on?" a familiar, ominous voice inquired. As Snape's billowing black robes approached, West adopted an innocent expression. "Professor, it seems our senior has suffered an unfortunate affliction. Should I escort him to the infirmary?" Snape's hawk-like gaze swept across the four of them. Yet upon meeting those vivid green eyes, he swallowed back the venom he had prepared to unleash. Instead, he directed a dark glare at Marcus, demanding an explanation. Frustrated to the brink of explosion, Marcus pointed at his mouth, unable to articulate his predicament. A flash of blue light signaled Snape, freeing him from the silencing charm. "Professor." West cast a spell on a fellow student. Marcus accused, his voice laced with indignation. West replied languidly, "I did not, Senior. You might want to ask Draco if I uttered any incantation." Draco promptly stood, adopting a slow, aristocratic tone. "No, Professor." Perhaps it was Marcus's own folly that attracted Merlin's punishment. "Marcus Flint, Wednesday's dungeon. 1 week of detention," Snape announced, his face as dark as a thundercloud, before turning his gaze to the Potter brothers. "Now, cease your childish antics and refrain from causing further trouble." West shielded Harry behind him, nodding obediently. "Professor, we have been quite well behaved." Snape swept away in a flurry of robes. Marcus, seething with impotent rage, stomped his foot in frustration but dared not utter another word. Hastily retreating. Chapter 7. Potions Class. Harry hid behind West, narrowly escaping Snape's deathly glare. He lamented, tugging at his hair, which had become an even more disheveled mess. "Help. I don't want to attend Professor Snape's class." West urged Harry to finish the remnants of his breakfast, disregarding Harry's protests as he pulled him toward the potions classroom. The potions lesson took place in a dim, chilly basement filled with numerous glass jars containing various animal specimens. As Snape called the roll, he paused upon reaching Harry's name. "The illustrious Harry Potter," he murmured, already causing trouble at the start of the term. "The aura of the savior cannot illuminate your troll-like brain, can it?" Draco stifled a laugh with the back of his hand, unable to resist, and was met with a glare from Harry. "Mr. West Potter," Snape paused again. "I hope you do not emulate your foolish troll of a brother too closely." West blinked innocently, still perplexed as to why Snape harbored such animosity toward Harry. Although Snape's verbal jabs were sharp, he had no intention of inflicting any real harm on Harry. After completing the roll call, Snape's dark, hollow eyes rose to meet those of the students, his voice slithering forth like a serpent, laying down the rules of the potions class. He commanded authority and instilled fear, even more so than the stern Professor McGonagall. West, unabashedly lost in thought, found his gaze drawn to Snape's brooding visage. Tall and gaunt, Snape's pale skin glimmered with a cold, jade-like sheen under the candlelight of the potions classroom. His prominent nose and deep-set, piercing black eyes, coupled with thin lips pressed into a sharp line, exuded a subtle mockery. "Potter!" Snape suddenly called out. Harry jumped. "Which Potter do you mean, Professor?" West lowered his head, feigning nonchalance as his attention shifted back to his book, his fingertips lightly brushing the parchment. "Harry Potter." Snape's face darkened as he withdrew his warning gaze from West to focus on Harry. What would be the result of adding daffodil root powder to an infusion of wormwood? West sighed in resignation at Harry's bewildered expression. Hermione eagerly raised her hand nearby, but Snape completely ignored her, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Harry. "Professor, combining daffodil root and wormwood yields the elixir of life," a calm voice interjected, prompting Snape to glare sharply at West. "Very well, it appears that another Mr. Potter seeks to steal the limelight, does he?" Snape advanced swiftly to West's table, the shadow of his billowing black robe enveloping it entirely. West detected a mingling scent of pine resin and absinthe. "If I were to ask you to retrieve a piece of dung, where would you look?" "In the stomach of a goat, Professor." "What is the difference between aconite and wolf's bane?" "They are the same plant, with no distinctions, Professor," West responded calmly. A flicker of appreciation crossed Snape's eyes, though his demeanor remained cold and foreboding. "In light of your excellent answer, Slytherin earns 5 points, but due to your unauthorized response, you shall serve detention in the dungeons tonight." Harry gasped beside him, feeling a pang of sympathy for West. West lowered his eyes, adopting a meek demeanor. "Very well, Professor." Snape, observing his lack of discontent, felt an inexplicable calmness wash over him. Yet he still deducted points from Gryffindor. Mr. Harry Potter failed to answer the question. Thus Gryffindor loses a point. The potions class continued, with Snape pairing students from the 2 houses to guide them in brewing a simple potion for boils. Snape prowled the classroom, his presence instilling immense pressure. Nearly every student had felt the sting of his disdain, except for West and Draco. Having thoroughly prepared in advance, West confidently executed each step of the potion-making process flawlessly. Thanks to his summer studies and natural talent, Draco also performed admirably, following West's lead. Snape observed the impeccable quality of the potion West produced, his admiration growing more evident. This boy, reminiscent of Lily, possessed an extraordinary talent for potions akin to hers. Just as he intended to showcase West and Malfoy's perfect concoctions, Neville and Seamus's cauldron exploded, splattering potion all over Neville, causing his skin to erupt in red, swollen boils, prompting him to cry out in terror. "Idiot!" Snape roared, his eyes twitching furiously, commanding Seamus to take Neville to the infirmary. He then approached Harry and Ron. Fortunately, West had discreetly guided Harry and Ron to successfully complete their potion amidst the chaos. Snape sneered. "Potter, why did you not inform Longbottom not to add the porcupine quills? Did you think his mistake would highlight your own?" "Gryffindor loses a point." West, exasperated, silently mouthed to Harry, "I'm unable to assist." Harry, bewildered, appeared utterly aggrieved. An hour later, West and Ron helped the listless Harry out of the basement, intending to visit Hagrid's hut. "Why do they treat me this way?" Harry lamented. "Potions class is sheer torture." West, on the other hand, felt quite cheerful, his softly curled red hair bouncing vivaciously with each step. They traversed the castle, arriving at a small wooden cabin before the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid awaited their arrival. Upon seeing West's green tie, Hagrid was visibly taken aback. "West, you've been sorted into Slytherin, despite your parents both being Gryffindors." Hagrid's words trailed off, his large black eyes revealing a hint of regret, as if fearing West might misconstrue his intention. West offered a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a coolness. "Not all Slytherins are wicked wizards." Ron nodded in agreement. "West is quite nice and even taught us how to brew potions." Yet he still believed most Slytherins were quite malevolent, particularly that ferret-like fellow who always scowled when he saw him with Harry. To him, West was Harry's brother, so how could he be a bad person? If it were up to him, West should belong to Gryffindor. Hagrid quickly apologized. "That's not what I meant, West. I know you're a good lad." He ushered the 3 inside. After some casual conversation, West's demeanor softened considerably. "You resemble your mother quite a bit, while Harry looks very much like his father," Hagrid remarked nostalgically. Harry then recounted his experiences with Snape, describing how much the professor despised him and targeted him in class. Hagrid reassured Harry, saying Snape didn't like any student, and had no reason to harbor hatred for Harry. West could distinctly sense Hagrid's guilt as he diverted his gaze when uttering the last sentence, avoiding eye contact with Harry. Harry mumbled, "It seems he quite likes West." Even so, he still gave West attention. "That's certainly because West resembles Lily." Hagrid suddenly realized he had spoken too much and hastily fell silent. "Lily? Their mother?" West narrowed his eyes, beginning to piece together the puzzle. It seemed that Professor Snape favored him due to his resemblance to his mother. while Harry's unpopularity stemmed from his likeness to his father. Snape had known their parents, and given their ages, they must have been classmates. Did Professor Snape have feelings for their mother? Is it still a personal vendetta against their father? Perhaps it is both. West's heart sank. For some reason, the mere thought of Snape's affection for their mother, and the attention it garnered towards him, stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Suddenly, West recalled the first question Snape posed to Harry during class today, didn't he? He pressed his lips tightly together. Severus Snape, what is the source of your regret? How long has your sorrow persisted? West, what are you thinking? Look at this. Harry's nudge jolted West back to reality. Before him lay a copy of the Daily Prophet, emblazoned with the headline, Latest Report on the Gringotts Break-In. West scrutinized the article, and exchanged a knowing glance with Harry. It seems we are on the same wavelength. Harry said, feigning profundity, the item Snape retrieved from Gringotts that day. Chapter 8. The Dungeon Detention. That evening, after dining with Harry in the Great Hall, West arrived at the entrance to Snape's dungeon as promised. He stood before the ancient, heavy wooden door, the bronze knocker echoing dully beneath his fingertips. A deep, cello-like voice resonated from within the dungeon. Enter. West inhaled softly, rubbing his slightly tingling ears, and turned the cold metal doorknob, pushing the door open. His eyes were first greeted by rows of bookshelves brimming with various tomes of magic, scrolls, and parchment. On the opposite side lay the storeroom for potion ingredients, where an assortment of potion components were meticulously preserved in glass jars, each labeled accordingly. The central workbench was cluttered with cauldrons, vials, and herbal powders, a dizzying array of bottles and containers. Snape was at a relatively tidy desk adjacent to the workbench, grading papers, his dark hair cascading down to frame his cheeks. I assume you can keep your eyes to yourself? Snape continued marking papers, yet seemed to sense West's gaze. Headmaster, what must I do? West lowered his head, his long, thick, light red lashes casting a quivering shadow beneath his eyes. Come here and write a 12-inch essay on how to brew the draught of living death. You may not leave until it is completed. Snape conjured a table and a chair with a flick of his wand, gesturing for West to sit. How to brew the draught of living death. Perhaps that is covered in 6th-year curriculum? West thought to himself, settling into the chair and picking up a quill. Though he had perused the textbook a few times, he had only grasped the general concepts, making this a bit of a challenge. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. As he recalled the steps for brewing the potion, he pondered how to begin. When he finally set the quill to parchment, a sudden, searing pain jolted through his head. The color drained from his face as he lowered his gaze, the fingertips gripping the quill turning pale, desperately suppressing the strange pain to prevent Snape from noticing his distress. It felt as if a serpent had slithered into his brain, writhing and coiling within. Unbidden, fragmented memories of brewing the draught of living death flashed through his mind. The pain gradually subsided. West's eyes widened. What was this? How could he possess such a memory? Why was he so intimately familiar with the brewing process, as if he had concocted it himself? Thoughts surged like a tide within him, and West's hand moved swiftly, recording the essential points of brewing the potion. As he gazed at the words on the parchment, a tremor ran through him. The brewing process he detailed was far more intricate than that found in the textbook, with several steps diverging entirely. Yet his mind insisted that this was the correct methodology. Just as West paused, Snape snatched the parchment from the table. Snape's expression tightened as he perused the nearly flawless essay. Some of the proposed improvements aligned closely with his years of practical experience, even surpassing it in refinement. Have you brewed the draught of living death? The wonder in Snape's eyes was unmistakable, though his face bore a hint of irritation. Yes, Headmaster, West lied, his expression unreadable. Until he comprehended the origin of those images, he would not divulge anything, even to Snape, whom he trusted. To his surprise, Snape's demeanor grew colder. What purpose did you have in brewing the draught of living death? Perhaps Mr. Potter has forgotten you are merely a first-year student? Recalling the potion's effects, West realized Snape had misunderstood him. He quickly added, Professor, I was simply curious. I have never brewed the draught of living death. In truth, this lie was riddled with holes, but as long as West remained silent, no one could challenge him. Snape's gaze was fixed intently upon West's face. Those emerald eyes scrutinized him, filled with an emotion that seemed to oscillate between trust and admiration. Trust. Snape wondered if he was hallucinating. All the students he had taught had feared him. He had never expected any sense of regard from them, only wishing for them to complete their studies adequately. Such sentiments of trust and admiration were exceedingly rare for him. Snape's pale fingers curled into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped marks from his nails. He heard his own voice coldly declare, brewing controlled potions without permission, and allegedly appropriating materials from the potion storeroom. will result in Slytherin being deducted 20 points, and you will receive an additional 2 weeks of detention. Now, return to your dormitory. West exhaled in relief. Very well, Professor. The dungeon door slammed shut behind him. As West walked through the dimly lit corridor, he finally had a moment to reflect. Earlier, while reviewing the textbook, he had felt an inexplicable familiarity with the material, though he had never questioned why, attributing it merely to a good memory. It wasn't until today, when those puzzling memories resurfaced, that he recognized something was amiss. It was as if his mind functioned as a vast reader, with certain information concealed in the recesses, only surfacing upon the input of specific keywords. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend it, West decided to return to his dormitory for a good night's sleep. Upon reaching the common room, he discovered Draco had not yet returned. Casually, West inquired of Goyle and Crabbe, "Where is Draco?" To his surprise, Goyle replied slowly, "Draco arranged to duel Weasley in the trophy room tonight." A sudden unease gripped West. He had sensed something amiss that evening, initially attributing it to the unsettling memory. But now he realized Harry must have followed them to the trophy room as well. Just as West settled down, hearing this news compelled him to rise again. Intent on locating those disobedient youths, when he saw a disheveled Draco entering, West scrutinized his pale complexion and reddened eyes, softly asking, "Draco, where have you been? Where's Harry?" Draco, upon hearing West's inquiry, nearly burst into tears. "Not good at all. I almost got bitten to death," he lamented, collapsing onto his bed and using his pillow to wipe away tears. "It's all Harry Potter's fault. He led us into the three-headed dog's lair." This led back to the afternoon's flying lesson. First, Neville had an accident. His broom lost control, sending him soaring into the sky. It must be said, Neville was rather fortunate. Falling from such a height, he only sustained a fracture. Madame Hooch had to pause the lesson to escort Neville to the hospital wing. The conflict arose during that interval. Draco had seized the memory ball that Neville dropped and loudly mocked him, igniting a feud between the two houses. West stood aside, unwilling to involve himself. As a result, Ron and Draco began to argue. Although Harry felt a flicker of anger, he managed to suppress it and attempted to mediate, only to inadvertently intensify Draco's ire. Draco mounted his broom and soared into the air, exuding a challenging aura. Infuriated, Ron also took to the skies, albeit clumsily, for he had previously struggled to lift a broom. With determined resolve, he steered his broom towards Draco. Startled, Draco flinched and tossed the memory ball away. However, Ron disregarded the ball entirely and collided directly with Draco, sending both of them tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, they were not very high up, and West cast a levitation charm to ensure their safe descent. Meanwhile, Harry pursued the discarded memory ball on his broom, only to be intercepted by Professor McGonagall. Enraged by the trio's reckless behavior, she deducted 10 points from Gryffindor and 5 from Slytherin. Yet, due to West's timely intervention to save Ron and Draco, Slytherin was awarded an additional 10 points. McGonagall summoned Harry away. After a considerable time, he returned, dazed, to inform West that Professor McGonagall had invited him to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker. West's heart raced. He couldn't fathom McGonagall's reasoning for allowing a first-year student to join the Quidditch team. Were the upperclassmen truly so inept? Perhaps Gryffindor's Quidditch team should simply disband. What West did not anticipate was that Ron and Draco had secretly arranged a duel behind his back. Harry, determined to intervene, followed them. Even more incredulously, Hermione Granger was among their ranks. The four were caught red-handed by Filch's Mrs. Norris and, by a twist of fate, stumbled into a room down the right corridor on the 4th floor. Inside lurked a salivating three-headed dog. Draco screamed, "It almost bit me. Is Harry all right?" West furrowed his brow. "Of course he's fine. He's happily returning to Gryffindor with Weasley." Draco muttered in a fragmented complaint, bewildered by the excitement. West sighed in relief, then adopted a serious demeanor. "What possessed you to provoke Ron, Draco?" The boy was spoiled by his family and had a penchant for stirring trouble. Draco, feeling aggrieved and a bit angry, retorted, "He provoked me first. Wasn't it you who mocked Longbottom?" West replied, exasperated. "So what? Besides, didn't Harry retrieve the memory ball?" Draco defended himself, oblivious to his own fault. "Do you ever consider the consequences of your actions?" West, reluctant to involve himself in the squabble between Draco and Ron, decided to manage all three together to prevent them from unwittingly courting danger. What if you were caught roaming by the headmaster? What if you were truly bitten by that three-headed dog? Do you not care for your own safety? West's expression darkened. As the heir of the Malfoy family, if you cannot restrain yourself, I will have no choice but to inform the headmaster and write to your father. Draco felt unqualified to be reprimanded by West. Yet the dark expression on West's face mirrored that of Snape, perhaps even more intimidating. He dreaded the thought of West revealing the matter to the headmaster. So he sulkily drew the curtains and refused to speak to West any longer. Chapter 9. The Dungeon Detention 2. The following morning, as Harry entered the Great Hall, he immediately plopped down at the Slytherin table, boldly taking a seat beside West. West, you won't believe what we discovered last night, Harry exclaimed with excitement. West frowned. Draco has already informed me. What you did was exceedingly dangerous, Harry. Understanding that West's concern stemmed from care rather than genuine anger, Harry began stuffing his mouth with a blueberry scone, nearly choking, and gulped down several mouthfuls of pumpkin juice that West passed to him to recover. All right, West. I promise I won't go there again, Harry pleaded, but Hermione interjected. That three-headed dog was standing on a trapdoor, so it must be guarding something. West recognized that Harry's curiosity was piqued once more. So, you wish to go inside and take a look? Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do you know what this reminds me of? The item that Snape took from Vault 713. It might be there. Harry. West's tone grew stern, his expression serious. Don't do anything foolish, all right? There's a three-headed dog up there. There could be even more dangerous things below. Harry hesitated. Surely not? Would Dumbledore really keep something that perilous at Hogwarts? West facepalmed. Given that a three-headed dog was already in the castle, he wouldn't be surprised if there were more dangerous things. In any case, promise me you won't go back to that room. Can you do that? West warned Harry. And seeing Harry's dejected expression, he added, if all else fails, you might try to coax some information out of Hagrid. I suspect he knows that three-headed dog. Perhaps he could satisfy your curiosity. Harry's gloomy demeanor brightened in an instant. Oh, thank you for the tip, West. I'll go see him right away. Harry cheerfully resumed his breakfast. When the owls flooded the hall during the letter delivery time, a slender parcel carried by 6 owls caught many people's attention. Landing directly on Harry's table, West, upon seeing the shape of the package, already surmised its contents and who might have sent it. Upon learning of Harry's entry onto the Quidditch team, he had intended to ask Hagrid to procure a fine broom for Harry from Diagon Alley. Harry, puzzled, unwrapped a letter that accompanied the package, and after reading it he laughed in surprise, handing the letter to West. The Nimbus 2000. West was astonished. Professor McGonagall truly outdid herself. I don't even know how to thank Professor McGonagall, Harry mumbled. West ruffled Harry's messy hair. Winning the Quidditch matches will be the greatest gratitude you can offer Professor McGonagall. Draco, having forgotten about his one-sided Cold War with Harry, interjected, Harry, what is this? He casually distributed some sweet scent from home to Harry and West. Harry hesitated briefly, then whispered to Draco, a Nimbus 2000. Draco's face was one of shock, his eyes brimming with envy. He reached out to touch the package, confirming it was indeed a broom, and exclaimed, Harry, are you insane? Shoo. Draco, keep it down. Harry stepped forward to cover Draco's mouth. Draco forcefully pulled Harry's hand away and muttered, first years aren't allowed to have brooms. You're in trouble. I'll explain later, Harry replied. Do you want to give it a try? We can play this afternoon. Draco was clearly tempted, but Harry continued, but Ron has to come too. I haven't told him yet. Draco glared, his gray-blue eyes wide. I hate him. He can't come. Harry quickly reassured him, but you are both my good friends, Draco. I hope you can get along. He grasped Draco's hand, and I told you this news first, right? After a moment of internal conflict, Draco relented, fine, for your sake. I won't scold him today, as long as he doesn't insult me. Harry let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly took the package to persuade Ron. West, left on the sidelines, lamented, my brother has grown up. With a sigh, he finished his last bite of breakfast and prepared to attend class. As night fell, West dutifully descended into the dungeon for his detention. He rapped on the door with practiced precision, and upon receiving the professor's permission, he entered. Snape was stationed at the workbench, where a cauldron bubbled with a potion in a vigorous boil. Professor, what do you require of me today? West inquired, his gaze drifting from Snape to the potion being brewed. A wake-up draft, the term flickered through West's mind. This must be Snape's preparation for the upcoming Quidditch match. Without sparing him a glance, Snape busied himself with the task of cleaning up a batch of slugs. West approached the corner where a barrel full of slugs sat, their damp, slimy bodies wriggling within the muck. He donned the gloves beside him, resigned to his fate, and began the tedious task of handling the slugs. By the time he finished, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. West removed the gloves and rubbed his sore hands, only to find Snape still engrossed in potion-making. He felt no urgency. Instead, he strolled over to the bookshelf, meticulously examining the neatly arranged volumes. Snape's collection was extensive, encompassing not only a plethora of potion texts but also numerous studies on dark magic and rare ingredient compendiums. Summoning his courage, West asked, "Professor, may I peruse your potion books?" The steam rising from the cauldron obscured Snape's expression as he set down his stirring rod and approached to assess West's work. To his surprise, West had handled the slugs remarkably well, preserving the entire digestive gland without a single error, something he had never seen a first-year student accomplish. Typically, Snape assigned slug handling as a punishment, allowing the discomfort of not wearing gloves to linger with the students for some time. His admiration grew, and he contemplated granting West's request, as he was generally lenient towards those with a talent for potions, particularly since West was Lily's child. Yet, Snape couldn't resist a biting remark. "Do you remember you are but a first year?" West blinked in response. After several days of interaction, he had discerned Snape's temperament. With a smile he replied, "Professor, I believe you would agree that ability is not confined by age." Snape, in silence, brandished his wand, delineating a specific area. "You may only consult this section of the books. The rest, especially those concerning dark magic, are off limits." West promptly acquiesced. "Of course, thank you, Professor." He pressed further. "Might I also come to the dungeon to read at other times?" His emerald eyes sparkled under the dim light, reminiscent of a girl from his memories. Snape, flustered, turned away. "You may, on the condition that it does not interfere with your studies." "Certainly, Professor. I shall prove my diligence through my grades," West declared. But upon observing Snape's anxious demeanor, a flicker of discontent crossed his gaze. "It is late. You should head back," Snape instructed. "Return tomorrow." West nodded obediently, opening the door only to find Snape trailing behind him. "Professor, are you accompanying me?" West inquired. Snape averted his gaze. "I trust you realize curfew has arrived?" "Thank you, Professor," West replied. Chapter 10, The Troll. During this time, West's life had been exceptionally fulfilling. By day he focused intently on his studies, observed Harry's Quidditch practice in the afternoons, and dutifully assisted Snape in the dungeon with potion materials each evening. He spent nearly every spare moment immersed in the dungeon. The atmosphere was tranquil, permeated by the bitter scent of potions, and West often detected a faint hint of absinthe, the essence of Snape himself. Snape dedicated his non-class hours to grading papers or brewing potions, yet their interactions remained minimal. They each engaged in their own tasks, a peculiar harmony resonating in the soft rustle of turning pages. Occasionally, Snape would pass West an advanced potion recipe beyond the first-year syllabus, encouraging him to attempt the brewing. Thanks to an inexplicable reservoir of knowledge and practical memory, West consistently managed to control the potion's temperature with precision, successfully completing each concoction. The growing approval in Snape's eyes translated into a notably lenient demeanor during class. While every other student faced the unrelenting wrath of the Serpent King, only West emerged unscathed, attracting envious glances from a throng of Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. Aware of Snape's intention to nurture his talent, West was more than willing to showcase his prowess, relishing the professor's attention. Concerning the inexplicable fragments of memory that had surfaced in his mind, West had scoured the library for extensive research, even delving into the restricted section with Snape's permission, but to no avail. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to locking away his uncertainties, concentrating instead on his current studies and life. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed since West and Harry began their lives at Hogwarts, with Halloween approaching swiftly. On the eve of Halloween, during their charms class, Ron and Hermione clashed over the practice of a new spell. On their way back to the dormitory, Ron was in a foul mood. "No wonder everyone dislikes her," he remarked to Harry. "Who could possibly tolerate her?" No sooner had he spoken than Hermione stormed past him, glaring fiercely before hastily departing, leaving 2 tears to splatter on the marble floor, creating tiny splashes. Watching Hermione disappear around the corner, Harry sighed in resignation. "Honestly, you're finished, Ron." Ron felt a twinge of unease but stubbornly retorted, "So what? She doesn't have a single friend." "I'm just speaking the truth." Harry remained silent. At least West and Hermione had forged a friendship. The two had developed a deep bond in the library. West had even asked Hermione to help him with research. He hadn't even included Harry in this endeavor. Truth be told, Harry scarcely understood the vocabulary they used. It was only during the afternoon classes that West noticed Hermione was missing. Harry lowered his voice to explain to West. "Hermione had a falling out with Ron this morning and cried. We have no idea where she is." The red-haired boy beside Harry shifted uncomfortably, unable to meet West's gaze. As the brother of the Savior, a unique existence, West exhibited exceptional talent across all subjects, earning the favor of professors and even the Serpent King, thus commanding considerable respect among the first years. Even the notoriously arrogant Draco had complied with his reprimands after being caught out at night. West shot a disapproving glance at Ron, but chose not to say anything. Ultimately, it was Hermione's roommate, Parvati Patil, blushing, who informed West that Hermione was crying in the girls' restroom and had forbidden anyone from comforting her. Upon hearing this, West thought it best to let Hermione be for a while and resolved to talk to her the following day. After class, West, Harry, Ron, and Draco made their way to the Great Hall for the Halloween Eve feast. With Harry's mediation, Ron and Draco were now able to walk together, though they still eyed each other with disdain, and whenever Harry's attention faltered, they would inevitably engage in a verbal spat. However, at that moment, West's presence kept them in check, and both Ron and Draco followed obediently behind him. The hall has donned its Halloween decorations, with 1,000 bats flitting across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirl like low-hanging storm clouds above the dining tables. The flickering flames of candles nestled within the pumpkins cast a warm glow upon the exquisite and delectable dishes laid out along the long table. West is enjoying his meal, occasionally glancing at Snape, who seems to be engaged in a serious conversation with Dumbledore, his countenance rather grim. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell bursts into the hall in a state of panic, one hand clutching his garlic-scented turban, screaming, "There S.A. troll!" In the dungeons, the hall erupts into chaos, prompting Dumbledore to command the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories. West notices Dumbledore whisper something to Snape, who hastily exits the hall. Seizing Harry, West insists, "Come on, let us go back to the dormitory with Percy, all right?" "Of course," Harry replies. After speaking, West follows Snape's hurried pace. In his rush to leave, he fails to notice the flicker of concern in Harry's eyes. Employing a newly learned disillusionment charm, West conceals his presence, trailing Snape at a cautious distance. Snape strides briskly, weaving through corridor after corridor, ascending several flights of stairs, and ultimately turning into the restricted room on the 4th floor. West holds his breath, pressing against the cold stone wall, hearing the sounds of fierce barking and tearing fabric. Then comes Snape's furious shout, "Get away, you filthy beasts!" The noise abruptly ceases. Clenching his wand tightly, West waits until all is silent before approaching the door. Alohomora. Accompanied by a low, husky incantation, West glimpses the 3-headed dog slumbering nearby. The trapdoor that Harry had mentioned lies ajar. West observes the droplets of blood scattered across the floor, trailing beneath the trapdoor, and his cold gaze pierces the sleeping beast, his emerald eyes shimmering with a serpentine glint, akin to a snake fixating on its prey. The 3-headed dog whimpers, trembling in fear as if ensnared by a python. West raises his wand but ultimately refrains from acting, opting to conceal himself once more before Snape's return. After what feels like an eternity, Snape emerges, hastily making his way to the lower level. West scrutinizes Snape's retreating figure, and notices his gait is uneven, suggesting an injury to his leg. "Damn that 3-headed dog," West mutters, "I will kill you one day." Taking a shortcut, he arrives at the 1st floor just ahead of Snape, spotting several professors, led by Dumbledore, heading towards the girls' bathroom. A wave of regret washes over West. Oh no, Hermione is still in the girls' bathroom. He had been so focused on Snape that he completely forgot about Hermione. West layers on several more disillusionment charms and hastens toward the restroom, praying that Hermione remains unharmed, as he holds great admiration for the clever girl. Upon reaching the girls' bathroom, West witnesses a startling scene. A large stick, enchanted with a levitation charm, plummets from the air, knocking the troll unconscious. Harry stands before the troll, holding his wand, now slick with slime, while Ron pulls a tear-streaked Hermione away, her face still etched with shock. Harry Potter. West feels a mix of irritation and relief. He knows Harry and Ron came to rescue Hermione, so he cannot blame them too harshly. Yet, Harry's reckless habit of rushing into danger must be curbed. Departing first, West waits at the entrance to the cellar for Snape. The moon stretches the boy's shadow long and thin. After a considerable wait, Snape finally returns to the cellar. His somber expression shifts dramatically upon seeing West standing at the door, as if a painter had altered the palette of his features. "Are you looking for trouble?" Snape roars, unable to contain his anger. West's gaze fixates on the blood-soaked hem of Snape's robes, the dim moonlight reflecting the coldness in his eyes. Snape doubts his perception. As the next moment, West looks up with a pitiful expression, tears glistening in his eyes. "Professor, I'm scared," he confesses, boldly grasping Snape's sleeve. Snape's arm tenses beneath his cloak, yet he ultimately refrains from shaking West off. With a stern expression, he opens the cellar door and steps inside. Chapter 11. The Monster. West follows closely behind Snape into the cellar, the door closing behind them with a heavy groan. The cellar is as cold and dim as ever, candlelight casting Snape's black robes into a flowing pitch. A faint aroma of absinthe mingles with a hint of rust in the air. Snape approaches the potion cabinet, his typically graceful stride betraying an almost imperceptible stiffness. West's gaze remains fixed on the blood-stained left calf of Snape's trousers, suppressing the pain. Snape does not wish for West to perceive his discomfort. "The troll has been captured, Mr. Potter," he states, retrieving a vial of sleeping potion and handing it to West, urging him to leave. "Or do you intend to inherit your foolish father's hero complex?" In the shadows, Snape's lips appear pale, his jaw clenched in pain, his left knee involuntarily bending. The metallic scent of blood thickens in the air, and West stands his ground, prompting Snape's irritation to rise. "Return to your common room." West stubbornly lingers, but an inexplicable emotion overwhelms him. "Professor, being bitten by a three-headed dog is no trivial matter. If you don't tend to it soon." Snape's pupils narrow sharply, dark clouds swirling within. He suddenly spins around, colliding with a potion bottle on the shelf, its dark red liquid shattering on the floor. "When did you begin to stalk your aging professor?" Snape grits his teeth, anger igniting in the depths of his sunken eyes. "Do you think I'm too old to wield a wand?" Feigning ignorance to Snape's taunt, West adeptly retrieves some healing herbs from the cabinet, pressing the obstinately standing professor into an armchair. He kneels down, attempting to lift the blood-soaked hem of Snape's robe. Snape suddenly grips West's wrist. "Who permitted you, Professor?" West interrupts. "Let me finish bandaging it, and I promise to tell you everything, all right?" After a moment of silence, Snape releases his grip. West rolls up the trouser leg, revealing 3 ghastly gashes. West gasps quietly, murmuring, "This might sting a bit, Professor." Snape scoffs, unwilling to say more. West presses the blood-soaked cotton against the wounds, and Snape's muscles tense sharply, cold sweat dripping from his pale jaw onto West's hand. As West observes Snape's expression, he utters a complex incantation for a blood-replenishing charm. "Who taught you the black magic blood-stopping techniques?" Snape's voice trembles with pain. West momentarily hesitates, then resumes his task, tying a neat bow. Snape's eye twitches, and he can no longer suppress his frustration, yanking West's collar. Their eyes lock at an alarmingly close distance. "When did you?" Snape begins, subtly invoking the legilimency spell. West, pondering how to deflect Snape's inquiries, finds himself ensnared by Snape's dark gaze. Suddenly, the thread that tethered his rational mind snaps, and an entity dormant within the depths of his soul awakens. His once vibrant emerald eyes lose their luster, transforming into eerie slitted pupils, adorned with serpentine patterns. Confronted by those unnerving, non-lily-like serpentine eyes, Snape's pupils constrict to pinpricks. "What lies beneath, Professor?" Vester's hand gripped Severus's arm, as an unfamiliar voice spilled forth from his lips. A pair of serpentine eyes shimmered with an eerie green light. Vester cried out in his mind. This was not what he intended to convey. The Philosopher's Stone. Severus seemed to lose himself in a daze, murmuring. Yet before his words could fully escape, he abruptly snapped out of his reverie, knocking over several potion vials behind him. Amidst the cacophony of shattering glass, cracks appeared on Severus's usually impassive face. "Potter, what have you done?" Severus tightened his grip on the boy's collar, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The black robe swirling in the candlelight, casting shadows that writhed like serpents. His nails, stained a sickly hue from years of potion-making, nearly dug into Vester's collarbone. In the dim light, the fond and tolerant gaze Severus typically held for the boy transformed. How could he look at him with such a monstrous expression? Vester's complexion paled, his mind buzzing, while the chaotic entity within him chuckled at the unfolding scene, retreating indifferently into the depths of his being. At the moment Severus initiated the legilimency, Vester felt as though his brain might explode. The unknown monster residing within him emitted terrifying roars, enraged at the violation of its territory. His body had been seized by this creature, which had intruded upon Severus's mind without his consent. Who was he after all? For the first time, Vester experienced true anger. Yet as he met Severus's gaze, it morphed into a profound sense of helplessness. "I don't know, Professor." Severus's expression hardened as he grasped his wand, dragging Vester's arm outward, the door to the dungeon swinging open with a resounding bang. Vester, still pale, gasped as he saw Severus striding forward. "Professor, your leg, silence!" Severus barked, leading Vester through the corridor until they reached the statue outside the headmaster's office. He whispered the incantation, "Lemon Snow," and the statue slowly shifted aside, revealing the office door. Severus strode in without hesitation. At that moment, Dumbledore had donned his night attire, preparing for rest. Upon seeing the stern-faced Severus and the pallid Vester, he descended the spiral staircase with evident surprise. "What is the matter, Severus?" Dumbledore inquired, his wise gaze falling upon Vester. "Has something happened to him?" Severus thrust Vester forward. "He is not right." Things had spiraled out of control, Vester thought helplessly. What was that thing hidden within him? What did it intend to do? Dumbledore squinted his blue eyes behind the crescent-shaped lenses, the enchanted mirror peeking from the sleeve of his robe vibrating at a low frequency. The old headmaster waved his elder wand, and 3 high-backed chairs glided from the shadows. Perhaps we should sit down and enjoy some cockroach clusters? Now is not the time to display your macabre sense of humor. Severus firmly pressed Vester's shoulders, his eyes reflecting a hesitation, unsure how to articulate his concerns. Vester fixated on the phoenix feather pattern on the carpet, his right hand unconsciously reaching for his wand. Dumbledore suddenly grasped the boy's wrist. Do not be anxious, child. Severus. May I see the memory from that moment? Severus drew his wand to his temple, drawing forth a silvery strand that swirled into the pensive. In the memory, when Vester's pupils transformed, the scene abruptly faded to blankness. This was not legilimency, Severus mused. Legilimency merely allowed the caster to view another's memories, whereas Vester appeared to have directly commandeered his thoughts, compelling him to confess much like the effects of a truth serum. After reviewing the memory, Dumbledore's expression grew grave, particularly upon observing the serpent-like pattern in Vester's eyes. For a long time, due to that prophecy and the scar upon Harry's forehead, he had focused solely on Harry, never suspecting that Vester might also be afflicted. He raised his elder wand and cast a diagnostic spell upon Vester. The spell emitted a brilliant white light as it passed over Vester's arm. Dumbledore instructed Severus to roll up Vester's sleeve, uncovering a crescent-shaped scar on his arm. Even though Vester emotionally trusted Severus completely, he tensed at that moment. Dumbledore, with a look of astonishment, brushed his thumb over the indentation of the scar. An aura of malevolent power extended from the scar like a poison blade, piercing the intruder's flesh. As Dumbledore lifted his hand, his thumb had already been scorched. The skin charred and cracked. Vester's head throbbed again. His face, which had just regained color, turned pale once more, lips pressed tightly together to suppress any cries. Severus's eyes widened in disbelief as he recited healing spells repeatedly, gradually closing the burnt fissure. Dark magic? Severus's emotions threatened to spiral out of control. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the scar, and upon hearing Severus's words, he sighed. Perhaps it is worse, Severus. Vester felt the crescent scar on his left arm pulsating, as if something were coursing through his veins back to his heart. In a daze, he could hear Severus's rapid heartbeat behind him. He recalled the bow tied around Severus's calf in the dungeon, perhaps fluttering beneath the folds of the professor's robe, trembling with each hurried breath. Chapter 12. The Patronus. The towers of Hogwarts loomed faintly in the dense fog of the night. The headmaster's office remained illuminated with a warm glow. Dumbledore rapidly perused ancient tomes within the office, still unable to find a similar case. If one were to adhere to Muggle explanations, Vester might conclude he was suffering from schizophrenia. However, due to his status as a wizard, the situation was exacerbated. With no other recourse, Dumbledore requested Severus to escort Vester back to the Slytherin common room, allowing himself some time for further investigation. After Severus led Vester away, Dumbledore sat in his chair, letting out a sigh as he picked up quill and parchment. Once he penned the final letter, he set down his quill and folded the letter into an envelope. The yellow light cast upon the envelope revealed a flourish of cursive. Addressee: Gellert Grindelwald. This letter would traverse more than half a century of silent confrontation, and be sent to Nurmengard. Vester trailed behind Severus, gazing at the unwavering silhouette ahead, walking in silence. Neither spoke, their shadows elongated under the dim candlelight of the corridor. Vester's heart ached unbearably. He was at a loss for what to do. He could not shake the image of Severus's shocked and furious expression. Professor, I'm sorry. It was never my intention to control you. Vester clasped his hands tightly behind his back, anxious. Finally, Severus halted, casting a dark glance at Vester, returned to rest and refrained from wandering. Vester lowered his head. Yes, Professor. The moment the stone door to the Slytherin common room closed behind him, he caught a glimpse of Severus's exhaled sigh. I do not blame you. Severus turned and departed, his robes billowing like silent waves at midnight. After what had transpired, what right did he have to blame the child? Everything was his fault. On the other side of the door, Vester sighed in relief, finally feeling a sense of ease. He lay back on his bed, his thoughts returning to himself. What exactly resided within him? Faintly, Vester sensed a connection with that entity, sharing this body with it. He closed his eyes and silently called out, "Are you there?" After several attempts, just as he was about to give up, a mysterious force pulled him into the abyss. His soul detached from his body, plunging into a peculiar and eerie alternate realm. Here, darkness enveloped everything, rendering the surroundings invisible. West raised his hand and discovered an aura of white light encircling him, faintly illuminating the shadows. He heard a hissing sound behind him, akin to a serpent's call. Before he could react, a colossal form crushed him to the ground, eliciting a pained groan. A massive emerald-green serpent coiled over him, its enormous head raised high, gazing down upon him with a predatory stare. Its blood-red tongue flickering in and out, revealing glistening venomous fangs. The serpent's eyes were a vivid green, encircled by an eerie pattern of scales. West recalled the memories Severus Snape had placed in the pensive. His eyes had borne a similar look when West had attempted to exert mental control over him. "It's you," West uttered in a low voice, tinged with resentment. He felt no fear towards the serpent. In fact, he sensed an unbreakable yet invisible bond between them. Understanding that this creature could not truly harm him, the serpent remained pressed against him, even shifting its body in an attempt to coil around him. Unfazed, West inquired, "Why did you do such things to Professor Snape?" The serpent halted its movements, narrowing its eyes, and with an astonishingly similar voice to West's own, but colder, it retorted, "Why should I need a reason for my actions? You are truly mad. You wish for me to suffer, do you not?" A sardonic smile crept upon West's lips. "You, a parasite residing within another's body, do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous?" The serpent seemed to be struck at its core, tightening its grip around West, gritting its teeth in fury, nearly choking on its rage. "Silence!" it hissed. "You foolish ignoramus." West gasped for breath yet refused to concede, raising his hand, intent on casting a silent curse. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a deer and the sound of hooves shattered the eternal night's silence. The serpent abruptly released West, slithering aside to stand upright, watching him with a cold gaze. West beheld a doe and a stag emerging from the darkness, their hooves treading upon fragments of white light as they approached. The doe, with a gentle and familiar feminine voice, spoke, "We have awaited this moment for a long time." "My child." West stared, entranced, at the doe before him, instinctively reaching out to caress her soft fur. Memories long buried surged forth, uncontrolled magical outbursts at his birth, the near-death experiences of a young Harry, and the image of his parents, exhausted and desperate, poring over ancient tomes in a quest to save him. One fateful night, his mother, cradling him as his body burned with fever, hummed a lullaby, while his father, beaming with joy, rushed towards her, holding up an ancient text. After a brief discussion, they resolutely activated the protective enchantments of the Potter residence, enduring immense pain to sever their connection with their guardian spirits, sealing their essence within his soul. The final scene was etched in his mind. A still, windless night, when Voldemort burst into their home, casting 2 killing curses that extinguished his parents' lives. A flash of green light, and only 2 bodies remained, gradually losing warmth. Even as Lily fell, her eyes lingered upon him and Harry, filled with tender affection. West's hands trembled uncontrollably, his emerald eyes brimming with tears. "You are a special child, West. You were born powerful. You are the master of magic," the stag said, gently nudging West's palm with its antlers. "Yet your fragile body cannot withstand such immense power. To protect you and Harry, your father and I had to return to the Potter home, seeking a means to quell your magical tumult. The doe, who was Lily, tenderly reassured West, to ensure your survival, we had to suppress your strength." James spoke softly, his antlers tracing an ancient incantation in the air. "We discovered the oldest soul contract, using our guardian spirits and a fragment of our souls as a vessel to seal away your other half, the little Tom." The serpent scoffed, transforming into a tall youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to West. "We left the memories within the guardian spirit, partly to accompany little Tom, and partly to await your arrival," Lily explained, her eyes betraying a tinge of guilt. Hearing this, Tom's expression darkened, and he lowered his head, unable to smile. He longed to convey, "Mother, Father, I do not harbor hatred towards you." West had attained freedom, yet lost love. In this dark, desolate prison, he could still hear his mother humming lullabies, weaving starlight with antlers. He could hear his father recounting the proud tales of the Potter lineage, as well as the beautiful memories of their love. These were treasures unattainable by West and Harry, forever beyond their reach. He occasionally mused that perhaps continuing this way was not so bad. Yet the seal weakened, and the inevitable merging of him and West loomed, while their parents would vanish once more, just as on that still, windless night, dying again, leaving not a single memory behind. Watching the increasingly frail doe and stag, his heart swelled with resentment. Their parents were on the brink of a second death, while West and Harry remained blissfully unaware, living their joyful school lives. Thus, when the opportunity arose, he devised a plan for revenge, intending to provoke Snape in such a manner that West would be forever scorned, believing it would inflict prolonged suffering upon him, a notion that now seemed exceedingly juvenile. "I am sorry." Despite West's usual composure, he was merely an 11-year-old child in the presence of his parents. Had you not placed the guardian spirit upon me, you and father would not be so weak. Unable even to resist Voldemort. Tears welled in his eyes. Perhaps this is our fate, West. Lily seated herself beside him, allowing West to lean against her. While James used his towering antlers to draw another child closer, the two Wests sat together, entwined. For you and Harry, your mother and I do not regret it. James's voice rumbled softly. West trembled violently, his vision blurred with tears. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. Why must it be this way? Lily's gentle voice pierced through the darkness like dawn's light. Dear one, even if death separates us, love never fades. We love you and Harry. That will never change. She and James enveloped the two frail souls with their warm bodies, illuminating the pitch-black space as rays of light broke through, giving way to boundless greenery and delicate flowers beneath them. West's tears flowed uncontrollably, gradually soaking the doe's soft fur. As dawn's light filtered through the surface of the black lake and seeped into the Slytherin dormitory, West slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he had been weeping for some time. Chapter 13. The Quidditch Match. As November arrived, the Quidditch season commenced. During this period, Harry was exceptionally busy preparing for the Quidditch match, which was to be his first ever match against Slytherin. West ultimately chose not to disclose the events of that night to Harry. The guardian spirit was but a memory, and Harry would never be able to see them. Knowing would only deepen his sorrow. West, too, was not faring well. He resolutely rejected West's requests to re-enter the inner world, coldly stating that it would be best for them to have minimal contact, as the more they interacted, the quicker their merging would occur. Though West was reluctant, he felt powerless to change the situation. Since that fateful night, he has refrained from employing dark magic. He has become vaguely aware that contact with the dark arts would hasten the unbinding of the seals on him. And clearly, now is not an opportune moment. He has yet to mature. Recklessly unbinding the seals would be perilous. West is still enshrouded in the enigma surrounding his own past. Why did he experience a surge of magical power in his childhood? Whence come those memories? These questions remain unanswered. He posed this query to his guardian that day, but in the guardian's gentle gaze lay a remorse for having departed this world without elucidating everything for their child. He, however, felt no curiosity about these matters. Often teasing West when he appeared somewhat agitated, West began to devote an excessive amount of time in the cellar. Whenever he was in the presence of Snape, his inner turmoil was miraculously soothed. Snape did not resist his interruptions, perhaps even acquiescing, possibly due to Dumbledore assigning him the task of keeping an eye on West. Thus, West became increasingly busy, keeping pace with Harry, who was simultaneously training and completing assignments. He not only had to finish the additional potions homework assigned by Snape, but also assist him in managing a plethora of potion ingredients. In passing, he would somewhat forcefully tend to Snape's leg injury, accepting Snape's subtle barbs in return. Snape's leg injury did not deter him from deducting points from Gryffindor. The day before the Quidditch match, he penalized Gryffindor 5 points under the pretext that Harry had taken a book from the library out of school, confiscating Harry's magical Quidditch balls. Is that a fabricated excuse? Harry grumbled, watching Snape limp away. What happened to his leg? Who knows, but I hope it hurts like hell, Ron maliciously remarked. Before he could finish, he spotted West turning the corner, supporting Snape as they departed. West said something that made Snape's countenance darken. Yet he did not shake off West, prompting West to smile, revealing 2 small dimples on his pale face. Ron fell silent. If West were to discover that he had been disparaging his head of house behind his back, it would not bode well for him. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. It was entirely natural for West to admire Professor Snape. After all, the treatment Snape afforded West was worlds apart from that which he extended to them. In a short while, he would ask West to retrieve his books for him, Harry mused. Previously, West had even gone so far as to disclose the truth about the Philosopher's Stone to Harry in order to quell his curiosity about the trapdoor, repeatedly cautioning Harry against doubting Professor Snape any further. Harry and Hermione had found information in the library regarding the Philosopher's Stone and Nicholas Flamel, satisfying their curiosity and leading them to abandon the notion of exploring the trapdoor. On the day of the Quidditch match, the weather was bright yet frigid. The aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the great hall, with everyone animatedly discussing Quidditch, save for Harry, who sat despondently in a corner. As West entered the hall, he saw Harry slumped over the table, untouched sausages on his plate. Cheer up, Harry, West said, patting him on the back from behind. You look far more agile on a broomstick than Neville does with his mandrake. West pushed a cup of hot cocoa towards him, its bottom resonating against the stone table. Thank you, West. Harry sighed deeply, forcing himself to take a few bites of sausage, but perhaps you should refrain from joking. It's far too cold. As the clock struck 11, The stands erupted in a frenzy of silver green and gold red, signaling that the Quidditch match was about to commence. West and Draco took their places in the highest row to observe the game. West immediately spotted Snape in the center of the stands. Now clad in a new black robe, his expression inscrutable, yet West could discern a slight upward turn at the corners of Snape's mouth, indicating he was in a rather good mood today. Harry emerged with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, drawing a wave of cheers from the crowd, particularly from Gryffindor, where Hermione, Ron, and several other students unfurled a massive banner proclaiming Harry for the win, adorned with a roaring lion. West diverted his gaze from Snape back to Harry, noticing Marcus Flint of Slytherin glaring menacingly at Harry. Unrepentant scoundrel, West squinted, twirling his wand in his fingers. If that brute dared to harm Harry, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, albeit not as simply as before. As Madame Hooch's silver whistle pierced the air, all players soared into the sky on their broomsticks. Gryffindor's Angelina seized the quaffle first, igniting cheers that warmed the chilly winter day, while Slytherin's angry roars added to the fervor. West narrowed his eyes, observing Harry soaring high above, gracefully navigating the field while searching for the elusive golden snitch. Upon witnessing Gryffindor's score, Harry even had the audacity to perform a few flips in celebration. Little rascal, West chuckled exasperatedly. The tension of the match continued to escalate. Suddenly, West noticed a golden glimmer streaking through the air. Harry quickly spotted the golden snitch, his speed vastly outpacing that of Slytherin's Seeker. Just as he was about to capture the snitch, Flint's hefty frame careened toward Harry like a cannonball, violently knocking him off course. Harry clung desperately to his broom to avoid a fall. Seeing that Harry was unharmed, a dangerous smile crept upon West's lips. Flint, who was currently being reprimanded by Madame Hooch, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, turning to find no one watching him. Just as one crisis was averted, another emerged. While Harry was intently dodging the bludgers and searching for the golden snitch, his broom suddenly convulsed violently, spiraling out of control, nearly throwing him off. Harry! West heard Draco exclaim in alarm. He sprang to his feet, his sharp emerald eyes scanning the arena. West's gaze instinctively landed on Snape, who wore a tense expression. Fixated on Harry, his lips moving silently. Unmoved, West's eyes rose higher, spotting Quirrell staring at Harry, murmuring incantations. Damn it! With the stands crowded, West could not cast spells freely, and thus he slithered through the throng of spectators like a serpent, approaching Quirrell, only to collide with Hermione. West! Professor Snape is cursing Harry's broom, Hermione exclaimed. It was not Professor Snape, West countered firmly, disregarding Hermione as he navigated to the back row of seats behind Quirrell, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling down from his seat, rolling down the steps beside Snape. Harry's broom abruptly ceased its wild flailing. Snape, startled by Quirrell's fall, turned to meet West's innocent, wide-eyed expression, feigning concern. Headmaster! How curious that Professor Quirrell has fallen. West pretended to care, entirely oblivious to the suspicion brewing in Snape's eyes. Snape, who had never been fond of Quirrell, feigned indifference as he turned away, a smirk flickering across his lips as he addressed Quirrell. It seems Professor Quirrell is in need of a refresher on the balancing charm. A dusty footprint marred the back of Quirrell's robe, his face pale. He clutched his precariously tilted turban, saying nothing as he stumbled away from the stands. Hermione stood beside West, utterly bewildered. Was that Professor Quirrell? How could he? West finally spoke up to clarify that Professor Snape was reciting a counter-curse and assisting Harry, a fact that he observed clearly. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Her eyes filled with remorse as she realized she had misjudged Professor Snape. Thank goodness you're here, West. West waved his hand dismissively. He feared that had he arrived a moment later, this girl would have been brandishing her wand, ready to unleash a fiery spell upon Snape using the new magic she had learned just days prior. He shuddered at the thought of Snape's freshly donned robes being charred. Who could fathom the depth of his anger if that were to happen? Chapter 14 Doubt. Harry steadied his broomstick, plunging swiftly towards the ground, the howling wind causing the edges of his cloak to flap vigorously. Everyone watched as he coughed into his hand for a considerable moment, and then a golden snitch emerged from his mouth, landing in his palm. I've got it! He shouted gleefully, raising the golden snitch triumphantly above his head. By Merlin's beard! The cheers erupting from the stands drowned out the sounds of the Quidditch pitch. The match concluded with Gryffindor emerging victorious. Draco leaned against the railing, his gray-blue eyes swirling with a tumult of emotions. He let out a disdainful sound, feeling a pang of disappointment for Slytherin's loss. Yet he couldn't help but feel joy for Harry. Draco hurried to Harry's side, eager to ascertain if he was injured. He feigned disdain, lifting his chin. Let me see if that snitch has turned your throat into a funnel. The joy on Harry's face was unmistakable. and exasperated. He waved his hand dismissively. Draco. At that moment, West had already joined Harry, casting several diagnostic spells to ensure his well-being before finally relaxing. Flint was still seething with impotent rage, furious that he had failed to catch the snitch. He practically swallowed it. Draco rolled his eyes. Must you make such a spectacle of yourself? Accept your loss gracefully. Can you not bear to lose? He simply found Flint despicable. The man was insufferable. You traitor. Flint, beside himself with fury, stepped forward, intending to berate Draco, but was silenced by the tip of West's wand pressed against his throat. Have I not warned you to keep your distance from Harry, Flint? West frowned, his voice smooth yet laced with menace. Flint's complexion darkened. Do you dare threaten me, West? Are you looking to be expelled? West narrowed his eyes, contemplating the various methods he possessed that could render Flint's existence a living hell without anyone noticing. Care to guess how many I have? West, what are you doing? Snape arrived at the scene, his expression more ominous than the encroaching night. West swiftly concealed his wand. Feigning innocence. Professor, Flint here claims he wants me expelled. Snape shot West a glare before turning to Flint. What transpired? He was pointing his wand at me. Flint sputtered. His face flushed, gesturing at West in front of everyone. I did not. Did Senior Flint suffer any harm? How do you intend to prove I aimed my wand at you? West feigned injury. Please do not slander a younger student. Flint surveyed the area. Finding only Harry and Draco nearby, Harry ignored him, hiding behind Draco, pretending to gaze at the stars. Draco, infuriatingly, merely observed Flint's twitching facial muscles with a mocking smile. Mr. Malfoy. Snape suddenly turned his attention to Draco. As a witness, what did you observe? Draco felt beads of sweat trickle down his spine. The lesson from his father to always uphold Slytherin's honor spun around his tongue thrice before ultimately transforming into a single statement. Before the match, Senior Flint said he would see to it that Harry broke his neck during the game. With that, he raised his chin, his gray-blue eyes defiantly meeting Flint's. Do you need me to demonstrate my memory, Professor? Flint's temples throbbed, but he dared not utter another word. He indeed had made that statement, unaware that Malfoy had overheard. Need I remind you, the role of a prefect is to maintain order, not to incite chaos? Snape's voice was as chilling as frost-laden cobwebs. You will clean the trophy room tonight, without the use of magic, Snape declared. Harry and Draco stifled laughter. It would be no small feat to clean the long dusty trophies without magic, and Flint would be losing sleep over it tonight. As for you, Mr. West. Snape's gaze swept over the youth's slightly curled red hair. Go to the dungeon and deal with the toad entrails. West nodded obediently. Yes, Professor. This punishment was inconsequential to him, as he had been handling the potion ingredients in the dungeon for some time now. After Snape departed, Flint left with a grim countenance, spitting in West's direction as he exited. West's expression darkened momentarily, but the memory of the powder he had scattered on Flint during the chaos brought forth a mischievous smile. West, Harry, Draco, Hermione, and Ron made their way to Hagrid's hut. Upon seeing Draco, Hagrid's eyes widened in surprise, and he awkwardly prepared tea for the five of them. Draco scoffed, if it weren't for Harry dragging me here, I wouldn't have come at all. It was Quirrell, Hermione explained to everyone. Ron and I initially thought it was Professor Snape, but West said he was casting a countercurse for Harry. Harry felt a flicker of gratitude toward Snape for his actions. Yet truthfully, he would have preferred it if Snape himself had been the one casting the curse. What have I done to offend Quirrell? Everyone's impression of Quirrell remained that of a stuttering, garlic-scented oddball, whose demeanor was far gentler compared to Professor Snape, and who had fainted from a troll's scare in the bathroom previously. Nonsense, Hagrid replied. Why would Quirrell target you? That's precisely what we want to know, Draco remarked, taking a sip of Hagrid's tea and instantly grimacing before setting it down. West, however, had noticed Quirrell's habitual gestures, constantly adjusting his turban. What was he concealing beneath it? Did he harbor some secret? In any case, his intentions toward Harry were nefarious. Harry, you need to keep your distance from him, Ron concluded. After a day filled with revelations, everyone's perception of Quirrell shifted dramatically, their guard now firmly raised. After much discussion, as they departed Hagrid's hut, West planned to head to the dungeon. I truly do not understand you, Draco muttered. Though Professor Snape is our head, do any students genuinely enjoy spending time with him? He berates everyone who comes near. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. West recalled the potion guidance Snape had provided him privately. Professor merely appears cold on the outside, but has warmth within. You will understand with more exposure. Harry and Ron shivered at the thought, not particularly eager for more interaction. All right then, off you go, West. We're headed to the library to do our assignments, Hermione stated. Draco, Harry, and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Had they ever mentioned going to the library? As dusk deepened, When West pushed open the wooden door to the dungeon, he found Snape engrossed in potion-making. His black eyes, devoid of their usual coldness, softened considerably. West settled beside him, beginning to process the toad entrails. Once he finished, Snape had just completed his potion and was in the process of bottling it. "Professor," West said, observing Snape. "The one who cast the curse on Harry today was Quirrell." Snape lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes locking onto West. He pondered for a moment before replying, "Understood. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Provided he does not harm Harry, Professor," West replied. Snape shot West a glare. "The professors of Hogwarts are not inept. They will protect Potter. You should focus on your own affairs." After he finished speaking, he paused momentarily, seemingly casually inquiring, "Have you been feeling unwell lately?" West was taken aback, recalling that he had not ventured out since that fateful night. He shook his head, responding, "I am fine, Professor." "By the time you realize you are not, it may be too late," Snape retorted with a cold sneer, retrieving a week's worth of calming potions from the cabinet and gesturing for West to take them. Complying, West accepted the potions, although he deemed them unnecessary. He preferred to alleviate Snape's and Dumbledore's concerns. Chapter 15 Christmas. The festive season was fast approaching, heralding the arrival of holidays, and everyone was eagerly anticipating their return home. During this time, a rather amusing incident transpired. The Weasley twins enchanted a few snowballs, which struck Quirrell on the back of the head. Their laughter echoed, their bright red hair stark against the snow. Above them, Filch's sharp reprimands rang out. Unsurprisingly, the two brothers faced punishment. Harry, Ron, and Draco were thoroughly entertained, praising Fred and George for their antics. They even added a spin charm to the snowballs. Ron laughed so hard that his shoulders shook. Naturally, West and Harry would not return to Privet Drive for Christmas. They had already signed up to stay at Hogwarts during the holiday. Ron and his twin brother also planned to remain, as the Weasley parents were traveling to Romania to visit Charlie. Upon learning that the Potter brothers would be staying, Draco invited them to Malfoy Manor. West, however, declined, knowing that Snape would also remain at Hogwarts for the holidays. Harry, unwilling to face the Malfoys alone and eager to spend Christmas with West, turned down Draco's invitation. The weather was already frigid, and the potions class, located in the dungeons, was even more bone-chilling. The students huddled close to the steaming cauldrons for warmth. Harry rubbed his icy hands together, occasionally jotting down notes. Hermione, bundled up like a small bear, still exhaled frosty breaths. Draco and Ron appeared the coldest, both dressed only in their house robes for the sake of style, now shivering uncontrollably. As Snape's flowing black robes swept past, West discreetly drew his wand from his sleeve and cast warming charms on Harry and the others. Snape suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto West, his dark eyes narrowing into a dangerous slant. Observing West's ingratiating smile, he merely snorted derisively and raised his wand, casting a broad warming charm that soon enveloped the classroom in warmth. The students sighed in relief, wondering why the potions master was being unusually kind today. After potions, West helped Snape tidy the desk, earning a sarcastic remark, "Potter, when did I hire you as my assistant?" Unfazed, West continued organizing the students' papers. Long ago, he had learned to disregard Snape's jibes, extracting from them the words he wished to hear. "Assisting you is no trivial matter, and by the way, you may call me West, Professor." Snape's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a live cockroach. "Mr. Potter, go attend to your own affairs." West chose to ignore him. "West." "Very well, Professor," West replied with a smile, having already organized the papers. "You have no classes next, do you? Where are you headed? Are you now inquiring about the whereabouts of the old professor?" Snape shot West an impatient glance. "The professor is in his prime. How can he be considered old?" Silver-tongued Potter. West was ultimately dismissed by Snape. Tomorrow marked the beginning of the Christmas holiday, and Hermione and Draco had already packed their bags to return home. West was still preparing a gift for Snape. He had not been feeling particularly joyful lately. As time passed, he increasingly sensed their presence intertwining, as if their souls were slowly merging into one. Unfathomable memories swirled in his mind like dark currents in the depths of the Black Lake. A silvery potion brewed on a moonlit night, annotations on the yellowed pages of an ancient tome, and a pair of hands stained with dragon's blood stirring a potion in a cauldron. Distraught, West plunged his quill into the inkwell, splattering ink onto the nearby parchment, creating delicate ink blots. The mere thought of these memories sent waves of anxiety surging within him. To be frank, this knowledge was an inexhaustible treasure trove, yet it constantly led him to question his identity. Who was he? Where did these memories originate? West shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts, his gaze gradually growing resolute. Regardless, he was now West Potter. with a twin brother named Harry Potter and a proud professor named Severus Snape. That was sufficient. The gift for Snape was a potion recipe for a countercharm against the soul extraction spell, a remedy he had distilled from his mind. He had found no reference to this potion in Snape's library, indicating that it was likely lost to time. West meticulously transcribed the recipe onto parchment, cast a concealment charm upon it, and sealed it in a silver-green envelope. The signature shimmered with silvery light in the candle's glow. To my most meticulous potions master. On Christmas morning, when West awoke, he discovered a pile of gifts at the foot of his bed. Harry had gifted him a photograph of the two of them, one of their rare joint pictures taken with Dudley's discarded old camera. Perhaps having consulted Hagrid or other professors, this photograph had magically transformed into an enchanted image. In the picture, West sat by the window with a book resting on his lap. He had been reading when he heard Harry call out his name. He looked up and offered a faint smile to the camera. Harry, holding the camera at arm's length, had captured a photo that showcased his face occupying nearly half the frame. His lips curved into a radiant smile. West smiled gently, placing the photograph on his bedside table. Hermione had gifted him a copy of 100 Years of Solitude, while Ron had bestowed upon him a box of chocolate frogs. Draco's gift was a beautifully crafted silver-green jewelry box, which contained a meticulously made gemstone brooch. Hagrid had given him a handmade flute, rustic and charming. Additionally, there were several anonymous Christmas gifts. As West sifted through the presents, he uncovered a dark green gift box at the bottom, tied with a ribbon and accompanied by a small card signed with the initials SS. Holding his breath, he gently opened the box to find a copy of Advanced Potions. Its pages filled with dense annotations, the handwriting elegant and bold, characteristic of the professor's style. West chuckled softly, skimming through the pages before reluctantly closing it, preparing to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Upon exiting the Slytherin common room, a shadow crouched in the corner suddenly lunged at him. Startled, West almost cast a spell, but upon hearing a familiar shout, "West!" he relaxed. Harry, brimming with excitement, collided into West, causing him to stagger back several steps. "You won't believe what I received," Harry exclaimed, already wearing the new glasses West had gifted him, an upgraded version that wouldn't fog or shatter. Although there were 2 silver glasses chains included, Harry apparently found them uncomfortable and had removed them. Harry clutched a package in his arms. "Let's go to your dormitory. Hurry." With Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle all returning home for Christmas, West found himself alone in his dormitory. He led Harry into the Slytherin common room, disregarding the curious stares from several younger students, and brought him straight to his dormitory. Leaning against the edge of his bed, he asked, "So what is it?" Harry opened the package in his arms, pulling out a silvery, liquid-like fabric. He draped it over himself, and in an instant he vanished from sight. West's eyes widened in surprise. "An invisibility cloak?" Harry lifted the invisibility cloak and exclaimed, "Look! You see this letter?" He unfolded the note for West to see. "Your father left this for me before he passed. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." Although unsigned, West immediately recognized the handwriting. He had noticed the letter on the headmaster's desk while Snape and Dumbledore were researching that night, and it matched perfectly. Harry was still puzzled about who had sent it, but he mentioned it was left by his father. Soon his excitement bubbled forth. "Never mind. Let's unfold the cloak. We can take turns using it. Or we could go for a nighttime adventure. Filch will never catch us." West sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. "Harry, do you often go on nighttime escapades?" Harry suddenly faltered, awkwardly shifting the subject. "Oh right. I brought you a hand-knit green sweater and a box of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley. I have one too." West picked up the sweater, which bore a large embroidered letter W. They had only hastily encountered Mrs. Weasley at Platform 9, yet she still sent them Christmas gifts. West chuckled as he donned the sweater crafted by Mrs. Weasley, and shared some of her fudge with Harry. The sweet aroma of the fudge mingled with the scent of pine from the fireplace, filling the dormitory, while delicate snowflakes began to fall outside. And the sounds of a harp playing a Merry Christmas tune floated in from the Great Hall. This Christmas was anything but cold. Chapter 16. A Reunion. West and Harry attended the Christmas feast in the Great Hall, which was a breathtaking spectacle. 100 roasted chickens, mountains of delectable meats, potatoes, sausages, and an array of wizarding crackers. At the head table, Dumbledore donned a wizard's hat adorned with flowers. Professor Flitwick used his wand to conjure a pink bow for Dumbledore's floral hat, causing the old headmaster's long silver beard to quiver with laughter. West felt disheartened to discover that the potions master was absent from the feast, causing him to frown. Harry, on the other hand, was having a splendid time. He and Ron pulled several crackers, which exploded to reveal a bag of shimmering balloons, a set of wizard chess, and a naval hat. leaving his cheeks flushed with joy. As West left the dining table, Snape still had not arrived. He greeted Harry and the others and decided to check the dungeons to see if Snape was there, only to find a wooden sign hanging at the entrance. As he approached, the sign revealed the words, "Do not disturb." West surmised that Snape was likely engrossed in studying the potion recipe he had given him. He began to ponder whether the timing of this gift was appropriate, as it seemed Snape might be stuck in the dungeons for an indefinite period. With a sigh, West strolled outside to the grounds. "Behold my unbeatable snowball missile." Suddenly Harry, wearing the naval hat, leapt out from behind a snowdrift and threw a snowball that struck West squarely on the back of the neck, sliding down his collar. "Harry Potter, you are finished." West growled through gritted teeth, conjuring 5 or 6 snowballs with his wand to hurl back at Harry. "You cheater!" Harry shrieked. The Weasley twins reveled in the chaos. George even transformed a snowball into a rabbit that chased West around. West burst into laughter, forming a snowball and throwing it at Fred, who attempted to ambush him. The setting sun bathed the castle in a golden hue. They frolicked in the snow all afternoon, and only when the chill became unbearable did they return to the common room. West parted ways with Harry and the others at the corridor, returned to his dormitory, lay down and closed his eyes hoping to enter his world. To his surprise, he found that he was permitted entry today. West's consciousness plummeted into the meadow. Since the last time, this place had transformed from a realm of perpetual night into an expansive grassland, with delicate yet resilient blades of grass beneath his feet. 2 deer stood nearby, gazing at him gently, their bodies appearing even more translucent in the sunlight than before. The boy in black stood with his arms crossed, a scowl on his face, rolling his eyes at West. "West, you've come," Lily said, her tone imbued with unchanging warmth and joy. West forced a smile, feeling the stiffness at the corners of his mouth, and approached. He ignored the boy's hostility, reaching out to touch the guardians of Lily and James, but his hand passed through them like mist. Their forms gradually became ethereal, losing their substance. "I'm sorry, West," James said. "We can't hold on much longer. By the end of your first year with Harry, we will likely disappear." Tears glistened in Lily's eyes. She longed to nuzzle West's cheek, but found she could no longer touch him. "Harry hasn't met you yet," West spoke, his voice hoarse. "Knowing you both are growing up healthy is enough for us," Lily replied. James stepped forward, his expression serious. "After we leave, you both must merge." He looked at West and Harry, his voice resolute and unyielding. "Return to Potter Manor, West. You must return. Only through our family's magical circle can you successfully merge." The boy in black remained silent for a while before speaking. "Don't you want to see Harry?" If West could cast the Patronus charm, they could meet Harry. He spent day and night with his parents and understood their yearning for Harry. Lily's face reflected a troubled expression. "That's advanced magic. West is only in his first year." West quickly interjected, "I can try." He gazed earnestly at his parents. "I will try, for you and for Harry." James sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. "You may try, but do not overexert yourself. Above all, we wish for your safety." "It's all right, Professor Snape will help me," West replied, looking at his parents, Mom, Dad. "Do you know Professor Snape?" Even transformed into a stag, West could still sense a mix of emotions on James's face, a hint of jealousy. Lily, however, appeared quite pleased. "West, do you have a good relationship with him?" West replied decisively, "Yes, the professor is very kind to me and often teaches me potions." James looked puzzled. Why would he be so kind to a Gryffindor? "That's hard to believe." West corrected him. "Dad, I haven't told you yet. I'm in Slytherin." Merlin's beard. "My son could not possibly be a Slytherin," James exclaimed, his sharp cry echoing, only to be silenced by a kick from Lily. He cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly amended, "No matter what house you're in, we are proud of you." "Harry is in Gryffindor," West said. "He resembles you, Dad." Lily felt genuine happiness. "It's wonderful that Severus is willing to help you." James grunted, "I think he is only doing it because you look like West." But before he could finish, he received another kick and promptly fell silent. "Did the professor like Mom before?" West suddenly asked. "Son, you found out?" James was taken aback. Lily looked at West, her emotions complex. "West, don't listen to your father. Severus and I are just friends." She rolled her eyes at him. Though Lily and Snape were friends, she remained oblivious to the feelings her son harbored for Snape. Perhaps even Wester himself has yet to see clearly. But he resides within his own mind, listening daily to his father's tales of the legendary love story between him and his mother, more acutely aware of his feelings for Snape than Wester himself. Indeed, he mused, he was not mistaken. Wester thought, "He always gazes through my face to see my mother." Speaking of Snape, James could not help but exclaim, his demeanor a stark contrast to that of a benevolent father. "Son, if all else fails, you should seek out Professor McGonagall. She is an exceptional witch and will surely teach you." Lily shot him a glare. signaling him to refrain from putting additional pressure on Wester. Both of their talents were already commendable, yet the Patronus charm was typically introduced only after the 4th year, with mastery expected by the 5th. Wester did not counter his father's words, nodding obediently. I understand, Dad. In truth, he intended to approach Professor Snape. He had an unwavering belief that Snape would possess a Patronus, such a resilient spirit. Chapter 17. The Mirror of Erased. In the depths of slumber, Wester felt a sudden tug on his arm. He jolted awake to find the space before him devoid of presence, his arm suspended in midair. Harry? He grasped his wand, casting a silent lumos, and extended his other hand to pull at the air before him. The invisibility cloak slipped off, illuminating Harry's disgruntled visage. He had fallen to the edge of the 4-poster bed, mumbling Merlin's beard. Wester, you are far too perceptive. Wester, exasperated, sat up. What are you doing here at this hour, cloaked in invisibility, sneaking into Slytherin's common room? Tell me, how did you manage to get in? Harry beamed with pride. I snuck in with a student from Slytherin who was out for a midnight stroll. His expression shifted to one of urgency, eyes shimmering with ethereal longing. But let's not dwell on that. Follow me. Under Harry's insistence, they both donned the invisibility cloak. Harry led him through the empty, moonlit corridors of the castle until they reached the library, turning left and right until they slipped into an abandoned classroom. Before them stood an exquisite mirror, its golden frame adorned with intricate and ornate designs, a spell engraved at its top. Wester squinted to decipher the inscription, Erased. Desire? Wester, do you see it? Harry whispered. Wester turned his gaze to the mirror's surface. What do you see, Harry? Can you not see Mum and Dad? They are waving at us, Harry urged, his voice trembling with eagerness. Wester gazed into the mirror, but saw only himself. He glanced at Harry, realizing that Harry's entire focus was fixated on the reflection. Turning back, he was astonished to see the mirror's image ripple. Behind him and Harry stood a smiling couple. The woman, with flowing red hair, was breathtaking. Her lips curved in a gentle smile as she gazed at them, her emerald eyes glistening with tears akin to their own. Beside her stood a tall, slender man, bespectacled with tousled black hair, strikingly resembling Harry. He embraced the woman, both smiling through tears. It was their parents, Lily and James. For a fleeting moment, Wester felt disoriented, his pupils dilating sharply. Another pair of red-haired figures emerged from the mist behind. The woman grasped his hand, her lovely face radiant with happiness. Her red hair was styled in a braid, adorned with cornflowers, and her dark eyes sparkled with innocence and vivacity. The man possessed a more mature, composed demeanor. His black robes featuring a medal engraved with a serpent emblem, his neatly combed red hair framing chiseled features, his deep black eyes observing him, and the woman as he tousled Wester's hair affectionately. Wester forcefully willed himself to avert his gaze, scrutinizing the layers of mist behind him, where another tall, slender silhouette faintly emerged. As if sensing his attention, the figure parted the fog and stepped forth. When Severus Snape emerged from the haze, Wester's previously dazed expression jolted with clarity. Was this his desire? Wester's complexion paled, his gaze returning to the pair of red-haired figures. A sharp pain pierced through his temples, as myriad fragmented memories cloaked in darkness surged within his mind. A sorrowful female voice sang a familiar lullaby, echoing in his thoughts. Sleep now, my dear baby. A sliver of moonlight rests upon your lashes, while the window hums an 18th century sea shanty. Wester attempted to disperse the mist, yet found himself ensnared, gradually succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Wester. What is wrong with you? Harry's voice echoed as if from another realm. Wester snapped back to reality, discovering himself kneeling on the cold stone floor, Harry supporting his arm, his face as pale as Wester's, while the figures in the mirror gazed at him with concern. Harry, we must leave this place, Wester said, his voice subdued. Harry bit his lip nervously, assisting Wester out of the classroom. Once away from the mirror, Wester's headache began to alleviate, allowing him to breathe once more. His forehead was slick with sweat, his complexion ghostly pale. Wester? Harry observed him with unease. Let's go back. Harry, Wester leaned against the wall, still looking unwell. Harry escorted him back to the Slytherin common room, glancing back repeatedly. Are you sure you don't want to visit the hospital wing, Wester? Wester had regained some composure, though his visage remained unsettling. I am fine. You should return. After a moment's hesitation, he added, if possible, avoid looking into that mirror, Harry. He turned his head, his pallid face shrouded in darkness. It merely reflects our desires, not reality. Harry remained silent for a while before replying, I understand. He then turned and departed. Wester lingered for a moment before returning to the dormitory. He knew Harry would not heed his warning, so let him gaze a while longer. Since Harry could remember, he had not seen his parents. As for the red-haired couple, the mere thought of them sent his brain, heart, and stomach into turmoil, nearly drowning him in anguish. They must be profoundly significant to him, Wester contemplated. Yet he discerned that it was not the right time to delve deeper into these matters. He would have to set them aside for now. He sensed that in due course he would uncover the truth. The following morning, the snow still lay unmelted. Wester had been sleepless all night, dark circles under his eyes. To prevent Harry from noticing, he cast a glamour charm to conceal his fatigue. When he arrived at the Great Hall, he found Harry and Ron seated at the long table. Harry appeared listless, resting his head on the table, rejecting Ron's invitation for a wizard's chess match. Wester? Harry looked up upon seeing him. What did you see? Wester settled beside him. Just what you saw. Harry's expression darkened with concern. Yet his instincts cautioned him against pressing further. Wester clearly did not wish to divulge, but he could not resist. Harry, it was an accident. I am fine now. Wester shook his head. Indulging in illusions is not wise. Please refrain from it, all right? Ron watched their cryptic exchange, his expression one of confusion. Very well, Harry replied reluctantly, lowering his gaze to avoid Wester's. Of course, unbeknownst to Wester, Harry returned to the mirror twice more, bringing Ron along on the second occasion. The scene that Ron beheld was one of triumph, where he reveled in the glory of being both the captain of the Quidditch team and the president of the student council, cradling the house cup and the Quidditch cup in his hands. On the third night, Harry ventured alone. He crouched on the floor, captivated by the reflection of a blissful family in the mirror. So back again, Harry? Startled, Harry felt the blood in his veins nearly freeze. He turned to discover Dumbledore seated in a chair behind him, observing him intently. They engaged in a conversation about the mirror and the visions it conjured, culminating in Dumbledore's announcement that the mirror would be relocated the following day. Indulging in delusional dreams while neglecting the realities of life is of no benefit, Dumbledore advised. West also expressed similar sentiments. Harry blinked in surprise and inquired, Professor Dumbledore, may I pose a question? Of course, Dumbledore chuckled, you just did. But feel free to ask another. What did you see when you looked into the mirror? I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Back in his dormitory, as he gazed at the top of his bed curtains, he contemplated how both Dumbledore and West had not spoken the truth. Chapter 18. The Pensive. On the eve of the Christmas holiday's conclusion, Snape finally made his appearance. He materialized unexpectedly around the corner of the corridor, startling West and Harry. Merlin's lace nightcap. Harry recoiled like a startled lion, stepping back sharply until his back collided with a suit of armor, producing a resounding clang. Potter, come with me, Snape stated with a stern expression. Harry shrank back, his eyes filled with questions, uncertain as to what had provoked Snape's ire. West, on the other hand, wore a sly smile and inquired, Professor, whom are you calling? Snape regarded their similarly emerald eyes before his gaze settled on West's silver-green tie. Reluctantly, he amended his words, West, to the dungeon. West couldn't suppress a chuckle, replying, Very well, Professor. He turned to Harry saying, You head to the Great Hall. I will join you shortly. Harry cast a hesitant glance at Snape, met with a fierce glare that made him flinch, and replied, All right, but do hurry. As Snape strode briskly, West kept pace, this time with much less difficulty, clearly benefiting from Snape's deliberate slow down. Upon entering the dungeon, the door slammed shut with a bang, and West turned to face Snape's grim demeanor. Snape's long fingers grasped the anti-polyjuice potion recipe, demanding an explanation. West remained unperturbed, having long prepared to disclose information to Snape regarding the recipe as a small prelude. It appeared that his mother had once been friends with Snape, although they had parted ways. She seemed to harbor regrets about that relationship and held Snape's abilities in high regard. If Snape were to teach him the Patronus charm, perhaps he could provide Snape with those two memories as a means of introduction. Professor, I can trust you, correct? West concluded his thoughts with a question rather than an answer. Snape issued a sarcastic retort. Do you possess anything I might covet? Professor, do you believe this recipe is genuine? I have never encountered the anti-polyjuice potion in any book, West queried, seeking to validate his hypothesis that the recipe was known only to him. Snape narrowed his eyes, setting the recipe down as he took a seat. It is genuine. I successfully brewed the potion a few days ago. After a pause, he added, I encountered this potion years ago in Diagon Alley. Relying on that expensive potion, he had struggled for quite some time with the recipe, but had yet to succeed. Snape had attempted to locate the potion's original owner, only to be informed by the vendor in Nocturne Alley that the owner had not been seen for quite some time. After successfully brewing the potion using West's recipe, he had knocked on Dumbledore's door early that morning, abruptly waking the old headmaster from his slumber. Following the potion's consumption, Snape wove false memories in his mind, subsequently allowing Dumbledore to perform legilimency on him. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore had resignedly remarked, "Severus, could you refrain from berating me as an old bumblebee in your thoughts?" Snape felt a surge of elation. He had not activated his occlumency, relying solely on the potion. He merely needed to fabricate a memory in his mind to deceive the legilimency spell. This was of paramount importance to them. Snape tightened his grip on the potion vial, recalling the look of trust and reverence in the boy's eyes, and resolved to privately interrogate the youth while maintaining his composure regarding the source of the recipe. Dumbledore had already grown wary of West, even likening him to a third-generation Dark Lord, prompting Snape to monitor West closely. At least he was not the Dark Lord. Snape mused grimly. The Dark Lord would never permit such a potion to be in the hands of his subordinates. Now, it seemed, the enigma surrounding West had deepened. As the recollection concluded, he gazed sternly at West, who was discreetly scrutinizing Snape's countenance, noting the dark circles under his eyes and the pallor of his skin, indicative of sleep deprivation. The professor had indeed been researching the anti-polyjuice potion in the dungeon, which explained his absence for several days. "Mr. Potter." Snape observed him in a daze, emphasizing his tone. "Where did you acquire this recipe?" West met Snape's gaze, calmly replying, "Professor, I do not know." "What do you mean?" "It is as if they sprouted from my dreams." West was at a loss for words and decided to say, "There are a few matters, Professor. Perhaps you should see for yourself." Snape regarded him, hesitated, but ultimately refrained from using legilimency. With Dumbledore occupied elsewhere, he took West to the headmaster's office, retrieved the pensieve, and instructed, "Extract the memory you wish to share and place it within." Under Snape's guidance, West raised his wand to his temple, extracting a silvery strand of memory and depositing it into the pensieve. The pensieve emitted a bright light, abruptly engulfing both him and Snape. Snape steadied himself as they landed in a realm of darkness. Raising his gaze, he beheld West alongside a gigantic serpent, his expression hardening as he drew his wand, poised to attack the creature. "Professor, this is merely a memory," West urged, restraining Snape's hand and shaking his head. Snape's eyes widened in realization, casting West an exasperated glare. The serpent then overpowered the boy. The two locked in a silent standoff, until they were interrupted by the sound of a stag's call. Snape's face froze. Watching as the doe approached, his wand hand trembling, "Lily?" West cast a worried glance at Snape, grasping his trembling hand. The doe then intervened, and the serpent transformed into a small boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to West. Memories flowed like a stream, and once all was said and done, West and Snape were ejected from the pensieve. Snape lingered in a daze, nearly stumbling before West steadied him. Lily was delighted that he could assist her son, unaware of who had leaked the prophecy to the Dark Lord. It was he who had brought disaster upon Lily, yet she continued to express her gratitude for his care of her child. Snape was engulfed in despair, clutching his chest as if struggling to breathe. He felt a dampness on his face. Lifting his hand to wipe it away, he realized tears had begun to flow. "Professor?" Wester called anxiously from the side. Snape snapped back to the present, recognizing that Wester was still beside him. He shook off the supportive hand of Wester, and strode out of the headmaster's office. Wester stood rooted to the spot, watching the receding figure, the flicker of darkness in his eyes shifting unpredictably. Was the sight of a deceased friend truly capable of eliciting such an intense reaction? Why did Snape appear to be so riddled with remorse and anguish? Severus Snape. What secrets do you bear? Chapter 19, The Patronus Charm. Wester returned to the Great Hall, his mind adrift as he finished his breakfast. He waited until the afternoon to revisit the dungeon, knocking on its door. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, revealing Snape standing behind it, looking down at him with a complex expression. "Professor, as you witnessed this morning, I need to learn the Patronus Charm," Wester implored urgently. Snape remained silent for a moment before stepping aside to allow Wester entry. The wooden door closed once more. The pallor and frailty that had characterized Snape that morning had vanished entirely. He regarded Wester with an imposing intensity. "I trust you are aware that the Patronus Charm is advanced magic." Wester nodded with composure. "I wish to give it a try. Come here." With a flick of his wand, Snape caused a bookshelf against the wall to creak and slowly slide aside, revealing a wooden door. Wester followed Snape inside, immediately assaulted by a damp, musty odor. In the center of the room stood a prominent black iron chest, from which tendrils of black mist seeped through the lid's crevice. Wester stood before the chest, curiously examining it. Snape tapped the chest lightly with his wand. "Inside resides a boggart. Do you know what that is?" Wester obediently replied. "A formless creature that can transform into the most fearsome thing one can imagine." Snape nodded in approval. Considering your meager magical understanding, I have preemptively solidified it into a Dementor form. With a wave of his wand, the chest began to shake violently. I trust you know how to deal with Dementors? Yes, Professor. Dementors are the guardians of Azkaban, capable of sucking away one's joy and cherished memories, Wester replied with steely resolve. They can be repelled by the Patronus charm. Gripping his lightning-struck wand, he prepared himself. Bring it on, Professor. Remember the incantation, and recall your happiest memory, Snape instructed, unfastening the chest's latch. The chest flew open with a jolt, releasing a wave of decay and numbing cold. A towering black creature floated forth, draped in a tattered cloak, its body rotting. Devoid of features. Thin skin, crusted with gray scabs, covered its hollow eye sockets, and its mouth was a gaping maw, emitting a chilling rasp. It disregarded Snape entirely. Lunging directly at Wester. Wester drew a deep breath, focused his mind, and raised his wand, expecto patronum. However, the wand remained inert, and the Dementor, undeterred, advanced towards Wester, intent on devouring his memories. A bone-chilling cold crept up from his heels. Wester clenched his teeth, nearly biting through his tongue, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. Expecto patronum. A deep voice resonated, and a burst of white light erupted from behind Wester, forcing the Dementor back into the chest. Wester turned to see Snape's grim countenance. His thin lips parting slightly. Recall your happiest moment, Mr. Potter. Wester's mind went blank. The image he had just conjured was of meeting Lily and James as their Patronus. But for him, it was perhaps not a happy memory, instead intermingled with a painful sense of helplessness. Once more, Professor, Wester urged, his complexion pale but his resolve unwavering. This time, he envisioned the snowy day spent playfully throwing snowballs with Harry. His wand emitted a faint white light, yet it was insufficient to repel the Dementor. Once more, Wester's memories returned to a day with Harry on Privet Drive, when the Dursleys had abandoned them for a trip, allowing him and Harry to enjoy several carefree days. They had played with a slightly deflated football discarded by Dudley, laughing joyously throughout the day. The light intensified slightly, but still not enough. After 5 attempts, Wester's pallor deepened. Snape finally closed the chest, his expression dark. That will be all for today. Snape strode out of the room, with Wester following closely behind. He watched as Snape retrieved a vial of invigorating potion from the shelf, slamming it down onto the table. Drink this before you leave, Snape commanded, retreating to his quarters, instructing Wester to return once he had gathered his thoughts for a second practice. Wester traced his fingers over the potion bottle's surface before tilting his head back to gulp down the potion, the sharp mint flavor piercing through him. He took a moment to regain his composure as the suffocating chill gradually dissipated. You truly are useless. A cool voice echoed in his mind. Wester paused, lowering his voice to inquire, You can speak? The youth's cold laughter reverberated in his mind. Always could. I simply couldn't be bothered to engage. You do realize we are essentially the same person, right? Wester sighed, tapping his aching temple with his knuckles. What is with such intense hostility? Stop trying to get close to me. The youth's tone dripped with impatience. Hurry and learn the Patronus charm. Time is of the essence. I know. Wester gazed at the tip of his wand, his expression deep and contemplative. By the way, can you use the Patronus charm? The youth fell silent for a moment before replying in frustration, No. Why not? Wester murmured, I feel unsettled. Do you understand? I mean, I always sense that the happiness I experience now is but a reflection in a mirror, inevitably to be lost. The youth ceased to respond, fading away quietly. Wester emerged from his reverie, a heaviness settling in his brow. He exited the dungeon, gently closing the door behind him, wandering into the great hall in a daze. He discovered Harry and Ron engrossed in a game of wizard's chess. Harry leaned over the board, sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, casting a golden hue upon his dark hair. Suddenly, Ron's knight piece surged forward, swinging its sword to topple Harry's queen. Ron immediately erupted into jubilant cheers. Harry appeared utterly bored until his eyes brightened upon seeing Wester. Where have you been? Wester sat beside him and Ron, fatigue etched across his features. I went to see Professor Snape about something. Harry leaned closer, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Wester's pale complexion. Suddenly alarmed, Is he making you brew potions again? Ron nearly choked on his drink at this. Goodness. Is he not even sparing you? Wester couldn't help but chuckle, his spirits lifting considerably. He ruffled Harry's hair playfully. Don't think too much of it. I just needed help with something. All right, Harry replied, though skepticism lingered in his eyes. Harry, if there was a chance to see your parents again, would you? Harry froze, his expression stiffening as he confessed, Wester. Even though I gazed into that mirror for 3 nights. Wester wore a knowing expression as Harry's voice dwindled. But the mirror has been removed by Professor Dumbledore, so we cannot see them. Wester sighed, I am being serious. Do you wish to see them once more? Upon hearing this, Harry's demeanor fell. He did not take Wester's words to heart, but after a prolonged silence he eventually murmured, I just want a hug. I only want a hug. I have forgotten what their embrace feels like. Chapter 20. Becoming a seeker on the eve of the new school year, Hermione and Draco returned. After listening to Harry recount his holiday escapades, she expressed her alarm at Harry's audacity to wander the school at night for 3 consecutive evenings, chastising him vehemently. What if Filch caught him? Her face was etched with dread. In contrast, Draco appeared exuberant. Haven't you noticed something? Wes looked somewhat glum. During the remaining Christmas holiday, he had undergone 2 more training sessions for the Patronus charm, but progress was minimal, and Snape's demeanor grew increasingly dark. Draco's words captured the attention of Harry and the others, which greatly pleased him. Haven't you realized that Flint hasn't returned? Harry suddenly understood. Right. He hasn't come back to school? Seeing Draco still teasing, Hermione hurriedly pressed, what happened to him? Draco then spoke with a triumphant air. I heard from my father that he's at St. Mungo's. He has no idea what happened, but his skin is rotting. Apparently, someone sprinkled him with toadstool poison. Serves him right, Ron chuckled. That kind of person deserves it. If you ask me, he's too foolish, West. Are you even listening to me? Draco, dragging his words in mockery of Flint, noticed West was in a daze, and called out with discontent. West, are you even paying attention? West absent-mindedly nodded. Draco, dissatisfied, continued. If you ask me, the most annoying thing right now is the headmaster. Why's that? Triggering a key phrase, West snapped back to reality. It's obviously because of this semester's Quidditch matches. With Flint absent, although his skills are mediocre, our substitute players are not up to par and cannot fill his position. Draco said with disdain. West rubbed his fingertips in contemplation. He had forgotten about this matter. Knowing Snape's temperament, a single loss for Slytherin would likely infuriate him for quite some time. Although West did not believe that Flint could lead Slytherin's Quidditch team to victory, especially after Harry joined the Gryffindor team. After all, Slytherin's seeker was far inferior to Harry. Once school commenced, Quidditch training would resume. West had been hearing from Harry about how stringent Wood was, and that training had never ceased even during the relentless rain following heavy snowfall. Undoubtedly, Harry participated diligently in every practice. He stood firmly with Wood, for if they won another Quidditch match, Gryffindor could triumph over Slytherin in the House Cup Championship. Harry, brimming with confidence for the Quidditch Cup, was utterly astounded to learn that Snape would be the referee, nearly tumbling off his broom in shock. Goodness! Snape will undoubtedly find every possible excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor. Harry slumped over the table, despondent. West, go plead with Snape for me. Ask him to spare me. West shot Harry a disapproving glance. What are you thinking? The professor doesn't deduct points arbitrarily unless Gryffindor genuinely violates the rules during the match. I know you have a fondness for Professor Snape, Harry said, slapping his face. You're right. I won't give him the opportunity. In the days that followed, Snape's expression was ominously dark, seizing every chance to deduct several points from Gryffindor. The training progress for the Slytherin Quidditch team was unsatisfactory, and it seemed Flint would not be returning this semester. The following morning after potions class, Snape summoned West to stay behind. Subsequently, West followed Snape down to the dungeons. Snape halted, watching him intently. I heard from Rowena that your flying class performance is outstanding, not in the least inferior to Harry Potter's? West's brow twitched, having anticipated what Snape was about to say. I still fall slightly short compared to Harry, Professor. Spare me your false modesty, Snape retorted with a sardonic twist of his lips, his dark robe swirling as he turned, exuding a chilling aura. Be at the Quidditch pitch before 3 o'clock. If I discover that your speed in catching the golden snitch is slower than a troll wiping its nose, do not dare call yourself my student. Snape threatened in a low voice. Yes, Professor. West could not refuse Snape and nodded in acquiescence. He still needed to figure out a way to acquire a new broomstick. For the school's ancient wooden brooms would not suffice for an entire Quidditch match. Take the broomstick beside the table before you leave, Snape suddenly said in a low voice. West picked up the broom and discovered it was a Firebolt 2000. He looked up, his eyes glinting with mischievous cunning, though his face displayed a clear confusion. Professor, is this a gift from you? Take it. Snape snapped, somewhat embarrassed. In the afternoon, when West arrived punctually at the Quidditch pitch, the Slytherin team was nearly assembled. Aside from a few of Flint's supporters giving him the cold shoulder, the others were quite amiable towards him. There were few fools within Slytherin. Anyone could see that West was Snape's most favored student, even more so than Malfoy, and they certainly lacked the audacity to defy the headmaster. The training proceeded smoothly. Catching the golden snitch was not a formidable challenge for West. Like Harry, He possessed an extraordinary Quidditch talent inherited from James. During idle moments, Wes floated in the air, observing the Slytherins as they discussed and practiced tactics. These fellows had a rather devious strategy, Wes thought disdainfully. They had been corrupted by Flint. Yet, Wes had no authority to intervene. After all, he was not the captain. As a seeker hastily recruited by Snape, he had no intention of meddling. Harry was overjoyed to hear that Wes had joined Slytherin, as it meant they would someday face off in a Quidditch match, an exhilarating prospect. Ron and Draco were envious. Draco even impulsively offered himself to Snape to join the Quidditch team, only to be met with a sharp rebuke from Snape, leaving him thoroughly dejected. Draco, sulking, was in a huff until Harry cheered him up with an afternoon of Quidditch. The match drew near. Harry was feeling quite anxious lately, constantly telling Wes that he encountered Snape everywhere he went. At times, he even suspected that Snape was stalking him, intending to capture him alone. Wes did not understand Snape's motives, but he firmly believed in him. Noticing Harry's distress, he mentioned that their mothers were friends with Snape. "Perhaps he's just looking out for you, Harry," Wes casually remarked. "Professor Snape wouldn't harm us." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never considered this connection. No wonder. That's why he is always following me. He actually cares. Seeing Harry begin to rationalize for himself, Wes sighed in relief. The next afternoon, Draco wished Wes good luck outside the changing room. "Wes, you must win this match. Otherwise, the house cup will likely belong to Gryffindor." He held his head high with pride. "I don't want Harry to gloat in front of me." Wes, polishing his new broomstick, smiled at this. "Rest assured," he said, concealing his grin, "I shall uphold the honor of the headmaster." Chapter 21. Secret Conversations. Madame Hooch was correct. Wes was indeed not inferior to Harry in this regard. The fiery red locks of the young boy danced like flowing flames in the brisk wind, and his fierce descent captured the attention of the majority. The students in the stands felt a surge of anxiety for him, instinctively clutching their telescopes tighter. Ravenclaw initially lagged behind Slytherin in points, and the match concluded swiftly after Wes swiftly caught the golden snitch, lasting merely 5 minutes. A wave of cheers erupted from the Slytherin stands, their silver-green banners undulating like a tempestuous sea. Snape allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as he accepted the congratulations from the other heads of houses with an impassive demeanor. He nodded towards West, his delight palpable, albeit restrained. Following this, Gryffindor triumphed over Hufflepuff, with Harry seizing the snitch in just 5 minutes, nearly mirroring West's time. Throughout the match, Hermione and Ron exchanged anxious glances between Quirrell and Harry, their expressions heavy with concern, leaving Neville bewildered beside them. Hermione and Ron resolved that should Quirrell make another move against Harry, they would employ the leg-locking curse Draco had taught them. Quirrell remained oddly subdued throughout the match, his gaze flitting nervously between the Potter brothers. Harry leapt from his broom at a height of 1 foot above the ground, catching sight of Wes conversing with Snape. Snape, sensing his gaze, shot him a piercing glare. Just then, Harry felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Dumbledore. "Well done," Dumbledore whispered. "I'm glad you didn't spend the entire day fretting over that mirror. It's splendid to see you engaged with life." An hour later, West and Harry exited the changing room, preparing to return their brooms to the broom shed. West cherished his Nimbus 2000 immensely. Harry suspected he would have even slept with it if given the chance. Both were in high spirits. Leaning against the wooden door, West awaited Harry as he placed the broom in the shed. Suddenly, they spotted a hooded figure swiftly descending the castle's front steps, hastening towards the forbidden forest. West's previously nonchalant expression turned grave as he recognized the figure to be Professor Snape. "Harry, come here," West softly beckoned, and the two mounted their brooms, stealthily following Snape. Snape dashed into the forbidden forest, where Quirrell awaited him. West and Harry quietly alighted on a towering beech tree, Harry's eyes brimming with curiosity as he discreetly scrutinized the two men. Quirrell appeared somewhat intimidated by Snape, stuttering more than usual. "I don't understand why you chose to meet here, Severus." "Oh, I believe this matter is best kept private," Snape replied coldly. "After all, the students must not be privy to the Philosopher's Stone." West and Harry listened intently as Quirrell mumbled something. Snape interrupted him. "Have you figured out how to get past Hagrid's beast?" "But Severus, you wouldn't want me as your enemy, would you, Quirrell?" Snape said, stepping closer. Quirrell stumbled backward, colliding with an old pine tree, needles cascading onto his trembling shoulders, rendering him rather disheveled. I don't know." "Very well," Snape interrupted. "Before long, once you've had time to ponder and decide to whom your allegiance lies, we shall converse again." He enveloped his head with his cloak and strode purposefully out of the clearing. Quirrell stood frozen, akin to a wooden statue. West quietly led Harry away. "West. Harry, where have you been?" Hermione exclaimed sharply. Ron was still cheering over the Quidditch victory, ready to pat Harry on the back when Draco squeezed through, embracing Harry. "You were brilliant, Harry. Truly worthy of being my friend." Upon noticing West nearby, he hesitated briefly, awkwardly opening his arms. "Slytherin's glory, shall we embrace?" West facepalmed, stepping back. "No thanks. Forget that. Let us find an empty classroom." Harry said seriously. West and I stumbled upon something. The five of them located an empty classroom, ensuring Peeves was absent before locking the door. Harry recounted what he had just witnessed, while West sat thoughtfully in a nearby chair. "What does this mean?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Why does Snape seem to be threatening Quirrell?" Draco scoffed. "It's obvious to anyone with eyes, Weasley. The beast they mention must be the three-headed dog, right?" Hermione said, her expression grave. "It belongs to Hagrid." "Goodness, Quirrell is probing for how to deal with the three-headed dog. After that incident." Hermione still held a degree of trust in Snape. "The question remains, which side is Professor Snape on? Whom does he serve?" Harry frowned. "Calm down, everyone," West rose. "Though I'm unsure of what the professor is discussing, I believe he wouldn't harm the students. Trust him, all right?" Draco rolled his eyes. "The headmaster wouldn't harm students. Though strict and fearsome, he is a good man." Hermione hesitated before speaking. "He saved Harry after all. If he were truly a villain, he wouldn't have done that." "Perhaps," West spoke leisurely, as everyone looked at him expectantly, "the professor is on Dumbledore's side, while Quirrell is the villain." "But that doesn't make sense," Harry countered. "What would be the purpose of his words?" West did not respond, instead turning to Hermione. "Hermione, what do you think the professor's intentions are?" Hermione pondered for a moment before her eyes widened in realization. "If we follow West's hypothesis, it seems the professor is testing whether Quirrell knows how to approach the Philosopher's Stone, and the method for getting past the three-headed dog is with Hagrid." West interjected with a smile. "Quirrell, in pursuit of the stone, would seek to get close to Hagrid. What does Quirrell want with the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry asked in confusion. "The stone can produce the elixir of life," Hermione replied. "He seeks immortality?" West felt that the situation was not so straightforward, yet he found himself at a loss for clarity. "I heard that stone will be gone by next Tuesday," Ron remarked. The group exchanged glances, a mutual understanding passing between them. After concluding their discussion, West made his way to the dungeons. He intended to assist Snape with a batch of newly arrived potion ingredients. This was not his responsibility, yet he willingly sought to lighten Professor Snape's workload. Upon reaching the dungeons, West gently knocked 3 times. After receiving Snape's permission to enter, he opened the door. Snape was seated at the table, grading third-year essays, his lips pressed tightly together, appearing quite irritable. Recognizing Snape's intention to remain taciturn, West refrained from seeking conversation and busied himself with the potion ingredients. After a semester of practice, his technique had grown increasingly adept, allowing him to complete the preparation of the potion materials swiftly. Meanwhile, Snape continued grading essays, progressing from 3rd year to 4th year, and then on to 5th year. His demeanor growing more and more exasperated. "These imbeciles. The Quidditch match has turned their brains to mush." He seethed, marking several papers with AP, occasionally awarding a reluctant A. "Professor, would you like me to assist you with the grading?" West inquired. Snape looked up and glared at him. "Mr. West, do you find yourself with nothing to do? Do you believe you possess the capability to grade 5th year essays?" "I could give it a try," West replied calmly. Snape fell silent, extracting the essay West had submitted a few days prior, and beginning to read it. After reading, Snape's expression turned complex as he marked an O, his countenance darkening further towards the upperclassmen. West was merely a 1st year. His proficiency in potions had already surpassed that of the majority of the older students. "You may return to the common room, but you are to write me another essay," Snape commanded coldly, instructing him to take the potion from the second shelf of the cabinet. Approaching the cabinet, West discovered a slender vial containing a potion. "Felix Felicis?" West paused momentarily, struck by the sight of the flawless potion, the shimmering molten gold, with droplets of liquid leaping at the surface like goldfish. "Professor, this. A reward for Quidditch." "Take it," Snape muttered, his voice somewhat awkward as he focused on grading essays. West felt a surge of emotion, gazing intently at Snape. "Thank you, Professor." For a master of potions like Snape, concocting Felix Felicis was not particularly challenging. However, producing a single vial required at least 6 months of meticulous brewing, a significant investment of time. The flawless quality was exceedingly rare, demanding utmost caution to avoid any misstep. This vial of Felix Felicis was a treasured keepsake of Professor Snape. West mused, fastening the vial around his neck as he returned to the common room. Chapter 22, Norwegian Ridgeback. In the days that followed, Harry, Draco, and Ron found themselves unable to avert their eyes from Quirrell, fearful that a moment's distraction might allow him to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Whenever Professor Quirrell passed by, wrapped in his garlic-scented scarf, their gazes would converge in an invisible web of vigilance. Hermione, meanwhile, busied herself devising a revision plan. Even as Ron frequently grumbled, "We have 10 weeks until the exams." "Actually, it's 69 days, Hermione noted, not lifting her head as she marked a new red circle on the calendar. Unfortunately, the teachers shared Hermione's sentiments, inundating them with an abundance of assignments. Consequently, apart from keeping an eye on Quirrell, the trio spent the majority of their time immersed in the library. Hermione's quill scratched against the parchment, while Pansy Parkinson rested her chin on her hand, observing her as she derived the arithmetic divination formulas, while the remaining 5 boys idly flipped through books, occasionally muttering to one another. It must be noted that Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore, 3 Slytherins, had surprisingly joined their study group. Initially, Pansy and her friends kept their distance from Draco, as he frequently associated with the Gryffindor trio. However, they ultimately conceded for the sake of their long-standing friendship. Moreover, with West present, the younger Slytherins and Gryffindors dared not provoke each other, maintaining a facade of harmony. Pansy was soon captivated by Hermione's intellect, happily becoming friends and entirely forgetting her previous resolve to avoid mingling with Muggleborns. Wes was unconcerned about the exams. They posed no significant challenge for him. He completed his assignments swiftly, then dedicated some time to tackling the additional potions homework that Snape had assigned, which had already reached the difficulty level of a 6th-year student. One afternoon, on his way back to the dormitory, Wes was intercepted. "What are you all up to?" West inquired, observing the quartet huddled in a corner. "West, Hagrid might have a dragon," Harry exclaimed. "Hagrid, but that's illegal," West frowned. "Yes. That's why we want to go see," Hermione replied. West regarded the 4 curious children. "I do not recommend you engage in this matter. Dragons are perilous." "But a dragon?" Draco whispered in awe, his gray-blue eyes sparkling. "I've never seen a live dragon." "All right, West, we must go see Hagrid," Ron shrugged. "If there truly is a dragon, we should persuade him to get rid of it. Otherwise he'll be caught by the Ministry of Magic." An hour later, West found himself dragged along by the 4 children, knocking on the door of the hut that guarded the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had drawn all the curtains in the hut and lit the fireplace, the blazing fire heating the air within. "So you lot have questions for me?" Hagrid said, glancing towards the fireplace. Following his gaze, West noticed a dragon egg nestled in the center of the flames. Not only did he notice, but Harry also called out, "Hagrid, what is that?" pointing at the egg. "Oh," Hagrid said, fidgeting with his hands. "Well, that's a dragon egg, Hagrid." Ron crouched next to the fireplace, scrutinizing the egg. "Where did you get it?" Draco also knelt, curiously examining the charred dragon egg. "I won it," Hagrid explained, "last night. I was drinking in the village and played cards with a stranger. To be honest, that bloke was probably eager to get rid of it." West frowned. What a fortuitous turn of events. Hagrid desperately wanting a dragon while a stranger just happened to give him a dragon egg? Who would be mad enough to carry a dragon egg in public, knowing it was against wizarding law? The suspicions mounted. However, West had no intention of probing further. It was none of his concern. "But raising a dragon is illegal, Hagrid," Hermione stated solemnly. "What will you do when it hatches?" Hagrid gleefully held up a dragon husbandry guide borrowed from the library, displaying it to everyone. Now, in addition to the Philosopher's Stone, they were also burdened with the issue of Hagrid's illegal dragon rearing. Then, one morning at breakfast, Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid to Harry, which read, "It's about to hatch." Harry rushed over to the Slytherin side to inform West and Draco, who were so excited about the impending hatching that they couldn't even be bothered to attend herbology, only to be silenced by a glance from West. "Thank goodness West is here," Hermione remarked, "otherwise those two would get into trouble again." During herbology, Ron and Draco continuously whispered about the soon-to-hatch dragon, driving West and Hermione to distraction. Harry looked at West with a pitiful expression, having never seen a dragon himself. "Can we go during the morning break?" West reluctantly conceded. As the bell rang, the 4 of them hurried off to Hagrid's hut. West, feeling anxious, trailed behind them. When they arrived at the hut, Hagrid's little dragon had already cracked its shell. With a series of sharp scraping sounds, a small, dark creature emerged, flapping its spiny wings and wobbling as it attempted to stand. "So beautiful." Draco stared, entranced by the little dragon. "It's a Norwegian ridgeback. I've seen it in books." "Oh my gosh. And it's a girl?" Harry inquired. "How can you tell it's a girl? After all, the little dragon just hatched and looks like a wrinkled black umbrella, hardly beautiful." He could only discern Draco's fascination with the dragon. Hagrid was overjoyed, stroking the little dragon's head and wiping away tears with a handkerchief. Most people were quite pleased, though Hermione wore a worried expression. While West leaned against the wall nonchalantly, Dumbledore would inevitably find out. He would need to protect Hagrid, and the dragon would surely have to be arranged for relocation. West felt no concern whatsoever. In just a week, the little dragon had grown threefold, and even Draco, who adored dragons, began to worry. In the days that followed, the four of them frequently visited the dragon, attempting to persuade Hagrid to send her away. West, however, did not accompany them. Recently, Professor Snape had taken note of West's seeming idleness, and assigned several more potions essays. West scribbled away in the cellar, sighing as he considered that he was expected to master 7 years' worth of potions knowledge in just 1 year. Relying on the wealth of memories stored within his mind, potions mastery posed no challenge for him. One might even say he approached it with remarkable ease. When his fingers grazed the edge of the mortar, and as he stirred the potion, certain foreign yet familiar muscle memories would awaken spontaneously, as though an invisible hand were guiding him. After that day, Snape ceased to inquire about the counteragent's formula, perhaps considering it a recipe left by Lily or Potter for West. To avoid causing too much trouble, West refrained from providing any additional formulas. He mused that perhaps after the soul merger, he would uncover the origins of these memories. Days passed, and Harry informed West that they had persuaded Hagrid to send the dragon away on Saturday, with Charlie Weasley more than willing to adopt the creature. Due to the limited capacity of the invisibility cloak, it was ultimately decided that Harry and Draco would transport the dragon to the tower. In truth, it would have been more convenient for Harry and Ron to handle the dragon's relocation. However, Draco was far too attached to the creature, having shed tears in secret on several occasions. Each night, West observed as Harry, cloaked in invisibility, escorted the red-eyed Draco back to the Slytherin common room. Harry whispered comforting words to Draco at the entrance, drawing curious glances from passing little snakes. Given that West and Harry, as twin brothers, were sorted into Slytherin and Gryffindor respectively, and considering West and Draco, as leaders of the lower years, often mingled with Gryffindor, the relations between the lower years of Slytherin and Gryffindor were not particularly strained. Nevertheless, witnessing this scene, West felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Why was Harry being so kind to that little rascal Draco? He was nearly matching his brother in affection. Chapter 23, The Forbidden Forest. On Saturday evening, West was still in the common room revising his potions essay. The warm glow from the fire danced upon the pale features of the youth, illuminating his sharp, chiseled features. When Draco returned, his face was a mask of despair, reporting that he and Harry had been caught by Filch. He slumped onto the sofa, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, lamenting Potter's foolishness. He had forgotten the invisibility cloak in the astronomy tower. In truth, it was because Draco had cried upon seeing the little dragon taken away, and Harry, eager to console him, had forgotten to retrieve the cloak. Yet, Draco would never admit to such an embarrassing slip. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin lost 50 points, and Draco and Harry were punished with detention by Professor McGonagall. West lifted his gaze from the parchment, offering consolation. What's done is done. Let us return to rest. Draco, shoulders slumped, trudged back to the dormitory. Merlin. He hoped his father would remain oblivious to this incident. It would be utterly humiliating. The following day, as Gryffindor students passed the immense hourglass recording the House Cup scores, they discovered that Gryffindor had lost 50 points. Initially, they engaged in a heated discussion about who was responsible for this loss, only to uncover that Slytherin had also lost 50 points, which brought them a sense of relief. Harry, relieved that no one was pursuing the matter, was startled by West's sudden appearance behind him. Merlin's pants. West, you startled me, Harry complained. West wore a mischievous smile, asking, Are you still daring to wander at night? No, not anymore, Harry groaned. It was no simple feat for Gryffindor to regain those 50 points. Their usual point additions relied heavily on Hermione, and occasionally encountering Snape meant further deductions for Gryffindor. After being heavily punished, Harry and Draco settled down, following Hermione and others to the library to study for their exams. West devised a detailed study plan for Harry, contributing his own notes. Hermione, flipping through West's potion's notes, exclaimed in admiration, This is astonishing, West. Some of this potion's knowledge exceeds first-year material, but I absolutely love it. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, seated nearby, experienced headaches as their potions grades were the lowest. Slytherin students generally excelled in potions, with West and Draco standing out among them. Hermione effortlessly achieved excellence, while only Harry and Ron were left fretting over the potions exam. Harry and Ron could only look at the notes. West produced the potions notes he had organized for the two of them. The notes he provided to Hermione were advanced. These two would find them of no use. Harry and Ron were profoundly touched, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears. What would we do without you? Pathetic. Draco scoffed from the side. Isn't there still me? Harry quickly flattered. Oh, clever and adorable Draco, you are the best. Help me with my essay. Draco lifted his chin, huffing in satisfaction at Harry's words, accepting the potion's assignment Harry had just completed. Ron shot them an exasperated glance, seeing the harmonious atmosphere among the group. West smiled in satisfaction and rose to leave. Harry watched West's retreating figure, wondering if he was heading to the dungeons again. At this moment, Pansy, Blaise, and Theodore exchanged peculiar glances. As Slytherin students, they admired West's frequent ventures to the dungeons. Even more chilling was that Professor Snape had not chased him away. Pansy called out, Merlin knows why he loves the dungeons so much. Could it be an infatuation with the headmaster? Just as West exited the library, he heard the sound of weeping emanating from an empty classroom, echoing down the desolate corridor. He paused, halting outside the classroom. No, it can't continue like this, please. I beg you, came Quirrell's voice. West heard hurried footsteps, and he took a step back, concealing himself behind a pillar. Quirrell hurriedly exited the classroom, adjusting his scarf, his pallid face suggesting he might burst into tears at any moment. He strode away, quickly vanishing at the end of the corridor. Unbeknownst to him, another door behind West swung open. A fleeting waft of bitter wormwood drifted past. Snape's hand grasped West's shoulder blade, his somber voice resonating. It seems our clever Mr. West is unaware that eavesdropping on a professor's conversation is rather uncouth. Noticing Snape's unusually brisk pace, West deduced that the professor was in a good mood. Calmly turning to face him, Good evening, Professor. Snape's gaze fell upon him. What did you hear? West grinned. Well, it seems I may have caught a glimpse. Observing Snape's tense expression, he quickly added, I didn't hear anything at all. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by the impudent boy, Snape thought, Are you itching for a reprimand? Do you require my assistance in shedding your skin? This lad was becoming increasingly audacious in his presence. Yet, Snape felt little irritation in his heart. Sensing Snape's somber demeanor, West wisely shifted the topic. Professor, I have completed my essay. Would you like to take a look? The dungeons. The next day, Harry and Draco received a note at the breakfast table. The two identical notes read, Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Please report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Professor McGonagall. Harry and Draco exchanged glances, chattering like little birds about the nature of their detention. West felt a twitch in his right eyelid. As twins, he and Harry shared an uncanny sense of intuition. Whenever Harry was about to cause trouble or face danger, West would feel a sense of unease and vice versa. West ruffled Harry's hair, asking, Did you get the invisibility cloak back? Harry grumbled, West, as he tried to smooth down his unruly hair, but it was a futile effort. I did bring it back. Do you want it? West nodded, Yes, please. I have use for it. During the lunch break, Harry handed the invisibility cloak over to West. At 11 o'clock in the evening, West, clad in an invisibility cloak, followed Draco, who was to be confined, to the entrance hall. Filch awaited them there. Follow me, he commanded, illuminating a lamp as he led Harry and Draco out, lecturing them all the while. West trailed behind as they navigated the dark expanse under the luminous moonlight, arriving outside Hagrid's hut. Is that you, Filch? I'm ready to depart, Hagrid inquired, observing their approaching figures. West overheard Filch's scornful remarks. You think you'll enjoy playing with that fool? Boys, you're heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to come out unscathed, I'll admit I was mistaken. The Forbidden Forest? Draco exclaimed, his usual composure shattered. We can't go in there at midnight. It's filled with all sorts of dangers. I've heard there are werewolves. Draco clutched Harry's sleeve, his voice trembling. Harry comfortingly patted the back of his hand. West sighed, pondering the absurdity of Hogwarts rules. Wasn't it said that students were forbidden from approaching the Forbidden Forest? And yet, the punishment for being confined was to venture into it? What if something went awry? West tightened his grip on his wand, thinking that Professor Snape seemed to be the only reliable adult in Hogwarts. I want to go in, Draco protested, his voice quaking. I thought the worst we'd have to do was write lines. What if Harry and I are in danger? West nodded in agreement from behind them. Hagrid appeared somewhat impatient, but Harry quickly took Draco's hand and said, Let us go, Hagrid. He turned back, reassuringly saying, Don't be afraid, Draco. I'll protect you. Draco lightly shoved Harry, his ears flushing red. Who said you could protect me, Potter? Yet he ultimately did not release Harry's hand. Instead, fear compelled him to grip it tighter. Seeing this, Hagrid said nothing further, leading the two of them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. raising the lamp high to point out a narrow path that gradually faded into darkness. Do you see those glimmering spots on the ground? That's unicorn blood. Our task tonight is to find the injured unicorn and relieve it of its suffering. Hagrid, with Fong in tow, proceeded into the forbidden forest. Followed closely by Harry and Draco, West trailed behind, stepping into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 24. The Dark Figure. The path was scattered with ominous, silver streaks of unicorn blood, sending chills down one's spine. Could a werewolf have killed the unicorn? Harry asked. It's not that simple, Hagrid replied. Catching a unicorn is no easy feat. They possess strong magic. I've never heard of a unicorn being harmed before. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the darkness ahead, as if something was slithering across the ground. Draco clutched Harry's hand tightly, cold sweat matting his platinum hair against his forehead, his gray-blue eyes dilating with fear. There's something, he whispered. Harry pulled Draco behind him, his expression alert. Hagrid readied his crossbow, squinting into the inky blackness of the path. Moments later, the sound ceased. Hagrid lowered his weapon, murmuring, "Something that doesn't belong in the Forbidden Forest has entered." He turned to Harry saying, "Harry, let us split up to find that thing." Harry nodded, and Draco interjected, "You have to give us Fong." "I must warn you, Draco, Fong is rather timid," Hagrid said, handing the leash to Draco. With one hand grasping Fong and the other holding Harry, Draco felt somewhat steadied. Thus, Harry, Draco, and Fong ventured toward the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Wes followed closely behind, walking for nearly half an hour, the trees growing denser, the bloodstains increasing, and his unease intensifying. Wes saw Harry leading Malfoy, raising the lamp as they rounded an ancient tree to arrive at a clearing. There lay a pristine creature, a beautiful unicorn, now devoid of life. Its long legs retained the posture of its fall, its pure mane sprawled across the dark fallen leaves, white as pearls. Draco gasped, a look of sorrow knitting his brow. Who would dare harm a unicorn? His lips trembled as he seemed to wish to say more, but Harry urgently pulled him back a few steps. From the edge of a thicket, a hooded figure emerged, crawling slowly towards the unicorn's corpse. It lowered its head, aiming for the wound on the side, beginning to drink the unicorn's blood. West raised his wand, fixated on the eerie scene before him. Draco trembled, his eyes wide with fear, paralyzed. Harry too was pale, covering Draco's mouth, fearful that a sound would expose them. However, Fong, terrified, had been whimpering by Draco's feet, and at that moment broke free from Draco's grasp, bolting away with a whimper. The hooded figure lifted its head, glancing toward Harry and Draco, hastening towards them. At that moment, a sharp pain erupted from Harry's forehead, a sensation he had never experienced before, as though his scar were suddenly ablaze. The agony blurred his vision, causing him to stagger backward. "Harry!" Draco exclaimed, both alarmed and terrified, throwing himself in front of Harry, his limbs stiff with apprehension as the strange figure approached them. In a moment of crisis, a green light struck the dark figure, which seemed to be struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. When Harry opened his eyes, he found Draco sprawled over him, his eyes red-rimmed. Beside them stood a centaur with platinum hair, while the dark figure had vanished. "Harry, are you all right?" Draco finally broke down, tears spilling forth. Harry pressed his hand to his forehead, taking a moment to gather himself. "Yemme fine, Draco." "Ugh, stop squeezing me," he said resignedly. Draco reluctantly released his grip on Harry's arm, leaving behind crescent-shaped bruises. "I'm sorry, I was too nervous," he murmured, embarrassed. The centaur's blue eyes shifted from the direction the dark figure had fled to Harry, lingering on the scar on his forehead. "You are the child of the Potter family? You'd best return to Hagrid. The forest is unsafe. Can you ride?" The centaur added, seemingly recalling something. "My name is Firenze." Firenze bent down, allowing Harry and Draco to climb onto his back. Draco ceased his tears, astonished to be riding a centaur. "The fireflies are particularly bright tonight," Firenze remarked as he departed with the two. Behind the thicket, Wes stood with a stony expression as he lowered his wand. What had he just done? In a moment of peril, he had invoked a curse of unrelenting agony upon that dark figure, despite having never studied the unforgivable curses. The crescent mark on his arm radiated a searing heat, as if exhilarated by the use of dark magic. Wes collected his thoughts, recalling the face of the dark figure revealed in pain. It was a visage more pallid than moonlight, eerily serpentine, tinged with a corpse-like pallor, with eyes narrowed like a cat's and a nose replaced by two thin slits. The dark figure had only convulsed briefly before hearing the sound of galloping hooves, and immediately scurried away. That peculiar face vanished once more into the shadows. A gust of night wind swept through, and Wes caught a faint whiff of pungent garlic in the air. His expression shifted. "Quarrel?" He followed Harry and the others, and upon witnessing their eventual reunion with Hagrid, He adjusted his invisibility cloak before retreating to the Slytherin common room. West sat on his bed, drew the curtains, and traced the crescent-shaped scar on his arm, squinting his eyes. The earlier warmth had dissipated, leaving the atmosphere as unremarkable as usual. After a while, Draco returned, visibly shaken, and crept silently into bed without uttering another sound. The next morning when West awoke, he saw that Draco had already risen, dark circles under his eyes. This was not the typically lazy young master. "What troubles you, Draco?" West inquired. Draco lifted his gaze, suddenly agitated. "You have no idea what transpired last night." He recounted the events, some of which West was already aware, while others were new to him. "The centaur claimed that the Dark Lord has not perished," Draco exclaimed, his expression one of devastation. West regarded him curiously. "Shouldn't that bring you joy? After all, your father is loyal to Voldemort?" Draco appeared momentarily stunned, then his complexion paled, panic rising within him at the mention of that name. "But he murdered your parents and Harry's. My father insists that the Dark Lord embodies the epitome of pureblood supremacy," Draco lamented. "Yet he resorts to preying upon unicorns like a base beast for survival." He tugged at his hair, looking despondent. "I fear my father has pledged allegiance to the wrong cause." The once vibrant peacock feathers seemed to wilt. West's demeanor softened. He affectionately ruffled Draco's soft hair, silently reflecting that its texture was far superior to Harry's. "This is not a burden you should bear, Draco," West gently urged. "Let us go have breakfast, shall we?" "You always act as if you are our elder, West," Draco retorted with mild annoyance, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at West's evident maturity. They often found themselves unconsciously reliant on West. Upon entering the Great Hall with Draco, they found Harry, Hermione, and Ron already seated. After breakfast, the five reconvened. Harry had already shared the night's events with Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, which cast a shadow over their expressions. So, Quirrell was indeed trying to assist Voldemort in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Harry pondered aloud, startling them all. "Don't utter that name again, Harry," Ron exclaimed in terror. Draco nodded in agreement for the first time. West affirmed Harry's assertion. "Indeed, you are correct." What was even more unsettling was the possibility that Voldemort might currently be possessing Quirrell. However, West refrained from voicing this thought, deeming it too frightening and not wishing to terrify the four children. Harry appeared oddly exhilarated. "The stars indicate he will rise again, and then he will kill both me and West." Harry and West exchanged a glance, and in that moment, West understood Harry's thoughts. They had the opportunity for personal retribution. Hermione looked frightened but still asserted, "The Dark Lord fears Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore is present, he will not lay a finger on you." She then added, "And who says the centaur's words are infallible?" She gazed into West and Harry's eyes, her voice gradually dwindling. She noticed that the Potter brothers seemed devoid of fear, their eyes instead glimmering with a peculiar excitement. Chapter 25, The Dark Curse. The examination period was drawing near. Harry was restless, his quill scribbling meaningless symbols on the parchment. He lived in constant dread, wary of Quirrell, terrified that he might unwittingly assist Voldemort in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, Harry's forehead had been throbbing for several days, robbing him of restful sleep and waking him with nightmares. "What is the matter with you, Harry?" West inquired, his pale fingers tapping the long table as he cast his gaze down upon Harry. After a moment's hesitation, Harry confided his headache to West, whose expression darkened instantly. "Since when did this begin?" West demanded. Harry lowered his head, speaking softly. It started when I encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest." West inhaled sharply, exasperated by the unfortunate boy's plight. "How long has this been going on? And you only now choose to tell me?" He swept Harry's hair aside, reaching to touch the lightning-shaped scar. West frowned, sensing a faint yet malevolent power lurking within it. He marveled once more at his peculiar sensitivity to dark magic, but composed himself as he withdrew his hand. West led Harry to the dungeons. Snape's brooding gaze seemed to pierce through West to Harry behind him. Harry stood behind West, revealing only his shimmering green eyes, which seemed to please Snape significantly. "What brings you here, my dear Potter gentleman?" Snape's tone was icy. West grasped Harry's hand and replied, "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster." Snape scrutinized West, as if attempting to peer into his very thoughts. West met Snape's gaze unwaveringly, his eyes reflecting an oceanic gentleness. "We have something of great importance to discuss. Professor, perhaps you would like to hear it," West stated. Snape recoiled as if burned, flicking his cloak dismissively. "Follow me." He turned and strode toward the headmaster's office, adding, "I hope your news does not disappoint me, West." Harry exhaled in relief, feeling suffocated by Snape's oppressive aura, admiring West's ability to maintain his composure. Is it truly that serious, West? Seeking out Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry inquired quietly. West shot him a glare. Of course it is. Do you not consider matters related to Voldemort to be of significance? Harry sheepishly scratched his head. Snape arrived at the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, whispering the password. Cockroach cluster. The gargoyle slowly twisted aside, revealing a staircase. The three ascended the steps into the office, where Dumbledore sat at his desk, engrossed in a letter. His brow furrowed. Upon hearing the door open, he lifted his head, his gaze passing over Snape to linger on West and Harry. Upon seeing Harry, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Severus, what has happened? Mr. West has something to convey to you, Snape said, stepping aside to allow West to approach. West spoke calmly. Headmaster Dumbledore, do you believe Voldemort is truly dead? The question hung heavy in the air. Snape's pupils constricted. Dumbledore paused imperceptibly before responding with a warm demeanor. What has led you to this inquiry, West? West pulled Harry to the forefront. Harry, you explain. Harry, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, recounted the events of that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest. He was drinking unicorn blood to sustain his life. Firenze said Voldemort would return. That's how it is. After finishing, Harry sighed in relief, accepting the steaming cup of hot cocoa Dumbledore offered him. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, while Snape's expression darkened further. They had never doubted the possibility of Voldemort's return. Rather, they were not surprised by it. The issue at hand was pressing. West interjected, revealing Harry's scar. Since Harry encountered Voldemort, this scar has been causing him pain, and he has endured several nights of nightmares. This revelation caught Dumbledore's attention. He stepped forward, pressing his hand against Harry's forehead. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, as you may know, this scar is a remnant of Voldemort's attack on Harry. Indeed, Professor, Harry replied. Was Harry influenced by Voldemort? Is there a certain connection between his scar and Voldemort? Wester furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. It was only after encountering Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest that he began to feel pain. Dumbledore cast a surprised glance at Wester, taken aback by his sensitivity. I share your thoughts, Wester. He paused, but I am currently uncertain of the cause. Wester inquired, do you have any ideas? Indeed, I possess one, Dumbledore replied candidly. But I require further investigation. Before that, he turned towards Snape. Severus, could you assist Harry in concocting a few vials of calming potions? Snape, visibly impatient, had yet to respond when Wester interjected, there's no need to trouble the headmaster. I shall assist Harry with the potions myself. Snape huffed softly, withholding further comment. Dumbledore's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. He had never witnessed Snape interacting so amicably with a student. However, considering this was Lily's child, who bore such a striking resemblance to her, it seemed reasonable. By the way, Harry, could you step outside for a moment? Dumbledore said kindly, I have something to discuss with Wester. Harry glanced at Wester, who nodded in encouragement, and then he left, pressing his lips together. Once the door closed, Dumbledore assumed a serious demeanor. Wester, I have uncovered the origin of your mark. Wester frowned. Mark? Is it not a scar? He had surmised it might be connected to Voldemort. No, you are different from Harry, Dumbledore clarified. Your mark is innate. He lifted his gaze to meet Wester's. You bear a dark magic curse. Snape's eyes widened slightly, his complexion paling as he stepped forward, his voice rasping. Dumbledore, are you certain? Dumbledore nodded in silence. I was uncertain myself, but I consulted Grindelwald, so I can state with conviction that it is indeed true. Snape, now too weary to delve into Dumbledore's relationship with Grindelwald, pressed further, is there no way to remove it? Dumbledore's expression remained somber. No. Could someone explain to me what a dark magic curse is? Wester asked helplessly. Dumbledore sighed. A dark magic curse is an ancient affliction. Its origins are unknown, as is its purpose. However, it is believed that a select few children from ancient families may bear it. Occasionally, throughout millennia, one or two might be born carrying a dark magic curse. Children afflicted with such a curse rarely survive to adulthood, as they possess an innate connection to dark magic and are familiar with all its intricacies. However, due to their overwhelming magical strength, they often perish shortly after birth from magical surges. Wester's complexion paled further, but I'm 11. He recalled his parents' Patronus and suddenly understood why he had managed to survive thus far. Dumbledore observed him closely, not missing the fleeting tremor that crossed his face. Indeed, for reasons unknown, your dark magic curse appears to be less potent and has been temporarily suppressed. Can you tell me why, Wester? Wester stared at his shoelaces, his eyes flickering with emotions. My parents split their Patronus to seal my curse. Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. soon replaced by a look of understanding. I see. It seems James and Lily invoked the family magic of the Potters. Snape turned slightly to regard the boy. My soul was thus divided, Wester continued. I need to return to the Potter family home. Do you know where it is? Dumbledore replied calmly, someone I know may have the knowledge. If you require assistance, do contact me. The portrait at Potter's old home will reveal more to you. Wester nodded. However, I must caution you, Mr. Wester. Even with your inherent advantages, do not become overly enamored with dark magic, Dumbledore advised. Hogwarts does not encourage students to dabble in dark arts. You may know that excessive use can affect one's mind. Should that day arise, I will have to take necessary measures. This was a blatant threat. Snape frowned, murmuring, Dumbledore. Wester lazily lifted his eyelids. That will not be necessary, Headmaster. With that, he turned to Snape, all traces of indolence and impatience vanishing, appearing as a well-behaved child. Headmaster, may we depart? Dumbledore. Severus, I hope he is not the second Tom. Dumbledore looked somewhat weary. Snape narrowed his eyes, his expression grim, yet he stated decisively, he will not be. He is Lily's child. He shall only be Wester. Chapter 26, Dispute. Harry remained restless during this period. The sleeping potions concocted by Wester allowed him to enjoy restful nights. Yet during the day, his scar continued to throb. It felt like a warning. Harry unconsciously rubbed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, lost in thought. The sharp, prickling pain radiated through his skull. Honestly, Wester, I can't shake the feeling that this is a precursor to impending danger, Harry remarked, a shadow casting over his emerald eyes. Wester set down the book in his hand. Are you divining the future from your scar, Harry? He leisurely rolled up the completed essay. I've told you, rather than fret over this, you should focus on the essay assigned by Professor McGonagall. He understood Harry's concerns regarding the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell, and Voldemort. However, what was it to Harry? He was merely a first-year student. Such matters should be left to Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Draco, poking at his pudding with a silver fork, lifted his head upon hearing their conversation. Harry, Wester is correct. This is not your concern. Harry remained silent. He spotted an owl flapping its wings across the sky, clutching a piece of parchment in its beak. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sprang up. Where are you going? Wester asked. I'm going to find Hagrid. He snatched the red scarf from the back of his chair, and dashed out of the hall in mere moments. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, his mouth still full of sausage. As he stumbled after him, Draco cursed and shoved the bench aside, chasing after Harry as well. The three figures hurriedly descended the grassy slope. Hermione, sitting calmly beside Wester, sighed and resumed reviewing her notes. Oh boys. It was nearly lunchtime when the trio returned to the hall, their faces grim. Merlin, we ran into Professor McGonagall, Ron lamented. Is that the point, Weasley? Draco retorted, exasperated. The point is that Hagrid divulged how to deal with that three-headed dog to a stranger. Draco tugged at his tie, his agitation evident. Wester narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Hagrid's lips are rather loose. It was likely that those wanting the dragon egg were familiar with him, and it was highly probable they were from Hogwarts. Who else could be seeking the means to confront the three-headed dog but Quirrell? McGonagall mentioned that Dumbledore will not be at Hogwarts tonight, Harry said, his expression grave, deducing who had pried Hagrid's secrets from him. Quirrell would be crossing the trapdoor tonight. Hermione gasped sharply. Harry, what can we do? She paused, noticing the figure in black robes beside them. Professor Snape. The group greeted him obediently. Snape appeared somewhat puzzled. Why did these young wizards seem less fearful of him? What a touching tea party, he remarked in a smooth tone. For diminutive figures stood rigid, unable to contain their apprehension. In such inclement weather, it was ill-advised for you to remain outdoors. A peculiar smile tugged at the corners of Snape's mouth. We were just discussing the Philosopher's Stone, Professor. Harry inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to speak. The atmosphere abruptly froze. Snape cast a fierce glare at Weasley, suspecting him of having divulged secrets. Weasley leaned against the wall, blinking innocently. Indeed, it was he who had informed Harry. Yet he swore by Merlin that even if he had remained silent, Harry and Hermione would have unearthed the truth regardless. Enough. This is not a matter for you to concern yourselves with, Snape replied darkly. But Quirrell is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry blurted out, for Voldemort. No one can steal it. It is under rigorous protection, utterly fail-safe, Snape retorted, echoing Professor McGonagall's sentiments. Harry Potter, the arrogant savior. Snape leaned closer, his impatience palpable. I warn you, refrain from night wandering, or I shall personally expel you. Enjoy your evening. With that, Snape shot another glare at Weasley, who silently mouthed, not my fault. Snape, uninterested in further discourse, strode towards the staff room. Don't worry, Harry. Weasley patted Harry's shoulder. Professor Snape is merely concerned for your safety. Harry groaned in frustration. This concern is too much for me to bear. Ron nodded in agreement. However, the professor is right. Do not even think about going through the trapdoor. Weasley's tone grew serious. Regardless, this does not concern you. How can it not concern me? Harry rarely contradicted Weasley, but his voice rose with anger. If Quirrell obtains the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will return. He killed our parents. Have you forgotten? Weasley's expression darkened. What do you intend to do? You're a first-year student. If you encounter Quirrell, can you contend with him? Do you think he wouldn't kill you? Do you not desire revenge? Harry glared at him, eyes wide with indignation. Now is not the time for vengeance, Weasley replied. But I cannot simply stand by and watch as it all transpires. If it comes to it, I'll die. Weasley interrupted Harry forcefully. Do not utter such things. His face darkened, gripping Harry's sleeve and locking eyes with him, fury blazing in his gaze. The remaining trio watched in trepidation. Draco, fearing Weasley might truly strike Harry, pulled at his arm. Hermione whispered, "Can we not remain calm and discuss this rationally?" Ron nodded vigorously in agreement. Weasley took a deep breath, gazing into Harry's eyes. Harry had always been a headstrong child, appearing obedient yet impervious to alteration once he had made up his mind. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Weasley ground his teeth. Yes. Harry's eyes sparkled with determination. I shall go tonight. I will use the invisibility cloak. Weasley released his grip, letting out a derisive laugh. Suit yourself. He then turned to depart. Harry stood there, momentarily dazed. Weasley was furious. He strode through the dim corridors of the castle, his chest heaving with anger. It took several deep breaths for him to regain his composure. Harry's impulsiveness was one thing, but he hadn't anticipated being swept up in it himself. How could Harry utter such words as, if it comes to it, I'll die? Had he forgotten he had a brother? Weasley felt a pang of distress and unknowingly wandered down to the dungeons. Upon opening the door, he found Snape organizing potions. Snape glanced up at the noise, recognizing Weasley, and scoffed. I dare say Mr. Weasley has forgotten the basics of etiquette, failing even to knock upon entering a professor's office. Weasley, unusually devoid of his usual smile, appeared despondent, prompting Snape to swallow the next round of sarcastic remarks. Typically so mature and composed, Weasley now displayed a rare glimpse of youthful discontent, reminiscent of an 11-year-old child. What troubles you? Snape inquired softly, noticing Weasley remained stationary. Professor. Weasley gazed up, eyes glistening with frustration. I quarreled with Harry. Two foolish gorgons, Snape muttered through clenched teeth, unable to fathom why this trivial matter warranted Weasley's somber presence in the dungeons. Weasley soon realized that Snape likely had no interest in such grievances. He wiped his face and declared, Professor, I suspect Quirrell has already encountered Voldemort. Snape's pupils dilated, and he took several steps closer. What did you say? His imposing demeanor bore down upon Weasley, yet he remained unfazed under the boy's steady gaze. In the Forbidden Forest, I saw Voldemort's face. Weasley paused, grimacing strangely. I detected Quirrell's scent on him. Snape's dark eyes flickered with contemplation. Weasley continued, Professor, Dumbledore is well aware that Voldemort is at Hogwarts, yet he has still chosen to leave. Do you have any plans? Snape's body stiffened, gesturing dismissively. These matters do not concern you. Return to your dormitory. Weasley studied him for a long moment before nodding reluctantly. Very well. Do not allow your foolish brother to roam the night, Snape suddenly rasped. Weasley managed a wry smile. He couldn't prevent Harry from going. However, he could certainly knock him unconscious if need be. Chapter 27. Through the Trapdoor. Moonlight draped over Hogwarts Castle like a silken veil. Weasley gazed at the golden hair of Draco as it vanished around the corner, letting out a silent sigh. He was not inclined to remain idle. If Harry was determined to go, he would have no choice but to follow. Moreover, Draco, Hermione, and Ron would not allow Harry to act alone. As Weasley caught up to the trio, he discovered them confronting Peeves. It suddenly dawned on him that Harry's invisibility cloak was still in his possession. You little brats, Peeves cackled, his shrill voice echoing through the empty corridor. I shall inform Filch of your nocturnal escapades. Harry's fingertips tightened around his wand, his expression fierce, but just as he was about to utter a spell, a chilling voice interrupted, Petrificus totalis. Peeves' grin froze, his face contorting into a comical statue before collapsing to the ground immobile. Hermione exclaimed, Weasley. I told you. Weasley would never let you go there alone. Ron muttered softly. Harry's thin lips, illuminated by moonlight, turned pale, resembling a defiant cub, and after a prolonged silence, he declared, I will not return. Weasley shot him a sidelong glance, ascending the staircase first. Did I say you should go back? Harry abruptly lifted his head, his eyes widening in surprise, joy illuminating his face. Weasley, I knew you were the best. With Weasley in their midst, the four felt a renewed sense of security. Moments later, they arrived outside the corridor on the 4th floor. The door stood ajar. Well, you see, right? Harry whispered, Quirrell has successfully passed through the barrier. Gazing at the door, they seemed to grasp more acutely the dangers that awaited them. Draco began to waver, but upon observing the others' determined faces, he steeled himself. Only Weasley appeared genuinely unperturbed, moving with nonchalance as he pushed the door open. As the door creaked open with a cacophony of sound, a deep, menacing growl immediately filled the air around them. The colossal 3-headed dog, with its 6 scarlet eyes, fixated on them intently, drool cascading from its gaping maw in a steady drip. Wes narrowed his eyes, recalling how this beast had bitten Snape. Unfortunately, Harry and the others were still present. He could not act. What's at its feet? Hermione inquired. A harp, Ron replied, surely left by Quirrell. With a flick of his wrist, Wes cast a spell, and a beam of white light struck the harp, which began to play melodiously. As the enchanting music filled the air, the 3-headed hound's eyelids began to droop. Its furious barking ceased, and with a heavy thud, it collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. The 4 of them gazed at Wes in awe, then held their breath. Stealthily approaching the trapdoor, Harry pried it open, revealing an abyss of darkness below. Who's going down first? West, having employed a minor spell to assess the situation below, unhesitatingly nudged Harry with his foot. Of course it's you, Harry. Harry slid down the opening, his scream swallowed by the darkness. Moments later, a thud echoed from below, accompanied by a somewhat gritted response. No problem. You can jump now. Wes glanced at Ron, who gulped nervously, and before Wes could lift his foot, Ron leaped down, followed closely by Draco and Hermione. Wes was the last to descend, the cold, damp air rushing past his ears. After a while, he landed softly on a bed of vegetation. Upon his arrival, he found Hermione already shrieking, "You 3, get out of there!" Hermione had freed herself from the vines and stood anxiously calling out, while the 3 boys struggled against the tendrils wrapping around their legs, creating quite a chaotic scene. West raised his wand, and a burst of green flames erupted from its tip, incinerating the devil's snare completely, allowing all 4 to land safely. Yes, this is the devil's snare. It fears fire, Hermione exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. You just figured that out, Ron complained, receiving a fierce glare from Hermione. This way, Harry suggested, recalling Draco's fear of the dark. He took Draco's hand and pointed towards a stone corridor. They reached the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room awaited them, its ceiling soaring high. Countless vibrant little birds flitted about, their wings shimmering in the light. Before them stood a heavy wooden door. West observed the birds closely, soon realizing they were not birds at all, but rather keys with wings. Shall we proceed? Will those birds attack us? Draco hesitated. These are keys, West stated gravely. There is likely one that will unlock the wooden door. Ron exclaimed incredulously, with so many keys, how will we find one? Undeterred, he shielded his face with his arm and dashed towards the wooden door, with Hermione close behind. Casting an Alohomora spell at the door yielded no results. It seems we truly need to find a key, Hermione murmured. Harry's attention was drawn to a broomstick in the corner. He picked it up and asked, what kind of key are we looking for? Draco, unwilling to be outdone, grabbed another broomstick and followed Harry. All right, Ron said, we need to find an old key. Possibly silver, shaped like a door handle. He studied the lock on the wooden door intently. Wes leaned against the stone wall, watching them solve the puzzle. It seemed that Dumbledore had set up the challenges for the Philosopher's Stone, all imbued with a sense of trial. Thus far, there were no life-threatening mechanisms in play. The only danger lay in the unpredictable appearance of Quirrell. Wes squinted, warily surveying the surroundings. Over here, Harry and Draco had already ascended into the air. Harry, shall we race to see who finds the key first? Draco raised an eyebrow, his gray-blue eyes ignited with competitive spirit. Absolutely, Harry replied defiantly, a broad smile on his face. He meticulously searched through the colorful wings fluttering in the air. Soon he spotted a large silver key, its wings drooping as if it had been roughly seized and thrust into a keyhole. Harry dove towards the key with great speed, and Draco quickly followed suit. They encircled the key, and just as Harry was about to press it against the wall, he caught a glimpse of Draco's taut, pale face in his peripheral vision, and subtly nudged it forward. The key spun several times before dizzily landing in Draco's palm. Clutching the key tightly, Draco raised his hand in triumph, exclaiming, Harry, I won. Harry descended alongside Draco, a smile gracing his lips as he sincerely remarked, Draco, you're amazing. If I become a seeker, I'll surely surpass you. I believe in you, Draco. West, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances, perplexed. What are you two doing? West sighed, realizing Harry had a knack for playing innocent. Hermione's eyes widened as she shifted her gaze between Harry and Draco. Boys, she muttered. Ron, looking bewildered, urged you two? Stop chatting and unlock the door. Chapter 28. The Guidance of the Felix Felicis. Draco inserted the key into the lock, and the moment the metal engaged with the keyhole, the grinding sound of gears echoed against the stone walls. Harry stood beside him, took a deep breath, grasped the doorknob, and pushed it open. The second room was engulfed in darkness, impenetrable to sight, but as they stepped inside, a sudden burst of magical flames illuminated the space as bright as day. The five stood beside a massive chessboard, facing towering black pieces, their armor glinting ominously in the dim light. Opposite them, a line of white pieces awaited. Ron and Draco's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. It's wizard's chess, Ron gasped, his voice trembling with exhilaration. It seems we need to become the pieces, Draco declared. Ron approached a black knight, reaching out to touch its steed. Instantly, the stone came to life, the horse began to paw at the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head to gaze at Ron. We have exactly 5 of us, just enough to replace 5 pieces. Draco's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. The 3, including West, who were not particularly adept at wizard's chess, remained stationary, awaiting commands from Ron and Draco. All right, West will take the bishop's place. Hermione will be the castle, Ron said, glancing at Draco. Draco quickly responded, I'll be the queen, and Harry the king? A splendid arrangement. Indeed, Ron affirmed. I shall be a knight. The 5 took their designated positions, and under the guidance of Ron and Draco, West's bishop successfully captured the opposing king, securing their victory. Amidst the jubilant shouts from Hermione and Draco, the White King removed his crown and tossed it at their feet. The white pieces bowed and retreated, paving a path directly to a door. The 5 dashed through the door and proceeded down the next corridor. West reflected on the previous challenges. The Devil's Snare was a trial set by Professor Sprout, while the enchanted keys were surely the work of Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall must have animated the chess pieces, bringing them to life. This meant that next, they would encounter the magic of Quirrell and Professor Snape. Harry also realized this and voiced his thoughts. They arrived at another door, and as they pushed it open, a foul stench assailed their senses. With vigilance, West raised his wand, only to behold a brutish giant. Its head swollen and bloodied, unconscious on the ground. Draco's spine instantly stiffened, retreating a step backward while covering his mouth and nose, colliding into Harry's embrace. Overwhelmed by disgust. At least we need not engage in combat with the giant. Harry's complexion paled, evidently recalling the nauseating scenes from their previous encounter with the creature. Draco wore an expression of disdain, cautiously stepping over the giant's thick legs. Let us move quickly. I can scarcely breathe. The 5 of them entered the final door, where no terrifying entities awaited them, merely a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped crystal vials. It's Snape's magic, Harry remarked. What should we do? The others turned their gazes toward West. With a resigned smile, West stepped forward. Once all 5 had entered, a surge of purple flames erupted behind them, sealing the doorway. Simultaneously, black flames leapt from the entrance ahead, trapping them in the middle. Look! Hermione exclaimed, seizing a scroll of parchment resting beside the vials, and began to read. Danger lies ahead, safety is behind, 2 among us can assist you. Drink them down. 1 will guide you forward. The other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine, 3 are lethal waiting in line. Choose wisely, unless you wish to linger here forever. The scroll detailed how to distinguish the potions, but West ceased listening. He picked up each potion, scrutinizing them against the firelight, unable to suppress a chuckle. None of these vials contain poison. The headmaster truly enjoys scaring us. West selected the 2 crucial potions, setting them aside. Hermione gasped as she witnessed West deduce the potions without logical reasoning. Harry picked up the vial that would ensure their safe passage through the black flames, his expression troubled. It contained barely enough for a single sip. They exchanged glances before finally looking toward West. Harry cautiously inquired, should I drink it? West pressed his forehead. My suggestion is that no one should. Ron chimed in. West is right. What if Quirrell is right behind the door? The worst-case scenario loomed, Lord Voldemort accompanying him. Draco's lips turned pale. It's best to send someone back to find Dumbledore. We need assistance, Hermione suggested. But we need someone to hold them off, Harry insisted stubbornly. I can do it. What can you do? West retorted. Am I not the strongest among us? Then let me go. No. Harry countered. You have never faced Voldemort. What if he remains silent for a moment? He pointed to the scar on his forehead. I've escaped once by sheer luck, haven't I? Perhaps I can evade danger again. Oh Harry. Draco trembled, extending his arms to embrace Harry. I know you're an extraordinary wizard. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. But I do not wish for you to come to harm. I will be fine, Draco. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed, hesitantly returning Draco's embrace. West rubbed his temples, feeling a surge of frustration, yet refrained from erupting. He did not wish to engage in futile arguments with this obstinate Gryffindor. How about this? West proposed, retrieving a silver chain from around his neck, producing the Felix Felicis pendant. We shall follow the guidance of the Felix Felicis, shall we? The 4 pairs of eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed on the small vial in West's hand. Where did you acquire such a perfect quality Felix Felicis? Draco inquired. Merlin's socks. How many galleons must this be worth? Came Ron's voice. I've heard that Felix Felicis is difficult to brew. Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Harry's expression flickered with indecision before he nodded all right. West twisted the cap off, feeling a pang of regret. He had scarcely possessed this Felix Felicis for a few days, and now it was to be consumed. Merlin, it was a gift from the headmaster. Resolutely, he downed it in one swift motion. West rested his head in his hands, feeling as though he were floating, akin to being intoxicated. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely declared, Harry, you go in. Hermione, return to find Professor Snape. The 3 of us will remain here. He appeared reluctant, yet this was the directive of the Felix Felicis. Even if West did not wholly believe in the potion, he had faith in its creator. All right. The others voiced no objections. Hermione drained the potion in one gulp and dashed toward the exit. Harry took a deep breath, grasping the smallest vial. Here I go, he proclaimed, drinking the potion and unhesitatingly stepping through the black flames. The remaining 3 anxiously awaited. West's demeanor darkened, a profound sense of unease washing over him. The heightened intuition bestowed by the Felix Felicis urged him to remain calm, to await the opportune moment. Time dragged on. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Draco and Ron whispered to one another, but West could no longer discern their words. He focused intently, anticipating the turning point that the Felix Felicis promised. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in West's mind. He swiftly raised his wand, murmuring, Expecto Patronum. Images of Snape brewing potions, the gentle faces of his parents, and Harry's joyful smile flooded his mind. He felt his body grow light as an overwhelming surge of magic enveloped every cell within him. 2 glowing deer sprang forth from the tip of his wand, casting a lingering glance back at him before leaping into the black flames. West stared, transfixed, at the darkness. A terrifying sensation of burning crept up his arm, overwhelming the elation brought by the magic. The world around him plunged into darkness. As he collapsed, the last sight imprinted in his mind was the fearful expressions of Draco and Ron. Chapter 29. The Aftermath. He plummeted through an abyss of darkness. Save my child. West. Harry's mother loves you both. His mother's gentle voice echoed in the void. Fragmented memories flickered past. A frail boy, dressed in ill-fitting clothes, his wrists marred with bruises, reflected in his mind's eye. When West next opened his eyes, he was greeted by Harry's disheveled black hair, and a concerned visage hovering above him. West. You're awake. Harry exclaimed, throwing himself onto West with exuberance. Cough. Harry, are you trying to crush your brother? West realized Harry had practically pinned him down, nearly squeezing the breath from his lungs. Harry, filled with guilt, helped West sit up. Merlin. West, I was so worried about you. As West propped himself up, he noticed Dumbledore seated on a nearby stool, smiling at them. Good afternoon, West, Dumbledore greeted. Good afternoon, West replied, then turned to Harry. Are you all right, Harry? Harry's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. West, you can't imagine what transpired. That day, upon crossing the black flames, he had indeed encountered Quirrell standing there. The mirror of Eriste, the one carefully guarded by Dumbledore before him. It was you, Harry stated, his expression devoid of emotion. He had exchanged words with Quirrell, when suddenly, a voice emanated from Quirrell's body, startling him. Under Quirrell's threat, Harry obtained the Sorcerer's Stone through the mirror of Eriste. As he pondered his escape, Quirrell unveiled his turban, revealing what lay beneath. It was a terrifying visage, as pale as a corpse, with crimson eyes radiating malevolence, and nostrils elongated like serpentine slits. Harry swiftly discerned from their conversation that this was Voldemort. His emerald eyes blazed with an inferno of hatred, while his fingers, clutching his wand, turned white from the exertion of restraint. Surrender the Philosopher's Stone, or you shall meet the same fate as your parents, the face hissed menacingly. And your twin brother as well. I shall send him to join you. Not a chance. Harry lunged toward the door engulfed in black flames, only to be seized fiercely by Quirrell's wrist. Instantly, his forehead scar throbbed with excruciating pain, as if it were splitting his head in two. Remarkably, Quirrell cried out and released his grip, his fingers now blistered. Voldemort shrieked, "Seize him!" Quirrell lunged forward, knocking Harry to the ground, attempting to strangle him, yet recoiling as if scorched by fire. Gritting his teeth, Harry understood the urgency and preemptively reached for Quirrell's face before he could raise his wand. Quirrell screamed as he stumbled back, but Harry relentlessly clung to his arm, refusing to let go. In a daze, amidst Voldemort's furious roars, Harry heard a voice calling to him, "Harry! Harry!" Quirrell's form disintegrated into ash in mere moments, and an evil force erupted from the remnants, surging towards Harry. He raised his arms to shield his face, yet nothing transpired. When he opened his eyes, the dark mist had vanished, and before him stood two luminous deer. "Harry!" The two deer encircled him, softly calling his name. Their ethereal silhouettes shimmered in the radiant light, ultimately transforming into two translucent figures. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father, mother! Harry, my child!" As Harry concluded his memories, a look of nostalgia graced his face. They said they would love him forever. His gaze drifted toward the window, as if he could see far beyond through the delicate green leaves. "Father and mother gave me a hug," Harry murmured, feeling the warmth. In truth, he could not touch them at all. Lily and James enveloped him in a spectral embrace, translucent tears cascading down, passing through Harry's form and splashing onto the ground. Though they did not physically connect, their presence radiated an extraordinary warmth. He could almost scent the fragrance of daisies that lingered on his mother. Wes stared at Harry, a faint smile gracing his lips. Dumbledore's gaze deepened, finally comprehending Snape's words. Wes would never become a second Tom, for he possessed love and understood it, qualities that Voldemort lacked. Harry returned to the present, guilt etched upon his face. "West, I am truly sorry. Had it been you who entered, you would have seen father and mother." The air seemed to thicken with tension. West's Adam's apple bobbed, unable to swallow this secret. "Harry, I apologize. There are things I could not disclose to you." He then revealed to Harry the matters concerning the Patronus and the curse of dark magic. The young boy's pale fingers clutched the bedsheet tightly, fearing Harry's anger. After a moment of stunned silence, Harry seized a pillow and hurled it at West's face. "So you've already met father and mother, but didn't he tell me?" Harry's frustration boiled over, yet fell silent upon noticing the crescent-shaped mark revealed on West's arm. "So you've only seen father and mother twice as well," Harry awkwardly admitted, resting his forehead against West's shoulder. "I've seen them longer than you, considering the mirror." West stroked Harry's tousled hair, his eyes glistening with moisture. "We must never resent each other," Harry declared. West understood the unspoken implication. "We can never harbor resentment, for we are each other's only family in this world." Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat at an opportune moment, interrupting the poignant brotherly scene. Harry was suddenly reminded of Dumbledore's presence beside him, and straightened up awkwardly. "By the way, the Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, so you need not worry any longer," Dumbledore said with a kind smile. "Destroyed?" Harry asked, perplexed. "But your friend Nicholas Flamel, Nicholas and I had a discussion. It was their decision," Dumbledore replied. Harry found himself at a loss for words, while West remained silent throughout. Dumbledore cheerfully hummed a tune, casting a warm glance at West. "Do you have any questions, West?" "No, sir," West answered, catching Harry's conflicted gaze. "I'll relinquish this opportunity to ask to Harry. Harry, do you have any questions for the headmaster?" Under Dumbledore's watchful gaze, Harry exhaled. "Well, Voldemort claimed he killed our mother because she desperately tried to prevent him from killing me. But why did he want to kill me?" Dumbledore sighed heavily this time. "This matter, I cannot disclose to you. Not now, at least. You must wait until you are a bit older." Harry realized further inquiries would be futile and switched to another question. "Then, why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Your mother died to save you. If Voldemort has ever grappled with anything, it is love. He fails to realize that such profound love, akin to what your mother had for you, leaves an indelible mark. It is like a protective charm, embedded within your very being. For this reason, Quirrell cannot touch you, and the same result would apply to West." Dumbledore observed them and continued, "Quirrell's heart is consumed with hatred, having sold his soul to Voldemort. When he encounters someone adorned with such a beautiful mark, it brings him unbearable agony." West wiped the tears from Harry's eyes with his sleeve and embraced him. Dumbledore, witnessing the harmonious scene, popped a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, and departed with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Hermione, Ron and Draco entered. Draco sat by the bedside, softly asking, "Are you all right, West?" Merlin's pants. "You fainted, and you frightened both me and Draco." Ron grimaced. Hermione's eyes were misty, clearly yearning to embrace West. But recalling his aversion to physical contact, she restrained herself. Hermione had returned without incident, only to be confronted by Professor Snape during his rounds. And it took her some time to explain. "Professor, please save them." Hermione anxiously explained about West, but upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened immediately as he strode purposefully toward the 4th floor. When Snape and Hermione arrived, Draco and Ron were attempting to lift the unconscious West. West lay there, eyes shut in agony, his magical energy beginning to surge violently, warping the air around him. The sharp magical energy lashed out like blades, wreaking havoc upon everything in the room, yet softened upon contact with a person. Even so, Draco and Ron struggled to breathe under the oppressive force, but remained steadfast in supporting West. Snape's face was a storm cloud as he produced a vial of magical calming potion and administered it to West. Gradually his magic subsided, and after casting several diagnostic spells to ensure West was unharmed, he passed through the black flames to retrieve Harry, who was still weeping into thin air. Subsequently, Snape hurriedly escorted West to the hospital wing, with the other 3 trailing anxiously behind. Thus, the 4 of them took turns recounting the events that had unfolded outside, and upon noticing the slight headache afflicting West, they gradually fell into a silence. He thought to himself that he ought to find an opportunity to express his gratitude to the headmaster, having inadvertently caused him additional trouble. In truth, West felt a twinge of delight, for yet another reason to meet with Snape had presented itself. Chapter 30, The Unbreakable Vow. The aftermath of the magical surge compelled West to remain in the infirmary for several days. Perhaps due to the near dissipation of the seal, his magical flow had become erratic. He found himself unable to control the release of spells, either unable to cast them or unleashing them with excessive force, invariably resulting in some form of destruction. He sat on his bed, fixating on his trembling fingertips. Just moments prior, he had attempted to cast the levitation charm on an apple, only for it to explode violently, its juice splattering across the table and pooling onto the floor in a thin stream. Madame Pomfrey had cast a cleaning charm on him, sternly warning Mr. West, "You are prohibited from using any magic until Professor Dumbledore has provided a treatment plan." Subsequently, she confiscated his wand. West reluctantly reclined back onto his bed. Another consciousness within him seemed to have vanished entirely, never responding to his calls. He surmised that it had chosen to slumber in order to suppress the dark mark. The curse had begun to spiral out of control. They needed to merge. Dumbledore may have been prepared for this. West awaited Dumbledore's arrangements, only to learn from Harry that he had not seen Dumbledore in days. It appeared he had left Hogwarts. Consequently, West missed the final Quidditch match, where Gryffindor and Slytherin shared the championship title. Harry's voice accompanied the creaking of the door as he entered, followed closely by Draco with his signature platinum blonde hair. "This is undoubtedly the most disgraceful outcome in Hogwarts history," Draco remarked. Concerned about a potential resurgence of West's magical instability, Madame Pomfrey permitted Harry and the others to visit West for merely 15 minutes each day. Harry looked at West with eager anticipation, asking, "You will attend the end-of-year feast?" "One to you, West?" "That depends on Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey," West replied. Ron interjected, "You seem fine now. Why hasn't Dumbledore released you yet?" Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplating West thoughtfully. Besides Harry, the other 3 were unaware of the dark mark's implications, and they were perplexed by Dumbledore's arrangements. West shared their frustration. He had not seen Snape for several days, and the professor, it seemed, was avoiding him, likely angry about his late-night escapades. Snape was indeed furious. He had instructed West to prevent Harry from sneaking out at night, only for the 2 brothers to embark on their nocturnal adventures together. Dumbledore arrived the night before the end-of-year feast, accompanied by a visibly grim Snape. Snape's gaze swept over West's flushed face and he scoffed, offering no further comment. "I believe you have noticed the irregularities in your magic," Dumbledore stated, settling into a chair beside West. His eyes, obscured by half-moon spectacles, were as deep as an unfathomable ocean, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. "I will arrange for someone to escort you back to the Potter residence." "Is that individual trustworthy?" Snape inquired, his tone laden with skepticism. "I trust he will not betray my confidence," Dumbledore replied, his expression unexpectedly somber. Snape remained stoic, refraining from further comment. "Very well. When shall we depart?" West nodded, inquiring. "Tonight," Dumbledore stated, "the sooner the better." "West, I am uncertain of the effects the dark mark may have on a child over the age of 10. After all, no bearer of the dark mark has lived to reach this age. With the coordination of the Potter family's magic, if we succeed in merging, perhaps you will gain control over the dark mark." His expression was complex, suggesting that this would mean mastery over any dark magic. West discerned the underlying implications in Dumbledore's words. "Speak plainly, headmaster." You wish to use Harry against Voldemort, but do you have no plans for me? Dumbledore's eyes flickered for an instant, almost imperceptibly. What do you mean? I am willing to take the unbreakable vow, but on the condition that I can utilize the unforgivable curses against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. In order to protect those I love, I may sometimes find myself compelled to act. I hope you can trust me. I will not use the unforgivable curses against the innocent. You may consider me a pawn against Voldemort. I will do my utmost to protect Harry. Dumbledore was mad, and so was West. At that moment, Snape realized that West was no ordinary child. He possessed a similar tenacity to Dumbledore, willing to go to any lengths for the ideals he pursued. If you recall, you are merely 11 years old, Snape said, feeling somewhat helpless. Am I to be unable to protect even Lily's 2 children? Headmaster, if Voldemort returns, you would return to him, wouldn't you? West suddenly asked. He could not believe that Dumbledore would relinquish such a valuable pawn. Snape's identity was perfectly suited for espionage, conveying information for Dumbledore. Snape's face drained of color. Once, I found you asleep at your desk and saw your exposed dark mark, West stated dryly, fearful of inciting Snape's wrath. Noticing Snape's increasing ire, West hastily grasped his sleeve, earnestly saying, Professor, I wish to help you. Snape yanked his sleeve away. Shaking off West's grasp, his teeth clenched. Do I require the assistance of a student? West fell silent, turning his gaze to Dumbledore. Dumbledore raised his wand at an opportune moment. You are remarkably perceptive, West. Then let our vow be amended to prohibit the use of unforgivable curses against innocent individuals. I shall grant you sufficient freedom. Do not betray my trust, Dumbledore instructed. West sighed in relief, grasping the hand Dumbledore extended to him. At Dumbledore's behest, Snape was reluctantly compelled to witness their vow. 2 flames intertwined to form a fiery ring around West's and Dumbledore's wrists. I vow not to use unforgivable curses against the innocent, West declared, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his veins feeling as if molten lava coursed through them, bringing waves of searing heat. Yet he wished to retain the right to employ unforgivable curses when facing Voldemort and his minions. As the vow was sealed, the fiery ring constricted into blood-red threads, binding their wrists tightly. Dumbledore, having achieved his aim, rose calmly and handed West his wand. Perhaps you have something to discuss with Severus? I shall await you at the entrance to the headmaster's office at 10 o'clock. With that, Dumbledore turned and departed. West furrowed his brow, casting a pitiful gaze towards Snape, appearing utterly aggrieved. Professor, I am in great pain. He was not lying. The establishment of an unbreakable vow would inevitably inflict excruciating agony, and to breach such an oath would result in one's soul being consumed by flames. West's complexion had turned ashen, cold sweat nearly soaking his back. Snape snorted coldly, his expression more fearsome than ever. I dare say Mr. West is entirely oblivious to the nature of his transgression. Realizing that his attempts at coaxing had proven futile, West reluctantly reined in his expression. Professor, please trust me. I have my reasons. Snape's eyes unmistakably conveyed the sentiment of how one could trust an 11-year-old child. As Harry's brother, I will not allow him to become merely a pawn. West cast his eyes downward. Yet he understood that a confrontation with Voldemort was inevitable. As memories began to stir, he at last unearthed a dreadful possibility, through fragmented knowledge. A portion of Voldemort's fractured soul may have found its way into Harry, explaining the resonance felt in his presence. Harry was a Horcrux of Voldemort. This notion filled West with trepidation. At present, he remained uncertain whether Voldemort had inadvertently caused this, or if he had been consciously creating Horcruxes. Should it be the latter, the implications were dire. I must protect him, and thus I must immerse myself in this conflict. West looked to Snape. Professor, I am uncertain if I can successfully merge. If something were to happen to me. He paused, unable to finish his thought. He wished to entrust Snape with the responsibility of watching over Harry, yet Snape was under no obligation to do so. He could not presume to request the professor's assistance. You will be fine, Snape replied stiffly. He understood Lily. She would not employ uncertain magic upon a child. The Potters had assured him that the family magic could aid West in his merging, thus it would undoubtedly prove effective. They would never take such a risk with their child. Very well, Professor. West smiled, his eyes glimmering in the moonlight. Then await my return. Chapter 31, Potter Manor. West arrived promptly at the entrance to the headmaster's office at 10 o'clock. Time was of the essence. He had no opportunity to inform Harry of his impending departure, and attending the end-of-year feast was impossible. The statue at the office's entrance glimmered with a grayish hue under the moonlight. West whispered the incantation, Lemon Snowball. As he ascended the spiral staircase into the headmaster's office, he was met by the sight of a stranger seated within. The man possessed a dazzling mane of golden hair, his features exquisite and chiseled, with heterochromatic eyes that were both profound and intimidating. His long fingers toyed with a wand, and upon hearing the commotion, he turned to West, narrowing his eyes. West regarded this man, who exuded an air of danger, with caution. "You are the child Albus spoke of?" The man spoke seemingly without concern. He rose, his demeanor languid, akin to a graceful cat, approaching West and lowering his head to gaze into his eyes with a playful intensity. "Are you afraid of me?" West was at a loss for words. "Sir, you are overestimating things." "Gellert, do not frighten him," Dumbledore interjected, emerging from the sitting room, his brow furrowing at the sight. Could he truly entrust Gellert with a child? Grindelwald straightened, stepping back and raising his hands. "Well, Albus, I have done nothing." Upon seeing Dumbledore, West silently exhaled in relief. The stranger's identity was now unmistakable. Gellert Grindelwald. Perhaps he had consumed a youth potion? He appeared remarkably youthful, like a flamboyant peacock. Dumbledore gestured for West to sit, and poured him a cup of tea. "West, I will have Gellert escort you back to the Potter estate," he stated. "If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask him, but the family magic of the Potters will rely on your own initiation. Do not worry too much. The portraits of the Potter family will not hesitate to assist you." Grindelwald had resumed his seat, casually sipping his tea. "Rest assured, Albus. The task you entrusted to me will be accomplished." He raised his eyes to Dumbledore. "Once the deed is done, do not forget your promise to me." "I remember, Gellert." Dumbledore replied. "You may set off now." "Wait, Headmaster," West interjected, producing a letter and handing it to Dumbledore. "Please deliver this to Harry and kindly explain the situation." "This is quite the troublesome errand," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, yet he accepted the letter under West's reproachful gaze. "Fear not, West, I shall see to it." Had he not been in such a rush, West would not have found himself lacking the time to explain things to Harry. This was his own shortcoming. "Let us go." "Little cub," Grindelwald announced, rising and stretching. Dumbledore escorted them to the entrance of Hogwarts Castle. "Return safely, Albus," Grindelwald said. "Take care to rest." Dumbledore regarded him, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Safe travels." Grindelwald seized West by the scruff of his neck, and with a flick of his wand, they executed several successive apparitions, disregarding West's potential discomfort with the method. The pressure of apparition can be quite unpleasant for novices. Fortunately, aside from some dizziness and paleness, West fared well, prompting Grindelwald to regard him with newfound respect. Quite adaptable, this lad. West sensed they had traveled a considerable distance from Hogwarts before Grindelwald set him down, before an ancient forest. This woodland appeared to be under the influence of an anti-apparition charm, compelling them to proceed on foot. The night still enveloped them. Towering trees, their ages indeterminate, loomed high above, shrouded in thick fog. The moon hung high, yet its light failed to penetrate the depths of this ancient grove. The ground beneath was damp, exuding a chill. West leaned against a tree for a moment, regaining his composure before following Grindelwald's lead while surveying his surroundings. They traversed through layers of foliage until they reached the heart of the forest, where a colossal tree stood. West instinctively caressed the weathered bark of this venerable tree, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship. Suddenly, he felt a protrusion on the bark. Grindelwald's wand tip gleamed, illuminating a pattern etched into the bark. It depicted a deep red chalice, encircled by the ethereal forms of two stags, their massive antlers ablaze with roaring flames. Grindelwald appraised the great tree, nodding in satisfaction, then grasped West's arm. "You won't mind if I make a few incisions, will you?" Before West could respond, Grindelwald's wand tip grazed his arm, slicing open a wound from which blood flowed, soaking the earth beneath the ancient tree, eagerly absorbed by its roots. West mused to himself, one must inquire how polite. In a moment of distraction, he thought he heard the land exhale in contentment. An ancient and colossal castle suddenly materialized before them, as if shedding its veil to reveal its true form. At the moment the castle unveiled itself, West heard an excited scream. "Merlin! It is the young master! The young master has returned." West beheld a peculiar creature before him. It stood only 3 feet tall, its limbs elongated, skin resembling crumpled parchment, with a watermelon-sized head adorned with bat-like ears, its large, round eyes occupying a third of its face. It was a gaunt figure clad in a diminutive suit fashioned from a red tea towel, with the collar embroidered with the totem of the twin deer and the Holy Grail. "Wister, a house elf?" It gazed up at Wister, its large eyes brimming with tears that cascaded uncontrollably down its cheeks, a thin voice crying out, "Yes, young Master Potter. I am the house elf of the Potter family. My name is Anchi." Oh, poor Anchi has awaited the young master for 10 years, 9 months, and 7 days. Anchi extended a finger as frail as a twig, yearning to touch the hem of Wister's garment, only to retract it in trepidation. Bad Anchi. Dirty hands would soil the young master's new robes. Enough, Anchi, cease your weeping. Wister felt a headache coming on. Anchi fought back tears, rubbing its hands together, its large eyes fixed on Wister. Just as Wister found himself at a loss, Grindelwald mockingly applauded and remarked, "Such a touching master-servant bond, but could you not first escort your young master and guest into the manor? Oh, indeed, it is Anchi's fault." Anchi hurriedly opened the grand doors of the castle, exclaiming loudly, "Welcome home, young master." In an instant, 6 more house elves emerged from behind the door, their wide eyes trained on Wister, chattering excitedly. "The young master has returned. Why is there only one young master? Oh, poor young master, look how emaciated he is." Wister felt a throbbing in his forehead. It was evident that Anchi was the leader among them. He turned to Anchi and said, "Anchi, send them to their tasks." Anchi hastily waved at the group of house elves, urging them to return to their duties. They obediently departed, glancing back at Wister with reluctance, almost stopping every few steps. "I didn't realize the Potter family had so many house elves," Grindelwald mused, "and they appear to be well treated." Indeed. Anchi's eyes sparkled with pride as it held its head high. "Our master is very kind to us. We even have clean clothes to wear." Wister frowned. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he was unaccustomed to the notion of enslaving house elves. "Anchi, do you happen to know if my parents utilized family magic?" He crouched down to softly inquire of Anchi. Anchi, taken aback, exclaimed, "The young master actually asked Anchi, do you happen to know?" Anchi feels honored. As he spoke, tears welled up once more. Although the Potter family treated their house elves well, they had endured their share of mischief from the playful young master, James. "All right, Anchi, you must adjust to my demeanor," Wister said with a hint of exasperation, "and please stop crying." "Oh, very well, young master," Anchi replied, pulling a handkerchief from its pocket to wipe away its tears. "Anchi knows what Master James and Master Lily have done. Please follow Anchi." With that, Anchi led the way, guiding Wister and Grindelwald through a garden adorned with golden-red phoenix ferns, into the castle's interior. Chapter 32, The Secret Chamber. Anchi led Wister and Grindelwald into the castle, traversing a long corridor. The corridor was lined with portraits of Potter ancestors, each frame intricately carved with their lifelong achievements. They all halted simultaneously, their gazes converging upon Wister. "James, child," an elderly man spoke, his wise eyes scrutinizing Wister's face. "You do not resemble your father, but you bear a striking resemblance to your mother." Indeed, Wister nodded, executing a formal noble bow to express the respect due. This elicited surprise and satisfaction from the elder. A younger woman stepped forward, her gaze fixed sternly on Grindelwald. "Gellert Grindelwald?" Grindelwald, tracing the alchemical patterns on the wall with his fingertips, raised an eyebrow at her seemingly accusatory question. "You know me? I am of your era. Though I perished early, you would not know me." The woman shrugged, narrowing her eyes. "What is your purpose here?" Her sharp gaze indicated that the Potter family was not to be exploited by him. "I am not exploiting him," Grindelwald replied, his impatience evident as he shrugged. "I am merely fulfilling a task entrusted to me." The woman was about to retort when the elder interrupted. "Enough, Catherine." He is still regarding Wister. "Are you here to merge the fragmented soul?" "It seems you are well informed," Wister acknowledged with a nod, his eyes glinting. "Of course, utilizing family magic requires our consent." The elder continued. "Your parents sacrificed much to save you." He turned to Anchi, stating, "Take him to the underground chamber." Anchi nodded respectfully. "Very well, master." Wister inhaled deeply, following Anchi. Just as Grindelwald intended to follow, the elder halted him, saying, "You cannot enter, young man. The Potter family's secret chamber does not welcome strangers." Grindelwald paused, scoffing softly, and leaned against the wall, content to wait. He had fulfilled his promise to Dumbledore by bringing Wister back to the Potter estate. What remained was beyond his concern. The fate of the boy rested in his own hands. Anchi guided Wister through the bloodline corridor, traversing a considerable distance before arriving at a spiral staircase leading downwards. Wister was astonished by the wealth of the Potter family. The fact that house elves could maintain such an expansive estate indicated that the Potter family possessed a substantial private vault, and he and Harry were likely to inherit their parents' own small treasury. "This way, young master," Anchi called, halting before a massive stone door. Wister surveyed the grand entrance, which gleamed with a black luster, the family crest of the Potters, 2 deer and a chalice, carved prominently in the center. Anchi fiddled with something on the stone door, and a small stone block popped out, revealing a groove. "A bit of your blood is required, young master," Anchi stated. Wister raised his arm, where Grindelwald had recently made a cut that had just ceased bleeding. Without hesitation, he reopened the slowly healing wound, allowing his blood to drip into the groove. The intricate patterns upon it glowed with a sanguine light, and with a resonant sound, the stone door gradually creaked open. A faint musty odor mingled with the scent of parchment wafted toward him. Wister was astounded by the sight before him. This secret chamber served as the Potter family's treasury. Surrounding the chamber were numerous display shelves, filled with countless unnamed magical artifacts and rare spellbooks, as well as, most importantly, volumes penned by the ancestors of the Potter family, chronicling their lifelong research in fields such as alchemy, potion-making, and spellcraft. In the center of the chamber stood a grand altar, upon which 2 intertwined stone deer rested. Their eye sockets were embedded with red gemstones, and atop their massive antlers perched a sculpted chalice of flames. The chalice burned with crimson magical fire that seemed eternal. An intricate array inscribed in ancient runes cast an eerie red glow in the warm light filtering from the ceiling. Wister was astonished to find that he could comprehend the meaning of these ancient runes. "Young master, you must activate the array." Anchi pointed to the central altar. Everything required no further explanation. As if an invisible hand guided Wister to stand upon the altar. He stepped forward, ascending the altar, crouching down to articulate the ancient runes inscribed upon it, word for word. As he uttered the final phrase of the ancient runes, the array illuminated incrementally, and the once sealed chamber was filled with the howling of a fierce wind. A miraculous scene unfolded. The 2 stone deer appeared to come to life, lifting the chalice of flames and approaching Wister. West stared intently at the scene unfolding before him. The goblet of fire tilted slowly, and the crimson flames flowed over him like a liquid, enveloping him entirely. Surprisingly, the fire was icy, colder than the winter snows of Hogwarts. A sharp agony crept from his heart throughout his entire body. Trembling, West clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. The 2 stone stags circled around him, their stony mouths gradually opening to recite an ancient incantation. A buzzing filled his ears. Amidst the tumult of pain, West felt another consciousness begin to awaken. Fragmented souls gradually merged, and long-buried memories slowly unlocked. Darkness engulfed his vision as he plummeted into an endless abyss. After what felt like an eternity, West's consciousness stirred. A delicate and frail face materialized before him. A red-haired woman cradled him, her pallid face graced with a blissful smile. He felt her hair brush against his cheek, sending a tingling sensation through him, and he attempted to lift his hand to brush away the strands, only to find it replaced by a chubby infant's hand. The woman affectionately kissed his forehead, but her gaze froze upon noticing the crescent mark on his arm. He heard her scream as he was taken into a pair of large hands, locking eyes with a man who possessed the same red hair. He held the infant close, the badge on his chest pressing uncomfortably against the child. The newborn began to wail once again, yet no one seemed inclined to soothe him. His parents repeatedly examined his arm, their faces etched with profound sorrow. The scene shifted, and the child was now 5 years old. He sat silently in the garden, observing the ants scuttling across the ground. The red-haired couple stood nearby, their weary faces betraying their anguish. He heard the woman murmur, "We must think of a way, Orlando." "Do not worry, Daima," the man replied, embracing her and kissing her smooth forehead. "West is our only bloodline. We shall not abandon him." Chapter 33. Fragments of Memory. "My dear, mother and father will surely save you." West felt the woman kiss his cheek. Her obsidian-like eyes brimmed with tears that trickled down her face. He longed to wipe away her tears, but the searing pain within him rendered him unable to lift his hand. Daima wiped away her tears, placing a badge in his hand before turning to leave the manor with Orlando. West lay in bed for several days, attended to by house elves. As the pain within him gradually subsided, he was finally able to rise. In the vast and opulent manor, it seemed he was alone with a few house elves, his parents having departed without a trace. In moments of boredom, young West could only converse with the portraits of his ancestors. They patiently comforted him, yet their eyes were always clouded with pity, which made West feel deeply uncomfortable. He lived alone in the manor for 2 years, waiting, and at the age of 7, he received the news of his parents' demise. "Master Orlando and Mistress Daima have passed away." The house elf Amy trembled as she informed him. At 7, West could not grasp the concept of death, but by the time he turned 12, his parents had yet to return, leaving behind only an empty manor and a cold badge. It was then he understood that death was a protracted separation. His ancestors were astonished that he had managed to survive alone until the age of 12. "He is the first child in our family to live to 12 while bearing the dark magic curse. If he can safely reach adulthood, his future is boundless." West heard the whispers of the portraits at night. In truth, if given the choice, he desired not a boundless future, but merely the return of his parents, longing only for a safe and peaceful upbringing. The pain within him rendered him sleepless, as his magic rampaged destructively through his body. yet a gentle magic would gradually mend his wounds. At night, West ventured into his parents' study, suppressing his agony as he perused their notes. This had become his sole passion over the years. His father Orlando was a master alchemist, while his mother Daima was a master of potions. They possessed profound expertise in their respective fields. West absorbed knowledge ravenously, and based on his mother's potion notes, invented the elixir of life and death. A low dose of the elixir would plunge him into a state of delirium, allowing him to temporarily escape the pains of his body and the solitude of reality. A high dose, however, could lead a person to perish within a void of fantasy. With the aid of his parents' notes and the knowledge of dark magic bestowed upon him by the curse, he invented many things. It was only during these moments that he could appreciate the silver lining of the dark magic curse, yet such benefits paled in comparison to the suffering it inflicted. West abandoned his mother's pain-relieving potion, and instead relied on the elixir of life and death to survive. Occasionally, he would have Amy take his concoctions outside in exchange for rare dark magical artifacts and notes, which inevitably led to some of his formulas being leaked. West was forbidden from venturing out. His volatile magic posed a danger to others. Even within the manor, he had unintentionally caused considerable destruction, injuring the house elves on several occasions. Perhaps due to his exceptionally high tolerance for pain, he inexplicably survived until the age of 16. The dark magic curse did not wane with his growth, if anything. As he approached adulthood, the curse seemed to strengthen alongside him. It dawned on West that they were pitiable symbiotes, thriving together and suffering together. Gradually, he discovered that he would lose consciousness for periods, and during bouts of magic-induced turmoil, he would instinctively target those around him. The worst incident nearly cost Amy her life. He heard her scream, and when he opened his eyes, she lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. After enduring a decade of torment, West chose to end his own life that fateful day. He bandaged Amy's wounds before making his way to his parents' secret chamber. The moonlight slanted through the window, illuminating a face devoid of color. He gently caressed the badge in his hand, depicting a black serpent with ink-black eyes fixed coldly upon its prey, bearing sharp fangs. This was the emblem of the Somerset family. Without hesitation, West consumed a high dose of the elixir of life and death, leaning against the workbench as his vision gradually blurred. "My dear, live on. Forgive me, mother, for I must break my promise." As his consciousness ebbed away, he felt himself once more enveloped in his mother's warm embrace. The woman tenderly held him close, her scalding tears falling upon his face. "Save my child, save him." With those words, West descended into an endless abyss of darkness. On January 9, 1960, West Somerset, the last heir of the ancient pureblood family, took his own life. Thus, this venerable house of ancient lineage met its final curtain. West never anticipated that one day he would open his eyes again. Yet by this time, he was no longer truly human. He had transformed into an invisible specter, bound to follow a small boy. Why had this come to pass? West gazed in confusion at the small boy before him, who had black hair and a sallow complexion, appearing malnourished. Dressed in oversized clothing, he crouched in a corner, enviously observing two neatly dressed girls playing not far away. To speak candidly, even during the most intense days of the dark curse's outbreak, when he was engulfed in pain to the point of losing all sense and reason, he had never felt as wretched as the boy before him. West had been trailing this boy for several days. He had an ineffectual, alcoholic father, and a submissive mother who revolved around her husband. It was utterly inconceivable. This woman, who was undoubtedly a witch, remained indifferent while her child suffered beatings, never once contemplating the use of magic to resist. West was not devoid of compassion. In fact, he had attempted to intervene when the child was being struck. Alas, he was merely a ghost. No one could see him, no one could touch him, and he could not reach out to anyone. He followed the small boy, watching him grow gradually, forging a friendship with a red-haired girl, and on their 11th birthday, both received their acceptance letters to Hogwarts. At last, the boy could escape this home and attend school at Hogwarts. West observed the boy's jubilant face, flushed with excitement, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief, even feeling a twinge of yearning, for he had never experienced the joy of education himself. Severus Snape. That was indeed his name, was it not? As expected, Severus was sorted into Slytherin. West felt a flicker of delight, for several of his ancestors had also been Slytherin students, frequently reminiscing about their splendid times at Hogwarts and extolling the virtues of Slytherin. Sadly, Severus's school life seemed far from the idyllic scenario he had envisioned. Chapter 34. Fragments of Memory 2. Lily was sorted into Gryffindor, one of the reasons for Severus's despondency. As Lily's red hair disappeared at the far end of the Gryffindor table, West noticed Severus clenching his sleeves, his shoulders rigid with tension. Severus had achieved his desire to enter Slytherin, yet it was not the paradise he had imagined. As a half-blood, Severus frequently became the target of purebloods within his own house. They mocked him for having an inept muggle father and a mother who was a disgraceful pureblood lunatic. Wes futilely reached out, wishing to grasp the boy's tightly clenched fist, but only encountered the frigid air. Aside from Lily, Severus had no friends. He spent countless years accompanying Severus through his trials. He understood Severus's remarkable talent, his duplicitous nature, his insecurities and arrogance, and his profound yearning for love. He also recognized that Severus's gaze always lingered upon that red-haired girl. He witnessed the joy on Severus's face when he mastered the Patronus charm. Severus's stag was a mirror image of Lily's Patronus. West remained by Severus's side, initially unable to depart, and later, unwilling to leave. He wished to see this boy grow up safe and sound. Perhaps in the future, he would marry Lily and create a happy family. He would become a gentle husband and a stern father, with a brilliant future ahead, free from the shackles of childhood suffering. As Severus's magical talents began to flourish, he was drawn into the orbit of the Malfoy family, and his previously targeted status gradually improved, even making him a figure to be reckoned with. However, his relationship with Lily deteriorated amid various conflicts, especially with the involvement of Potter and his friends. Lily could not comprehend Severus's obsession with studying dark magic, while Severus resented Lily's camaraderie with James and the others. Ultimately, due to a careless remark, Lily and Severus severed their ties completely. Mudblood. That word escaped his lips, and both were momentarily stunned. Wes clearly witnessed the light in Lily's eyes extinguish. Severus's mouth bore the bruises from his altercation with Potter, yet his expression revealed profound anguish. Before everyone, he could not muster the strength to utter an apology. Wes followed him as he turned and hurried away. West inhabited Severus Snape, able only to see and hear, yet powerless to act. He was unlike the other ghosts at Hogwarts. The young wizards could see them, yet they could not perceive him. Perhaps it was because he was merely a wisp of a soul, his essence diminished by more than half. Had it been lost at Somerset Manor? West pondered. He vaguely recalled the warm embrace he felt before his demise. Was it an illusion woven by the waters of life and death? Or did his mother, like him trailing Severus, always remain by his side? Severus never cried. At least, West had never witnessed it. On that day, when Lily severed ties with him, he merely appeared pale, with reddened eyes, yet not a single tear fell from his lashes. If only you would cry when you're sad. Wes floated helplessly to the side, watching the boy sit in the dormitory, lost in thought, lips pressed tightly together, not uttering a word. Why not go apologize to Lily? Sev, you didn't mean it. West incessantly pleaded, but alas, Severus could not hear his words. Being a ghost had its advantages. He no longer suffered from the anguish of the dark curse. Yet being a ghost also had its drawbacks, especially now, as he could not comfort Severus, could not offer him a hug and assure him that everything would pass. That he still had him. Later, Lily became involved with Potter. Wes could see that Severus still harbored feelings for Lily, but he would never voice that love again. The most turbulent emotions lay submerged at the bottom of the lake. Time passed swiftly and Severus graduated, subsequently joining the Death Eaters. He knelt before Voldemort, his voluminous black robes clinging to him, accentuating his gaunt frame, like a fragile sword ready to snap. As his arm was about to be branded with the grotesque dark mark, he remained oblivious to the fact that, in a realm unseen by all, someone was anxiously concerned for him. Voldemort was no benevolent entity. West paced anxiously. Sev, do not join the Death Eaters. Can you hear me? He shouted fervently into Severus's ear. Severus suddenly scratched his ear, perplexed, feeling an itch. West frantically sought to block that green light, yet could only watch helplessly as the skull and snake insignia seared into the boy's pale skin. West succumbed to despair. In that moment, he began to question the very purpose of his existence. For reasons unknown, he could only trail behind this boy, witnessing him grow step by step towards the abyss, yet unable to intervene or alter his fate. Merlin, is this also part of the dark curse? He was cruelly cursed, losing his parents, enduring years of torment, harming the house elf who had grown alongside him, and even in death, he was forced to watch a boy he cherished walk towards tragedy. He had done nothing wrong. Voldemort was indeed a madman. West observed with a cold gaze as this shattered soul embarked on the creation of Horcruxes, and not just one. West couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. While he sought an end to his cursed existence, someone else was willing to resort to any means for immortality. Voldemort's temper grew increasingly volatile, even resorting to excruciating torture for his inept subordinates. West watched everything unfold with a detached demeanor, until Severus became a victim of such torment. Enough! He shouted weakly, yet could only watch as Severus collapsed in agony, his body curling uncontrollably. He leaned over Severus, embracing him as a mother would. Transparent tears streaming down his cheeks, leaving no trace behind. West's essence continued to fade. He could sense the dwindling remnants of his soul's power being gradually stripped away, destined for its rightful place. He remained by Severus's side, occasionally losing consciousness and succumbing to a slumber from which he did not know when he would awaken. Initially, it lasted a day, then slowly stretched to 3 days, 5 days. The longest he had slept was for half a month, awakening to find Severus desperately imploring Dumbledore. Please, hide her. The man, who had never shed a tear, now bore droplets of anguish upon his face, utterly vulnerable. He knew the prophecy. He was certain it was Lily's son. For her, I would do anything. West heard the man's painful sobs and uncontrollably felt the urge to lean down and wipe away his tears, only to once again plunge into darkness. Upon waking, he found Severus moving rapidly with the disillusionment charm. West followed closely, an unsettling anxiety spreading within him. Severus halted before a house with an open door. He trembled as he passed the rigid corpse of James Potter, abruptly stopping at the sound of a baby's cries. Beside the cradle, Lily's red hair spread across the ground, resembling a pool of congealed twilight. Severus, don't look. West positioned himself in front of Severus's line of sight. Knowing full well that all his efforts were futile, he stubbornly attempted again and again. The sound of bones thudding against the ground emanated from beneath the black cloak. Severus knelt, trembling fingers brushing against Lily's neck. Beneath her pallid skin lay a silence as still as a frozen lake. Upon awakening, he buried his face in Lily's tousled red hair. His hoarse voice tinged with a faint metallic taste of blood. I beg you. The pale moonlight illuminated his face, casting light upon the cascading tears. A spectre knelt beside Severus, transparent fingers hovering above his quaking shoulder. Suddenly, he recalled a rain-soaked night many years ago in Spinner's End, where a boy curled up, his consciousness blurring beneath a high fever, mimicking the same gesture of cupping his hands, pretending to shield that frail body from the cold. West attempted to reach out and embrace Severus, but as he drew near his back, his form gradually dissipated. This time it truly is goodbye. West furrowed his brow and managed a laugh, more painful than a cry. Severus, he strained to widen his eyes, wishing to imprint the man into the depths of his retina. With the last vestiges of his strength, West lifted his hand to wipe away the tears from Severus's face. The wind suddenly became gentle, as if someone sighed and kissed away all traces of tears. Severus blinked in confusion. In that moment, it seemed as though someone had brushed away his tears. In an unnoticed corner, the recently dissipated starlight coalesced into a cluster, descending into the still sleeping infant beside Harry. He slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 35, Awakening. West suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on the altar of the Potter household. The warm light refracting from the dome causing him to blink involuntarily, tears streaming down his cheeks. He attempted to bend his fingers, only to discover that all his joints felt as if they were rusted and stiff. With great effort, he propped himself up from the floor, leaning against the foot of a stone stag, and managed to speak with great difficulty, Anchi. His parched throat struggled to produce the 2 syllables. With a loud pop, Anchi appeared in the chamber, his eyes wide with surprise. Oh, young Master West, you have finally awakened, Anchi said, choking back sobs, large tears swirling in his bulbous eyes. Help me up, West said helplessly. He tried several times but couldn't rise, his legs feeling utterly numb. Anchi hurriedly assisted West to his feet, conjuring a chair for him to sit upon. West exhaled in relief, waiting for his legs to regain feeling. He stared at his legs, then suddenly raised his hand. Feeling an overwhelming surge of magical energy, the long-lost sensation of power gradually awakened within him. This feeling of unrestrained freedom, this pure magic untainted by any curse, was something he had never possessed in 2 lifetimes. Well, the question now is, why do I feel as if I've grown larger? West scrutinized his hands. Now seemingly 2 sizes bigger, his pupils dilating in shock. With a mere thought, a mirror of water appeared before him, reflecting the visage of a 17-year-old youth. West's eyes widened in astonishment. The boy in the mirror had waist-length, cascading red curls, emerald green eyes, and a small tear mole beneath one eye. His features sharply defined and deep-set. The appearance from both his lives had somehow merged subtly. West composed himself, suppressing the surprise on his face. As the magic he had just summoned coursed through him, his legs gradually regaining sensation. Is Grindelwald still outside, Anchi? West inquired while trimming his long hair. Young master, you have been unconscious for a year, Anchi replied. The day after you fell into a deep slumber, Mr. Grindelwald departed. West's breath hitched, his expression suddenly rigid. I was unconscious for a year? He waved his hand, and time manifested in midair. 1993728. This was disastrous. How was he to explain his disappearance to Harry? However, Mr. Grindelwald has stationed someone to watch over the manor. I have already informed them of your awakening, Anchi added. Excellent, Anchi, West said, retrieving his wand and tucking it into his sleeve. I need to step out for a moment. But Mr. Grindelwald is in a hurry, Anchi exclaimed. But before he could finish, West vanished with a loud pop. West executed a long-distance apparition, arriving in a secluded valley in England. The valley, shrouded in the magic of the Somerset family, enjoyed a perpetual spring. Following the flowing stream through the woods, the morning mist gradually soaked the hem of his wizarding robe. He arrived at a waterfall beside a steep cliff. With a nearly inaudible murmur, an invisible hand parted the water veil, revealing a narrow path leading deeper within. Passing through the path, the light of day burst forth, revealing a vast estate before him. This grayish-blue structure, built in the medieval era, featured European-style spires, its outer walls adorned with color-changing ivy. Entering through the open front door, West strolled toward the mansion. He examined the brass door knocker entwined with a bronze serpent, which affectionately rubbed against his fingertips as he extended his hand. The bronze serpent reluctantly returned to the knocker, and with a soft click, the estate opened its doors wide, welcoming his return. Through the slowly opening door, he spotted a house elf frozen in the hall. West displayed the first genuine smile since awakening. Amy, I'm back. Meanwhile, in the highest tower of Nurmengard, Grindelwald was receiving a report from his subordinate. West has awakened, the subordinate reported, bowing respectfully. Where is he? You didn't bring him here? Grindelwald inquired. According to the Potter household's house elf, he left early for something. Very well, you may leave, Grindelwald said, glancing towards a nearby sofa where an elderly man with a long beard sat, savoring a cup of tea. You heard that, Albus. This is not my fault. That little brat ran off on his own. Dumbledore leisurely picked up a lemon sherbet, displaying no signs of panic. He raised his profound gaze and said with a relaxed demeanor, there is no rush. Wes will go to find Harry. July 31st marks Harry's 13th birthday. He rose early, despite having been kept awake until the wee hours of the morning by the excitement of unwrapping presents for his friend the previous day. Yet he felt no trace of fatigue. Over the course of the year, Harry had grown noticeably taller, though still not surpassing Ron, which brought him a measure of joy. Perhaps the only source of discontent during this past year had been the whereabouts of Wister. Merlin knew how deeply he worried for Wister, yet Dumbledore had repeatedly assured him that Wister was safe, and that upon his return, he would be free from the curse of dark magic. Alas, this waiting had stretched on for a year. Soon he would be entering his third year. Wister, if you miss my birthday again, I shan't forgive you, Harry muttered under his breath. He descended the stairs to breakfast, taking a seat between Dudley and Uncle Vernon. The Dursleys had never wished him a happy birthday, often pretending not to see him, which suited Harry just fine. He had grown accustomed to their indifference. However, the absence of Wister rendered his solitude exceedingly dull. As he chewed on his toast, he noticed the news anchor on the television reporting on an escaped convict. The public was warned that Black was armed and extremely dangerous. A hotline had been established for anyone who might have information regarding Black's whereabouts to report immediately. Harry listened absently to the news as Uncle Vernon drained his teacup, and remarked to Aunt Petunia, I'm off soon. Maggie's train arrives at 10. At the mention of Aunt Maggie, Harry's heart skipped a beat. Aunt Maggie is coming, isn't she? He blurted out. Aunt Maggie was notoriously difficult, and each of her visits left both Wister and Harry with dreadful memories. Uncle Vernon began laying down rules for Harry, such as forbidding any impolite remarks to Maggie and dictating how to conduct himself. Harry retorted with a frosty expression, then perhaps you should teach her some manners. Uncle Vernon feigned ignorance to Harry's response and added, also, we have informed Maggie that you are attending St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. What? Harry exclaimed incredulously, filled with rage. He glared at Uncle Vernon, gripping his wand tightly within his pocket, though he restrained himself, not wishing to stir up trouble. What a dreadful birthday, Harry thought. Chapter 36 Reunion. Well, Aunt Maggie's arrival was not entirely devoid of merit. For instance, he had leveraged this situation to coerce Uncle Vernon into signing the consent form for Hogsmeade. Harry returned to his room in high spirits, carefully stowing away the signed document. Before long, Aunt Petunia was shrieking for Harry to come downstairs to greet the guest. Reluctantly, he made his way down and opened the door. Aunt Maggie stood on the threshold, grappling with a massive suitcase, while clutching her beloved dog Lippy under her arm. She rudely shoved the suitcase into Harry's arms, pushing past him to smother Dudley with affectionate kisses. She and the Dursleys made their way into the kitchen. Harry slowly transported the suitcase upstairs, attempting to delay the inevitable interaction with Aunt Maggie, wishing to minimize their time together, ideally avoiding it altogether. Upon returning to the kitchen, he found Aunt Maggie engrossed in lively conversation with the Dursleys, casting not a single glance in his direction. As Harry prepared to take a seat, Lippy suddenly barked at him, prompting Aunt Maggie to finally acknowledge his presence. "So you're still living here," Aunt Maggie remarked. "Yes," Harry replied curtly. "Don't use that ungrateful tone with me," Aunt Maggie bellowed, her eyes sweeping the room. "Where's your brother?" Harry was at a loss for words and fell silent. "He's at the juvenile detention center, Aunt Maggie," Uncle Vernon interjected. "I told you he got into trouble and is staying there." Upon hearing this, Harry couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. "Don't you dare scoff at me." Aunt Maggie's face flushed with anger, her finger nearly jabbing Harry's face. "It seems St. Brutus hasn't taught you how to behave, has it? You and your brother are cut from the same cloth. Don't think you're any better just because you aren't in detention." Suddenly she chuckled. "Do they beat you with a stick?" "I say, people like you deserve a good thrashing," Harry responded with disinterest. At least Uncle Vernon had signed his consent form. He could manage to put on a semblance of a performance in front of Aunt Maggie. Uncle Vernon, concerned that Aunt Maggie might truly provoke Harry's ire, attempted to change the subject, but Aunt Maggie persisted, demanding to know when his brother would return. He might have already been beaten to death by the St. Brutus staff. This remark struck a nerve in Harry. At that moment, a glass near Aunt Maggie shattered, red wine splattering all over her. The Dursleys stared at Harry in bewilderment. "I warn you, do not speak ill of Wister," Harry said darkly. Aunt Maggie screamed, her furious glare fixed on Harry, her words momentarily failing her. In the next instant, her body swelled like a balloon, the buttons on her dress bursting off. "Maggie!" Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia shouted in unison, while Maggie began to rise from her seat, floating toward the ceiling. Harry erupted into laughter. Amidst the chaos of screams, the doorbell rang, followed by the sound of the door opening. The Dursley household was in disarray, and no one noticed the doorbell. "Seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment?" Harry heard a familiar voice and whipped around, spotting a tall boy leaning against the doorway, his red hair gleaming in the sunlight. "Wister!" Harry exclaimed joyously, rushing to embrace him. He scrutinized his long-lost brother, noting the subtle changes in Wister's appearance. His soft features had sharpened, his eyes had shifted from emerald to a deep green, and a small beauty mark had appeared beneath his eye. Most importantly, he was now half a head taller than Harry. Wister regarded the somewhat dazed Harry with amusement. "What? Don't you recognize me?" To avoid startling Harry, he had even taken a youth potion to revert to his 13-year-old self. Before he could finish speaking, Harry's fist connected with his finely sculpted face. "Ouch." Wister stumbled back, incredulity written all over his face. "Are you trying to murder your own brother?" Harry stood frozen, his fist still raised, tears suddenly welling in his eyes. He shouted hoarsely, "Do you even remember me as your brother? Where on earth have you been this past year?" Wister, feeling a twinge of guilt and unease, stepped forward and enveloped Harry in an embrace. "I'm sorry, Harry. I promise I'll explain everything when I have the chance, all right?" On one side, brotherly affection blossomed, while on the other, chaos reigned. Uncle Vernon was grappling with Aunt Maggie's foot, trying to pull her down, nearly lifting himself off the ground in the process. "You two, put Maggie down," he bellowed. "So what is happening here?" Wister inquired. Harry, regaining his composure, replied, "She was speaking ill of us, and I couldn't hold back." "I see. She brought this upon herself," Wister mused, nodding thoughtfully, choosing to disregard Aunt Maggie's remarks since she had spoken ill of both him and Harry. "Go pack your things. I can see you don't want to stay here any longer." Harry's face lit up with joy as he sprinted upstairs, quickly gathering all his belongings, not forgetting to grab Hedwig's cage. Wister assisted Harry in hoisting two of his bags and stepped out of the Dursleys' door. "Stop! You two!" Uncle Vernon stormed out, roaring in fury. "Come back! Fix this mess!" Wister pretended not to hear, and continued forward. Harry managed to regain his composure and hesitantly suggested, "Should we not release her? After all, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic." West glanced at him with a hint of surprise, taken aback by Harry's newfound rationality after a year apart. "No need," West replied, "the ministry will handle everything. Let her remain suspended for a while longer." He guided Harry to a rarely frequented street corner, poised to disapparate back to the manor when he suddenly noticed an alleyway nestled between the garage and the fence. There a large, disheveled black dog was concealed, its round, glistening eyes fixed intently upon them. "West, why have you stopped?" Harry followed West's gaze and spotted the imposing black dog, raising his wand in caution. The dog seemed to realize it had been discovered and turned to flee. Quickly bind it. Before it could escape, a binding spell ensnared the creature, forcing it to lie prone on the ground. A triumphant grin spread across West's face as he approached the black dog, crouching down to observe it closely. The black dog, with its deep, dark, moist eyes, gazed at West and affectionately licked his hand. West was taken aback, wiping the dampness off his hand with a look of complex emotions, suspecting that Sirius had been in canine form for so long that he truly believed himself to be a dog. "Why have you captured it?" Harry inquired, puzzled. The black dog looked at Harry as if it wished to communicate, yet it merely emitted a couple of whimpers, lowering its eyes in a display of contrition. "You will find out shortly," West replied with a smile. Chapter 37. Sirius Black. West grasped Harry's arm with one hand while using the other to grip the scruff of the black dog's neck, disapparating back to Potter Manor. Harry stumbled a few steps and collapsed onto the wool carpet of the manor's hall, nearly retching. He coughed twice and protested. "Isn't the ministry prohibiting underage wizards from using magic outside school? Also, when did you learn to disapparate?" The black dog's face also contorted in surprise, its eyes wide with appreciation. "Sometimes rules require flexibility," West remarked as he released the black dog, adjusting the collar of his shirt. In truth, his age had surpassed 17, rendering him undetectable by the ministry's tracking spells. With a wave of his hand, the bindings on the black dog were released, and it stood weakly, shaking off its fur. "Splendid. Welcome home," Harry, West said. He lightly tapped his fingers, illuminating the chandelier above, casting light upon the sleeping griffin statue at the center of the hall. The griffin stretched its body and yawned. Harry surveyed the opulent manor before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. The last time he beheld such grandeur was in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. "I had no idea," he murmured. "Neither did I," West shrugged. "Had it not been for Grindelwald, the two of us might never have discovered the Potter ancestral home." The black dog, with an expression of complex emotions, curled up in a corner, staring blankly at a portrait on the corridor wall. In the painting, a young man held aloft the captured golden snitch, his face radiating pride, the red and gold Gryffindor scarf billowing in the wind. The space was filled with cherished memories of him and James. West led Harry into the corridor, drawing the attention of their ancestors. "Is this another child of James?" one inquired. "Certainly, just look how much he resembles that scoundrel James. With that tousled mop of black hair. He bears a striking resemblance to you as well," another chimed in. Instinctively, Harry shrank behind West. He had never encountered such a scene before. "These are the ancestors of the Potter family," West explained, nodding in greeting to the portraits. Harry managed an awkward smile. Hello." The ancestors collectively turned their gaze to West. "You have changed quite a bit," the foremost elder remarked, a hint of confusion in his eyes, though he refrained from elaborating. "I've grown taller, great-great-grandfather," West replied with a smile. "If you'll excuse us, I shall take Harry back to his room." The elder nodded thoughtfully. The black dog endeavored to keep a low profile, fearing recognition from the portraits. Finally escaping the corridor, it sighed in relief, contemplating how to flee. However, West abruptly halted, causing the black dog to skid to a stop, nearly colliding with him, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. "Mr. Black, do you truly believe yourself to be a dog? Transform back at once." West leaned down, his cascading red hair obscuring his inscrutable expression. Harry sprang to his feet, brandishing his wand, and called out warily, "Black, that fugitive? Where is he?" Realizing he had been unmasked, the black dog let out a whimper and slowly transformed back into a man. He appeared ragged, with matted and filthy hair hanging down to his elbows, his eyes sunken deep in their sockets, and his sallow skin clinging to his bones. Sirius grinned stiffly at the Potter brothers. "How did you recognize me, West?" he murmured. "I didn't want you to identify me." Harry's astonished gaze flitted between the two. Still holding his wand aloft, he asked, "West, do you know him?" Sirius appeared somewhat flustered, stammering, "I'm Sirius Black, you know? I'm your godfather." "Huh," Harry exclaimed, bewildered. "Anchi," West replied impassively. "Master Anchi is here." Anchi appeared eagerly at the side. "Take him away to get cleaned up," West gestured toward Sirius, "and prepare some food for him as well." Sirius wished to say more, but upon seeing the unmistakable disdain on West's face, he swallowed his words. Harry looked utterly dazed. What on earth is a godfather? West draped his arm over Harry's shoulder. "Aren't you curious about what transpired over the past year? Come with me." He guided Harry back to the room that had been prepared for him. The decor of the room was themed in Gryffindor colors, with shelves adorned with books and comics that piqued Harry's interest, along with the latest gaming console, and even a state-of-the-art crossbow displayed nearby. Harry's attention was quickly captivated by the crossbow. "West," he exclaimed, carefully lifting the crossbow, "is this for me? It's a birthday gift." Do you like it? West replied with a smile. The greatest advantage of inheriting the Somerset family fortune was the endless supply of wealth. The Somerset family's enterprises spanned both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, and even during the decades of decline for the Somerset main branch, a continuous stream of riches flowed into their coffers. I love it. Harry reluctantly placed the crossbow down after several admiring touches. He sat on the bed now. Let's talk about your situation, West. What the hell? Harry shouted. You were unconscious for a year. He stood up, anxiously scrutinizing West. What do you mean? You haven't eaten for a year? How have you grown taller? He raised his hand to gesture. You're half a head taller than me. West replied. Is that really the crux of the matter? Shouldn't you be more concerned about my health? Harry scoffed. You look perfectly healthy. Indeed, there is another matter to consider. West stood up, and as he did, his attire transformed into an exceedingly voluminous robe. With a subtle crackle of bones, his form began to elongate, gradually reshaping into that of a 17-year-old youth. Harry gazed up at him and inquired, How tall are you? 184? West was taken aback by Harry's peculiar focus, but answered truthfully nonetheless. Harry pondered aloud. Let me gather my thoughts. In your previous life, you were the heir of the Somerset family. So, does that make you my brother? West remained silent, merely watching him with a contemplative gaze. Harry, realizing he had posed a rather foolish question, chuckled awkwardly. All right then, what's the story with Black? He asked. Do you know how Voldemort found our family? West continued. Noticing Harry shake his head. It was because one of our parents' friends turned traitor, aligning himself with Voldemort, and betraying our parents. Previously, everyone believed this traitor to be Black. Harry, calm down, West urged, as he noticed Harry's expression darken, gripping his wand as if ready to charge out. But I suspect this is merely a misunderstanding. The true traitor is not Black. Though West harbored a dislike for Black due to Severus's influence, he understood that a hulking brute like Sirius would not betray his friends. Furthermore, the bond he shared with James was evident to all, and the circumstances surrounding his imprisonment in Azkaban were fraught with inconsistencies. So who could the traitor be? Harry seethed. I suspect it is Pettigrew, West replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Chapter 38. The Unveiled Truth. When West and Harry entered the hall, Sirius was seated at the long table, ravenously consuming food, evidently having not enjoyed a proper meal since his escape from Azkaban. The flickering candlelight on the oak table illuminated the figures of the three. West had fully regained his 17-year-old appearance, as there was no need for age-reducing potions within the Potter estate. He took a seat, with Harry following suit beside him, emerald eyes fixed on Sirius, seemingly eager to speak. Let us eat first, West suggested. Auntie cheerfully served the two, whispering to Harry, I'm so glad to have you back, young Master Harry. Thank you, Harry replied. Oh, the kind young master even says thank you. Auntie began to tear up. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The only house elf he had ever interacted with was Dobby. Were all house elves like this? All right, Auntie, you may leave now. West discerned Harry's discomfort and asked Auntie to depart. Once Auntie was gone, Harry visibly relaxed and began to eat, having not had a proper meal since Aunt Marge's arrival. It must be said that the cuisine at Potter Manor was infinitely superior to that of the Dursleys. Once Sirius had satiated his ravenous hunger, he finally had the energy to turn his attention to the Potter brothers. He lifted his head, his once admired gray eyes now shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. He gazed at West, whose stature had notably increased, utterly taken aback. West, how did you? The dark curse, he pondered. Does it cause one to grow suddenly? But upon observing West's impatient demeanor, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. For reasons unknown, West appeared to harbor a distaste for him. Perhaps he believed Sirius to be the murderer of their parents? This might be their last supper before he was sent back to Azkaban. So, what truly transpired that night? Sirius? Harry inquired. Sirius's sunken eyes suddenly sparkled. Will you allow me to explain? Do you believe I am not the traitor? Do tell, Black, West shrugged. Else I may have to contact Dumbledore and return you to Azkaban. Sirius lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse. I am not a traitor, but I effectively caused your parents' deaths. He choked up. I persuaded Lily and James to change the secret keeper to Peter. That night they were killed. I visited Peter to ensure his safety. But he was missing, and I began to fear. By the time I reached your parents' home, the house was destroyed, and I saw their bodies. I knew Peter must have done something terrible. It was my fault. He could say no more. His eyes reddened as he turned away, visibly distressed. So that is how it was, West murmured. His suspicions were confirmed. The traitor was indeed Peter Pettigrew. Harry's complexion paled as he pierced his fork through the steak, the sound of metal scraping against porcelain resonating sharply. So you killed him? Killed that filthy traitor? Harry exclaimed, fury blazing in his eyes. This revelation was freshly imparted to Harry. To the outside world, it appeared that Peter Pettigrew had long been slain by Sirius. I thought so too. I killed him to atone and ended up in Azkaban until... Sirius's eyes burned with hatred. I saw him in the papers as he transformed into his animagus form. A rat, living quite well. So you escaped from Azkaban to kill him? Vest asked. Yes, Sirius affirmed. It is my fault, and I must make amends. Wait, the rat in the newspaper? Harry muttered, feeling the food in his stomach churn. You mean Ron's rat? Sirius nodded. He is missing a toe. I recognized him easily. Vest silently regarded Harry. What are you looking at? Harry said, irritably tugging at his tousled hair. Do you think I have nothing better to do than count Ron's rat's toes? He was engulfed in frustration, never having imagined that the traitor responsible for his parents' deaths had been hiding in plain sight. I must catch him. Sirius growled. The Weasleys are still in Egypt. Harry reminded him. We should at least wait for Ron and the others to return. Vest decisively stated that capturing Peter Pettigrew would not be difficult. He turned to Harry. Do not rush. Go home, rest well. If you are feeling particularly down, perhaps indulge in your firebolt. We will ensure the traitor pays Harry. He then turned to Sirius. You should stay here. Do not wander off and cause me trouble. All right, Sirius begrudgingly acquiesced, feeling a weight pressing upon him. Yet he complied. He found Vest to be somewhat intimidating. Where are you going, Vest? Harry asked, confused. To find someone, Vest replied before exiting the hall, leaving Harry and Sirius exchanging bewildered glances. As dusk settled, Vest arrived at Spinner's End. The low brick houses were crammed together, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of chemical agents. The house from his memories lay deep in the alley, its exterior crumbling, with some windows boarded up. Heavy curtains veiled the windows, allowing only a sliver of light to escape. Vest inhaled deeply and rang the doorbell. He stood quietly at the entrance, waiting for some time until the wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a wand pointed directly at his throat. Vest remained motionless. He greedily observed the pale wrist of the man, the cuffs of his worn black robe, with blue veins slightly protruding due to tension. His gaze climbed from the man's tightly pressed lips to the beautiful, sharp features framed by frosty brows. Snape's expression was frigid, his wand applying pressure. Who are you? Those fools who trespass into another's abode without permission rarely survive the night. He cast a menacing gaze upon the young man before him, who stood at an equal height. A familiar voice brushed against his ears, igniting an unfamiliar shiver. The man's name danced on Severus Snape's tongue, nearly escaping his lips. Regaining his composure, he offered a gentle smile. Director. Snape's pupils constricted as he scrutinized the figure before him. The young man sported short, slightly curled red hair, sprinkled with delicate freckles, and those ever-smiling emerald-green eyes. A wave of recognition washed over him. Vester? He inhaled deeply and murmured. It is I, Director, Vester obediently replied. Snape abruptly seized his sleeve, yanking him inside and shutting the door. Is this a side effect of the soul fusion? Snape muttered, his voice cold, yet instinctively casting a few diagnostic spells at Vester. Everything appeared normal, no signs of potion use. Snape's expression grew more complex. Vester's gaze remained fixed on Snape's face, sending a shiver down Snape's spine. He fought to suppress his unease, examining Vester from head to toe. Has the fusion succeeded? Indeed, Director, Vester answered without hesitation, recounting the events of his previous life to Snape, omitting the time he spent as a ghost trailing after him. Proud as he was, Severus would never wish for his students to witness the ungraceful moments of his youth, even if the student was older than he. Snape had not anticipated Vester would divulge such matters, and the concept of soul reincarnation exceeded his understanding. He fell into silence, studying Vester's sharp features, no longer able to associate this dangerously alluring young man with Lily. How old are you now? About 17, I suppose, Vester replied dutifully. So you deliberately ventured into a lane thick with Death Eater eyes during the holidays just to inform me of this? Snape found himself at a loss for words. He was not one to express concern for his students. He could only respond with a stern retort. Fear not, Director. I have taken great care to remain hidden. Vester softly replied, concealing the obsession lurking in his gaze. Snape, as if jolted by electricity, turned abruptly, forcing himself to disregard the fervor in the youth's eyes. Moreover, Director, Vester continued, Sirius Black is at Potter Manor. Snape's form stiffened. Chapter 39. The abduction of a professor. You mad giant. Snape, unable to contain his frustration, advanced a few steps, his bony fingers gripping Vester's collar like a vice, glaring at him fiercely. How dare you associate with a fugitive? Your courage is commendable. Should I commend you for it? I see nothing of Somerset's wisdom in you, only the foolishness inherited from the Potter family. Vester's Adam's apple bobbed under Snape's grip. The magnified visage of his beloved stirred his heart into an uncontrollable tremor. His gaze fell upon Snape's trembling eyelashes. So adorable, Severus. Have you been rendered mute? Speak. Snape demanded in a low tone. Vester regained his senses, his voice hoarse as he replied, Do not worry, Director. He poses no threat to me. And there is more to the story. Vester recounted the sequence of events to Snape, maintaining his gaze upon Snape's inky eyes. Upon mentioning the name Sirius Black, a deep disdain flickered across Snape's face. You two foolish Potters. How could you trust such a cunning filthy dog? He enunciated, clearly displeased. Perhaps you are aware he is your godfather? Has this fact led you to disregard your very lives? Vester replied softly, Director. I have long surpassed the age requiring a guardian. Director, do you detest Black? Came the unwavering inquiry. Snape scoffed, nodding without reservation, indeed. Good, then I share your disdain. Vester said with a smile, boldly taking Snape's hand that hung at his side. Snape, akin to being jolted by electricity, yanked his hand away. How audacious! If he could previously overlook Vester's affections due to the youth's tender age, he could no longer feign ignorance. I like you, Severus. Vester pressed closer, cornering him against the wall. I initially thought I could endure a while longer, but it has become unbearable. Snape's back pressed against the wall, teetering on the brink of collapse. How dare you call me by my first name? He hissed, gritting his teeth, wand poised against the young man's heart. Get away. Snape was utterly bewildered. In his 30-some years of life, he had scarcely received a handful of confessions. The only girl he had ever loved had departed due to his mistakes. Now the most absurd situation had arisen. Lily's child was professing love to him. You are insane. Snape remarked, his expression laden with complexity. Vester gazed into Snape's eyes. You have always known. Ah, spare your old professor. If you can recall how much older that poor old professor is than you. Snape replied with a cold laugh. Severus, Vester widened his eyes. You did not reject me. Snape stared wide-eyed. Your comprehension is profoundly lacking. Vester's expression darkened. Severus, I have lived nearly 30 years across 2 lifetimes. Do not treat me as a child. I beg you for a chance to prove myself. Severus, I am willing to do anything for you. Snape, taken aback by the sincerity reflected in Vester's eyes, fell into silence, astonished by the absurdity of reality that made his temples throb. I, of such a disposition, have no future. You need not waste your time on me. Vester's eyes brightened, like a rewarded puppy. How could that be? So, Severus, do you agree to let me pursue you? Snape retorted, You foolish Potter. Have you truly grasped what I said? Vester encircled Snape's hand, gripping the wand, beaming brightly. There is no future to be had? Severus, I will make you happy. Anyone who dares obstruct my path shall meet their demise, including Voldemort. Indeed, he must die. The youth wore an innocent expression. Snape flicked his wand, conjuring an obstacle to hurl Vester away. Vester stumbled back, casting him a pitiful look. You arrogant giant. Snape bellowed. His ears flushed slightly red as he rubbed his hand repeatedly against his robes to dispel the tingling sensation on his palm. To kill Voldemort, what grandiose claims. Snape flicked his cloak, evidently wishing to send Vester away. Get out. I do not wish to see you now. Vester scratched his head, eager to convey that he was not jesting. Yet Snape's misunderstanding seemed profound. Severus, do you not wish to capture the true traitor? Vester asked. In a few days, the Weasley family will return. Capture that rat, and the truth shall be revealed. Severus, you long to personally deal with the betrayer, do you not? Snape's pupils constricted. Why not spend the night at my home? I have connected 2 FLA networks, making it convenient for tomorrow to head directly to Potter Manor to discuss tactics. Vester excitedly suggested. Leave. Severus, you know my mother is Dyma Somerset, do you not? How could I not know? The renowned potions master, a paragon featured in textbooks. My mother left behind many potion notes. Would you care to see them? Vester whispered devilishly into Snape's ear. 10 minutes later, Severus Snape found himself standing in the grand hall of Somerset Manor, accompanied by the scheming West. West led Snape to a room that had long been prepared, with his own chamber situated next door. Rest well, Severus. What about the potion notes? Snape could not help but inquire. That will have to wait until tomorrow. West replied. We cannot have you staying up all night, now can we? Snape could not suppress a derisive snort. If your mother were to discover that her son is using his own notes as bait, she would be quite understanding, West said, his eyes twinkling. For the sake of her son's lifelong happiness. Snape felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he pushed West out the door and slammed it shut with force. West chuckled softly. humming a tune as he turned, his gaze falling upon the window in the corridor. The silvery moonlight streamed through the rose-etched window, casting a radiant glow upon the floor. Resembling a crystal-clear spring, West retrieved a necklace from his pocket, a birthday gift from Harry. It bore a small silver locket that could be opened, revealing a miniature photograph of the Potter family. Lily and James were seen holding him and Harry, their smiles bright as they gazed into the camera. On the other side was a family photo of the Somersets, where Damaris gently kissed his forehead, and Orlando embraced the two of them, a rare smile of happiness adorning his usually stern face. Pondering, Wes flipped the silver locket, tracing the last blank side with his fingertips. When would he be able to hang a photo of himself and Severus here? Chapter 40. The Plan. The morning light filtered through the stained glass windows, illuminating the tiny motes of dust floating in the air. Snape glared at his reflection in the mirror, where his eyes appeared sunken and bruised, a source of frustration. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Snape opened the door. "Good morning, Severus," Wes greeted, leaning against the wall by the door. His red curls dancing in the morning light, radiating a sense of joviality. "Morning," Snape replied tersely. The young man presented him with a ring adorned with a vibrant green gemstone. "Here, your notes are all inside." Snape hesitated for a moment before accepting the ring, tracing the magical inscription on its inner band. "An alchemical ring?" He shot a cold glance at West. "Once I've examined it, I shall return it to you. What's yours is mine, and vice versa," West replied with a playful flutter of his eyelashes, earning a glare from Snape. He then led Snape to the dining room. "I made breakfast, care to try?" Snape sat down, a complex expression crossing his face as he looked at the pancakes drenched in maple syrup. "I never expected you had a talent for domestic duties." Wes nonchalantly sat beside him. "If you like, I can make this for you every day." Back at the Dursleys, it was usually Harry and I making breakfast. "Every day?" Snape furrowed his brow. "Indeed, since I was 5. Although most of the time, it was me cooking," Wes chuckled. Raising a hand to illustrate, Harry was that small back then. He needed a stool just to reach the frying pan. "If you haven't forgotten that you were the same height as him," Snape remarked, irritation creeping into his demeanor. He and Dumbledore could hardly fathom the cruelty that the Dursleys had inflicted upon the Potter brothers. Dumbledore had allowed 2 giants to roam freely before a Muggle frying pan. He abruptly fell silent, realizing his indiscretion. "Severus, do you feel pity for me?" West asked, leaning in with an exquisite expression, causing Snape to recoil sharply, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. Infuriated, he snapped, "What are you doing? Sit back down." West obediently complied, pouring Snape a glass of pumpkin juice, stifling a laugh, fearful that if he laughed, Snape would become irate again. "Eat up, Severus. Once we're done, we'll head to the Potter Manor." After finishing breakfast, Snape discreetly wiped his mouth. "Let us go." West glanced at Snape's now empty plate, a smile brightening his face. "All right." They traversed the grand hall of Somerset Manor through the fireplace, arriving at Potter Manor. There, Harry and Sirius lounged on the hall sofa, exchanging idle chatter, both appearing bleary-eyed, as if they had not slept well the previous night. The emerald flames erupted in the fireplace. As Snape stepped out of the flames, West steadied his elbow. "Be careful, Severus." Harry and Sirius leaped up in excitement. "West, you're finally back." Professor Snape." As Harry's voice trailed off, he noticed Snape standing beside West, his expression dark and brooding. West's hand was brusquely brushed away by Snape. "Should I present you with the award for Best Caregiver, Potter?" Snape retorted, his face a thunderous shade of displeasure. Had it not been for West blocking the fireplace, he would have been startled and nearly toppled over. My fault," West murmured, casting a cleansing charm on Snape's robe, which had gathered soot. Sirius widened his eyes, his breath caught in his throat, as West suddenly turned, his emerald gaze locking onto him. Sirius felt as though his throat had been constricted. A silent, wandless choking curse. Sirius mentally screamed, unable to comprehend how West could be with Snape, adopting such a sycophantic demeanor while enduring Snape's disdain. "Shut up," West warned coldly. Harry tugged at Sirius's sleeve, signaling him to be quiet. He recognized that West harbored no fondness for Sirius, but he did not want his godfather to perish at West's wand. "Merlin, save him." What a perilous situation, Harry cried out internally. Snape's disdainful gaze rested on the ashen-faced Sirius. "Well, foolish Potters, allowing a fugitive to roam freely in your abode," he remarked, his eyes scanning over Sirius and Harry, skimming past the portraits adorning the hall. Fugitive, fool, narcissist, his gaze finally settled on West, and a delusional individual. The tip of Snape's wand erupted with serpentine tendrils, automatically ensnaring Sirius's wrists and ankles, causing him to lose his balance and collapse, rendered immobile. Sirius glared fiercely at Snape, a muffled growl escaping his throat. Harry noticed West's gaze fixated on Sirius's eyes, exuding a fearsome demeanor. He swiftly stepped in front of Sirius, whispering, "Don't move if you want to live." Sirius froze. "All right, let us all calm down, Professor Snape," Harry pleaded. The year West had been away, Harry had actually gotten along well with Snape, despite Snape mercilessly deducting points from Gryffindor. However, when Harry was unjustly accused of using the petrification curse on Mrs. Dolores, it was Snape who stood up for him. Harry had witnessed it all. He knew West spoke the truth. Professor Snape had always protected him from the shadows, and Harry had always held a deep admiration for him. Snape retracted his wand, his displeasure toward Sirius evident, but he had no intention of truly harming him. He turned to the calm-faced West, feeling a tinge of frustration. Even if he wished to kill Black, would West not intervene? He had seen it clearly. West had even cast a choking curse before Black uttered any offensive words. Severus, stop standing there. Sit down, West urged, glancing at Harry. Snape huffed and took a seat, with West promptly settling beside him. Today, we wish to discuss how to capture Wormtail, West succinctly stated. Upon hearing this, Sirius ceased his struggles, his eyes wide with anticipation, gazing hopefully at West. Isn't that simple? Harry mentioned that he was unaware of his exposure. When the time came for me to meet Ron, I could simply bring him along. He paused and added, we could use the pretext of treating him, as Ron often complained about his rat-shedding fur. That's a splendid idea, Harry, straightforward and feasible. Severus, what do you think? West asked with a smile. Snape nodded. Very well, but just to be prudent. I must remain close by. No need for that. You should rest. I will accompany Harry to Diagon Alley to procure supplies, West gently replied. Snape, feeling stiff and uncomfortable, retorted, suit yourself. Indeed, West's prowess was not to be underestimated. Snape had witnessed him employing wandless magic and silent spells on several occasions. It seemed the repercussions of the dark curse were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Sirius's eyes widened, his gaze darting suspiciously between West and Snape. For no other reason, West's demeanor resembled James's when he pursued Lily. The more Sirius pondered, the more alarmed he became, his mind a whirlwind. Severus, are you tired? Would you like to return to your room? West inquired. There's a room for you here, you know. Can you speak normally? Snape massaged his temples. Do you not recall that we just awoke? You don't seem to have slept well. You could take a nap, West suggested, or perhaps review your notes. This struck a chord with Snape. That would be acceptable. West led Snape upstairs, clinging to his side, and plaintively remarked, how can you accuse me of being delusional? A warm breath brushed against the pale neck of the potion's master. I would argue this is hardly delusion, Severus. Snape nearly stumbled, his ears flushing crimson. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, West, you must leave. His black robes billowed as he strode away. Hey Severus, wait for me. Harry observed the two depart the hall without sparing Sirius a glance. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he drew his wand and lifted the curse from Sirius. Merlin, Sirius, do not provoke Professor Snape, or you might not live to tell the tale. Harry remarked with unyielding sarcasm. Don't drag me down with you. West looked terrified. He was all too aware of West's unsettling possessiveness over Professor Snape. Merlin helped them. If they were to marry one day, Harry would not be surprised. Sirius appeared dazed, pondering what connection West had with Snape. Harry, with a knowing look, decided to enlighten Sirius about Snape's position. A relationship you cannot offend. Sirius felt as if struck by lightning. Chapter 41. The target appears. West had prepared a spacious and well-equipped potion workshop, furnished with several forgotten elixirs and an array of rare materials, managing to keep the eager potions master at bay. Snape's black robe brushed against the shelves, his fingertips lingering on a few rare potion compendiums before he turned his gaze to several parchments West had laid upon the table. An improved version of the Wolfsbane potion? What is this, unicorn tears? Snape scrutinized the notes in his hands, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Severus, I am indeed feeling envious, West complained. Your passion for potions far surpasses mine. Snape shot him a glare. Be serious. Where did these formulas originate? West lightly tapped his temple with his wand. From here. He leaned closer to Snape, sighing softly. I have completely mastered the dark curse, Severus, which means I have acquired all knowledge of dark magic throughout history, including potions, alchemy, and spells. Snape's expression darkened, his wariness heightened. So the antidote from back then was also your memory? Indeed, West confessed candidly. Snape tightened his grip on the potion formula, realizing Dumbledore had made a grave error. The unbreakable vow Dumbledore had established with West mandated that he would not use unforgivable curses on innocents. Yet only 3 unforgivable curses currently existed. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse. What about ancient dark magic? Those terrifying spells, long lost to the annals of time, were not encompassed by today's unforgivable curses. West gazed into Snape's eyes, his fervent gaze sending chills down Snape's spine. Severus. What are you contemplating? His emerald eyes shimmered with serpentine patterns, casting an eerie glow in the dim candlelight, captivating yet chilling. What is your current strength? Snape could not resist asking. How do you compare to Dumbledore? West pondered. On par, though that is merely hypothetical. Dumbledore possesses more practical experience than I. Snape inquired. Do you desire more power, or rather, to become the third Dark Lord? West fell silent, lowering his gaze to him. Severus, you need not test me. He twirled a lock of Snape's black hair with his fingers. I only wish for the safety of those I love. You may underestimate the power of the Somerset family, and also underestimate me, Severus. I shall not do anything to displease you. The young man knelt, resting his head upon the man's knee, burying his face in the robe imbued with the scent of herbs, filled with infinite affection. Severus, do not fear me. Trust me. The Slytherin serpent withdrew its fangs, coiling around its beloved, revealing its scarred back. Snape felt West's trembling breath. His body stiffened as he resisted the urge to push him away, pressing his hand atop West's head, ruffling his hair. Hey, Severus, as West attempted to inch closer, his hand sliding to Snape's waist, Snape abruptly pressed West's head down. Stand up. West rose, looking woeful. Leave. I need to study potions. Snape hissed in exasperation. Very well. Severus, West replied reluctantly, I shall bring you lunch shortly. After West closed the door, Snape's taut back gradually relaxed. The situation was dire. Snape furrowed his brow, incredulous. He had slowly begun to accept West's touch. The aura emanating from West felt so familiar and intimate. Being near West, he found solace and an overwhelming sense of safety, as if they had been companions for years, inseparable. Snape frowned, employing a mental barrier to banish the whimsical thoughts from his mind. Days passed in a tranquil manner. Except during mealtime, Snape hardly saw West. Just as West set down the tray, he was heartlessly ushered out. West felt profoundly aggrieved, contemplating whether providing Snape with the recipes was indeed the right choice. Harry traversed between Somerset Manor and Potter Manor, secretly wishing to reside in Somerset, as it allowed him to see West more frequently. However, Somerset Manor was unwelcoming to Sirius, compelling Harry to allocate some time to accompany his solitary godfather at Potter Manor. Thus, as the start of term approached, West took Harry to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the new semester. After acquiring the necessary books for the term, West led Harry to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, promptly ordering several new robes and 4 or 5 casual outfits for Harry. West, is this perhaps too much? Harry inquired. Sure, your brother has plenty of money, West replied. He busily engaged in conversation with Madame Malkin about the latest fashionable styles. Harry overheard that they were ordering new robes for Professor Snape. With a flourish, West purchased over a dozen custom-made sets, causing Madame Malkin to beam with delight. Harry fell silent. Suddenly, he remembered his neglected godfather. After a moment's hesitation, he extracted some money to buy Sirius 2 outfits. At long last, West concluded his conversation with Mrs. Muggins, and the two of them made their way to the Florin ice cream parlor, where they had arranged to meet Ron and Hermione. Both Ron and Hermione had tanned to a deep brown, eagerly waving at them. Oh, West! Hermione exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Where have you been all second year? To clarify, West had boldly proclaimed his intention to return to Hogwarts to relish his school days, having preemptively employed ancient dark magic to revert his age back to 13, thereby evading any suspicion from Hermione and Ron. Hermione opened her arms wide, and just as she was about to embrace West, he stepped back, saying calmly, Easy now, Hermione. My boyfriend might not take kindly to that. Hermione laughed, her tears drying up. You have a boyfriend now? In the wizarding world, same-sex partners were not uncommon, so there was little astonishment at West's declaration. Ex-boyfriend, West corrected coolly. Well, I've heard of an ex-boyfriend, but this is the first time I've encountered a post-boyfriend, Ron remarked, his eye twitching slightly. Stop changing the subject. What has happened to you? Hermione keenly observed the transformation in West. Both his appearance and demeanor seemed markedly different from before. West offered a brief explanation. I was cursed, and Professor Dumbledore took me to lift the curse. It took a bit of time. Hermione looked at him quizzically, unable to fathom what curse could necessitate over a year's duration and prevent them from seeing him. Yet the astute young witch recognized West's reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. Regardless, welcome back, West, Ron joyfully declared before turning to Harry. By the way, Harry, did you really inflate your aunt? Harry, recalling this previously forgotten incident, felt a twinge of anxiety. I didn't mean to, I lost control. Ron erupted in laughter. No worries. It's just a minor case of underage magic gone awry. The ministry won't expel you for that, Harry, Hermione reassured him. Anyway, we're spending the night at the Leaky Cauldron tonight, Harry West, Ron continued. Hermione's coming with us. Are you two interested? Hermione nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the pair. I can't, West replied. I need to head back. Perhaps Harry could stay. Or would you like to visit Potter Manor? Potter Manor. Harry told us about it. Ron's eyes lit up. Can we go? Harry said he has a game console. Harry chuckled. Of course you can. Hermione chimed in excitedly. I want to go too. The three children animatedly discussed Harry's new room, the game console, and the fire-breathing arrows, eliciting envious exclamations from Ron. Oh, by the way, Ron pulled out a slender box and opened it. My new wand. Look. After the group was obliged to admire Ron's new wand, West inquired, what else do you still need to buy? Hermione rummaged through her purse, saying, speaking of which, my birthday is approaching, and I want to buy myself a birthday present. What are you planning to buy, Hermione? Harry asked. I want an owl. You all have one. Harry has Hedwig, and Ron has Errol, Hermione replied calmly. I don't have one, Ron corrected. Errol is our family owl. All I have is Scabbers. He pulled out his pet rat from his pocket. West and Harry exchanged glances. Target acquired. Chapter 42. Peter Pettigrew. The summer sun bathed Diagon Alley in a honeyed glow, and the air was filled with the caramel aroma wafting from the Cauldron Cake Shop. The four boys stood chatting on the street corner. I think I should take him for a checkup, Ron said. Scabbers has lost quite a bit of weight lately. Scabbers lay listlessly in his palm. That's simple. Just bring Scabbers to Potter Manor, Harry suggested. We have a highly skilled potion master who can treat him. Ron exclaimed in delight. I'll talk to my parents and then come back with Hermione. Scabbers seems quite unwell. Would you like to put him in here? West said, touching the emerald ring on his finger, causing a delicate little cage to appear in his palm. This is a healing pet cage. West spoke with a straight face. Merlin, is that an alchemical ring that can hold things? Ron exclaimed. That must be incredibly expensive. A lot of galleons. As Ron spoke, he confidently handed Scabbers over to West. Hermione gasped, her eyes ablaze with curiosity, eager to study this marvelous ring. The rat was abruptly shoved into the cage. Realizing something was amiss, it began to squeak in protest, its little paws scraping noisily against the bottom of the cage. West flicked his finger, casting a spell on the rat, which immediately turned to stone. If you like, you can choose one to take home when we return to Potter Manor, West said with a light chuckle as he locked the cage. The two children cheered. Hermione asked, Isn't that too expensive, West? I made them myself, Hermione, West replied. I want one too, Harry shouted. All right, everyone gets one. The four of them crossed the street to a shop called Magical Menagerie to buy Hermione an owl. After a long perusal, Hermione's gaze landed on a corner, where a wicker basket cradled a ginger cat. Aren't you supposed to be buying an owl? Ron queried. It's so cute, isn't it? Hermione beamed. Harry gazed at the cat's squished face in silence. Let us go back to Potter Manor, West urged. Ron appeared somewhat hesitant. Don't I need to tell my parents? West replied, just send a letter later, it's no big deal. The priority is to bring Peter Pettigrew back. All right, Ron conceded. West produced a badge, saying, come on, place your hands here. The three complied without hesitation. What is this? Hermione inquired. This is a portkey, West explained, instantly activating it, distorting Ron's incomplete sentence into a comical elongated sound. The four of them vanished into thin air. They successfully arrived at Potter Manor, with West standing straight while the other three tumbled onto the carpet. What an extraordinary experience, Hermione exclaimed, patting her chest as she stood up. Where is everyone? Suddenly, Sirius, who had been waiting in the hall, rushed forward, his bloodshot eyes filled with urgency. Ah! Ron screamed. Leaping onto Harry's back, Sirius Black. Ah! Ron Merlin's pants. Harry shouted, horrified as he covered his ears, only to realize he should have covered Ron's mouth instead. The world abruptly fell silent. Hermione had already raised her wand at Sirius, her expression serious, as if she were about to unleash a barrage of newly learned spells upon him. Hermione, calm down. He is my godfather. This is all a misunderstanding. Harry hurriedly interjected. West calmly walked to the fireplace. You explained to them, Harry. I'll bring Severus. By the time West brought Snape to Potter Manor, the four of them were already seated on the sofa, the atmosphere momentarily tranquil. Severus, I caught him. Is there a reward? The four heard West's voice. Who? Severus? The familiar voice of the potions master sounded. There is no reward for success, but there are consequences for failure. Do you wish to proceed? Except for Harry, who calmly sipped his tea, the other three stared wide-eyed in terror. Hermione was the first to react, nodding thoughtfully. I see. Ron and Sirius bore identical expressions of panic. Bloody hell, Ron exclaimed, turning his head to see a scowling Severus Snape, only to quickly pivot back, hoping that all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. When he turned back once more, he found Snape standing directly behind him. Hermione, gripping Ron's waist to prevent him from fainting, leisurely greeted, "Good morning, Professor Snape." Snape nodded curtly and turned to Weasley, inquiring, "Where is Peter Pettigrew?" Weasley produced a cage, stating, "Right here." His expression twisted in disdain as he levitated the petrified rat, and dropped it to the ground with a thud. "Scabbers!" Ron shrieked, looking as if he might swoon. "Foolish Weasley, he is not your rat," Snape sneered, flicking his wand. The petrified rat gradually expanded, sprouting limbs and a head, transforming into a squat, middle-aged man. He crouched on the floor, his sparse, light-colored hair disheveled, a significant bald patch atop his head, his clothing filthy, nearly indistinguishable from the rat's fur. Weasley dispelled the petrification charm, and the man immediately began to gasp for air. "Oh, Peter Pettigrew!" Sirius exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage as he lunged forward, appearing ready to tear the man apart. Harry quickly stepped in to restrain him. Ron groaned, finally collapsing onto the sofa, but at that moment, no one had the heart to attend to him. "Sirius, my friend," Pettigrew's voice was as high-pitched as a rat's, his eyes darting around until they landed on Snape. "Tell us what transpired the night our parents perished," Harry demanded. Everyone observed beads of sweat forming on Pettigrew's forehead as he stammered. I don't know." Snape scoffed, raising the Veritaserum in his hand and offering it to Weasley, insisting, no need to listen to his excuses. Weasley accepted the potion, directing his gaze at Pettigrew. As Pettigrew met his eerie green eyes, his body suddenly stiffened uncontrollably. His murky eyeballs spun wildly, yet he could only gape, allowing the Veritaserum to flow unimpeded into his stomach. "Goodness," Hermione murmured. "Speak, did you betray the Potters?" Snape inquired. "I did," Pettigrew replied, dazed, his voice flat. Sirius clenched his fists, blood seeping from his bitten lip. "You allied with Voldemort?" Snape's expression turned icy. "Yes." There was no need for further questioning at this juncture. Everything Sirius Black has stated is indeed true. The truth is laid bare. Snape gripped his wand tightly, appearing as though he wished to inflict profound harm upon Pettigrew. Of course, Weasley and Harry shared similar sentiments. "Calm down, Severus," Weasley urged, grasping Snape's pale hand. "We can send him to Azkaban for the Dementor's kiss. Do not sully your hands." Sirius charged forward, landing several brutal punches on Pettigrew, leaving his face bloodied. Harry stood by, pale and seemingly uninclined to intervene. "So, how do we hand him over to the Ministry?" 5 minutes later, Dumbledore arrived at the Potter estate via the Flu network. His accusatory gaze fell upon Weasley, as if reproaching him for only remembering Dumbledore when in need. Dumbledore's eyes swept over Weasley's and Snape's joined hands, momentarily surprised, his expression ambiguous as it flitted between the two. Snape, realizing Weasley still held his hand, was taken aback. "Release me, Potter," he hissed. Reluctantly, Weasley let go. After exchanging a few words, Dumbledore swiftly departed with the tightly bound Pettigrew and Sirius to the Ministry, seizing the opportunity presented by the freshly administered Veritaserum, a chance to prove Sirius's innocence. It was only then that Ron groggily awakened, dazedly muttering to Hermione and Harry, "I think I dreamt that Scabbers turned into Peter Pettigrew." Hermione and Harry exchanged twisted expressions, unsure how to inform Ron that for nearly 3 years, he had been sharing his pillow with a squat, balding middle-aged man. Chapter 43, Return to School. Ron was thoroughly unnerved by the incident involving Scabbers. Even more alarming was the howler his parents had sent him. The howler split open with jagged edges, Molly Weasley's voice erupting forth, causing Ron to flinch. "Ronald Weasley." "Mrs. Weasley bellowed. "Do you have any idea how dangerous it is outside? How dare you run off? Are you trying to give your father and me a heart attack?" After the red letter finished berating Ron, it turned to Weasley and gently said, "Oh dear Weasley, we are so glad you are back. Do come visit us at the Burrow. I will prepare some delicious meals to restore your strength." Weasley was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. After delivering its message, the red howler spat at Ron and tore itself to shreds. Ron grimaced, his ears turning crimson. "How did they find out so quickly? I haven't even had the chance to write. Because Sirius is on the run. Your parents are still unaware of his innocence and are worried about your safety," Hermione deduced. At that moment, the 3 children were preparing to stay at the Potter estate until school resumed. Weasley escorted Snape back to his potions laboratory in Somerset, and after some persistent coaxing, returned to the Potter estate, having promised to craft alchemical storage devices for the three boys. All right, Hermione, you go first. What style do you desire? Weasley inquired. Ultimately, Hermione received a bracelet adorned with a ruby, while Ron opted for an obsidian pendant. Harry pondered for a moment and then said, Weasley, I would like a brooch. He hesitated. Could you make two? I wish to give one to Draco. Of course, Weasley replied, somewhat surprised, yet still nodded in agreement. Even if Harry hadn't requested it, Weasley would have made one for Draco. Considering the potential collaboration with the Malfoy family in the future, Weasley summoned his magical power, and gemstones and metals bearing alchemical markings began to levitate in his hands. The metals liquefied under the influence of his magic, enveloping the gems, gradually melding into various styles. How is this possible? Hermione gasped, her mouth agape. Ron's eyes widened as well. Despite being born into a pureblood wizarding family, he had never witnessed such magnificent magic. Weasley presented the alchemical devices to them. Ron and Hermione quickly donned their new creations, clearly delighted. Harry, on the other hand, carefully stored the two brooches away. Subsequently, Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent 3 joyful days at the Potter estate. Harry and Ron became enthralled with Muggle gaming consoles, while Hermione immersed herself in the estate's library, ravenously devouring knowledge. Weasley, however, found himself in a precarious situation. With the traitor issue resolved, Snape's mood improved significantly, and he became increasingly engrossed in his research on Wolfsbane potion. Formulating a potion capable of curing werewolves was no simple task. Although Weasley provided a comprehensive recipe, many ingredients had long since become extinct, compelling Snape to exhaustively search for substitutes and repeatedly test the compatibility of herbs. Such is the nature of potions: powerful, beautiful, and contradictory, requiring countless adjustments and experiments to arrive at the correct formula. Snape once again barred the ever-disruptive Weasley from his workspace, remaining impervious to Weasley's pleas and antics at the door. Returning to his workbench, he picked up advanced potion making and discovered a parchment and a vial of powder resting atop the recipe for Wolfsbane potion. The parchment bore a flourish of elegant script suggesting the use of powdered Norwegian ridgeback dragon scales, signed Love Severus. In the bottom right corner of the parchment, 2 stick figures were depicted, awkwardly holding hands. Potter, the potion's professor, usually marked by a pallid complexion, now bore an uncanny flush upon his cheeks as he gritted his teeth, warning sternly against any further attempts to insert frivolous romantic musings into his potion's notes. At that moment, Wester sat in his office, suddenly seized by a sneeze. Blinking in confusion, he unconsciously caressed his right thumb, where the family ring glimmered with a ghostly green halo under the candlelight. The members of the Somerset family bore a unique magical insignia upon their soles, distinguishing them with the essence of Somerset. Thus the family ring was not claimed through bloodline, but rather determined by the soul's choice of its master. In his previous life, Wester had been cursed by dark magic, which had deprived him of the opportunity to engage with family affairs. However, the operational framework of the Somerset family was already well established, rendering the absence of the head of the family less problematic. It was only now that Wester realized the vast domains the Somerset family was involved in, even possessing high-ranking officials and informants within the Ministry of Magic. Narrowing his eyes, he tapped his fingers rhythmically against the desk. Amy, came a soft voice from beside him. Is there something you require, Master? Wester's gaze fell upon a list of personnel within the ministry. Make the arrangements. I wish to meet with Caspian Somerset. On the morning of the return to school, Wester lamented, Severus, it seems you must return to school alone. He had received some crucial news from a ministry official, and was uneasy about Harry and the others traveling back to Hogwarts unaccompanied. As he helped Snape organize his belongings, packing various precious herbs and tomes along with a newly tailored robe for the professor, Snape replied with exasperation, I never intended to return with you. His eyes fell upon the meticulously crafted robe, and he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Wester, in a fit of whimsy, had commissioned a dozen new robes for him, all in black to suit his preferences, yet each possessed a distinct style. As Wester folded a particularly fitted design, he murmured, This one is not for public wear, it is only suitable for the dungeon. Snape was taken aback. Wester had already connected the fireplace to the dungeon, Spinner's End, and Somerset Manor, reluctantly bidding farewell to Snape. Severus, do visit home often. Snape, unable to contain his irritation, gave the young man a light rap on the head. What madness is this? Observing the usually sullen Wester, he noted that the young man seemed to have grown taller, surpassing him by a fraction. Seizing the moment, Wester wrapped his arms around Snape's slender waist, releasing him swiftly before the professor could react. All right, Severus, see you soon. Snape stood stiffly, feeling a tingle in his waist. The warmth emanating from the youth lingered on his clothing, almost searing his skin. He suppressed the urge to cast a hex on Wester, and returned to the dungeon with a stern countenance. Subsequently, Wester traveled through the fireplace to Potter Manor, where the 3 young men awaited him in the hall. My parents will deliver my and Hermione's luggage to Platform 9, Ron stated. Very well, let us depart. Wester extended his hand, signaling for the 3 to place theirs atop it. Is this not a key to the door? Ron inquired. Harry, sensing an ominous premonition, opened his mouth to voice a concern, but before he could utter a word, a dizzying whirl engulfed them, and they found themselves sprawled on the hard concrete of Platform 9. Aside from Wester, who stood firmly holding Harry's luggage, Ron was doubled over the copper pillar, retching, while Hermione and Harry appeared somewhat better, but still pallid. Apparition, Hermione exclaimed excitedly. The mention of the term made Harry feel queasy. He despised apparition. Oh, children, came Mrs. Weasley's voice from a short distance away. The group turned to see the Weasley family approaching. Oh, poor Wester, I am so relieved to see you unharmed, Mrs. Weasley said, her eyes brimming with concern. Dumbledore has informed us of your situation, dear child. Mr. Weasley shook Wester's hand with a sympathetic expression. Wester paused, perplexed by what Dumbledore had disclosed about him to elicit such pity from the Weasley couple. He responded gently, Thank you for your concern, madam, sir. The twin brothers enthusiastically greeted Wester, urging him to share tales of the past year, while Percy subtly nodded, curiosity evident in his gaze. Ginny stood quietly aside, curiously observing Wester. Having enrolled a year later, she had just missed his departure from Hogwarts, and had yet to meet him. You must be Ginny, Wester smiled. Harry and the others have spoken of you. He presented her with an exquisite velvet box. Regrettably, I left school before the previous year concluded. This is a token of our first meeting. Ginny politely expressed her gratitude, accepting the box and discovering a beautiful alchemical bracelet within. Mrs. Weasley gasped in disapproval. No, Wester. This is far too precious. Upon hearing her mother's words, Ginny anxiously attempted to return the box to Wester. It is quite all right, madam. Ginny is like a little sister to me, and it is my duty to look after her. With a flick of his wand, the bracelet fastened itself around Ginny's wrist, fitting perfectly. I also appreciate your care for Harry this past year. Only then did the Weasley couple relent, allowing Ginny to accept the bracelet. She admired it, her affection for her newly met brother blossoming into admiration. The twins, clutching their chests, exclaimed that Ginny was already adopting Wester as her brother, only to be playfully thumped by an annoyed Ginny. Chapter 44. The Dementor. The Hogwarts Express was on the verge of departing. Hermione sat with Ginny and 2 other girls, while Wester, Harry, and Ron wandered down the corridor, finally locating an unoccupied compartment at the end, occupied by an adult man. This individual donned an extremely tattered wizarding robe, patched in several places. He bore a sickly countenance. Though young, he appeared utterly exhausted, his light brown hair streaked with gray. This is the first time I've seen an adult in a train carriage, Ron whispered. Who is he? Harry inquired. Wester. Do you know him? Wester squinted, chuckling softly as he took a seat. How could he not know? Remus John Lupin. He would never forget how Severus had nearly been bitten by the werewolf Lupin, thanks to a prank by Black, had it not been for James arriving just in time to save Severus. Professor R. J. Lupin. Before Wester could respond, Harry noticed the name on the man's suitcase and exclaimed, He is the new professor. What does he teach? Ron queried. Clearly, defense against the dark arts, Harry replied. Harry Potter. The compartment door was yanked open, and a platinum-haired boy stormed in, fury etched across his face as he spat Harry's name. Lupin subtly furrowed his brow. Ron remained accustomed to the scene, while Wester watched with keen interest. Draco. Harry exclaimed joyously, pulling Draco into the compartment. What are you laughing about, you insufferable Potter? You invited Hermione and the Weasleys to Potter Manor, yet neglected to ask me. Draco seethed, shaking off Harry's hand. We're no longer friends. Harry hurriedly attempted to clarify. No. Draco, I. The two engaged in a childish spat, and Wester couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Draco to finally notice his presence. Wester. Draco exclaimed. You're back? Long time no see, Draco. Ultimately, Harry presented a finely crafted alchemical brooch, which appeased the irate Draco. No one noticed that Lupin's breathing had grown somewhat rapid, his eyebrows twitching incessantly. The train gradually slowed, laboring through the torrential rain, the windows resonating with the rhythmic percussion of raindrops. West noticed frost slowly forming on the glass, causing his heart to leap. The train jolted violently and came to a halt. Darkness abruptly engulfed the carriage, and the temperature plummeted. A student screamed in terror, shouting to inquire what had transpired, while whispers filled the entire train. What is happening? Draco, startled by the sudden darkness, instinctively grasped Harry's hand. Harry stood up, cautiously encircling Draco, only to inadvertently step on Ron's foot. Ouch! Ron gasped, "Brother, watch my foot." Chaos erupted in the cabin. Silence fell. Wes spoke in a low voice, and everyone instinctively quieted down. The light emanating from the tip of West's lightning-shaped wand pierced the darkness, illuminating the compartment. They sat in place, listening intently to the sounds outside. Near the door, Harry and Ron discerned a faint noise, and the carriage door swung open. A monstrous figure, cloaked and towering to the ceiling, appeared at the threshold. Its head was shrouded beneath a hood, exuding a chilling aura of decay. Draco and Ron shrieked in unison. Ron trembled, clutching himself, nearly leaping into Professor Lupin's arms. Draco instinctively burrowed into Harry's embrace. West frowned. He was no stranger to this creature, seeking death. West raised his wand, casting the Patronus charm. A massive emerald green serpent emerged from the tip of his wand, its hard scales scraping against the walls of the carriage as it slithered toward the Dementor. Harry's eyes widened. He felt the serpent was hardly smaller than the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets. Its colossal form nearly occupied the entire compartment, its dark green scales glimmering in the shadows. The serpent hissed, coiling around the Dementor's body and tightening its grip, preventing the creature from advancing, causing it to struggle violently. A horrifying scene unfolded. The enormous serpent gaped wide, revealing its venomous fangs, and sank its teeth into the Dementor's form, violently wrenching its head, tearing the creature apart. The Dementor emitted a piercing scream, dissipating into a swirl of black mist, vanishing into the air. The serpent slithered out of the carriage, and the remaining Dementors seemed to receive a signal of peril, fleeing rapidly from the train. In no time, all the Dementors had been dispersed, the train brightened, and they heard weeping emanating from other carriages. "Merlin!" Ron gasped, collapsing into his seat. Harry felt his frozen breath gradually returning, nervously patting Draco's head. "It's all right, Draco." Lupin had already opened his eyes. He gazed intently at West, who met his gaze with an impassive expression. Lupin seemed to recoil as though scorched, inexplicably sensing the malice concealed within the boy's eyes. "Have some chocolate. It will help." Lupin produced a large piece of chocolate, breaking off a portion for several individuals. When he reached West waved his hand in refusal. Lupin did not press the matter further, exiting the compartment to distribute chocolate to other students frightened by the Dementors. "What was that just now?" Harry inquired. "Dementors!" Draco exclaimed, leaping from Harry's side to sit nearby, his face flushed with either embarrassment or anger. "Those damned ministry officials. How dare they unleash Dementors?" Ron felt his legs still trembling. It was utterly insane. He finished the chocolate in one bite. "I feel like I might never be happy again. Now I feel much better." West's expression darkened. He had long been informed of the ministry's latest decisions by Caspar de Somerset. The exposure of Sirius Black's exoneration would undoubtedly lead the public to question the ministry's enforcement of the law. The foolish minister of magic, Cornelius Fudge, concocted a more sensational incident to cover up the ministry's negligence. He falsely claimed that a group of particularly vicious Death Eaters had somehow repelled the Dementors with dark magic and escaped. Amidst public panic, he would dispatch Dementors under the guise of protecting students and hunting down Death Eaters, thus regaining public trust. It was a farcical political charade. Wes was astonished that Fudge would actually allow Dementors to patrol the Hogwarts Express. Lupin returned to the compartment, greeting everyone. "We will arrive at Hogwarts in 10 minutes. West, have you mastered the Patronus charm? Though it is called a Patronus, it is entirely different. After all, a typical person's Patronus has no physical form and cannot vanquish Dementors." Lupin regarded West with a complex expression. West replied coolly, an improved version. Thereafter, no one spoke further as the train gradually came to a stop at Hogwarts. Upon disembarking, they were met with the chill of rain outside, spotting Hagrid beckoning the first-year students. "Are you all right?" Hagrid called over the heads of the crowd. They waved back at Hagrid. West and a few others followed the other students along a rough, muddy path, where several carriages awaited them. West stroked the back of a thestral pulling a carriage, and the creature lowered its skeletal head, nuzzling against his palm, its cold breath brushing against his face. Harry and the others looked at West in confusion, and Hermione asked, "West, can you see the thestrals?" She hesitantly reached out her hand, and surprisingly made contact with the thestral's icy form. Hermione gazed at West, trembling with trepidation. "West." Layers of ripples danced within West's emerald green pupils. He sighed, "They're beautiful, aren't they?" Chapter 45. What a coincidence. The carriage rolled over the damp cobblestones, passing the magnificent wrought iron gates, guarded by 2 Dementors. Students who had been peering out retracted their heads and settled into their seats. As West's carriage approached, the two Dementors seemed startled, retreating into the corners of the wall. The carriage continued for quite a while before finally coming to a stop. The group ascended the stone steps, passing through the enormous wooden doors and entering the entrance hall. The doors leading to the great hall stood open. West spotted Snape standing beside the door, watching him. "West, come here," Snape called out, cutting through the crowd. West's heart soared. The crowd parted instinctively, allowing him to approach Snape. "Severus," West murmured, unable to tear his gaze from the man. "At school, you are not to call me by my given name," Snape warned. Frowning, "Dumbledore is looking for you." West felt a pang of disappointment. It turned out it was not Snape seeking him. "Dementors entered the Express?" Snape inquired, his voice icy. "They attacked me," West replied, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Severus, Dementors are terrifying. Dumbledore told me you killed a Dementor?" Snape was speechless. West clung to Snape's sleeve, feigning ignorance of Snape's words. "Dear, you don't even care about me." Snape cast his eyes down at him. West, now 13, stood half a head shorter than him, his delicate features adorned with a small tear-shaped beauty mark beneath his eye, gazing up with wide, pleading eyes. Adept at eliciting sympathy. Assuming one had not seen West at 17 or 18. West was skilled at feigning distress, a fact Snape was well aware of. Yet he found himself inexplicably moved to pity. Snape escorted the incessantly chattering West to the headmaster's office, not intending to accompany him inside. "Severus, I will come find you shortly," West called after him, his eyes pleading. Snape did not look back, his dark cloak billowing as he hurried away. As West entered the office, he found Phoenix Fox staring at him, emitting a series of sharp bird calls. Dumbledore was already seated at his desk, awaiting his arrival. "Ah, West, you have finally deigned to meet with this old headmaster," Dumbledore remarked, his blue eyes narrowing into slits behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. West's thoughts were unvoiced. Could I possibly decline? They even sent Severus to summon me. It was then that he noticed the improvement in Dumbledore's demeanor. As if he had unshackled himself from years of burdens, his brow unfurrowing. "What is it, headmaster?" he inquired with a smile devoid of warmth. Dumbledore seemed unfazed by West's attitude. "So, how do you feel, West?" "Quite well," West replied candidly. He extended his hand, tracing the fine lines upon it. Beneath the thin skin lay an astonishing reservoir of magical power. Dumbledore regarded him with a serious expression, but suddenly recalled something and relaxed. "Let us first discuss Voldemort and the matter of destroying his Horcruxes." West immediately delved into the topic. Dumbledore paused for a moment before responding. "I have been investigating the whereabouts of the Horcruxes, but the issue is that we do not know how many he possesses. Harry and the destroyed diary account for 2. West pondered. Dumbledore continued, "Perhaps there is one person who knows. He was once Tom Riddle's defense against the dark arts professor." After a brief exchange, Dumbledore, noting that time was drawing short, concluded the conversation. "Recently, Dementors have been stationed at Hogwarts. I hope you can protect the students to the best of your abilities, West." West chuckled, "Of course, headmaster," but with a gleam in his eyes, he added, "Grant me the title of assistant, and I wish to occupy that lounge beside Severus's dungeon." Dumbledore blinked. "Not a problem." Both shared a satisfied smile. "Al, why isn't it done yet?" "I'm hungry." A young man's head poked into the lounge, frowning in discontent. West responded, "Mr. Grindelwald." He forced a smile, his lips twitching. "Little brat, don't monopolize your headmaster's time. Hurry along," Grindelwald shouted, as if his mind had regressed to a youthful state. "At your age, lay off the age-reducing potion. All medicine has its drawbacks," West remarked ominously. He had yet to solidify his relationship with Severus. He had no desire to witness the sunset romance between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore wearily rubbed his brow. "West, you may return now." Those words were quite agreeable to him. West promptly retreated, not heading back to the Great Hall, but instead turning towards the dungeon. The air in the dungeon was suffused with the bitter scent of herbs. Snape was brewing wolfsbane potion, his expression morose. "Severus?" West called gently, approaching him. "Wolfsbane potion?" Snape frowned. "Dumbledore asked you to assist Lupin with the wolfsbane potion? How do you know he is a werewolf?" Snape shot a surprised glance at him. "I have my sources," West replied. "Evidently, our esteemed headmaster believes that allowing a werewolf to teach is as safe as permitting werewolves to enroll," Snape sneered. "No need to be angry, I assure you," West soothed. "I shall brew it, Severus. You take a break." Snape, without any reservations, relinquished his position and tossed the copper spoon to West, a remarkably considerate gesture. "Mr. Somerset." "My dear," West placed a hand over his heart. "You have finally understood my thoughtfulness." Just as Snape was about to retort with venom, West mischievously smiled and changed the subject. ISNT your improved wolfsbane potion lacking a test subject? Snape looked at him in surprise. Lupin? It wouldn't be pleasant for him as a test subject. I thought you would appreciate this two birds with one stone plan. Severus. West shrugged, completing the final step of potion preparation. He will agree. If the experiment succeeds, he ought to be grateful. Snape nodded, a satisfied smile appearing. A commendable idea. Our werewolf professor indeed requires some special care. Severus, it's ready. West placed the potion down and moved closer to Snape, his fingertips restlessly climbing up Snape's neck. Lost in thoughts of how to persuade Lupin to willingly become a test subject, Snape suddenly felt the warmth of the boy's fingertips. His body tensed. He inhaled sharply. Let go. West now appeared wholly as a 13-year-old boy, still his student. Wasn't he this far too taboo? Snape stepped back, warily eyeing West. It's getting late. You may return to your dormitory. West innocently withdrew his hand. Severus, may I sleep with you? Snape's lips twitched. What do you think? All right then. Severus, good night. As the boy left the dungeon, Snape remained rooted in place, responding slowly, good night. The following morning, Snape opened the dungeon door to find West already dressed neatly, leaning against the doorframe watching him. Severus, what a coincidence. West smiled widely. Snape merely stared. Chapter 46, Divination Class. West trailed behind Snape like a small tail, following him back to the Great Hall, and only sat down at the Slytherin table after watching Snape return to the staff table. West, where did you go yesterday? Draco inquired. You didn't return to the dormitory all night? West sighed, chasing after my girlfriend. I wouldn't be going back anymore. 3 large question marks appeared over Draco's head, but as West began to eat breakfast, he refrained from asking further. Just as breakfast was concluding, a flock of owls flew in. Hermione's owl Minerva dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet in front of her. It was a great horned owl, dignified in demeanor, shaking its silvery gray feathers as it landed on the table, and began to drink pumpkin juice from Hermione's cup. Minerva was a birthday gift from West to Hermione, which had made Ron envious for several days. Azkaban miscarriage of justice finally rectified. Sirius Black exonerated of charges of betrayal. Peter Pettigrew's crime exposed. The Ministry of Magic admits to wrongfully convicting Sirius for 13 years. Death Eaters escape. Minister Fudge dispatches Dementors to protect students and hunt down Death Eaters. After finishing breakfast, the first class was divination. Upon entering the classroom, Draco voiced his dissatisfaction. This place resembles a mix of an attic and a tea room, somewhat shabby, with 20 small round tables scattered about. Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat at the same round table, while West sat with Draco and Theodore. Professor Trelawney emerged, adorned with large glasses draped in a shawl, her long neck and arms bedecked with numerous necklaces and bracelets. She urged the students to take their seats swiftly, saying, Welcome to divination, children. You have chosen this course. It is the most challenging among all magical arts. I must warn you from the outset. If you lack the gift of foresight, there is little I can teach you. In this realm, books can only take you so far. Wes was lost in thought, pondering what Severus was doing. Harry and Ron watched Hermione, chuckling as she appeared quite taken aback by the professor's words. The gift of divination is possessed by only a select few, she continued, suddenly looking at Neville. How is your grandmother? Neville jumped, nearly falling off his cushion. He trembled and nodded. I think she is well. Professor Trelawney made cryptic predictions for several students, causing them to feel anxious, fearing misfortune might befall them. Subsequently, she instructed the students to split into 2 groups, each to retrieve a teacup from the shelf and practice tea leaf reading. Wes carelessly handed the teacup to Draco. Draco and Theodore eagerly perused Piercing the Mists to foresee the future, attempting to divine the fate of West. Meanwhile, Ron was engrossed in interpreting Harry's teacup. There's a bowler hat. Are you destined to work for the Ministry of Magic? He mused. What is this? A hippopotamus? No, wait, it's a sheep. The 2 burst into laughter. Trelawney, somewhat displeased, snatched Harry's teacup from him. Let me see, she demanded. Oh dear, you have a mortal enemy, she intoned gravely, locking her gaze on Harry. Everyone knows that Harry and Voldemort are arch-enemies, Hermione interjected loudly. Trelawney shot a glare at Hermione before returning her attention to Harry's cup. Ah, flying birds. Oh dear. This is splendid news. A romance is on the horizon for you. Hermione scoffed, her tone dripping with discontent, clearly unimpressed by what she perceived as the professor's theatrics. Harry, however, absorbed the words, his ears reddening as he discreetly glanced at Draco. Draco was now showing West his teacup. A sickle? What does that mean? Let me see. He urged. Theodore flipped to that page. Death is imminent, he murmured, pressing his lips together as he closed the book, casting an awkward glance at West. I think that might not be very accurate. West waved his hand dismissively. Oh, dear. Trelawney's voice erupted behind the trio. She seized the cup from Draco's hands. You are about to, she abruptly turned to West, her eyes glazing over, her body stiffening. In a hollow mechanical tone she declared, you shall walk towards death. Death is imminent. The students exchanged alarmed glances, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence. West frowned. Just then, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Hermione shouted in anger, nonsense. She slammed the teacup onto the desk, and exited the classroom. West regarded Trelawney, who appeared entranced, and offered a non-committal smile before departing himself. The remaining students exchanged bewildered looks, and without waiting for the professor's comments, silently returned the teacups and hurried out. Trelawney stood rigidly for a long moment before suddenly trembling violently, as if her soul had just returned to her body. She looked around the now empty classroom, puzzled, and touched her head in confusion. For the subsequent Transfiguration and Magical Creatures classes, West took a leave of absence, citing other pressing matters. Severus. He returned to the dungeons, where Snape was already waiting by the hearth. Come here, Snape instructed. Wait, let me change first, West replied. May I use your room? Of course, if you don't mind. I can change here, he added. Get in there, Snape retorted. When West emerged, he had transformed back into his 17-year-old self, clad in a fitted dark green robe adorned with the Somerset family crest at the collar, and wearing the family ring on his thumb. He now towered half a head above Snape, his features striking and well-defined, with red curls cascading down to his waist, tied with a green ribbon embroidered in gold. Resembling an enchanting siren from folklore, Snape appeared momentarily stunned until he heard West's light laughter. Severus? West approached him, his eyes sparkling with mirth. He took Snape's hand, bending slightly to place a reverent kiss upon the back of it. Do you find me handsome? West inquired with a smile. Snape, recovering from his reverie, withdrew his hand awkwardly, mumbling, not bad. They traversed through the dungeon's fireplace to Malfoy Manor. Lucius and Narcissa, having received Snape's letter in advance, awaited them in the parlor, prepared for an audience. Upon hearing that the head of the Somerset family wished to meet him to discuss collaboration with the Malfoy family, Lucius felt utterly bewildered. The Somerset family had long since withdrawn from public life, although a branch recently appeared to be reactivating within the Ministry of Magic. The heads of the Somerset family had not been seen for ages. He could not fathom how his friend became entangled with them. An ominous premonition gnawed at Lucius as he clutched Narcissa's hand, waiting in silence. Chapter 47. Subverting the Malfoys. Lucius rose, his serpent staff tapping lightly on the marble floor, an echo of formality. I was unaware of the Somerset Patriarch's esteemed presence. What brings you here? West smiled. No need to be anxious, Malfoy. Your son Draco appears quite at ease in my presence. Upon hearing Draco's name, Lucius and Narcissa's expressions soured. You know my son? Lucius forced a smile, his face rigid. Don't frighten them, Snape interjected suddenly. Well then, I am not doing it on purpose, Severus, West replied. The Malfoy couple stared in shock. Sit down and talk. Snape urged his bewildered friend softly. Once seated, the atmosphere became palpably tense. West broke the silence. I am here to inquire whether the Malfoys have any intention of joining the Order of the Phoenix. Here it comes. West's characteristic bluntness. Snape rubbed his temples in exasperation. Lucius's face turned pale. I do not understand. What does this mean? He shot a pleading glance at Snape. It is futile to deceive oneself, West chuckled. Can't you feel it? The dark mark occasionally heats up. Lucius stiffened, his arm seeming to burn anew. You know his character, don't you? After all these years, you loyal subordinates have neglected him, leaving him to his own devices. When he returns, how will he purge you? West lifted his teacup and leisurely took a sip. You should consider not just yourself but also Draco. Does his temperament suit working under Voldemort? By juxtaposing Draco's name with Voldemort's, the Malfoy couple's expressions tightened in alarm. Narcissa turned to West. If we join the Order, can you protect Draco? Lucius hissed, Narcissa. Lucius. You know what kind of man he is. He petrified the dragon in second year. Narcissa's voice was sharp. I refuse to let Draco live that kind of life. Lucius recalled that incident in second year, feeling as if he aged several years, and he sighed heavily. The Malfoy matron is far more decisive than you, West remarked. What are you worried about, Lucius? Does the Malfoy family wish to be a pawn or to overturn the board? What assurance do you have of defeating him? Lucius asked bluntly. The Somerset family combined with the Order. How dare you compare us with a languishing wretch? West lowered his voice mockingly. To speak frankly, killing Voldemort is merely a small obstacle. You are unaware, I presume, that Voldemort created several Horcruxes, which is the very reason for his return. He smiled meaningfully. You might want to ask Draco his thoughts. He encountered Voldemort in his first year. Lucius's eyes widened. The old pureblood aristocrats were particularly wary of soul-splitting, as it could transform a noble wizard into a mindless beast. No wonder his temperament has changed so drastically, Lucius murmured. He turned to Snape. Severus, you? Snape discerned Lucius's wavering resolve, and remained silent for a moment. I have long since betrayed him. Lucius was taken aback. His eyes widened in shock. Well, I understand now. He finally sighed, stood, and extended his hand to West. Welcome aboard, Lucius, West said with a smile. Now, I have one more question for you to ponder. What other Horcruxes does Voldemort possess? Unbeknownst to me. Lucius uttered instinctively that the Dark Lord would never divulge such vital matters to them, for he harbored distrust towards all. Perhaps I possess a fragment of knowledge, Narcissa interjected, recalling an incident where my sister Bellatrix Lestrange, inebriated, confided in me that the Dark Lord had bestowed upon the Lestranges a precious artifact, instructing them to conceal it well. Bellatrix had placed it within the vaults of Gringotts. Thank you for your insight, madam, West remarked with a smile. Might I have a word with you, Severus? Lucius inquired. Snape nodded and said to West, please wait for me here. Lucius and Snape retreated to another chamber. A complex expression crossed Lucius's face as he lamented to his junior. Have you long since betrayed the Dark Lord? When did this transpire? Before her unfortunate incident, Snape furrowed his brow, his complexion ashen. Lucius sighed. It seems you cannot forget her. Have you struck some accord with Dumbledore? That wretched old charlatan. Severus. I hope the path I have chosen does not lead the Malfoy family to ruin. It shall not, Snape replied, his tone cool yet resolute. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Snape. Lucius was momentarily dazzled by the light reflecting off the ring on Snape's hand, his gaze shifting to the adornment. When did you develop a penchant for wearing rings? Lucius's words faltered as he beheld the ring on Snape's right hand. An exquisite piece set with a green gemstone, its gold serpentine band adorned with two flickering flames that danced alongside the jewel's radiance. What? Snape inquired, puzzled. What is your connection with Somerset? Witnessing Snape's bewilderment, Lucius felt a pang of anguish, akin to observing a novice being outmaneuvered. A friend, Snape replied. West's identity must remain undisclosed. Lucius fell silent. Could it be that Severus was entirely oblivious to the fact that the ring he wore was the counterpart of the Somerset family heirloom? Help me. Lucius forced a smile, his expression stiff. Haha. Snape shot him a glance, sensing his elder's bizarre demeanor. Has he entered a midlife crisis? I'll take my leave. Snape stated. Very well. Snape and Lucius returned to the parlor, discovering West engaged in conversation with Narcissa. The atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. I noticed his attire. Is it the latest fashion? Of course, I had it custom-made at Madame Moak's, West replied, catching Snape's silhouette in his peripheral vision. Severus, back already? Snape nodded. Then we shall take our leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, madam, West said as he rose, bidding farewell to Narcissa. Narcissa covered her mouth, laughing. I too am delighted to make your acquaintance, Somerset. Lucius's expression darkened. What transpired in those brief moments? Has his sister so swiftly taken a fancy to Somerset? West followed Snape back through the Floo network to the dungeons of Hogwarts. Lucius turned to Narcissa, somewhat disgruntled. Has this lad so quickly captured your heart, sissy? Narcissa shot him a glare. Luke, what nonsense are you spouting? However, he is indeed a remarkable and handsome young man, is he not? Lucius relayed the matter of the ring to Narcissa, his face etched with frustration. Narcissa chuckled lightly. I find it rather agreeable. Severus is rather lonely, if you know what I mean, and Somerset is a fine choice. Severus Snape, like a fragmented shard, could only be ensnared by someone of sufficient strength, lest he drift aimlessly like a rudderless ship. Chapter 48, Daily Life. West and Snape returned to the dungeons. Curiously, Snape asked, what did you discuss with Narcissa? Merely an aesthetic exchange with Mrs. Malfoy, West replied. We deliberated on which brooch would complement you best. That suffices, it is getting late. You ought to return, Snape said, massaging his temples. Severus, do you not require assistance with anything? I feel rather useless as your assistant. West blinked innocently, lowering his gaze to him. Snape was speechless. No wonder Dumbledore mentioned earlier that he had found him an assistant. Snape coldly declined. Dumbledore merely smiled at him, causing an unsettling sensation to creep down his spine. Little did he know he was waiting for him. What precisely do you intend to do? Snape glared at him. Severus, I merely wish to alleviate your workload, West said, feigning innocence. He stood beside Snape, tilting his head to gaze at him, his crimson hair cascading against Snape's face, causing an itch. Snape expressionlessly brushed the lock aside. Transform back. West complied, shrinking down, his robes adjusting to a suitable size. Snape observed the now significantly shorter West with a modicum of satisfaction. You shall assist me in revising my paper. West nodded, settling at the desk to begin amending the document, while Snape commenced his study of Wolfsbane potion. Preparing to deliver a fresh batch of experimental samples to Lupin the next day, the scratch of quill against parchment intertwined with the bubbling of potion, creating a harmonious symphony. The two toiled until nightfall. West completed the revisions, setting down his quill, while Snape had finalized the concoction of the Wolfsbane potion, diligently composing his experimental report. West summoned the house elves of Hogwarts to bring them 2 dinners. Severus, let us dine first, West suggested. Snape remained engrossed in his tasks, seemingly oblivious to West's remark. West, with a resigned sigh, rose to snatch the book from Snape's hands. Snape's eyes widened in irritation. You. West suddenly leaned in close, their proximity exceedingly intimate. Eat, or I shall kiss you. Snape's pupils dilated. You wretch. He forcefully pushed West away, unusually compliant, and took his seat at the table to eat. West appeared to have discovered Snape's weakness, letting out a light chuckle. Having finished, you may return now. Snape set down his fork, firmly ushering West out the door, only for West to veer into the long-abandoned lounge adjacent to the dungeons under Snape's watchful gaze. Severus. Good night, Severus. Do not stay up late, West said calmly, the words he uttered capable of igniting a frenzy among all the faculty and students of Hogwarts. Should I discover you do, I shall kiss you. Snape gritted his teeth. His voice low. You shameless little troll. West suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. I may be shameless, but I am not small. Get lost. Snape slammed the door to the dungeons shut. The following morning, West found himself with even more reason to follow Snape, as the first lesson of the day was potions. Severus, how did you sleep last night? West trailed behind Snape. Snape remained silent, merely quickening his pace, prompting West to match his speed. Do not follow me. Snape snapped, halting to warn West. West blinked his emerald eyes, thick lashes casting tiny shadows beneath, appearing utterly innocent. Headmaster. I merely wish to join you for breakfast in the Great Hall. I am not following you. Passing students observed this exchange, whispering amongst themselves, how terrifying. Professor Snape does not even spare a Slytherin student. Snape's eye twitched, glaring at the 2 badgers who were eavesdropping. Professors. Hufflepuff loses 5 points. The badgers exchanged awkward smiles and hastily departed the scene. West resumed his role as the headmaster's shadow, entering the Great Hall to garner a host of curious gazes from both faculty and students. Snape hastened his steps to the teacher's desk, while Wister calmly returned to the Slytherin table. The one who appeared the most delighted was undoubtedly Dumbledore, who stroked his beard and mused, youth is such a splendid thing. Today's potion class required the concoction of a shrinking solution. For Wister, this task was exceedingly simple. While other students were only just finishing their materials, his potion was already nearing completion. Snape nodded in satisfaction, and due to Mr. Wister's exceptional brewing skills, Slytherin was awarded 5 points. Draco, puzzled, muttered to himself, questioning why Wister was not as enthusiastic in other classes. Oh, the naivety of youth. Pansy and Blaze exchanged sighs and meaningful glances. Have you noticed that the headmaster hasn't been as acerbic lately? Ah, love, they seem to imply. Draco, looking bewildered, asked, what are you talking about? Why are you both grinning so lewdly? Theodore quietly distanced himself from the two. Meanwhile, Neville found himself in quite a predicament as he had once again botched his potion. Snape frowned. How can I convey this to you, Longbottom? If the pitiful potion could speak, it would surely scream for protection at this moment. Neville trembled, on the verge of tears. Allow me to teach him, Professor, Wister volunteered. Snape hesitated momentarily before nodding. Neville looked at Wister with gratitude. Ultimately, under Wister's guidance, Neville succeeded in brewing a shrinking solution. Although the quality was subpar, it nonetheless brought Neville to tears of joy, considering his history of failures. Snape, with a complex mix of emotions, pondered that perhaps having a teaching assistant wasn't such a bad idea after all. The second class was Lupin's inaugural defense against the dark arts lesson. Wister finally spared the poor old professor, and joined Harry and the others for class. Where were you last night? Hermione inquired as they walked. You missed both transfiguration and care of magical creatures, and everyone thought you were too affected by Trelawney's words to even attend. Speaking of Hermione, she had been exceptionally busy this term. Aside from classes, she was practically invisible. She had enrolled in nearly every subject, leaving Harry and Ron bewildered as to how she managed to attend 3 classes simultaneously without ever being absent. Wister speculated that the ministry had lent Hermione a time-turner. Although he disapproved of her relentless studying, Hermione was a tenacious little Gryffindor, just as determined as Harry, so he decided to refrain from intervening. Draco scoffed, "No way. Wister doesn't he believe that?" Raising an eyebrow, he said, "You went off to pursue a girlfriend, didn't he you? Wister didn't he return to the dormitory at night? He wouldn't he be out on the town with a girlfriend, would he?" Draco wore an expression of bewilderment, clearly exhausted by the energy of it all. "What are you thinking, Draco?" Wister replied helplessly. "What girlfriend?" Harry asked, scratching his head in confusion, before suddenly realizing, "You're not living in the dungeon, are you? Would Professor Snape allow that?" "I wish," Wister answered resignedly. "What? A dungeon?" Draco exclaimed, nearly leaping up. "The headmaster?" He stared at Wister with wide eyes. Horrified, "The one you fancy is the headmaster." Draco looked as if his world had been shattered, as if petrified by a spell. It was then that he understood Pansy and Blaze's whispers during potions class. Ron wore a blank expression, embodying the weariness of one who had seen too much of life. "Calm down, Draco. We're merely engaging in free love," Wister sighed. "Wish me luck." "Did you succeed in pursuing her?" Draco asked, perplexed. "Pursuing the headmaster? That's a daunting challenge," he said sympathetically, shuddering at the thought of the headmaster's icy demeanor. Nevertheless, he patted Wister on the shoulder to show his support. "I will always back you." Harry cast a mournful glance at Wister's shoulder. Harry was refused when he invited Draco to ride Buckbeak yesterday, Hermione whispered. Buckbeak was a hippogriff that Hagrid had raised, and Draco was not fond of it, believing that introducing students to such a magical creature in the first lesson was too dangerous. Indeed, Wister frowned, thinking Hagrid was being reckless. He ought to learn a lesson. If Draco reported this to the Board of Governors, he would be in for it. "I'll go have a word with him," Hermione said. Chapter 49 Boggart. Upon arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Lupin was already present, an old suitcase resting on the lectern, shadows deepening in the hollows of his cheeks. However, compared to his pale, frail appearance on the train, he now appeared considerably healthier. Lupin instructed everyone to stow their books. Today was a practical lesson, and all they needed was their wands. This revelation surprised some students. Following Lupin, the students exited the classroom and traversed a deserted corridor, turning a corner. In the corridor, Peeves was hanging upside down, stuffing gum into the nearest keyhole. Upon spotting Lupin, he perked up, shrieking, "Clumsy, clumsy Lupin!" Peeves was notoriously rude and difficult to manage. Lupin chuckled, preparing to teach Peeves a lesson when Peeves suddenly froze, like a chicken caught by the neck, fixating on a red-haired boy at the end of the line. With a scream, Peeves darted through the ceiling. Harry let out a laugh, nudging Wister with his elbow. "Looks like Peeves remembers you." Lupin felt perplexed but did not delve deeper. He continued leading the students forward into an empty staff lounge. At the end of the lounge stood an old wardrobe. Lupin paused beside it, and suddenly, the wardrobe began to shake violently. Several students jumped back in fright. Pansy nearly stepped on Crabbe's foot, and turned to complain to Hermione. "Merlin's beard, what on earth is that?" "It's a boggart," Hermione whispered to Pansy. "Indeed, there's a boggart inside," Lupin remarked, somewhat surprised. Either at Hermione's vast knowledge, or at the friendly interaction between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students. "Does anyone know what a boggart is?" Hermione raised her hand. "It's a shape-shifting creature that takes the form of whatever it thinks will frighten us the most." Lupin awarded 3 points to Gryffindor before explaining the characteristics of a boggart, and instructing the students on how to repel it. Repelling it is quite simple, but it requires willpower. You just need to force it to transform into a form you find amusing. "Let us practice the incantation first without our wands." "Ridiculous." "Okay, Neville. You give it a try," Lupin said. Neville took a trembling step forward. "Neville, what are you most afraid of?" Neville emitted nearly inaudible sounds. "Professor Snape." The Gryffindor students erupted in laughter, and even some Slytherin students nodded in agreement. Neville sheepishly smiled, except for Wister, who was busy petting Elora, the proud little black cat that had followed him into the classroom. Lupin appeared to be in thought. "Neville, I assume you live with your grandmother?" Neville, perplexed, but still anxious, replied yes. "Can you think of what your grandmother usually wears?" Lupin chuckled. Wister paused in his petting, furrowing his brow with an ominous premonition. Elora, dissatisfied, swatted at his hand and mewed. Neville seemed taken aback. "Well, my grandmother always wears a tall hat with an old owl taxidermy on top and a long green dress. And sometimes she wraps herself in a fox fur scarf." In an imaginative tableau, Professor Snape is envisioned clad in your grandmother's attire. And upon the utterance of the incantation ridiculous, he is compelled to transform into a figure adorned with a hat resembling a mounted old owl specimen, garbed in a green gown. Lupin remarks on the scene. Laughter erupts from Gryffindor, Yet the surrounding Slytherins were expressions of grim disapproval, causing the mirth to dissipate abruptly. Is this amusing? West suddenly inquires, his tone low and grave. Professor Lupin, is this how you instruct your students? To instill in them a lack of respect for their professors, is it not? The atmosphere thickens with tension. Lupin, momentarily taken aback, replies, I apologize if I have made you uncomfortable. I merely intended to jest. Did anyone find it humorous? West queries. The Slytherins, however, do not share in the laughter. Draco interjects. This is a blatant affront to Slytherin, Professor Lupin. Blaze's countenance turns somber. A profound silence envelopes the classroom. West steps forward to address Neville. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. It is disrespectful to both your grandmother and Professor Snape. Simply embody the courage befitting a Gryffindor, understood? Neville, his face flushed, whispers. All right. With a wave of his hand, West opens the wardrobe door, and a brooding, imposing Professor Snape emerges, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Neville. Unable to contain himself, Neville recoils. Wand raised, Neville, ridiculous, West's cold voice commands from behind. As Professor Snape advances menacingly, Neville grits his teeth and cries out, ridiculous. With a cacophony, the scene transforms. Snape's complexion reddens, and before him stands West, grasping his hand. The classroom erupts into chaos, and laughter flourishes among the two houses. Draco collapses against Harry. Ron chokes on his own saliva, and Hermione desperately bites her lip to stifle her laughter, while Pansy and Blaze begin to exchange glances laden with unspoken communication. Flushed with embarrassment, Neville stammers, I'm sorry. West's lips twitch. He is unbothered, merely taken aback by the turn of events. Severus would assuredly be furious with him. West muses impassively. With a flick of his wand, he dispels the boggart into a swirl of black mist, confining it once more within the wardrobe. At this moment, Lupin has lost his composure, his expression a complex blend of guilt and concern as he approaches. I sincerely apologize for not considering the inappropriateness of this joke. I have offended you all, and I offer my formal apology. The expressions of the Slytherin students soften, allowing the class to proceed. West has long since departed the common room, cradling Elora, realizing that attending Lupin's class was indeed an imposition upon him. The sunlight casts a golden hue upon the waters of the Black Lake as Elora leaps from West's arms, now perched at the lake's edge, fishing with her tail. Leaning against a willow tree, West channels a thread of magic into the family ring. The serpent's eye on the ring glimmers with an ethereal light, resonating with another ring. Sensing that Snape is presently engaged in class, West unconsciously breathes a sigh of relief. He remains by the Black Lake until the defense against the dark arts class concludes. West. There you are. Harry, Draco, Hermione, and Ron approach. Are you all right, West? Hermione inquires. Professor Lupin was indeed out of line. The other three nod in agreement. Oh. And we wish to learn the Patronus charm, West, Harry states, excitement evident in his voice. The Dementors have invaded Hogwarts, and we wish to acquire more spells for our protection. He becomes animated. The Patronus you conjured on the train was magnificent. Ron adds. I first learned that Patronuses could take physical form from him. He gestures to Harry. Chapter 50. The Ravenclaw Diadem. First, we must find a suitable place to practice. Draco suggests. Ideally one that can shield us from that pesky Peeves. Ron complains he's insufferable. Harry suddenly has a revelation. I know a place. Follow me. He leads them to the 8th floor, pausing in an empty corridor adorned with a tapestry titled The Troll in the Dungeon. In his mind, Harry intently repeats. I need a place to practice the Patronus charm. Suddenly, a stone door materializes in the wall. Remarkable, a room of requirement? West muses. Yes, I only discovered it recently. Harry replies. They enter the room, which is spacious and brightly lit. Indeed ideal for spell practice. In the center, a chest sits, trembling violently as they approach. A boggart. Hermione exclaims in astonishment. It can manifest as well? Perhaps it's a Dementor within. West smirks. Draco and Ron shiver at the thought. All right. The Patronus charm should not pose much difficulty for you. Simply remember to recall your happiest memory while reciting the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Once everyone has memorized the spell, West stands beside the chest. Ready? Hermione, you go first. Hermione steps forward, her expression resolute. She raises her wand at the chest, bracing herself. With a flick of his wand, West causes the chest to spring open, revealing the familiar massive creature before them. Expecto Patronum. Hermione, indeed gifted, unleashes a silver light from her wand, though it is still insufficient to take form. West retrieves the boggart back into the chest, nodding in approval. Well done. Achieving this level on your first attempt is commendable. Yet Hermione is not satisfied. She scurries to the side to continue practicing. Next, Harry, Draco, and Ron take their turns in succession, all managing to produce a white light, albeit weaker than Hermione's. Alright, it's getting late. We shall conclude today's training here, West announces, noting the fatigue etched on their faces. More importantly, he wishes to return and dine with Severus. Hermione, what are you doing? Ron queries, puzzled. Hermione stands in a daze before a pile of clutter in the corner, clutching a dusty, tattered diadem. West squints, approaching her to take the diadem from her hands. Startled, Hermione snaps back to reality, gasping as she realizes everyone is watching her. What's wrong? She asks, bewildered, her mind a blank save for the fact that she had been deciphering the inner inscriptions of the diadem. Well done, Hermione, West remarks, feeling the soul fragments within the diadem, a smile blooming on his face. This is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Horcruxes? The trio exclaims in confusion, while only Draco's eyes widen in terror. Has the Dark Lord lost his mind? Indeed, Horcruxes, West muses as he toys with the diadem, infusing it with an overwhelming dark magic, sensing the shivering of the soul fragments, and laughing with unrestrained delight, his once cold demeanor animated. Horcruxes are vessels created by the malevolent practice of splitting one's soul, and sealing the fragments within objects, necessitating murder to trigger the soul's division, West explains. My father said that Horcruxes deform a person's soul, gradually stripping away their humanity, reducing them to mere beasts of slaughter, Draco murmurs. Why are you only telling us this now? Harry looks at West, his eyes filled with accusation. I thought I had mentioned it, West replies, unusually embarrassed. After all, he has spent so much time with Severus lately that he has neglected these children. You are also a Horcrux, Harry, West states flatly, dropping a bombshell that leaves the group stunned. What shall we do? Hermione asks urgently, her tone fraying. Isn't a Horcrux an object? How could Harry be one? I need to research this. Harry's face bore an expression of bewilderment as he instinctively glanced towards West. Do not panic. Could I possibly allow harm to befall Harry? West replied with a hint of resignation. I possess a method to address this, but not at this moment. We have yet to gather all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry, being one of the Horcruxes, may have the ability to sense the presence of the others. Once I have dealt with these Horcruxes, I will extract the soul fragments from within Harry. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the group. West soothed the apprehensive youths, discarding the diadem onto the ground, and summoned a serpent of flame from the tip of his wand, which slithered its way up the diadem inch by inch. The onlookers seemed to hear a male voice wailing in anguish. After a lengthy pause, the cries gradually diminished and faded into silence. West retrieved the diadem, now devoid of any trace of a soul, and stored it within his ring, intending to later present it to the head of Ravenclaw. Is that all there is to it? Harry mused, his expression dazed. This seems far too simplistic. As West escorted the group back to the Great Hall, dinner had already commenced, yet he noticed Snape was absent from the staff table, and thus made his way towards the dungeons. Sure enough, Snape was still engrossed in his potion studies. Upon seeing West enter, Snape lifted his gaze. What transpired during your defense against the dark arts class today? His piercing gaze bore down on West, causing a tightness in his chest. How did word spread so swiftly? Snape seemed to peer into West's thoughts. Lupin sought me out after class to apologize. West scoffed lightly, recognizing the gesture as a sign of intelligence. His eyes swept across the now empty potion cabinet, realizing Snape had already supplied Lupin with the Wolfsbane potion. The previous day, while assisting Severus in concocting the potion, he had surreptitiously added a vial of bitter root juice, which would not alter the potion's efficacy, but would render it far more repugnant. Snape undoubtedly noticed but chose to turn a blind eye, perhaps secretly relishing in Lupin's discomfort. Severus, I harbor no fondness for him, West remarked as he circled around Snape, attempting to shift the conversation. If you were aware he was a friend of your parents. Snape interjected with a snort. I am indifferent, Severus. He is not my friend, West retorted. I detest both Black and Lupin. They have contributed nothing to my and Harry's upbringing, so why should they earn my respect? More importantly, they are quite unfriendly towards you. A shadow darkened West's expression. It was undeniable that Snape was taken aback by these words. Was this favoritism? He pondered bitterly. The affection he had long sought for over 3 decades seemed to manifest in West, yet he found himself uncertain of whether he desired such affection now. And Severus? I just destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The complex emotions and bitterness flickering across Snape's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. West sensed impending trouble and cautiously spoke, Severus. Snape abruptly stood, the book in his hand striking West's shoulder. Why must you always embark on such perilous endeavors alone? He thundered. West, adopting the demeanor of a chastened student, meekly replied, "Well, Harry and the others were with me." Snape's anger intensified, his chest heaving. "You dare bring along these third-year students? West, do you wish to court death?" The dungeons echoed with West's pleas for mercy, leaving the passing students exchanging worried glances. The following day, amidst rumors of West's infatuation with the Stoic Potions Master and his unfortunate entanglement with Snape, the whispers swept through Hogwarts once more. When Snape entered the Great Hall the next day, he was met with disapproving glares from several professors, led by McGonagall. "Severus, while we are aware of West's affection for you," Professor McGonagall hesitated, "you cannot bully him. He is still but a third-year child." Sprout and Flitwick nodded gravely, their expressions laden with reproach towards Snape. Snape remained silent. Chapter 51. A weekend in Hogsmeade. On the morning preceding Halloween, Ron received a gift from Sirius, a plump little owl, as compensation for the demise of Scabbers. Overjoyed, Ron reveled in the fact that this was the first owl that belonged solely to him, naming it Pigwidgeon. The third-year students were in exceptionally high spirits, for the following day marked their inaugural trip to Hogsmeade, where they could enjoy a delightful day before returning to Hogwarts for the Halloween feast. "Severus, will you be going to Hogsmeade?" West inquired as he assisted Snape in grading upper-year essays, mimicking his tone to write brief comments. "What purpose would I have there?" Snape replied, leisurely sipping his black coffee and perusing his notes. He had grown accustomed to West's erratic thought processes, and no longer found himself flustered by them, unaware that he was becoming increasingly ensnared in the web West had woven, until one day he would be entirely accustomed to having a vigilant spider guarding him. "Keep me company," West sighed. "Hogwarts is dreadfully dull. If you find it dull, then do not attend school. Return to manage Somerset," Snape retorted sarcastically. "I never imagined the esteemed head of the household could be so bored." "Then I shall have fewer opportunities to see you, Severus." "I cannot bear that," West said, having finished the essays and sidling up to Snape, settling onto the sofa. The sofa was small. One person could sit comfortably, but two felt rather cramped. "What are you doing?" Snape exclaimed, startled, nearly spilling his coffee. In a fit of annoyance, he attempted to rise but found himself ensnared by West's embrace. "Severus, has anyone ever mentioned how sensitive you are?" West leaned against his neck, pressing a hand against Snape's lower back, and upon feeling Snape tremble, his eyes darkened. "If anyone has, I would kill them." "What madness is this?" Snape asked, already somewhat accustomed to West's mercurial moods, his expression darkening. "Accompany me," West boldly declared, and upon noticing Snape's lack of resistance, he daringly placed a kiss upon the nape of his neck, only to be met with a sharp elbow from Snape. "Ouch!" West loosened his grip, and Snape stood, straightening his collar. "Severus, are you plotting to murder your boyfriend?" "When did I ever agree to that?" Snape replied, his expression irritable. It must be said that West's 13-year-old visage was deceptively innocent and easily misleading, with tear-streaked eyes that could evoke sympathy from many. If memory served, West had his fair share of admirers, both male and female, Snape thought impassively. Did they know about West's true nature? He was simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. "I can accompany you." Snape's expression shifted under the dim candlelight of the dungeons. West smiled, his eyes sparkling with a fervent light. "Severus, however, you must return before noon," Snape stated calmly, rationalizing that accompanying West to Hogsmeade was merely fulfilling Dumbledore's task of monitoring him. Everything was for the greater good. "Without a doubt." "Not a problem," West replied cheerily. On Halloween day, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the entrance hall, they scanned the area but found no sign of West. They were, of course, unaware that West had already set off with the beloved potions master to Hogsmeade. "Shall we first visit the Three Broomsticks?" West inquired, having regained his youthful form, glancing up at Snape. Snape hesitated, clearly intrigued. West took his hand and led him into the shop, removing his gloves and offering them to Severus. "Severus, are you cold?" "Not particularly," Snape responded unnaturally, his attention swiftly captivated by the newly displayed rare potion ingredients. West presented Snape with a pair of warm dragonhide gloves. Unable to restrain himself, Snape remarked, "If Mr. Somerset remembers we are wizards, a warming charm would suffice, would it not?" "Dear Mr. Severus, I have yet to witness you employing a warming charm." West feigned a sigh of exasperation. "I simply prefer to be prepared." After procuring their desired items, the two exited the shop, passing by Honeyduck's candy store. West observed Harry and Draco inside, selecting sweets, as Draco mischievously stuffed a sour lollipop into Harry's mouth, erupting into laughter at Harry's contorted expression. West turned to Snape with an expectant gaze. Snape frowned, deriding the childish sugar-fueled revelry, yet he followed West inside. "West!" Harry exclaimed upon seeing him, his face lighting up. though he quickly became sheepish upon noticing the potion's master beside him. Professor Snape! Draco exclaimed, wide-eyed, unable to believe Snape had entered Honeydukes. He was accustomed to West's youthful appearance, having heard about it from Harry long ago. Snape's expression darkened, his teeth gritted. What? Never seen your old professor before? Harry and Draco, having completed their candy purchases, hurriedly departed. Goodbye, Professor. As they passed West, Draco quietly mouthed, You can do it. West chuckled softly, finding Draco quite the jester. Care to try some honeycomb soft candies, Professor? West winked playfully. I have no taste for sweets, Snape replied tersely. Open your mouth. Snape instinctively parted his lips, and before he could comprehend, a piece of candy was thrust into his mouth. You must try it first to determine whether you enjoy it. Severus, West smiled, his tone gentle yet resolute. Sweets are for people too. A wave of sweetness gradually unfurled upon Snape's tongue, his expression growing increasingly complex. Ever since Lily's passing, he had been ensnared in an abyss of anguish and guilt, utterly incapable of indulging in something that symbolized sweetness, lightness, and joy. This was undoubtedly a form of self-punishment. Purchase a bit to try, West insisted, decisively acquiring a bag of assorted flavored soft candies. After leaving Honeydukes, West and Snape sought refuge from the bustling crowd, settling in a corner of the Three Broomsticks. West ordered 2 mugs of hot butterbeer. In truth, there were countless topics they could discuss, from dark magic to alchemy, and even the refinement of wolfsbane potion, should West desire. Snape's eyes gleamed with increasing fervor. Only when engaging in subjects of interest did a subtle flush of excitement grace his pale features. West was among the rare few who could completely comprehend his thoughts and possessed ample knowledge to engage in meaningful discourse, which undoubtedly pleased Snape. After a lengthy conversation, their butterbeer nearly depleted, Snape suddenly rose, his obsidian-like eyes sparkling with astonishing brilliance. I have just recalled the missing herb for the wolfsbane potion. He turned and hurriedly made his way back to Hogwarts. West remained seated until Snape vanished from view, at which point a man approached, bowing respectfully. Master. What prompts your urgency, Casper? West inquired, his voice cool, a stark contrast to the gentleness he showed Snape. The Death Eaters have indeed escaped, Master, Casper replied respectfully. Fudge has dispatched numerous Dementors, resulting in weakened security at Azkaban. Several Death Eaters, led by Bellatrix Lestrange, have successfully broken free. A light tap of West's fingers on the goblet produced a melodious chime. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled softly, his voice reminiscent of distant echoes. I hope they remain subdued, and do not disturb the tranquility of my life with Severus. The sound wafted like a gentle breeze, sending a chill of sweat down Casper's spine. Chapter 52, An Assault on Quidditch. The cauldron bubbled with a strange bluish-purple hue. Snape's quill raced across the parchment, his notes abruptly obscured by a shadow. West Somerset. Snape's head snapped up to find West standing at the table, smiling down at him, still carrying the scent of butterbeer, evidently just returned from the pub. Severus, happy Halloween. West extended his arms, revealing a black velvet gift box in his palms. Shall we take a look? Snape shot him a sidelong glance before opening the box to reveal a meticulously crafted serpent-shaped silver brooch, resembling a slumbering viper. The exquisite scale pattern shimmered with a soft blue glow, exuding a gentle magical aura. What is this? Snape inquired, perplexed. West lifted the brooch, taking Snape's hand and delicately fastening it to his cuff. This is a brooch made of silver, Severus. I have infused it with magic. It can protect you from 3 unforgivable curses. He admired Snape's slender wrist. Do you like it, Severus? Snape pressed his lips tightly together. Do you presume I require such trinkets? You might as well give it to your savior brother. West caressed the ink stains on Snape's fingers, casting a cleaning charm. Bellatrix Lestrange and several Death Eaters have escaped, Severus. I have a foreboding feeling that Voldemort is about to commence his plans. Snape's pupils constricted sharply. Following Halloween, there would be a Quidditch match. On the eve of the match, due to Lupin's weakened state during transformation, Snape had to substitute for him in teaching a class on defense against the dark arts. He surveyed the room coldly, stating, Today we shall study. He instructed them to turn to the last chapter, Werewolves. But, Professor, we have only just learned about Grindylows, Hermione interjected swiftly. Next, we are supposed to study Hinkypunks. Silence. Miss Granger, Snape replied evenly. I believe it is I who is teaching, not you. Now turn to page 394. Hermione had no choice but to comply, obediently opening her book. Perhaps Professor Snape has his reasons, she thought. Can anyone tell me how to distinguish between a werewolf and a true wolf? West's gaze was entirely focused on Snape, raising his hand. He was the only one apart from Hermione who did so, as she raised hers every lesson. Who can answer? Snape inquired, fixing his gaze on West. West, you may respond. West's answer evidently pleased Snape. Excellent, Slytherin gains 5 points. The atmosphere in Snape's classroom was typically somber, with everyone attentively listening and taking notes related to werewolves, while Snape paced between desks, checking the notes they had completed during Lupin's instruction. Where are your notes, Mr. West? Snape halted before West, scrutinizing his blank textbook, devoid of any notes. West blinked innocently. Professor, I am well versed in this. Would you like to test me? Sitting nearby, Harry quietly lowered his head, internally lamenting West's antics while hoping Professor Snape would not notice him. Just then the class bell rang. Snape shot a fierce glare at West before announcing the day's assignment. Each of you will write an essay for me on the identification and extermination of werewolves. With another class awaiting him, Snape could not allow West to tag along, reluctantly halting his steps. West, what does Professor Snape mean? Hermione could not help but ask. Why are we suddenly studying werewolves? Harry chimed in. Surely Hogwarts cannot have werewolves, can it? He chuckled twice, and upon seeing the expression on Vester's face he exclaimed. No way. How is that possible? A werewolf would harm students. How could Dumbledore possibly allow a werewolf into Hogwarts? Ron said. Do not fret, Vester interjected. There are indeed werewolves, but they pose no threat to you, Harry. Your immediate concern should be preparing for Quidditch. Harry sighed. Whether Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin or vice versa, someone was always unhappy. The next day, as Vester and Snape took their seats, thunder rumbled and rain poured down. Vester was compelled to conjure a magical barrier to shield both himself and Snape. The Gryffindor and Slytherin players entered the field, buffeted by the winds. Harry mounted his firebolt, drawing the gaze of many. Thanks to the glasses Vester had gifted him, which were waterproof, he could clearly see everything around him despite the rain. His gaze fell upon Draco, whose golden hair was soaked, strands clinging to the side of his face. Competing in such tumultuous weather was no small feat. Players struggled to maintain their balance, drenched and nearly frozen. The downpour was relentless, making it difficult even for Harry to spot the elusive golden snitch. The match dragged on until twilight enveloped the sky. Harry noticed Draco soaring through the air, his lips pale. Regardless, he thought, the match must conclude swiftly. Harry! Wood's distressed voice cried from the goalposts. Behind you. Harry whipped around to see a small, golden blur flickering amidst the torrential rain. He steeled himself, leaning forward on his broom as he raced towards the snitch, raindrops stinging his face with a slight pain. Draco had evidently noticed as well, following closely behind. They climbed higher in pursuit of the snitch. Just as Harry was about to grasp it, a bone-chilling wave washed over him. He suddenly realized the stands had fallen into a hushed silence. Harry! Draco's panicked voice rang out from below, and Harry glanced down to see at least 100 Dementors floating above the stands, their hooded faces turned towards them. A freezing sensation surged from his chest, paralyzing his insides. He heard a woman's voice. Don't move, Harry. Let him go. Please spare Harry. You have the audacity to kill me. A shrill voice laughed maniacally, followed by a piercing scream from the woman. Harry's mind went numb, consciousness fading. It was his mother. And she was about to be killed by Voldemort. He had to save her. Harry! Snap out of it. Draco's scream pierced through the haze, jolting Harry back to reality. Awakening as if from a dream, he suddenly realized the perilous position he was in, nearly tumbling off his speeding broom. Draco clung to him desperately, his face as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The wand in Draco's other hand emitted a blinding white light, yet it seemed utterly insignificant against the horde of snarling Dementors. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, blinking away the rain. He retrieved the wand hidden in his sleeve, and aimed it at the monstrous creatures. Expecto Patronum. In the stands, Vester's Patronus circled the arena, without spatial constraints. The ink-black serpent grew larger, brazenly weaving through the stands, instilling fear in wave after wave of students. After dispatching 2 Dementors, they finally abandoned the students in the stands, soaring into the sky. Harry and Vester looked up at the 2 figures suspended high above, their expressions grave. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst through the thick, dark clouds, and a majestic stag stepped forth from the light, striding elegantly upon the clouds. The Dementors fled in terror from its formidable presence. Meanwhile, Harry was half supporting the unconscious Draco, descending slowly on his firebolt from the sky. The broom wobbled precariously as they landed on the damp grass, their bodies collapsing onto the ground as if bereft of strength. Hermione clutched Ron's arm tightly, crying out in relief. Chapter 53. The Second Christmas. When Harry opened his eyes, he found himself in the infirmary. The first face he saw was Vester's, followed by Hermione and Ron, the latter holding his firebolt. The Gryffindor Quidditch team members, still smeared with mud from the match, gathered around his bed. Worry etched on their faces. Vester placed the back of his hand against Harry's forehead to check his temperature, declaring it satisfactory. "Harry, how do you feel?" Fred inquired. "I'm fine," Harry replied, quickly retracing his memories. "What about Draco?" The Gryffindor players shifted aside, revealing Draco on the adjacent bed, still unconscious. Several Slytherins were also gathered around him. Harry noticed Pansy had her hand on Draco's, stirring a pang of emotion within him. "Did we win?" Harry turned to ask. "No. Neither you nor Draco caught the snitch. Slytherin is 30 points ahead of Gryffindor," Hermione replied, her brow furrowed with deep indignation. "The Ministry is utterly absurd. Dementors should never have been allowed into Hogwarts. They nearly killed you and Draco. Where's Wood?" Harry suddenly realized he was absent. "Still out in the rain," George said. "We thought he might be trying to drown himself." "But Harry, you were incredible," Ron exclaimed. "You conjured a Patronus. Do you remember? Your Patronus is a stag. Just like your father's." "Really?" Harry felt a flicker of joy. It might just be the only thing that brightened his day. They chatted for 10 minutes until Madame Pomfrey arrived, instructing them to let Harry and Draco rest, and the Slytherin and Gryffindor players were ushered out. Vester, Hermione, and Ron remained. Hermione frowned. "Dumbledore is genuinely angry. I've never seen him this furious." "This is a prime opportunity to expel the Dementors from Hogwarts," Vester remarked. "The Board of Governors will not let this slide. Draco's injury means that the Malfoys will side with Dumbledore this time." "That's not bad news," Harry said with a smile. Harry was discharged the same day, while Draco remained in the infirmary for 2 days, his one appearance causing Harry distress. Rumor had it that the Malfoy family was furious, arriving at the school that very day to confer with Dumbledore. Later, Lucius sought out Snape, leaving with a dark expression. The Malfoys quickly mobilized, pressuring the Ministry to investigate and hold accountable those responsible for ensuring the safety of their son and other students. Within 3 days, the Dementors were recalled by the Ministry and evacuated from Hogwarts, allowing the students to breathe a sigh of relief and return to their bustling campus life. On Monday, in defense against the dark arts, Lupin finally returned, though he appeared weak and evidently ill, his old robes hanging loosely on him, dark circles under his eyes. Vester, however, was far from enthusiastic during Lupin's class, sulking in discontent. The students chattered excitedly, voicing their grievances to Lupin regarding Snape's assignments. However, Lupin was astonished to discern that the students held a deep respect for Snape, their true desire being to have the homework rescinded. "Do not fret. I shall speak to Professor Snape on your behalf, and you need not write that essay." The class erupted in cheers, yet only West and Hermione remained discontented. West was displeased due to not having seen Snape all morning, while Hermione was disgruntled that the cancellation of the assignment meant her meticulously crafted 4 rolls of parchment were rendered unnecessary, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Hermione's gaze lingered on Lupin's face. Upon noticing, Lupin turned to her with a friendly smile. Hermione pretended to casually lower her head, her heart a tempest of emotions. She recalled West's words. Lupin bore an appearance reminiscent of someone tormented by wolfsbane. A most suspicious sight indeed. Nevertheless, Hermione resolved to remain silent, trusting that Professor Lupin would not cause them harm, thus burying the secret deep within her heart. As the final fortnight of the term approached, the sky was a brilliant blue, as if washed with clear water, and the muddy grounds were adorned with a shimmering silver veil, sparkling in the morning sunlight. The air was thick with the festive spirit of Christmas, and students eagerly discussed their holiday plans. Ron and Hermione decided to return home for Christmas during the first week, and visit Potter Manor to accompany Harry in the second. Harry even received a letter from Sirius inviting him to spend Christmas at the Black family home. However, considering Wes would likely not attend, he ultimately declined the invitation, and chose to invite Sirius to Potter Manor instead. West hummed a cheerful tune as he decorated Snape's cellar, adorning the walls with Christmas wreaths and strings of lights. A long-forgotten fire crackled in the cellar, warming the room. Snape sat at his desk, perusing notes, occasionally glancing at West with an irritable twitch at the corner of his eye, wishing to usher him out. Once West completed the decorations, he approached Snape, eager to take credit. West never wished to appear as a 13-year-old in the cellar. At 17 he stood tall, his waist-length red hair tied back, swaying gently with his movements. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, exuding both ease and confidence. "Severus, are you truly not considering returning to Somerset Manor for Christmas?" West asked, half squatting as he inquired. Snape was about to refuse when West, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "You know, Severus, I rarely spend Christmas with my family." Snape swallowed the words that almost escaped his lips and nodded stiffly. "You are truly kind, West remarked. Settling beside Snape, resting his head on Snape's shoulder, feeling the tension in Snape's body gradually ease. Severus, when will you finally agree to my request? He sighed softly, his warm breath causing Snape's ears to flush. It is all right, I can wait. I shall embrace you once everything settles, no matter what. The anticipated Christmas holiday arrived amidst the excitement of many. At Somerset Manor, West stood at Snape's door, clutching a silver-green hand-knitted sweater. Severus, will you not at least try it on? It took me a month to make this. Snape's expression remained stern, his brow furrowed. Just as he was about to decline, he recalled the small wounds on the boy's hands from the knitting needles, and silently accepted the Christmas gift. Observing the uneven patterns on the sweater, Snape's lips twitched. It is nice, he replied begrudgingly. West, without a hint of modesty, beamed. That was my creation. It is a matching set. He pointed to his own silver-green sweater. Snape, even less inclined to wear it now. The research on wolfsbane potions was at a critical juncture, and Snape longed to spend the entire holiday ensconced in the potions room. However, West's persistence compelled him to participate in Christmas dinners and family activities. After dinner, Harry began unwrapping gifts, each exclamation more enthusiastic than the last. He was pleasantly surprised to find a gift from Professor Snape, and with a joyful glint in his eyes, he cautiously glanced at Snape, eagerly unwrapping it to reveal a tome titled Advanced Potion Making. Harry's face instantly fell, and with a faint voice he muttered, "Thank you, Professor." Harry had also prepared a gift for Snape, a set of rare potion ingredients salvaged from the Potter family's collection. Harry had stated, "Since I cannot brew potions, I might as well give them to someone who can use them." Snape felt an unexpected relaxation wash over him as he nestled into the sofa, accepting the hot cocoa West offered. The fire crackled warmly, and the woolen blanket draped over his lap was immensely comforting. In a small scene, Sirius gazed longingly at the happy trio, feigning indifference. He contentedly retrieved the gifts Harry and West had given him. Harry had crafted a magical nightlight that emitted a soft, warm glow for Sirius. Delighted, Sirius placed the nightlight on his bedside table and began unwrapping West's gift, a bag of premium dog food. West truly possesses a unique flair. He is indeed James's child, Sirius reassured himself. Chapter 54. The Time Charm. In the second week of Christmas, Hermione, Ron and Ginny visited Potter Manor. Mum and Dad had no time to look after Ginny, so I brought her along. You don't mind, do you, Harry? Ron inquired. Of course not. Ginny is my sister too, Harry replied with enthusiasm. Sirius took Harry, Ron and Ginny to play Quidditch on the Potter family's pitch, where Ginny showcased remarkable talent. You will make an excellent seeker, Ginny, Sirius exclaimed. Harry chuckled. The Gryffindor Quidditch team welcomes you, Ginny, causing her to blush and hide behind her brother. Ron grumbled. But her brother isn't even on the Quidditch team yet. Meanwhile, at Somerset Manor, Snape's excitement was barely contained as he meticulously prepared the potion in the cauldron. West observed the quality of the wolfsbane potion and inquired, "Did it succeed?" Snape replied quietly, "It requires one more trial." From his expression, one could surmise he longed to summon Lupin immediately for the experiment. Coincidentally, Lupin was scheduled to visit Potter Manor the following day, primarily to see Harry, but also to reconnect with an old friend. Upon their meeting, Sirius warmly embraced Lupin, exclaiming, "Oh, my old friend, I am truly sorry." Lupin returned the embrace in silence, finally exhaling a sigh. "It is quite all right." They engaged in conversation for a considerable time, reminiscing and discussing the present until the daylight began to wane, reluctantly pausing their dialogue. "Now, Professor Lupin, might I trouble you to step this way?" West called from the entrance of the hall. "Of course, West," Lupin replied with a gentle smile, rising to accompany West into the corridor. "The full moon is approaching," West remarked, glancing out at the moon nearing its fullness. "Indeed, but fret not. Severus has ample wolfsbane potion prepared for me," Lupin assured him. He observed West discreetly, sighing inwardly. He could see shades of James and Lily in Harry, yet West, aside from his resemblance to Lily, bore little resemblance to James. He had been sorted into Slytherin, and seemed to harbor an unusual fondness for Severus Snape. "You need not consume these anymore," West stated, producing several vials of new wolfsbane potion. "In the following week, you shall drink this." Lupin keenly noted the distinct coloration of these vials compared to the previous batch. Recalling Snape's earlier words, a flicker of elation crossing his eyes, West mused, a slight smile curving his lips. Yet his gaze remained cool. "You are indeed fortunate, Professor Lupin, to return to Hogwarts to teach during this critical period of Severus's wolfsbane potion research. Perhaps you are fortunate enough to become the first werewolf to be successfully cured, though the process may be rather painful. You do not mind, do you?" Lupin trembled as he accepted the potion, managing a bittersweet smile. There is nothing more agonizing than becoming a werewolf, West. West nodded absently, turning to leave. Good luck, Lupin. As he stepped outside, the twins appeared before him. Hey. Good afternoon, West. They chorused. West smiled genuinely this time. When did you arrive? Harry, didn't he mention it? Just now Harry popped his head in to say. George and Fred draped their arms around Harry, exclaiming, how outrageous. Harry, their essay Quidditch pitch at home, and you didn't invite us to play. Harry raised his hands in surrender. My fault, my fault. Since you're here, let us enjoy the holiday, West suggested, eager to return to Snape's side. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. Of course, West. It's evident you can hardly wait. They dragged Harry towards the Quidditch pitch. Through the Flu network. West swiftly returned to Somerset Manor, where Snape awaited him in the hall. Did you give the potion to Lupin? Indeed. We simply need to be patient for a few days, Severus, West replied with a smile. Do not worry. Your potion will be perfectly fine. Snape shot him a sideways glance. I am well aware. As a renowned potions master, he possessed a fair amount of confidence in this regard. Shall we not enjoy the holiday then? West approached Snape, resting his arms on the back of the sofa, and lowered his head to inquire. What if we went on a trip? Snape looked taken aback, speechless. You would trust Potter and a group of third years to stay alone at Potter Manor while Death Eaters are on the loose? But there are still Black and Lupin. West retorted, noticing Snape's dubious gaze, and gradually fell silent. Indeed, until Voldemort was thoroughly vanquished, Snape would not relax in the slightest. West thought darkly, beginning to ponder 1,000 ways to eliminate Voldemort. After Christmas, everyone returned to Hogwarts. Lupin had once again taken a leave of absence, and Snape had filled in for 2 weeks of defense against the dark arts, assigning a total of 4 pages of parchment for essays, prompting the students to groan in despair, praying daily for Professor Lupin's swift return. Perhaps the students' prayers truly reached Merlin. For Lupin returned to Hogwarts in the 3rd week. He had lost weight, his tattered clothes hanging loosely on him, the dark circles under his eyes more pronounced. Yet he appeared surprisingly vibrant. The students had never seen this reserved professor so full of life. Upon his return, Lupin sought out the cellar to express his gratitude to Snape and West. I have never felt so alive, Lupin exclaimed with excitement. On the first day of taking the potion, I felt as though I was on the brink of death, but if I could just endure the first 3 days, everything improved. He trembled with exhilaration. I cannot believe it. This time on the full moon, I did not transform into a werewolf. He bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Severus. You saved me, and countless innocent souls from being bitten by werewolves. Snape glanced at West, who was diligently grading essays in the corner, swallowed the sharp retort that nearly escaped his lips, and replied coldly, Do you believe I acted out of noble sentiment? I merely sought to advance my research. The improved werewolf potion is sufficient to earn me a first-class Order of Merlin, creating a significant impact in the wizarding world. You deserve it, Lupin insisted. You have liberated werewolves from the torment of their monthly transformations and loss of control. Once the potion is widely distributed, perhaps werewolves could attain equal status and rights within society. At this, Lupin's eyes sparkled with hope. Severus, should you require my assistance in any matter, I am at your service. Snape, unaccustomed to such displays, sharply replied, I do not need it. In fact, West had risen at some point and approached them, grasping Snape's sleeve. We truly need your help, Professor Lupin. Do you remember Fenrir Greyback? Lupin's expression turned complex, filled with anguish and hatred. I remember. He broke into my home when I was 5, bit me, and turned me into a werewolf. Good, because I have heard he is recently rallying his pack. West said with a chilling smile, a shiver creeping up Lupin's spine. Can you guess what he intends to do? Lupin's eyes widened. Voldemort is returning. The Death Eaters are breaking free, the wolf pack is regrouping. Do you not find it all too coincidental? West sighed. Lupin, we need you. Go find the pack and do your utmost to turn them against him. You know how enticing the werewolf potion would be for them. I would not even mind providing them with stable employment. Do not let them become Voldemort's pawns. If you do not wish for them all to perish. Lupin lowered his head, nodding heavily. All right. The students were elated today, for Professor Lupin had returned, and they no longer had to endure Professor Snape's defense against the dark arts. Yet, the dear Professor Lupin submitted his resignation to Headmaster Dumbledore the very next day, leaving Hogwarts with unwavering resolve. The students lamented, Be honest, let us be spared. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. And just as everyone was still mired in the torment of Snape's essays, the end-of-term exams were fast approaching. Chapter 55, Horace Slughorn. On the final day of the semester, the exam results were announced. Harry, Draco, Hermione, and Ron had passed every subject. Hermione's name remained at the top of the year's ranking, closely followed by Draco. West, why do you not have any grades? Harry asked, puzzled. West casually extracted his Newt certificate from his ring and placed it on the table, the 7 striking OS nearly dazzling everyone. Hermione gasped, her expression shattered. West, this is utterly unfathomable. West shrugged helplessly. Mione, you know my true age. It wouldn't be fair for me to take the exams alongside you. They all knew of West's lineage. Yet Hermione still found it hard to believe in the Somerset family magic that could facilitate rebirth. Ultimately, she could only attribute it to wondrous magic. Meanwhile, Gryffindor once again claimed the house cup. Dumbledore sat at the staff table, his silver hair glistening softly in the candlelight. With a smile, he announced, in light of Harry's outstanding performance in the Quidditch match, saving a fellow student with a remarkable Patronus charm, Gryffindor receives 50 points. Suddenly, Gryffindor's score surpassed Slytherin's, and the Gryffindor students could not contain their cheers. As the Scarlet Gryffindor banner cascaded down the stone walls, Harry stood up, saying, but, Headmaster Dumbledore, it was Draco who first caught me, otherwise, I would have fallen. Ron below tugged desperately at Harry's robe, but Harry remained unfazed. Glancing towards the Slytherin table, where Draco stared at him in astonishment, his slate blue eyes reflecting Harry's open smile. And West's Patronus saved the students in the stands. Did it not? The students recalled the massive serpent that had ruthlessly torn into the Dementors in the stands and shuddered. Yet Harry was indeed correct. Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles shimmered with both exasperation and pride. Very well then, for Malfoy's chivalry and West's Patronus charm, Slytherin receives 100 points. Dumbledore gently tapped the goblet with the Elder Wand, causing the banquet's golden-red embellishments to instantly transform into a silvery-green engulfment. Slytherin erupted in restrained cheers as this marked the first time since the Savior's enrollment that they had secured the House Cup. The audience applauded enthusiastically, welcoming the impending holidays. Severus Snape's thin lips also curled into a faint smile, betraying his sense of pride. The following day, the students would board the Hogwarts Express to return home. Harry felt somewhat despondent. In order to maintain the bloodline magic, Dumbledore insisted that he must return to the Dursleys for at least 7 days. Although West was also a blood relative, neither Dumbledore nor West could guarantee that the family magic of the Somersets would not alter certain traits. Given the ancient origins of such magic, which had only manifested miraculous results in West thus far, West could not ensure the efficacy of the bloodline magic, and they were unwilling to gamble on such uncertainties. Harry had to return to the Dursleys, yet fortunately, West would accompany him. However, it was impossible for the two of them to reside in that small room, prompting West to wave his hand and purchase the house adjacent to the Dursleys. During the day, Harry could stay there, returning to the Dursleys only to sleep at night. West was even more disheartened than Harry, as Snape was unwilling to join him at number 12, Grimmauld Place, bluntly stating he could not tolerate the Muggle air. The two brothers endured a week of torment before they could finally return to Potter Manor. On the 7th night, West stood on the Dursleys' doorstep, waiting for Harry to bring out his luggage. Aunt Petunia stood at the door with a broom in hand, gazing at her long-lost nephew with a complex expression. "You've changed," she exclaimed, unable to contain herself, her voice dry. "You no longer resemble her." They all knew who her referred to. "Aunt, I've grown up," West replied dismissively. Observing Aunt Petunia lost in thought, he suddenly smiled. "Aunt, I truly don't understand you. If you really missed our mother, why did you lock us in the cupboard?" Aunt Petunia's face drained of color. "What do you know? I did it for your sake." "I do not wish to understand," West coldly interrupted her. He felt no affection for the Dursleys, and was unwilling to elaborate further. Just then, Harry rushed down the stairs with his suitcase, and caught sight of Aunt Petunia's pale complexion. She stepped back, momentarily dazed, and knocked over a flower pot at the entrance. West slipped a letter stuffed with pounds into the mailbox and left with Harry, unceremoniously. Upon returning to Potter Manor and settling Harry in, West felt a surge of anxiety, and was about to use the Floo network to head to Spinner's End when the flames in the fireplace suddenly flared up, almost singeing West's hair. Dumbledore and Grindelwald emerged from the flames. "Where are you off to, West?" Dumbledore asked with a twinkle in his eye. West inhaled deeply, realizing he had forgotten to sever the connection between Potter Manor and the headmaster's office. "Headmaster Dumbledore!" Harry exclaimed, peering from the top of the stairs, a look of surprise on his face, his gaze landing on Grindelwald. "And you are?" Grindelwald had not indulged in a youth potion for quite some time. He appeared gaunt, with silvery hair and sunken features. His eyes, though deep-set, retained their sharpness, hinting at the handsome visage of his youth. "Harry, allow me to introduce my beloved," Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore said. Grindelwald chuckled proudly, resembling a love-struck youth. Oh, good day, Mr. Grindelwald. Wait. Harry's greeting was abruptly interrupted as disbelief widened his eyes. What brings you two here? West inquired, drawing a deep breath. We are in search of someone, West, Dumbledore replied, narrowing his eyes. Horace Slughorn. Harry will accompany us. Harry linked his arm with West's, and after a moment of disorienting dizziness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place, reminiscent of an abandoned village courtyard. Are you all right, Harry? West asked. Harry rubbed his ears, suppressing the urge to vomit. I'm fine. In truth, he felt far from fine. He might never adapt to apparition. Dumbledore chuckled, striding ahead with Grindelwald, who walked in front of them. When West and Harry returned to Potter Manor, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. They passed an abandoned tavern and several houses, walking by a church. Horace Slughorn. He was Tom's potions professor during his time at school, Dumbledore explained to Harry. We suspect Tom may have sought his counsel before crafting Horcruxes. They approached a quaint little stone house nestled in the heart of a garden. Though small, it exuded an air of pristine tidiness, surrounded by lush flowers and trees. West halted, noticing that the front door's hinges were ajar, the door leaning askew. Dumbledore pushed open the front door, silently stepping onto the garden path. With the remaining three following closely, a flickering glow illuminated the space. Dumbledore incanted a spell, the tip of his wand glowing as the four traversed the narrow porch and entered the living room. Harry couldn't help but frown. The scene before him was one of utter devastation. The living room appeared to have endured a brutal attack and ransacking. In disarray, a piano lay overturned. Shards of the chandelier sparkled on the floor, and fragments of glass and porcelain were strewn about, with scarcely any intact furniture remaining. The walls were splattered with dark, viscous substances. Harry wondered if he had been captured by escaped Death Eaters. Dumbledore did not respond, turning to West. What do you think, West? West raised an eyebrow, waving his lightning-struck wooden wand. The shattered but still substantial chandelier flew upward, hovering precariously above an overturned armchair, poised to crash down. No. Harry heard a man scream. He focused intently, realizing the armchair had transformed into a balding, portly old man. Dressed in a lavish nightgown, he crouched on the floor, hands on his head, gazing at West in terror. West set the chandelier aside. Grindelwald scoffed, a rather poor transfiguration. Dumbledore laughed heartily. Hello, my old friend. He stepped forward, pulling the old man to his feet. Chapter 56, 7 Pieces of Soul. The portly old man stood up, puffing and glaring. Can't you be a little friendlier to an old man? You nearly scared me to death. His gaze shifted from West to the one who had criticized his transfiguration. Though he was uncertain how this young fellow had discovered him, he believed his transfiguration was quite superior. Slughorn's eyes widened, his nostrils flaring as he gasped for breath. Gellert. His knees buckled, nearly sending him back down. All right, Horace, would you like me to help you tidy up? Dumbledore inquired, a mischievous smile adorning his face, interrupting Slughorn's words. Please do. Horace cautiously stepped into a corner, joining Dumbledore in waving his wand, restoring the room to its former glory. Slughorn appeared somewhat withdrawn, finally asking, Albus, what brings you to see me? His shrewd gaze flitted among the four, landing on the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. Allow me to introduce you. This is Harry Potter, Dumbledore began, glancing at Gellert. I believe you are not unfamiliar with him, Horace? Grindelwald cast a fleeting glance at Slughorn, causing Slughorn's plump form to quiver. And this is the head of the Somerset family, West Somerset. Slughorn's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Wister. Is it the Somerset I think it is? Indeed, Horace, Dumbledore replied. Slughorn turned to Dumbledore, a keen expression on his face. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Do you truly believe these trifles will persuade me? Albus, I am no longer young. I must consider my own interests. Wister stepped forward, impatience etched on his features. Tell me, do you have any idea how many Horcruxes Voldemort has created? Slughorn shivered, his well-maintained visage turning pale as he gazed fearfully at Wister. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, taken aback by Wister's forthrightness, while Grindelwald regarded him with admiration. You know. Wister's gaze bore into Slughorn's eyes, his deep green pupils narrowing to slits in the shadows, reminiscent of a serpent awakened, unreservedly invading another's thoughts. Slughorn trembled, convinced that the youth before him was indeed a member of the Somerset family. The Somerset lineage possessed serpentine blood, granting them the ability to bewitch the hearts of others and glean their thoughts. Slughorn, is it? I have no time for your frivolities, Wister declared. I possess methods to extract your memories. Slughorn's pupils constricted sharply. You, Dumbledore intervened at the opportune moment, Horace, I extend a sincere invitation for you to return to Hogwarts to teach. We pledge to provide you sanctuary. He winked. Wister and Harry are currently enrolled at Hogwarts. Observing Slughorn's indecision, Wister narrowed his eyes and raised his wand, a dark mist swirling from its tip like a live serpent. Very well, I shall comply. Slughorn gritted his teeth, averting his gaze from Wister. I must be mad. You are coercing me. I shall demand a salary increase, Dumbledore. His back was drenched with sweat. He could not comprehend why this youth, who was no larger than the former Tom Riddle, exuded such an oppressive aura. Dumbledore laughed heartily. Slughorn sighed. Rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a memory vial, he extracted a silvery thread of memory from his temple with his wand and placed it into the vial. Here lies what you seek, he said. Take it and allow me to maintain some dignity. Slughorn glanced at Harry once more. You possess your mother's eyes, Harry. She was my favorite student. At this, Slughorn cast a perplexed glance at Wister, inexplicably struck by the resemblance he bore to Lily. Excellent, Dumbledore exclaimed, taking the memory vial with visible delight. Then, Horace, we shall see you on September 1st. Even Dumbledore had not anticipated such a smooth endeavor. Upon their return to Somerset Manor, it was deep into the night, yet none felt the slightest inclination for sleep. Wister lifted the tapestry adorned with the ink serpent emblem, revealing the pensive atop the cabinet. He poured the memory within. As Wister leaned in, he felt a tug and a sensation of falling, plunging into Slughorn's recollections. A much younger Slughorn sat in an armchair, sipping wine while absent-mindedly selecting from a box of candied jackfruit, surrounded by 6 or 7 teenage boys. Harry recognized Tom Riddle and pointed him out to Wister, who sat among the boys, the black gemstone ring of Marvolo glinting on his hand, with the surrounding boys gazing at him with admiration and awe. They were engaged in lively conversation. The golden clock on the table struck 11, and one by one, the other students departed, leaving only Tom Riddle behind. Slughorn, perplexed, asked Tom, "Aren't you leaving?" "Sir, I wish to inquire about Horcruxes," Riddle replied. Slughorn's eyes widened as he caressed the wine bottle. "Tom, those are exceedingly wicked things." The two engaged in a discussion about Horcruxes. Slughorn felt increasingly uneasy, but did not terminate the conversation until Riddle greedily inquired, "Are Horcruxes truly useful? Can the soul only be split once? Wouldn't it be better to divide it further, to make oneself stronger? After all, isn't 7 the most magical number? 7 of them. My Merlin." "Tom," Slughorn exclaimed, his voice trembling. 7. Isn't it wicked enough to wish to kill someone? He stared at Riddle as if he had never met this student before. Regret began to seep into him for having engaged in this dialogue. Wister withdrew from the memory and emerged from the pensive, coldly stating, "Voldemort created 6 Horcruxes. It appears so," Dumbledore sighed. "This confirms my suspicions." Harry looked incredulous, his expression stunned. This madman. The diary, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the cup of Hufflepuff, Wister mused. He seems to have a penchant for collecting significant artifacts. Therefore, he must have fashioned the locket of Slytherin and Marvolo's ring into Horcruxes. What is the last one? These require further investigation, Dumbledore said, his demeanor growing serious. Wister nodded. I shall employ my family's connections to uncover Voldemort's every past movement. The sooner the Horcruxes are destroyed, the better. Voldemort is on the verge of revival. Only by completely obliterating the Horcruxes can he truly be vanquished. Thank you for your efforts, Wister, Dumbledore acknowledged. It is settled then. It is late. You and Mr. Hope may take your leave now, Wister said coolly. Dumbledore stroked his beard, chuckling as he turned to depart. Come along, Gellert. The young man does not seem to welcome us. Grindelwald followed Dumbledore, chuckling softly. Shall we visit my home? Ow. I possess several properties in England as well. Chapter 57. I miss you. On that bright morning, Snape opened the door to be greeted by a fervent embrace. He nearly pushed the young man away in shock, but upon catching the faint scent of cedar on him, gradually relaxed. Wister. Snape was still unaccustomed to such intimate contact. Attempting to pull the young man, who was nuzzling into his neck, upright. Severus, Wister murmured, leaning against his beloved's shoulder, unable to suppress a sigh. I have missed you so. Snape felt the chill radiating from Wister, and could not help but ask. When did you arrive? Just now, Severus, Wister replied, clinging tightly to him. I am so tired. Snape felt speechless, tugging at Wister's red hair to lift him up, noticing the dark circles beneath his eyes. Just arrived? Snape said coldly. Well, 4 hours ago, Wister blinked innocently. I missed you, but Dumbledore came looking for me, and I didn't wish to disturb you. Snape felt an overwhelming urge to smack the back of Wister's head. So you foolish giant, stood outside for 4 hours. He yanked Wister inside, pressing him onto the sofa. What did Dumbledore want with you? We sought out Horace Slughorn. He knows how many Horcruxes Voldemort has made, Wister explained. Horace Slughorn. Snape was certainly familiar with the retired professor. He was quite skilled and harbored a terrifying collection obsession, often seeking to befriend students of notable lineage or exceptional talent. He had shown particular interest in Lily, due to her prowess in potions. After Slughorn's retirement, Snape succeeded him as the potions master. Severus. Don't you wish to become the defense against the dark arts professor? Slughorn is returning to Hogwarts to resume his position as potions master. Then you could. Snape remained lost in his thoughts until he noticed Wister's voice abruptly fade, prompting him to lift his gaze. So, how many Horcruxes did Voldemort actually split? His voice trailed off. Wister had already closed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa, fast asleep. Snape rose silently and returned to his study. As West awoke, the warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle light within the room. He sat up, realizing he had dozed off on the sofa. A blanket warmed by sunlight draped over him. Severus West rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and approached the tightly shut door of the potion workshop. Just as he prepared to knock, the door creaked open. Snape looked at him, awake at last. Indeed, West chuckled softly. Shall we have dinner, Severus? It's only 5 o'clock, Mr. West, Snape replied with his customary sarcastic tone. An uneasy silence fell over the air. Snape felt a tightness in his chest, pondering whether his words had been too harsh, leaving West momentarily at a loss for words. A sense of discomfort crept over him as he pressed his lips together, only to find West stepping closer, their lips nearly brushing. West's nostrils flared slightly as he blinked and asked, Severus, have you had coffee again? What will you do if you can't sleep tonight? Snape looked at him, momentarily speechless, but quietly exhaled in relief. As expected, West suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. What's wrong? As I suspected, Severus must return with me to Somerset, so I can ensure you rest properly. Reluctant, are we? Severus, I could remain in Spinner's End. Might I join you in slumber? The sofa is rather uncomfortable, West continued, his curiosity piqued. Snape's brow twitched in irritation as he stepped down sharply on West's foot. Actually, I could sleep on the sofa as well. Severus, you're researching unicorn tears, aren't you? West detected the bitter scent lingering in the air. Snape, expressionless as he consumed the dinner delivered by the Somerset family's house elf, nodded. I remember the ingredients require unicorn tears, West inquired. Snape grunted in acknowledgement. Unicorn tears, an ancient potion essential for healing near-fatal injuries, require unicorn tears as a vital ingredient. Yet, wizards who have encountered unicorns are regrettably few, let alone those who can procure their tears. The soul vial I possess was a Christmas gift from Harry Potter. I plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest after term begins, albeit with little hope, as unicorns shy away from those with dark souls. Then you ought to accompany me back to Somerset, Severus. West nodded with feigned seriousness. Snape, puzzled, emitted a single syllable. Why? Didn't I mention? The Somerset estate houses a few unicorns, West replied with a smile. Snape glared at him. This seemed strikingly familiar, yet he found himself shamefully moved. Let us go. Snape rose, pulling West towards the fireplace. But I haven't finished eating, West protested as his figure vanished into the flames. As expected, West once again led Snape back to Somerset. Where are the unicorns? Snape emerged from the fireplace and turned to ask West, who was brushing off the dust from his clothes. He regretted bringing up potions at the dinner table. He truly should have known better. Yet, gazing into Severus's expectant black eyes, no one could utter a word of refusal. Follow me, West took Snape's hand, guiding him through the hall and the lengthy corridor, arriving at the back garden of Somerset Manor. The garden, in stark contrast to the grandiose Somerset estate, exuded an ancient elegance. As night fell, the white cornflowers, bathed in moonlight, bloomed quietly, swaying gently in the evening breeze, delicate yet resilient, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance. This is my mother, Dame Somerset's favorite flower, West remarked. Snape listened quietly. Prior to this, West rarely shared such personal anecdotes with him. She was quite different from the rest of the Somerset family. Perhaps it is the Slytherin lineage that renders them cold-blooded. I firmly believe that my mother's presence transformed Somerset, altering my father and me. West lowered his gaze, lost in distant memories. She was as graceful as the cornflower. Passionate, Severus. Every night I was tormented by the curse. She held me close, singing lullabies despite the raging magic surrounding us. My mother always said I was the happiness bestowed upon her by heaven, but in truth, she was the one who brought joy to others, be it to me or my father. Severus, did I ever tell you how I died? West chuckled lightly. Snape furrowed his brow at him. You needn't share if you don't wish to. I took my own life, West stated with a calm demeanor. Snape tightened his grip on West's hand. My parents, in a desperate bid to save me, left England when I was 5 to seek a cure for the dark curse, only to perish in a horrific natural disaster. I can scarcely believe that before my death, I seemed to return to my mother's warm embrace, hearing her whispers and sobs. I do not understand how I triggered the family magic or how I was reborn. It was then West comprehended why Lily had become a second mother to him. Lily and Dama shared the same hair color. Both were Muggle-born, equally passionate and gentle, and most importantly, they both loved their children dearly. He was drawn by love, forging connections with both mothers. The cornflowers swayed gently under the moonlight, whispering the secrets of the night. They thrived and blossomed even in harsh conditions, exhibiting remarkable vitality. The cornflower symbolized rebirth, signifying new beginnings and hope. Chapter 58. The Tears of the Unicorn. They traversed the back garden, arriving at a serene forest behind Somerset Manor. West held Snape's hand and retrieved a delicately crafted bone whistle from his pocket, raising it to his lips. The crisp notes produced a melodious tune, startling the birds within the woods. After a moment, a soft, ethereal chorus arose, more enchanting than the sound of horses. Imbued with a wondrous magical resonance that evoked uncontrollable joy. Amidst the delicate hoofbeats, several pure white beings emerged from the underbrush before them. Adult unicorns. Resplendent in their snowy coats, their manes shimmering with mother-of-pearl luster in the moonlight. Snape stood transfixed, gazing at these magnificent creatures. He had been fortunate to see a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts once, but that unicorn had fled at the scent of humans. Yet now, 6 adult unicorns stood before him, their bodies immaculate and radiant. Trailing behind them were 2 foals, no more than 2 years old, their coats gleaming gold. The herd of unicorns quietly encircled them, several adults appearing particularly pleased, gently nudging West's shoulder and cheek with their damp noses, emitting soft whinnies, while the 2 foals observed curiously from a distance. My apologies for not visiting sooner, West chuckled as he patted a few unicorns on the head. Snape, somewhat surprised, asked, You can understand their speech? West laughed lightly. Of course not, Severus. I am no unicorn. However, they accompanied me while I grew up, so I can deduce a few things. The unicorns turned to Snape, their blue eyes, framed by long white lashes, shimmering with curiosity. This is my future beloved Severus Snape, West declared without hesitation, leaving Snape rooted in place. Arrogant Somerset. Snape gritted his teeth, feeling as though steam were rising from his head. This was utterly humiliating. The unicorns regarded him with knowing expressions, their pure eyes fluttering, intensifying his sense of guilt. Merlin, heaven knows how a unicorn's fluffy visage can exhibit such human-like expressions. Severus, are you feeling bashful? That rascal Wesley even took the liberty to approach and inquire, seizing the opportunity to clasp Snape's fingers, though they are several years older than us. Snape wriggled free, twisting Wesley's waist, prompting a sharp hiss from him. The unicorn suddenly pressed in with an air of sternness, separating the two. The lead unicorn let out a couple of calls directed at Wesley, who helplessly replied, We weren't fighting, I assure you. He then embraced Snape, adding, Our relationship is quite harmonious. Just as Snape was about to kick out in irritation, he caught the pleading look in Wesley's eyes and restrained himself. We are not arguing, he said awkwardly to the unicorns. Satisfied, they emitted a couple of approving whinnies. We've come this time to request a few tears from you, Wesley stated. Tears? Snape asked. Perplexed. Wesley pointed to the foremost unicorn, then sequentially indicated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He then fixed his gaze on 2 newborn unicorns, unhesitatingly bestowing upon them the names 7 and 8. Snape mused, surely, the unicorns won't gore this fellow with their horns. Well, it seemed they most certainly would not. The lead unicorn stepped forward, blinking, as silver tears fell unerringly into the collection vial held by Wesley. Soon, they had gathered 6 vials of unicorn tears. Wesley affectionately patted the fluffy heads of the unicorns, then hung a small chain of silver around their horns, cautioning, It's quite unsafe out here, don't wander outside. Snape discerned that the magical aura emanating from the chain was strikingly similar to the brooch Wesley had gifted him. Wesley adorned the little unicorns with golden chains, and one small unicorn boldly snuggled into his embrace. Wesley caressed the soft golden fur of the little unicorn, unable to resist the charm, and the sweet creature suddenly radiated a love that transcended its tender age. The 2 lingered in the forest until midnight before departing. On their way back, Snape could not suppress his curiosity. Do you have a fondness for younglings? Aren't they adorable? Wesley nodded, attempting to grasp Snape's hand, only for Snape to jerk his hand away sharply. Severus? Wesley inquired, tilting his head. Then you ought not to be with me, Snape replied, his countenance cold. If you have a fondness for younglings. Wesley fell silent. Just as Snape began to feel anxious, he suddenly spoke. Severus, do you mean to say we are already together? The youth's eyes sparkled with delight. Snape's lips twitched. He knew he should not expect this brute to possess a normal thought process. Was that the crux of the matter? To avoid any misunderstanding, I retract that statement. He strode ahead, and Wesley hurried after him. Severus, I understand your point, but in truth I do not yearn for lineage, as I am cursed with dark magic. Do you comprehend? Wesley stumbled over his words. Yet he knew he had to articulate himself clearly. I only desire you. I cherish you, regardless of your gender, and I fear that my feelings may displease you. Snape's expression was obscured by the night. Why would I be displeased? If you are with me, you shall not bear children, Severus. Wesley lamented, but then clapped his hands. But fret not, I am already researching the matter. We can employ family magic to conceive a child who bears both our bloodlines, though I am still exploring how to eliminate the curse's inheritance. You must wait for me. Stop. Snape's expression was complex. What was he even hearing? In realms unbeknownst to him, Wesley had already contemplated matters of children? All I know is that I must be with you, Severus. I am willing to pay any price. Wesley locked Snape's hands in his, imprinting a pure kiss upon them. Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing from me. Truly, I would go mad. Wesley gazed at Snape. The pale moonlight illuminated his face, revealing the flickering madness ignited within his emerald eyes. Severus, the chains are with you. Will you grant me a collar? A blatant threat, Snape mused. Did that mean if he did not love Wesley, Wesley would become the third Dark Lord? Absurd in the extreme. Yet he felt no aversion. Snape simply gazed calmly at Wesley, though his heart raced uncontrollably. He could not deceive himself. The thrill of controlling a beast was addictive, and in his nearly 30 years of pallid existence, it painted an extraordinarily vibrant stroke upon his life. Snape turned, allowing the triumphant laughter of the youth behind him to echo. After all, Wesley would take all of this as a given, just as he had taken for granted those countless days when he walked into the cellar. Chapter 59, The Hufflepuff Cup. In the ensuing days, Snape immersed himself in the study of unicorn tears. Wesley too began to busy himself, utilizing the Somerset family's connections and resources to lay groundwork. The Triwizard Tournament next semester? In the study, Wesley sat at his desk, expressionless as he repeated this phrase. Caspian nodded. Indeed, my lord, the news is accurate. The Triwizard Tournament had been suspended in 1792 due to excessive fatalities, and now, propelled by the Ministry of Magic, it was being reinstated, coinciding with Voldemort's imminent return. Is Voldemort fortunate? Someone is indeed handing him a pillow to rest upon. The Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for him, a chance to exploit the chaos. Wesley smirked. He too was curious about how Voldemort would resurrect himself. But then again, how could one die again without first living? How intriguing indeed. Wesley toyed with the ring on his finger. Voldemort's resurrection, the Triwizard Tournament's revival, while the fools at the Ministry remained blissfully oblivious in their illusion of peace. At that moment, Caspian presented a scroll of parchment, containing the latest intelligence from the Albanian forests. A local wizard claimed to have seen a peculiar shadow writhing under the moonlight on multiple occasions. Wesley accepted the parchment, quickly scanning its contents, his gaze pausing at a particular line. A speaking serpent? He murmured, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He set the parchment down and inquired, have you completed the task I assigned you? Caspian bowed his head respectfully, responding, yes, I have recruited 32 well-trained wizards in magical combat from the Somerset family's collateral branches. Gather them. We can commence training. Wesley contemplated, retrieving a scroll of parchment from the table to instruct them on the spells within. Caspian, from today onward, you are their chief supervisor. Caspian accepted the parchment, his surprise evident as he read through it. Yes, my lord, he replied, his excitement barely contained. With a bow, Caspian exited. Wesley picked up the document Caspian had presented, detailing Voldemort's past whereabouts, perhaps revealing the locations of his hidden Horcruxes. The Marvolo ring, the Slytherin locket, the Hufflepuff cup. Wesley enumerated the potential Horcruxes, deciding to begin with the known cup. 3 days later, Wesley found himself in a cafe beside Gringotts. He leisurely sipped his coffee until a woman entered and stood before him. My lord, she greeted, performing a respectful curtsy before rising with poise. Nova Blair? Wesley queried, gesturing for her to sit. Blair was one of the Somerset family's offshoots, long fallen into obscurity since the Somerset's retreat. Nova was the daughter of the Blair family head, currently employed as a curse breaker at Gringotts. Indeed, Nova settled down, Observing that Wister had already cast a concealment charm, without hesitation, she spoke. Lestrange's vault is of the highest security level, safeguarded by a loyalty charm. Only the fairies and the vault's master possess the ability to unlock it. A blind Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon guards the vault, and the fairies are in constant patrol. Wister cut straight to the point, inquiring which fairy held the key to the door. Nova replied, Gyul, he is Lestrange's exclusive liaison. Subsequently, Nova cast an invisibility charm upon herself and nonchalantly exited the cafe. Wister finished his coffee, appreciating its delightful flavor. He thought to himself, I'll get a takeaway for Severus, as he stood up and approached the counter to place his order. Wister ordered a cup of black coffee and a velvet cake, cheerfully requesting, please hold them for me. I shall return shortly, thank you. The waitress stole a glance at Wister's ethereal visage, blushing as she nodded in acknowledgement. Wister sauntered to the entrance of Gringotts, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings as he stepped inside. Strangely, the welcoming fairy at the door appeared to be blind to his presence. Wister adjusted his cuffs and strolled in leisurely. Over 5 days, he had inscribed a dark magical circle around Gringotts, enabling him to command all the fairies within its confines, rendering them utterly indifferent to him. Wister located Gyul, a diminutive fairy. He drew his wand and cast a standard soul-stealing curse upon Gyul, demanding that he lead him to Bella's vault. Gyul's large eyes glazed over with a mist as he mechanically escorted Wister to the entrance of Bella's vault. Along the way, all the fairies appeared to be blind, automatically disregarding their presence. Only the blind Ukrainian iron-bellied dragon suddenly lifted its mutilated nose, sniffing the air, before being struck by an almost invisible silver beam. The dragon's eyelids immediately grew heavy, and it collapsed with a resounding thud. What transpired? Why did this dragon fall? Amidst the fairies' confusion and turmoil, Wister softly instructed the enchanted Gyul, lead the way. Gyul halted before Lestrange's vault, mechanically slashing his palm to let his blood drip onto the lock. The grand door gradually dissipated, revealing a cavernous vault teeming with mountains of gold and silver, exquisite goblets, silver armor, and bizarre beast hide specimens. Compared to the Somerset family, it paled in comparison, Wister mused. Wister cast a dark magic detection charm, and discovered that the vault also contained a duplication charm and a searing charm. Guided by the incantations, Wister swiftly unearthed an object imbued with a soul's essence, buried beneath the heaps of gold and silver. Identifying the source of the enchantment was now a manageable task. Wister dispelled the duplication charm, donned dragonhide gloves, and excavated a meticulously crafted golden goblet from the pile. Sensing the soul's vibrations emanating from it, Wister chuckled with delight, reflecting on the irony that Helga's golden cup now contained the most despicable fragments of a soul. He tossed the goblet into his alchemical ring and retraced his steps with Gyul. When Wister returned to the cafe, a total of 29 minutes had elapsed. Accepting the paper bag from the waitress, Wister apparat back to Somerset Manor. In the laboratory, Snape was cautiously dripping unicorn tears into a boiling cauldron. The liquid, upon contact, erupted with a silver brilliance that illuminated his taut jawline. Unicorn tears can merge with mandrake, Snape murmured, as an automated quill swiftly recorded the potion's transformations on parchment. Having finally completed the first phase of the experiment, Snape lifted his gaze, discovering Wister leaning against the doorframe, his eerie green eyes silently observing him. After waiting at the door for what felt like an eternity, Wister finally received Snape's attention. With a smile, Wister raised the paper bag in his hand. I brought you coffee and cake. Care for a break, Severus? Chapter 60, The Strange Dream. When Harry awoke from his dream, it was the dead of night. The sky clear, and the moonlight illuminated the cold sweat on his forehead. He lay rigidly on his bed, gasping for breath, his hands pressed tightly against his face. The lightning-shaped scar felt taut beneath his fingers, slightly reddened, and the searing pain threatened to split Harry's mind. He sat up, slowly calming his breath before walking to the mirror. Reflected in the glass was a well-proportioned 14-year-old boy, with vibrant green eyes and untamed black hair. Recently, Harry's life had improved, and coupled with the catalyst of physical activity, he had shot up in height. Harry raised his hand to measure, feeling that he was at least half a head taller than Draco, a chuckle escaping him, though the corners of his mouth quickly fell. He recalled the peculiar dream he had just experienced. A dimly lit room, a snake coiled before a fireplace, a woman with a twisted face, and a piercing voice bellowing in rage. He would never forget that voice. It was Voldemort's. The mere thought of Voldemort sent a jolt of pain through Harry's head, as if a block of ice had dropped into his stomach, rendering his limbs stiff. That woman, he had seen her photograph on Wister's desk. What was her name? Ah yes, Bellatrix Lestrange, Draco's deranged aunt. Damn it. Harry clenched his fist and smashed it against the mirror, shattering it into countless pieces. He heard Voldemort and his followers plotting how to kill him and Wister. They had even cruelly murdered a muggle simply because he had discovered their plans. With a grim expression, he stood in silence for a long moment, before using his wand to restore the mirror, and heading to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. Returning to bed, he gazed at the flickering shadows on the canopy, momentarily envisioning the cold light refracted from the snake's scales before the fireplace. The next day, Harry traveled via the Floo network to Somerset Manor. "You dreamt of Voldemort?" Wister inquired, furrowing his brow as he grasped Harry's cheekbone, turning his face toward the sunlight. Harry, now beside Wister, felt considerably more at ease. "They are devising ways to kill us," Harry replied gloomily, recounting the dark room and the murder of a muggle, merely for having discovered their presence. Thus far, he had not sensed a single Horcrux. Instead, he had only connected with Voldemort, which left Wister feeling somewhat vexed. "I must extract the piece of Voldemort's soul," Wister said with a stern expression, raising his wand toward Harry's scar. "What?" Harry exclaimed, grabbing the tip of Wister's wand. "But we still lack one Horcrux, right? Perhaps I could uncover a clue from my link with Voldemort. Do you comprehend what this entails? Voldemort is no fool. He will swiftly realize you are probing into his thoughts. Who knows what he might do?" Wister cautioned. "We have to try," Harry retorted, a flicker of hatred igniting in his emerald eyes. "We have no other options." Wister regarded him intently before lowering his wand. "Come with me." Harry followed Wister into the alchemical workshop. This was his first encounter with the alchemical studio at Somerset Manor. Behind the intricately carved silver door lay a chamber encased in obsidian walls, adorned with peculiar magical sigils. A floating alchemical table occupied the center, surrounded by glass cabinets displaying various alchemical apparatus. "Wow," Harry exclaimed, his expression betraying his astonishment. "Come here. Let me see if I can craft a piece of alchemical equipment to shield you from Voldemort's reverse probing," Wister instructed as he approached the workbench. Learning the art of mental occlusion would be more beneficial. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry, "But with your temperament, that may prove challenging." Harry, undeterred, responded, "How will I know unless I give it a try?" Those capable of mastering the art of mental occlusion are invariably individuals adept at concealing their emotions, much like Severus and Draco. "However, your emotions are rather overt, Harry," West remarked while skillfully carving a piece of mithril. "Professor Snape, I understand, but Draco?" Harry queried in confusion. "When he is angry, he practically wishes to beat me to a pulp. How can he be considered reserved?" In truth, Draco has commenced his studies in mental occlusion, and his progress has been remarkable. He merely exhibits this behavior in your presence, Harry. West gestured for Harry to approach. He held up the intricately carved mithril, a cufflink with delicate runes floating across its silver surface, small and exquisite, capable of being discreetly fastened to Harry's attire. "Now, let a few drops of your blood fall upon it," West instructed. With a flick of his wand, Harry made a small cut on his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the cufflink. The cufflink appeared almost alive, eagerly absorbing the blood. Mental occlusion acts as a layer of armor around your emotions, shielding them from prying eyes. This cufflink serves a similar purpose, effectively encasing your mind in a vault, West elucidated. Harry instinctively took the cufflink and affixed it to his sleeve. "Is that all there is to it? By the way, why does Draco wish to learn mental occlusion? While it may seem unnecessary, with Voldemort poised for a resurgence, the Malfoy family must retain a few contingencies," West replied. Frustration welled up within Harry as he clenched his fists, wishing he could send Voldemort straight to meet Merlin. Subsequently, West prepared a potion for Harry to alleviate his pain. As Harry's footsteps faded away, West perused the documents on his desk until he unearthed a parchment, densely inscribed with his hypotheses regarding Horcruxes. Voldemort. West's fingertip traced the paper, his voice cold and incisive. It seemed Voldemort possessed an unusual obsession with ritualistic significance, often crafting Horcruxes from items imbued with special meaning, their locations undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. His gaze lingered on a newly added note. Voldemort's mother hailed from the Gaunt family, a lineage descended from Slytherin, which had long since become a tool for his manipulation. Following this line of thought, Salazar Slytherin's locket and the Gaunt family ring both stood as likely vessels for Horcruxes. While the locket remained missing, West jotted down a location for the ring, Gaunt's old home. With a deepening gaze, West promptly dispatched a letter to Dumbledore. Then, he retrieved the Hufflepuff cup from his alchemical ring, releasing it from its magical confinement. West seated himself and closed his eyes. Before long, he found himself within the realm of the cup. It was a small space, ominously dark and devoid of substance. Save for a handsome young man standing in the endless night, his expression grim. "Tom Riddle," West mused absently. Suddenly, Riddle transformed into a cloud of black mist, lunging toward West. Such courage, West thought with admiration. In the next instant, he morphed into a colossal black snake, opening his gaping maw. The black mist, unable to evade in time, was seized and violently torn apart, casting Riddle aside as he reverted to human form. "Who are you?" Riddle hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentment. "Do you even know how many Horcruxes you possess?" West did not deign to answer, regarding him from a position of superiority. Riddle, having lost a significant portion of his soul, was nearly incapacitated. He struggled to prop himself against the wall, managing a cold smirk. "I don't know." "Really? I find that hard to believe," West replied, a smile gracing his lips as he knelt and aimed his wand at Riddle's forehead, forcefully delving into his memories. The experience of memory retrieval through dark magic is excruciating, with a high likelihood of inflicting soul damage, especially considering Riddle was merely a thin fragment of a shattered soul. Ultimately, Riddle succumbed to pain and fainted, prompting West to reluctantly withdraw. It was not sympathy that led West to spare him. It was the simple truth that this Voldemort truly had no knowledge of the whereabouts of his other Horcruxes. "Voldemort, even you take such precautions?" West thought, utterly exasperated and in a foul mood. With a sardonic remark, he declared, "Regrettably, you possess not even the value of a pawn. Thus perish." Riddle's eyes widened in shock, about to retort, but West unhesitatingly returned to reality, tossing the cup into the corner's fire pit, and setting it ablaze until nothing remained. Chapter 61. The Birthday Party. West and Harry's birthdays were fast approaching. West resolved to host a birthday celebration at Potter Manor, inviting a selection of friends for both himself and Harry. The house elves at Potter Manor were plentiful, and with the aid of magic, they could arrange a party with meticulous attention to detail. Concerned that Dobby, a single house elf, would find Somerset Manor too dreary, West decided to send him to Potter Manor to assist with preparations. Upon hearing of Harry's impending birthday party, Dobby was immediately filled with excitement, departing from Hogwarts with great enthusiasm. "Dobby must throw Harry Potter a most unique party," he exclaimed, jumping with glee. Harry managed a weak smile. "It doesn't have to be too unique." Memories of Dobby's well-meaning, but disastrous attempts during his second year still sent shivers down his spine. After all, this was Harry's first birthday celebration, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. He penned invitations to the Weasley family, Hermione, Draco, and other familiar friends, mailing them out a few days before the big day. Naturally, Harry did not forget to extend invitations to some of his elders, including Snape, Sirius, and Dumbledore. At Somerset Manor, Snape reclined on the couch in the hall, toying with the heartfelt invitation in his hands, torn between emotions. The audacity of the bold Gryffindor Potter to invite his potions professor to a birthday party suggested he had grown too comfortable during the holiday, forgetting the formidable power of his potions professor to deduct points. Reluctant to attend, West, seated beside him, leaned in to read the invitation. "This is also my birthday party, Severus. Perhaps I shall make an appearance," Snape pondered. "I shall merely deliver a gift and then depart, without intruding upon the revelry of the students." "I'll return with you, Severus," West said affectionately, leaning against Snape. "There will be a meeting tonight, in which you must also participate." "What meeting?" Snape's demeanor shifted to alertness. "A gathering to discuss strategies against Voldemort," West replied, lowering his voice. Snape scoffed. "Your birthday party, you mean?" West hastily clarified. "The celebration is primarily for Harry. Let the children enjoy themselves. I merely wish to use this opportunity to extend invitations to some Death Eater families within Slytherin." As he spoke, West subtly wrapped his arm around the headmaster's waist, resting his head on Snape's shoulder with a satisfied squint of his eyes. On the day of the celebration, the weather was splendid, and several of the Weasley children arrived early at Potter Manor, engaging in spirited games on the Quidditch pitch. Sirius also made an appearance, fitting in seamlessly among the children. The Weasley twins were eager to witness an animagus transformation, and Sirius, with a flick of his form, transformed into a magnificent large black dog, eliciting delighted shrieks from the children. Harry affectionately stroked Sirius's fur, and suddenly had a bold idea. "I want to learn how to become an animagus." Sirius barked a couple of times, realizing he could not speak, and quickly reverted to his human form. "Of course, Harry. I believe your animagus form will be as impressive as your father's." "What was my father's animagus form?" Harry asked curiously. "A stag, with a noble stature and sharp antlers," Sirius exclaimed, his words flowing freely as he reminisced about his dear friend, while Harry listened intently, eager to learn more about his father. "I want to practice too," Ron chimed in. "I think my animagus form would be really cool." In the afternoon, Hermione arrived fashionably late. Ron and Harry informed her about the matter of animagus, and Hermione enthusiastically declared, "Let us practice together." "What a splendid idea, Hermione!" Ron chuckled, playfully nudging her shoulder, which caused her to stumble and retaliate with a firm punch. Draco had yet to arrive, and they suspected he would not show up until the evening banquet. Harry felt a tinge of regret, as it had been quite a while since he last saw Draco. By nightfall, Draco finally made his entrance, but to Harry's surprise he was accompanied by Pansy, Blaise, Theodore, Crabbe, and Goyle. The group was impeccably dressed, as if they were attending a formal soiree, only to discover upon arriving at Potter Manor that everyone else was dressed casually, and the birthday celebration was taking place on the lawn. "Merlin!" Pansy exclaimed, shooting a glare at Harry. "What on earth is going on?" Harry blinked innocently. "Is there a problem?" Pansy, clad in a fitted little dress and delicate heels, was indeed ill-suited for activities on the grass. Hermione stifled her laughter as she coaxed Pansy upstairs to change into one of her casual outfits. Draco tugged at his collar. "Harry, I need to change too." Harry's eyes lit up. "I'll take you. You can wear my clothes, Draco." As the four of them vanished up the staircase, Blaise's eye twitched, and he turned to the other three. "What do we do now?" Theodore casually rolled up his sleeves. "What else can we do?" Crabbe and Goyle, clearly indifferent to attire, had already set their sights on the barbecue and desserts, eagerly inquiring if the house elves could let them eat a little early. When Draco and Pansy returned downstairs in their new outfits, two handsome yet unfamiliar men arrived at Potter Manor. Harry, bewildered, asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" The man in the front smiled, instinctively stroking his chin, only to reveal a smooth jawline. "Is there such a great difference?" "Harry?" Harry nearly jumped. "Dumbledore?" The identity of the man beside Dumbledore was evident, yet Harry could not recall inviting Gellert Grindelwald. Was it perhaps West who had extended the invitation? As he pondered this, he was met with a bewildered glare from Grindelwald. Harry, Grindelwald, who had received no invitation, merely frowned. Harry's exclamation drew the attention of his friends, who gathered around Dumbledore and Grindelwald, their faces brimming with curiosity. "We took some de-aging potions. Otherwise, two old men among a crowd of youngsters would be quite the spectacle," Dumbledore said leisurely. Pansy, for the first time, found herself with a favorable impression of the headmaster. "Professor Dumbledore, you were so handsome in your youth." She turned to Grindelwald. "And who might this be?" Dumbledore, linking arms with Grindelwald, made their relationship unmistakably clear. Grindelwald gazed at Dumbledore, who laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming. "My beloved Gellert Grindelwald." Grindelwald smiled slightly. Blaise remarked, "I'm not the least bit surprised." The only one visibly taken aback was Ron. As everyone dispersed, Ron remained rooted in place, his eyes wide, darting back and forth between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Merlin, how many same-sex couples are there around him?" Ron's gaze shifted to Harry, who was whispering with Draco, then to the absent West and Snape, finally landing on the intimate duo of Hermione and Pansy. With a mournful cry, Ron rushed toward Hermione. "No." "Hermione." Hermione, perplexed, glared at Ron and proceeded to deliver two sharp punches, leaving him howling. Pansy, aware of the secret feelings between the two, covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. As the silvery moonlight enveloped Potter Manor in a delicate veil, the birthday party commenced. Chapter 62, A Secret Meeting. As the festivities began, West and Snape arrived at Potter Manor precisely on time. West donned a black robe, which upon closer inspection, matched Snape's attire. Snape had made a considerable effort to relax his facial expression, yet the little lions and snakes still froze upon seeing him. "Good evening, Headmaster." "Good evening, Professor." A chorus of voices rang out. Snape, with a stiff face, nodded uncomfortably. West lowered his head, feigning a cough to suppress the smile that threatened to emerge, then looked up and said, "Why is everyone surrounding the professor? Go on and play." The children quickly dispersed, gathering around Sirius, who had taken over the house elf's duties, managing the grill commendably. As the food looked and smelled delightful, Harry picked up a skewer of grilled meat, took a bite, and handed it to Draco. "Is it good?" Draco inquired curiously as he accepted the skewer. "Delicious," Harry nodded. Draco took a bite of the meat and promptly spit it into the trash can. "Stupid Potter! You dare trick me!" He lunged at Harry in mock fury. Expecting nothing from Sirius, the others began to help themselves, content and well-fed. Sirius, relegated to a corner, reluctantly started to consume his own skewer. Taking a bite, he mused, "Is it really that bad?" "It's not terrible." Draco shouted over, "Stop eating. Dogs can't have too much salt. It'll kill you." "You little brat. How rude of you." Dumbledore sat aside, enjoying a skewer grilled by Grindelwald, drizzled with honey, relishing the moment. Snape, who was not fond of greasy food, Had West request some lighter fare from the house elves? And they settled on a bench in the garden to share their meal. The night breeze carried the whispers of the ferns, and Snape leaned back against the chair, enveloped in a rare sense of leisure. The ambience was peaceful, with only the distant sounds of laughter and the gentle rustle of plants accompanying the evening. Well, there's also someone's warm breath, Snape thought, glancing helplessly at the person who had approached him. What do you want now? West held out a handkerchief, wiping the cream from the corner of Snape's lips and displaying it to him. Snape. He covered his face with his hands, feeling an unfamiliar wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was all West's fault for insisting he take a bite of the strawberry cream cake. Snape lifted his head, shooting West a fierce glare. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, West, feigning innocence, asked, "Don't I get a birthday gift, Severus?" The garden was dim, but those emerald eyes seemed to shine even brighter in the night, glistening with a thin sheen of moisture, intently focused on Snape as if he were the only one in the world. Snape awkwardly turned away, retrieving a small gift box and handing it to West. "Happy birthday." West carefully untied the dark green ribbon and opened the box, revealing a vial of potion inside. The blue liquid swirled in the night, resembling a sacred luminescence, exuding an enchanting magical aura. "Tears of a unicorn?" West asked, looking up with a smile. "Yes, the first completed batch," Snape replied. West chuckled softly, accepting the gift. "Thank you, Severus, I love it." As Snape observed West drawing increasingly closer, under the witness of the moon and stars, their lips almost brushed against one another. Snape held his breath. "Ahem, I hope we're not interrupting anything?" A voice suddenly interrupted. Snape abruptly sprang from his chair, his gaze falling upon Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who stood not far away, the duration of their presence a mystery to him. He pressed his lips together. Was it time for the headmaster's nocturnal wanderings? The sweet, cloying scent of honey wafted from Dumbledore, and without needing to speculate, Snape was acutely aware of how many desserts the old bee had indulged in that evening. "You shall not compel me to brew the tooth-mending potion," he bit out, his tone laced with a palpable blend of indignation and embarrassment. Dumbledore mused that he should have allowed the young couple a bit more time together. Perhaps it was his rejuvenated youth that had ignited this mischievous inclination. While Severus's reaction was undoubtedly amusing, it cost him the opportunity to procure the tooth-mending potion crafted by the master potion-maker himself. "I too can brew the tooth-mending potion." "Al," Grindelwald murmured softly. Dumbledore ignored him and turned to Wister, smiling as he remarked, "The time for the meeting approaches." Wister, still seated stiffly, only then rose. His chill demeanor barely contained, his voice as frozen as ice. "Let us proceed." This was disastrous, Dumbledore thought. It had spiraled out of control. As the four returned to the Somerset drawing room, several individuals were already seated at the long table, awaiting their arrival. The Malfoys, the Knott family, Goyle, Crabbe, and Parkinson had all gathered, neatly assembled. "Excellent, everyone who received an invitation has arrived," Wister declared as he took his place at the head of the table. Snape had regained his frosty demeanor, settling beside Wister, with Dumbledore and Grindelwald following closely behind. Lucius initially exchanged glances with several other heads of families, his face a mask of incredulity. "What are you doing here? Aren't you here as well? How dare you defect? What treachery is this?" Upon Wister's arrival, Lucius diverted his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of the two strikingly handsome young men across from him, which startled him anew. He struggled to regain his composure and looked towards Wister. The Death Eaters present were engulfed in a tumult of emotions, especially upon seeing Snape. The head of the Somerset family had certainly made a formidable impression on them. Firstly, he had wielded both coercion and temptation, showcasing Somerset's formidable power. Secondly, he had marked the invitation with a magical emblem, which upon the slightest touch, would unleash a torrent of potent magic, revealing the strength of its master. Thirdly, he had exposed Voldemort's half-blood lineage and the existence of Horcruxes. The latter caused a tightening in their hearts, for the Sacred 28 had always regarded the integrity of the soul as the cornerstone of noble bloodlines. The act of splitting one's soul to create Horcruxes was, in the eyes of old families, more contemptible than being of Muggle descent. Although the Parkinson family were not Death Eaters, they had once been vassals of the Somerset family, a feudal contract that still lingered. After much deliberation, they had decided to attend this gathering. After all, this was Somerset, the head of the Sacred 28. The previous head had, before retiring from public life, overseen a commercial enterprise that controlled 2/3 of the potion trade and alchemical research in Britain. The resurgence of the Somerset family, coupled with the rekindling of the dark mark on their wrists, raised questions about the implications for their previously stable lives and the future course of events in Britain. These were considerations they could not overlook. They appraised the youthful head of the Somerset family, weighing his worth in their minds. To be candid, Voldemort's resurrection is imminent. Wister's words detonated like thunder among the gathered. The heads of families began to murmur amongst themselves, while Lucius and Narcissa remained seated, their faces unnaturally pale, as though they were already privy to some unsettling truth. Lucius could not help but cast his gaze towards Grindelwald and Dumbledore, only to receive a nonchalant glance from Grindelwald, prompting him to awkwardly muster a ceremonial smile. Chapter 63, Secret Conference 2. Wister patiently listened to their hushed discussions below, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the ebony table, the persistent thudding creating a significant psychological pressure on the assembled heads. Crabbe and Goyle turned to Malfoy, noticing his elevated demeanor, which gradually fell into silence. How do you prove the veracity of the Horcrux matter? Not, the head of the family ground out. Wister raised an eyebrow. Are you feigning ignorance? Can you not see the changes he has undergone? Old Not's complexion drained of color, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end as he recalled Voldemort's increasingly grotesque appearance. During that time, Voldemort had grown suspicious, distrustful of everyone, and had become cold and brutal, even employing excruciating punishments on unsatisfactory subordinates. This behavior indeed aligned with the characteristics of a Horcrux. As the fragmentation of the soul led Voldemort to gradually lose his humanity, the remnants of his human essence dwindling away. Lucius, too, found himself recalling past events. His father had once been a loyal subordinate of Voldemort, only to later advise him against involving the Malfoy family in such treacherous affairs. He thought of Draco, deciding to assist Wister. His Horcrux had, in Draco's second year, controlled the basilisk that petrified his son. A sardonic smile crept across Lucius's face as he surveyed the pallid faces around him. Do you truly believe he would spare us simply because of our pure blood? Such delusions. Look around. He is still alive, yet we, his subordinates, have remained indifferent to him for over a decade. Do you suppose he would not harbor resentment towards us? The heads of families were not easily deceived. They understood that Malfoy's words were not entirely trustworthy, yet they could not shake the fear of the possible consequences. Alas, think not only of yourselves but also of your children. Wister sighed, causing a tightening in their chests. The head of the Parkinson family was the first to speak, forcing a strained smile. My lord, we the Parkinsons are vassals of the Somerset family, and will naturally follow you unconditionally. Old Crabbe suddenly interjected. What will we gain if we align with you? His gaze was intense, fixed upon Wister. Wister repressed his smile, meeting his gaze. What will you gain? Perhaps it is more prudent to ask yourself, Crabbe. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate terms with me? I offer your bloodline protection, ensuring your family can navigate the post-war period unscathed, avoiding the permanent residence in Azkaban or the kiss of a Dementor. Do not be alarmed, he continued, noticing old Crabbe's increasingly pale countenance. You will acquiesce, else I cannot guarantee your safe departure from here. With a flick of his wand, a powerful, chilling aura of dark magic surged forth, enveloping those present who dared to resist. Snape was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Wister display such aggression, a stark contrast to the playful demeanor he typically exhibited, creating a jarring dissonance. Old Goyle, sensing the atmosphere grow ever more tense, hastily attempted to ease the situation. Everyone, please remain calm. By the way, we still do not know who these two gentlemen are. He diverted the conversation towards the two young men seated opposite them, believing himself clever. Those two had not spoken a word since the meeting commenced. One young man leaned forward with a smile, observing their discourse, while the other seemed entirely absorbed in the smiling youth, appearing indifferent to the ongoing discussion. As fate would have it, the age-reducing potion had just worn off. The two striking young men before Old Goyle had transformed dramatically. Dumbledore chuckled, his white beard quivering surprise. The Somerset family has allied with the Order of the Phoenix. A glaring truth. To be frank, apart from Wister, the others present had once been students at Hogwarts. For Hogwarts students, there comes a time when Dumbledore embodies omnipotence in their minds. Even those who may look down upon him subconsciously rely on his presence. Such is the instinctual dependence of humanity. In this century, the most illustrious and formidable White Wizard, during his zenith, commanded such respect that even Voldemort dared not approach him lightly. Their fixation on Dumbledore rendered them oblivious to those who surrounded him. Grindelwald, his countenance devoid of emotion, cast a sweeping glance over them before turning his attention back to Dumbledore. Old Gall gaped in silent astonishment. Old Crabbe sat, pallid and dazed. Old Not appeared to be lost in profound contemplation. Then Wister lifted a contract, inquiring, who shall be the first? As he spoke, the parchment gracefully floated towards the Malfoy couple. Lucius exhaled softly, picked up the contract, scrutinized its contents, and satisfied inscribed his name, followed closely by Narcissa. Lucius stamped the Malfoy ring between their names, leaving behind an emblem adorned with the Malfoy family crest. The contract then glided towards the others, who successively affixed their signatures. It was immediately enacted. Ink serpents, formed by concentrated magic, slithered out from the Somerset family crest and entwined themselves around their arms. Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, the serpents opened their gaping maws and, astonishingly, devoured the dark mark. Lucius, in disbelief, raised his arm, now adorned only by a single ink serpent, which writhed and gradually transformed into the Somerset family crest. What manner of contract is this? Several of them exclaimed, their eyes wide with shock. Dumbledore narrowed his gaze. The implications of the dark curse appeared to exceed his expectations. Snape instinctively glanced at his arm, enveloped in fabric, a chill coursing through him. He recalled that upon awakening earlier that day, Wester had been seated at his bedside, holding his hand, only releasing it languidly once he noticed Snape's eyes had opened. Snape had chastised Wester, attributing it to yet another episode of his ailment. But now, in hindsight, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing an expanse of unblemished skin. There was nothing there. With a flick of his wand, Wester commanded the Somerset family crest to twist and morph into the dark mark, perfectly replicated. The contract is sealed. Any breach shall result in severance of bloodlines and certain death, Wester proclaimed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the once clear sky, illuminating Wester's eyes with a stark, ghostly light. Those serpentine pupils glimmered with a terrifying luminescence, marking those ensnared as prey destined for inescapable doom. The heads of several houses recalled an ancient rumor. The Somerset family bore the bloodline of a great serpent. Old Gaul shuddered. Today's memories shall be veiled. I will ensure that Voldemort cannot probe this recollection during his soul-sucking inquiries, Wester declared. I require you to return to Voldemort's side and relay my messages. As the group departed from the Somerset Manor, they wore expressions of dazed bewilderment.